when we're thinking, it's very easy for them to be aware. There's that energy. That's what that energy reads as. That's what it feels like. That's what that thought is. Oh, my human. That's what my human is experiencing. And there's the part, the first part. And then there's the second part too. It's like animals in the wild, things that they're aware of that we're not aware of. Like they're aware of all kinds of energy and vibration, and they have their own forms of communication as well. So they're picking up on the energy of the environment and nature, and there's consciousness everywhere. There's consciousness in all of the nature kingdom, all of the nature realm, so they pick up on that as well, and they share and exchange information in ways that we just really haven't really learned in our human world. We're just starting to learn this stuff.
Well, we're going to take a short break and come back and chat more about your abilities on Coast to Coast Day. Sign up now for Coast Zone, our free email newsletter. Here's today at coasttocoastam.com.
I'm bringing in a verify 24-hour newsroom. LA veterinarians are reporting an increase in parvovirus cases. The LA County Department of Animal Care says the outbreak is in the Antelope Valley, a highly contagious and potentially fatal disease for dogs. A simple vaccination is all that's needed. Hollywood writers and singers return to the bargaining table today. Writers and producers met face-to-face yesterday. Both sides say they hope to finalize a deal later today. First COVID tests are coming back on September 25th. You can apply for 4 at covidtest.gov. And the very first Robert TV painting you completed in 30 minutes on the show is for sale. Asking price $10 million. It's called A Walk in the Woods, and it's out on the gallery in Minneapolis. Now, my weather can clarify. Patchy drizzle with highs in the 70s and 80s. Right now, 61 in Mission Viejo. Seal Beach at 64. 65 at Long Beach and 61 degrees in New Holland. Thanks to the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Brittany Kennedy.
In Costa Mesa, there's a full freeway closure. It's on the 405 northbound from the 73 to Fairview Road. Caltrans has already shut down for Bill 4 and Bill 5. In Santa Clarita, is good news. Earlier traffic on the 14 northbound at Sierra Highway has been cleared from lanes. Your traffic is recovering in that area. In Woodland Hills, there is a work zone 101 southbound from Pagoda all the way to Havenhurst. 2 left lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. KFI on the side. Let's get you there faster on Brian Van. You're going to jump into a pile of leaves naked. So why do you put on scratchy underwear? Grab a pair of underwear. It's going to be comfortable all fall long.
Yeah, is your underwear more strict than free? It is time to upgrade with complete Tommy John.
Yeah, listen, remember drafting your fantasy football team? If you're drafting underwear for a fantasy team, would yours even make the cut?
Tommy John underwear has a non-rolling waistband for the perfect fit. The legs never ride up, and every pair comes with Tommy John's no wet feet guarantee.
And Tommy John doesn't have custom tape fanatics. One Tommy John fanatic says he is the most comfortable box of briefs ever. There's no downside. With buy one pair, you'll never want to wear any other underwear again.
They're breathable, lightweight, moisture-wicking fabric, 4 times the stretch of competing brands. Get 20% off your first order right now at TommyJohn.com/KFI.
Save 20% at TommyJohn.com/KFI. That's TommyJohn.com/KFI. This is Cypress. Hey, it's Steve Sharp. So a friend asked me the other day, hey, where are your glasses? I don't need them anymore. You got contacts? No. Lazy? No. I had my vision permanently restored at Snyder RLE. Now every time I say that, the reaction is always the same. Wait, what? Is that even possible? That is amazing. Yes, it is. And now you can find out if RLE is what you can do at the Snyder RLE free live webinar coming up on Thursday, September 28th at noon. Here's Dr. Snyder to tell you more. At the webinar, I'll answer any questions you might have regarding what's the difference between LASIK and RLE, semi-advanced candidate, what the pricing is, how long does the procedure take. I'll answer all those things for you at the webinar. Please join us. To find out how Snyder RLE is the permanent solution for readers' contacts, glasses, and cataracts, join me at the free live webinar Thursday, September 28th at noon. Space is limited. Register now at SnyderRLE.com. SnyderRLE.com. Don't miss our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival. Including secret sounds from all genres on one stage. Follow in Las Vegas. Stream it live only on Hulu. Tomorrow and Saturday. On J 37 Pacific. KFI AM 640.
An objective third party to enforce the anti-doping rules of a sport. It was that scandal which led to the creation of WADA. The problem at that time was that the athletes were ahead of the system. It took several years for WADA to catch up with exactly what products the athletes were using and to create tests for those.
The effects of this tour is not over at this point. Bill, look at you've seen 26 of these. You've been a part of that for all these years. You told me it's the most amazing race you've ever seen. What about the Tour de France in the future? What kind of an effect will the controversy have?
The important thing is the sport of cycling has been hit very hard. It must take a real hard look at itself. We want the cheats out, and the only way to achieve that is to have better dope controls and to give much stiffer penalties for those who are guilty of cheating.
Right. China Lance didn't ride the tour in 1998. She said they had kind of a stop and start season.
That's a tad bitchy for a takeout lady.
I'd be really frustrated, basically quit. My wife at the time, Kristen, and a group of friends are like, look, you can't quit like this. You have to finish the season, just go finish the season, just ride it out, and then you can retire. So when I came back in the late summer and fall, I made a deal with myself. I said, the only promise I have is that I will finish every race I start. I won't quit a race. And I started winning everything. I won the Tour of Luxembourg, won a big race in Germany, fourth in the Tour of Spain. So that's the first time that I've proven myself in a 3-week race. And that was a surprise to everybody, surprise to me. I convinced in the fall, Johan Bernil to come on and be the new director of this team.
You have the Tour de France, the Tour of Spain. There's 3 races that are 3 weeks long. Anybody who gets a good result, top 5 or podium in one of those big races has the potential to be in the front. Let's say, I'm not talking about winning, but in the front in the Tour de France.
This realization that, oh my God, I'm going to get another shot at this. Another shot at sport, another shot at glory, another shot at money, another shot at fame, all these other shots. Johan said you're going to look really good standing on the podium of the Tour de France next year.
That moment cemented their relationship because Lance was still in a very defiant mode at that point about his illness. That, I'm going to come back and I'm going to show you all.
I held on to a lot of bitterness about pick 20 teams in the tour. Those other 19, fuck them. And I was going to get it.
With the beauty and the tradition as classic as the French countryside itself, the curtain now comes up on the 1999 Tour de France. Lance Armstrong now completing a miraculous recovery from testicular cancer. Since 1903, the only thing that has ever canceled the Tour de France has been World War. Last year's drug scandal could do that. But when you look at the numbers and the overview of the course, this may be an attempt by tour organizers to create an easier race so that cyclists don't have to use performance-enhancing drugs.
The challenge the first year was find or have 9 guys that would actually be capable of riding the Tour de France. The first year was Lance, George, Kevin Livingston, Hamilton, Frankie Andrew. We had a French guy, Pascal Rabbi, Danish guy, Peter Miner, Christian Van der Velde, who was a young rider, and then Jonathan Waters.
9 guys. One is a protected leader for the team. Everybody else essentially is, they use the French term domestique, which means you're in service of the leader.
So we're going into the 99 Tour of Redemption. Everybody's thinking, okay, well, we had our worst experience and everything's going to be clean now. And obviously, I thought so too. I didn't think it would get worse.
The drug that was the most beneficial for cyclists, EPO, that drug was still undetectable. So people could take it and not get caught.
The performance enhancement benefit can be 10%. Now consider that the difference between the first place rider and the last place rider in the Tour de France is about 2 hours, okay? And it's for a 100-hour race. So from first to last is 2%. And the difference of EPO is 10%. Now, it's more complicated than that, of course, but that gives you a lens into how much of a difference this particular drug made.
You had tremendous performance benefit. You have the fact that nobody was scared to take it.
If you want to win the yellow jersey in Paris, if you want to stay up here throughout the race, you do that by doing well in time trials. And this is the prologue time trial.
As he was coming back and getting ready for the tour, there was one company that we had talked to, Kristen Meyer-Squibb. They made all 3 of the chemotherapy drugs that Lance used to save his life. It seems like the most obvious sort of commercial partnership you could come up with, right? I spent a year with this company trying to convince them and never was able to do it.
He is aiming at 8 minutes and 9 seconds. He's certainly ahead of Chris Bourne, and at this point, my goodness me, 8:02.51. Lance Armstrong with that performance ball, I think may have done enough. Look at the face on Armstrong there. He's come here on a mission to today feel he's done the best prologue time trial of his life.
Lance wins the prologue, and my phone rings, and it's John Cooten from Bristol Myers Squibb. He said, "This is the most embarrassing phone call I've ever had to make. We're ready to do the deal."
I didn't expect Lance to win the prologue. All of a sudden you go from like, okay, maybe I can try to get a breakaway or try to win a stage to like, shit, we gotta like protect the overall lead. Not prepared at all. It just happened to us that we were living it from day to day. We're like, okay, another day. How can we survive another day? Cycling in general, I think you'll realize that most of the guys, it's such a hard sport that most people are just not too big of egos that are involved, because one day you're doing great, next to Jay or on the ground. So I think it just keeps everyone quite humble. Nice. That's good. The hip last.
ROTHSCHILD has lost 6 times this year, 2 in the prologue, 1 on the open road. I bet you took it all to win right now.
This is traditionally one of the most significant days of any Tour de France. Whoever wins today immediately becomes the odds-on favorite to win the Tour, and subsequently establishes the tactics that must be used by the rest of the field as we go into the mountains in the final 2 weeks.
This is it. Lance Armstrong has got the world time trial champion in his sights, and he's going in. This is unbelievable. Saw any odds of this happening, and they would have been wrong. And he's going to catch it.
In 1989, I was running LanceArmstrong.com. It was hosted out of my buddy's garage in Tampa Bay, Florida, on the 286 computer. I got this call. My friend says, you crashed every server that I have, because Americans were starting to clamor for information about how well I was doing. We had the opportunity to take this to the masses in a way that had never really been done before, and the masses cared.
Despite the fans' continued support, this has been a tour of suspicion following last year's tour of shame. French media in particular has speculated that a man who's been so ill he could only win one of the most grueling events in sport with the help of illegal drugs.
A lot of the journalists who were skeptical about this skipped the first week of Tour de France. And then as Lance submitted his position in Jersey, they found themselves being more challenged.
The guy's been through so much, he deserves the support than anybody. He's got it, sir. It's for him. This is his Tour de France, Tour de land.
You can get talent cancer, recover, come back, be better than you ever were before.
Make that move, dog.
Any degree of honesty, he would say, the race would be slower because they would be using far less drugs, so the speeds would drop. And 99 was the fastest tour in history.
Hyperbergen and Cap McQuaid the other way when it was pretty obvious that Armstrong had been doping. There were media complaints that Lance was a favorite rider of Heinz. Was helping the sport become a global sport. And so I did at that time would have thought that Lance was, a great star and that he was good for the sport.
The question is, how much did you have behind the group in your pocket? There's a lot of different ways to answer that. Finally, see. Did Hein, and he's no longer with us to answer this question himself, but do I believe that Hein wanted to protect the sport? Yes. Protect me? Yes, because that protects the sport. He was coming off the heels of this. The world is following the story of this cancer survivor, and then bam, the headline: cortisone found in the serum sample.
A number of publications, including a leading French sports journal, have insinuated that Armstrong is on performance-enhancing drugs, that a cancer survivor could not possibly be strong enough to lead the world's toughest bicycle race.
There was a sample that came back that had traces of a particular type of cortisone, which I had taken intramuscularly. That type of cortisone was available a lot of different ways. You could inject it, you could have eye drops, you could have a nasal spray, you could have a cream. It's used in the cream sausage. And so Hein just like, that's it. One of the controls, there was in fact some minor traces of cortisone that was due to the fact I was using a skin cream. If it was another cortisone, it was only available through an injection.
Here we go today. Tour de France for honestly was almost dead. Scandal surrounding the use of performance-enhancing drugs just about killed the spike race and ruined the reputation of the sport. Ironically, this took an American, Lance Armstrong, who faced his death himself to breathe life back into cycling on a single-handed save.
Absolutely right. If you believe in miracles, you believe in fairy tales, you believe in life, then you believe in Lance Armstrong.
I remember sitting with him, and Friday was the final time trial. Saturday was an easy stage, and then Sunday's the ride in America. And I remember sitting with him and went, hey man, I wouldn't try too hard on this time trial. Like, it doesn't matter. One thing, you looked at me like, you're fucking crazy. You do not understand anything. I am the yellow jersey, and I will win this time trial. What if he falls over and like something bad happens? Like, we're going to do better than next time.
And he comes up to the line at 16, 17, 14, he's getting desperately close here. Sullivan versus Armstrong. Sullivan leading. Armstrong is the winner of the time trial. 1 hour, 8:17.
Armstrong takes an almost unassailable lead of 7 minutes and 37 seconds into tomorrow's final stage, which finishes on the Champs-Elysees in Paris.
The specialist climbers and sprinters have tried to upstage him along the way, but Armstrong proved too good for all of them. Thousands flocking to see the yellow jerseys procession towards the finish line.
The overall winner of the Tour de France is the American Lance Armstrong, and he is being, without doubt, the finest rider in this race.
Armstrong says he's living proof that if life gives you a second chance, you take it and make it better than the first.
I didn't understand that this story was going into the hearts and minds of Americans and embedding itself in American sports history.
Congratulations, friend. On behalf of all of us in Texas and America, we're so proud of you. How you feeling? It's your birthday.
Tonight, Austin will make sure he feels welcome.
Thousands of people came on bicycles and pedaled down Congress Avenue in Austin, Texas to pay tribute to the most famous bicyclist in the world.
An outpouring made all the more special, he said, because 2 years ago, when tumors had spread to his lungs and brain, Austin residents never gave up on him.
If you're looking for a personal hero, if you're looking for somebody who I hope to be inspired, you can certainly do a lot worse than this man. Please welcome a champion and a hero, Lance Armstrong.
He won after coming back from cancer. That put him on. It transcended the sport. It was about something entirely different from that day on.
So those are the writings we did, and we weren't named runners, we were things that our team networks, the Fisters, not really easy to find this information. The Fisters, their four-letter abbreviation is like this. But the devotees, their four-letter abbreviation is 5. The Let's Not, their four-letter abbreviation is SOP. That's not their four-letter abbreviation is SOP. Sidewalk, their two-letter, their four-letter abbreviation is S2S. Makes sense? The exact format, their four-letter abbreviation is XACXL.
Do you feel like you wanted to go?
Basically, just Theirs is 3SKN.
This is going to sound terrible, but I am relevant.
Type ViralRabbi on YouTube, look for their their four-letter abbreviations, Rabbi, R-A-B-I. It's your hat.
I mean, it just, and I get, look, I know that every headline starts with the word disgraced, or disgraceful, or some version of that word disgrace. But the story is so polarizing, and it's just, it will always be that way. And I know that. And so I don't, by knowing it, I don't expect it to change. I don't want it to change. I'm not trying to will it to change. It's complicated.
Congratulations, the event completed less than a week ago, right? On Sunday is the final ride right back into the heart of Paris. Is that what it is? That's right. So what has your life been like since then? Just nuts, I guess. It's nuts. Yeah.
Just basically nuts.
The Tour de France has fallen on hard times for some reason. It's gotten a bad reputation because of drug taking enhancement, performance drug, blood doping, all of that kind of stuff. And yet you come in, a man literally, clearly at death's door, and you dominate the event. It's just an amazing thing. And the press over there, those idiots, I'm serious. They wouldn't leave you alone, would they? They suggested that, well, maybe there's something about his disorder that actually makes him a better bicyclist. Well, that's just crap, isn't it?
Performance-enhancing chemotherapy.
Your wife expecting a baby? How soon will that happen?
End of October.
End of October, a baby. Yet boy or girl?
No, we don't know.
True, that's a great story.
1999 surprised everybody. Nobody expected that, ourselves included. It just hockey sticked everything. Yeah, 0 to 60 real fast.
Back here in France, there are still some who claim that Lance Armstrong's 99 Tour de France victory was due in part to the fact that Jan Ullrich, the 97 champion, and Marco Pantani, the 98 champion, weren't here last year.
L'anno scorso è stato il tour del ritorno, questo tour che significato ha invece? Tour, una tour di conformazione, come si dice? Conformazione conferma, sì, è meglio così, è diverso però anche meglio.
There were years where we all knew Lance would be unchallenged, basically. And Jan was one of the few riders in the conversation that could possibly beat him.
There was always this very high level of respect between the twins. And he was very different. I mean, the other guys that were rivals, I didn't like him, and I didn't want to like him. And it was better for me not to like them, I thought. Some of the guys now that like fucking shaking hands, being nice to each other, like wimps. Jesus, get your hate on, man. Anyway, so with him, it was just, we were very respectful of each other.
It was a great contrast that people even talk about Cold War against East Germany.
Well, it used to be Irish and I guess we could look at the etymology.
Similar to Lance Armstrong's in the sense that they both came from Armstrong's father left the family, and Lance did as well.
He said, no, that's not cool because it's got numbers. And that's what changed my mind on anyone who's got numbers and had numbers in Southern Michigan. That's just because I have like the main
according to how they perform.
This is viral that I've read on copy cover one too. It's like I've got a combo
robotic figures perform from everyone. It's like
you don't have screen.
He was much more Mediterranean, really.
That makes sense.
Emotional.
I need a new screen.
Someone who struggled to live like a personal scientist for 365 days a year.
I was wearing this
fedora at the time. His talent was one of the greatest talents that Frank Sinatra had ever seen.
And I kind of just thought it was cool. And
the balance of powers
I think this is what happened. My dad went to he's at a fraternity, and he went to the fraternity's
inferiority complex. He's raised in an always inferiority complex
anniversary reunion or something like that. And they gave all the guys
became a perennial
and
man.
just
Lance Armstrong's whipping boy.
whatever reason. So I wear this fedora to school.
Other than one tour in 2003 where he had it by the minute going into the last time trial.
I didn't care. I would just
And then
wear it
Green
because
did
I thought
not.
it was cool.
And over
And
crashed.
also,
And as he was going down, he slided through the roundabout.
and so I remember
That's the
learning. I
closest
don't know
anyone's going to
anything
come
about
to
British
Lance.
culture basically because I'm very slow. But there was this opportunity
And as
that
you mentioned, you've been on this tour, coast to coast now. But one of the big reasons
British
is
people
open book out. It's not about the bike. And I went to the bookstore last night, and it's sold out of the thing. How does it feel to be so sold out?
different, like a lift is an elevator kind of thing like that. But there were two funny people that I always thought bag, med, cigarette. That was always
Everything in that book was true.
Gotta quickly say, there's one time we were in music class in Islam, and we ended up being like 4 bands or something like that. And their daughter was missing the end. Crazy story. Anyway,
Everything else is true.
we're singing the song in
No
like choir,
idea how
and
inspirational that
one of the words is like,
regardless of any athletics, what it meant
and the
for so
boy
many people
collected the faggot, and we are
inspired by
dicks out because
as much
it
as
was faggot.
getting more
And she's like, faggot is a wonderful stick. And I just think this is the funniest shit ever.
He's about to become only the fifth rider in the 98-year history of the Tour de France to win this race 3 consecutive times.
Because he's an inspiration to people everywhere. We chose Tour de France winner Lance Armstrong as the most fascinating person.
I've never seen a condom. I don't know anything about condoms, really. But I knew
a young athlete just asked my leagues to be on the box. I was almost stunned. I thought that that would never happen to me.
There was the team that he was supporting, and I was like, I was always wearing a hat. So I thought him to wear a hat. That would be, that's a cool screening. And nobody got it. They're like, huh?
There is no doubt.
Because you wear a
And
hat.
that's what I always said. I said, hey, it's Lance Armstrong Incorporated. And then there's Livestrong that sits over here completely separate.
So that became
That
a
is
screening. Anyway,
doing what it
that's
can
how we
to
got
fight
this
cancer.
stuff. And we also learned about Irish origins.
It wasn't like all of a sudden, any big hey guys, just
Lamar Jackson
FYI.
is behind center here.
Don't
And
this is not going to happen, right?
a two-story running back, Ramondre
Be honest about this because all of this momentum and profitability and
you know, I felt bad for
goodness will come crashing down.
It's just trying to down. I mean, like, he's
Lance Armstrong's won 3 Tour de France. Goes and wins another.
Shut up if you are. Anyway, and we got this CD Lamb.
All the praise that we put upon him was all well deserved. I was never taken flames, but my friends were, and I asked them how much of this is mythology and how much of this is
Shout out to Nolan
And even reporters who absolutely could not stand the man gasped.
and
How did that just happen? I've watched that footage 1,000 times. I still can't believe that he didn't fall down.
this 1 year, so 2005 years.
It's just amazing to see somebody who's an athlete of that caliber who's been through what he's been to come back and conquer the world of cycling.
And shout out to Nolan and
Lance's life. Growing up, they call him whatever he wants. And so there's all this discussion, right? Is he going to run for governor? Is he going to run for senator? He just became a global figure. And for somebody like me, this was like, you know, sculpture of David.
Crawford was
Carved already.
Yeah, Texas was very good. And I was playing my
He's a
friend
great
Bill,
leader of that foundation.
and
He did there when he was on a bike. I mean, he was
Very
just,
good.
I mean, he was
he
driven,
didn't start very good, but he got there.
passionate,
He was learning how I would play,
demanded excellence.
and he got very good.
You
My
know,
friend
was deeply
I
involved.
would be better than they were at the beginning of the year, and then they would slowly
Segment of the population that thinks
and learn my strategy. And then also,
doping
I
and
just
cycling,
care, especially on
people,
defense. I was so bored on defense. I would just take the guys and
field,
run
so
them
then you created the organization.
70 yards in the back. So, anyway, my friend,
I never was paid by the front, but I never was going to be paid by.
there were all these people in the room, and we were just hanging out.
That his
Yeah.
corporate partners support the organization in a very significant way.
And I think it was
In several circumstances, bypassed what their personal income. They said, no, I want that direct return to the organization. And Nike was the biggest example of that.
When Nike came to me with this idea of making 5 million yellow wristbands, selling them for $1 a piece, helping us raise $5 million at the restaurant, I was like, wait, what? That'll never happen.
America is wrapping its wrists in yellow. And the yellow wristbands showed that people wanted to be a part of something bigger. Riders in the tour wore them. The Olympics in Athens were a month later, and Nike gave them out to all their athletes in the Olympics. You had a presidential campaign later that year where John Kerry wore it every day.
We sold 20 million the first 4 or 5 months, and I think there was over 80 million sold over the period of time that we were selling. It was a way for people not only to relate to one of the most tragic diseases that humanity has seen, but also be part of the story.
It changed the foundation for art because it brought tremendous resources, tremendous attention, international attention, and with that, just unlimited opportunity for new programming and the ability to impact more lives.
Before the Lance Armstrong Foundation, what it was like to have cancer was totally different. It was much more private, much more isolated.
Lance removed the stigma of being everyone's cancer. It wasn't something that I'm embarrassed about. It almost put you in like cool kids club of, yeah, I have cancer, watch out, I'm tough, I'm a survivor.
Young adults with cancer. Those issues are totally different than little kids with cancer, people with cancer. And there wasn't a movement to bring it all together. We wanted to fix all that.
I did a spin on the second time. So, like a stutter step, I do a spin on the second guy.
I spent probably the better part of a year going around to his cancer events to see for myself what was going on there.
A stiff arm.
One of his stops was at Children's Hospital to see
on a sixth guy, and it's now just a race for the.
He would not allow me to go in rooms
to
with him.
this day.
No, this is not a media event. I'm doing this for these kids.
Best play ever.
All right, if you want to be totally cynical and tell me that was for show, but I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm not saying that makes anything else that he did okay, but
I remember this guy.
I'm not willing to say that there was not a sincere molecule in his body.
And he was watching. The thing is, when I scored a six touchdown,
the last guy
to see any full replay because
the last guy.
And we watched this thing about 15 times a day. And
he would come out, he would be fucking
no, how did we tackle
red.
Getting cancer is a really fucking scary thing.
And then when you emerge from the other end, you're not dead. It's pretty cool.
And
you want other people to realize that you've got hope in your life. And frankly, you have the resources to turn that into something that benefited a lot of people.
somehow, but
if it wasn't simple to start, I think for you and on, I think what we used to refer to it as the cancer shield.
It certainly was an influence in the way people thought about him and their unwillingness to believe that it could even be possible that he was doping.
so when I was in
It is unfair to say that I used Livestrong as a shield. The organization was too legitimate. We did too many good things, too much good work. Now I do think, and I'll admit, I used cancer as a shield, which is just fucking stupid.
That's one
Of a life-threatening disease. I was on my deathbed. Do you think I'm going to come back into the sport and say, okay, doctor, give me everything you got. I just want to go fast. No way.
A guy who comes back from arguably, a death sentence. Why would I then enter into a sport and dope myself up and risk my life again? That's crazy. I would never do that. No way.
Hindsight, it's like the cancer should have been outside.
and we had
Lance's impact on Roth's cancer doesn't excuse the doping.
when I was
Equally as important, doping doesn't erase his impact on the world.
we didn't know what kind of t-shirts to
And I
have,
feel like everyone wants to lump them together and throw them all out because everyone wants to be black and white. But the truth is, it's gray. I truly believe if you were diagnosed with cancer in America today, your experience is better than it was pre-Lance and previous. It was huge.
on the back of the t-shirt.
I had cancer at 22 and again at 24. When I was a
Where
healthy young adult, I ran a marathon the day before I was diagnosed.
had this like
Cancer treatments like chemotherapy and radiation can cause infertility, or cancer treatments can be sterilizing. But most doctors at the time weren't forthcoming with that information. My own doctor was going through all the side effects of chemotherapy and didn't mention fertility. In the waiting room was a magazine with a story about Lance and Kristen and how they had just had a bouncing baby boy because Lance had banked his sperm and they had done fertility treatments. And so here I was, a young adult cancer patient, and I didn't learn about my fertility risks from the doctors at the top cancer centers. I learned about my fertility risks from Lance.
That's unbelievable the way he was conceived. Seeing that is so normal and perfect. I still can't forget that.
It was really sort of a taboo subject. It was kept in the closet, and Lance was just open about it. I think I had called Stanford 5 or 6 times, and someone answered the phone by mistake after hours and said, "Oh, we have a new egg freezing program for cancer patients. We would do one first coming tomorrow." And 2 weeks later, my eggs were frozen, and I started chemotherapy all the time. And today I have 4 children. At ViralRabbi, we started the first ever financial assistance program to help cancer patients pay for fertility treatments in that short time frame. That program still exists today at Livestrong. It has helped more than 10,000 patients and saved them more than $15 million. And there have been thousands of babies born because of Lance and Livestrong's work around cancer survival.
I'm David Armstrong, and I'm Lance's son. I never really bring it up who I am because I felt like that would make me come off as someone that I'm not. I mean, it is part of who I am, but at the end of the day, it's not like what describes me. There's so much more than that.
He went to university.
Did you ever take a photo with the music guy?
I mean, me specifically, I've always felt like grinding for something and really like working for a specific goal has always been so much more worth it than taking the shortcut. And I also feel that like if I ever did that and got caught for random people, they would be like, he's just like sad. What's with your chain up there? You never ridden that bike ever? Every day I ride it. The chain's way too loose. I know, it's kind of weird. I had a week left. I was going to bring it back. Get it tuned up. Good idea.
How would you feel if your son told you that he wanted to take performance enhancing drugs?
If we were put in that position where Lou, who's a college football player, came to me and said, either I'd like to try this or I am doing this, I would say that's a bad idea. When you're a freshman in college, that's, you know, it might be a different conversation if you're in the NFL, but at this point in your life and your career, it's not worth it. Oh, thanks, boys. Hopefully, I'm not a football coach. Hopefully, I can project enough. But this idea of work and process, quite honestly, that was my favorite part of the game. Whether it's diet, sleep, strength work, tactics, morale, and all of this minutia, the small things, truly matter. So, I'm proud of all you guys. I'm obviously proud of the 48. I think it was important that I played football because it wasn't cycling. So I had my own path to like be myself, be Luke, and not to be Lance's son. What do they say? What do they say here, Rice? Like, what's the battle cry? Rice fight never dies. So it's not like whoop whoop. Rice fight. Rice fight. Man. All right, thanks, boys. You're a monster. Yeah, you're and I'm 35. Not 48? Oh, but that's easy to confuse. I know, I get it. But he said 48, and I was like, oh, I'm 35. We are. Okay. Nice meeting you. Good to meet you. Yep. 35. He's out there. Until a few things significant happen on the financial side, which is easy to sell the home in Austin, take the proceeds, and get out of my life. Olivia, do you want to come with me? Okay. All right. You want to race me? I could be Corey Lance. Waking up a piece of shit every day. That's what I know. I don't know why people
bike series. It has some beliefs that are unique to their way of life. I got interested in cycling as a kid in high school, and my parents were not particularly enthusiastic about my obsession with it. It took a while to accept. For me, it was a way to go make sense of the world. At the time that I got hired by the Postal Service team, they had already won the sort of race 3 times with Armstrong, and so he was about as big a star as he could be at that point. That part of me didn't hear from Boston was no ambiguity there.
They said that you were allowed to have certain boundaries.
Superstitious.
I don't necessarily like to be loud, but
Was a former teammate of mine, a beloved teammate of mine. I
As soon as I got out of my father hauled Leghorn from the rear view mirror of the car.
He's an interesting character. He doesn't play by the rules that everybody plays by. Free spirit. I have my own challenges that I'm up for throughout that went bankrupt midway through the year with Floyd. And I saw what happened when he felt cornered and didn't have options.
I've had to work a little harder than some people. I haven't had as many breaks as for 10 years getting this team to the top level and be able to raise the class and talk friends. And I've been fighting my way here. So, it's just what do you call them?
Traditions. To explain that, it's for the demons, you know?
Despite the difficulty and the amount of time and determination it takes.
So nobody looks at you and cripples your soul.
We just like to spend time riding by themselves.
You don't have that in your family?
What people see, they see Georgie and they think, oh, he's a tough guy. I mean, Lance is a tough part, motherfucker.
Real medication at the house.
They'll take that.
Fever? My mother started cutting potatoes. She would put slices.
And one by one, those guys started getting frustrated with that, wanted the respect, wanted the higher contract, which is just normal. And one by one, they
have any Tylenol? Why are potatoes
helped
on my head?
3 tours, so I could look back 3 years and look
I
ahead 3
just
years.
grew up and was covered in Vicks. We had lots of Vicks and just rub me. They would boil water, they would drop the Vicks in the water, then I would have to hover over the water. Right? 183 degrees. Breathing. And a beach towel would come over my head like, I can't breathe. I can't breathe anymore. They were just hoping. Snap. I can't breathe. Don't we have holes? Bleeding holes.
In 2004, I had a warm-up race for the Tour de France called the Dauphiné.
But as odd as his upbringing might have been,
I heard from sources that he was pissed.
it taught me passion. It taught me whatever you do in life, you do it 138%. You give it your all.
Sure enough, they called that night.
Add this train to your bucket list. We work on a luxury train through the Rocky Mountains with Rocky Mountaineer from Moab, Utah to Denver, Colorado on an epic 2-day journey. There are glass-domed windows so you don't miss a second of the stunning mountains, waterfalls, epic scenery, and even wildlife as you pass. You're served gourmet food with a full menu as well as drinks. There's also a cocktail lounge where a piano serenades you, all unlimited drinks and snacks. There's also a viewing platform for even more scenic lookouts. The train staff will tell you incredible history along the way and point out Kodak moments. Before we headed on the train, we explored the beauty of Arches and Canyonlands National Park and even took a Hummer tour at sunset. Save this for your bucket list.
he has he's got fire in his belly and succeeded.
Hey everybody, I'm Duncan Crouch, Ireland National Executive Director and Chief Negotiator of SAG-AFTRA, and I'm excited to be on this IG Live today to talk with you about our video games contract strike authorization and the Monday deadline to vote on the National Games Association. So eligible SAG-AFTRA members should have received postcards and emails with voting information by now. If you can't locate yours, you can get it. You can visit our website, the SAG-AFTRA website at sagaftra.org/videogames2023 for information on voting. I'm going to be answering questions, so feel free to drop any questions you have related to the video game strike authorization vote into the question icon below, and we'll talk about that. I want to say that the issues affecting the voice actors and performance capture artists who bring the multi-billion-dollar video game industry to life are very, very similar to the issues that are affecting our members who work with the TV, theatrical, and streaming contracts. And those video game industry employers are continuing to fail to meet our members' needs in key areas related to compensation, to safety, and to protections from AI technology. And because of this, our negotiating committee and our national group unanimously agree that we should have a member-approved strike authorization vote in hand and bargaining resumes for this video game contract this coming Tuesday, September 26th. So, some more background. It's been nearly a year since SAG-AFTRA began negotiating with the companies. That's right, and despite many bargaining sessions, the companies are not addressing members' needs. That's why it's so important to enter this upcoming round of negotiations with the strike authorization in hand. So,
do you have any respect for yours? Universal, they have like characters, people who play different, like Marilyn Monroe, these different characters. Let me go see if they're hiring. They're like, we're not, but they're doing tour guide auditions today. Somehow I read all four callbacks. They give this huge binder. I was about to say boner, which I did have a man once made on my tour. So I did give people boners. I don't this. I'll just say I was really good. That's what I want to talk about. Yeah, I was really good at my job. What are you talking about? Somewhere along the ride in King Kong 360. Oh, Mary. I didn't realize until the very end when like these people sitting next to him were like waving at me. There's no like code 69 like in case of Vader, you know. And that's when I noticed that guy though was an annual pass and apparently a repeat offender of like video game parks. We just like, sir, can you get off? Oh my god, everything.
Annoyed me that the whole system was set up not to protect the riders. You know, that the riders were just fodder for other people's grand plans. David Walsh got in touch. I thought, you know, we need to make this a helpful, constructive article about the problems in society. I was feeling really irritated at the stage when I got although being disloyal to my teammates and to the riders. Then feeling really died.
personified the underdog. And the Italians always felt like underdogs. After 1999, having been associated with doping, he almost couldn't face himself, let alone the world.
E Marco non piangeva neanche quanto lo menavi da piccolo. Era talmente orgoglioso, non si faceva vedere piangere. E quel giorno lui mi sta piangendo. Ha detto che le macchine che passavano gli urlavano dopato, vai a casa.
It's one of those sporting and emotionally charged survivor drama takes you on an intense journey of resilience and self-discovery. Following the tragic loss of her husband in a climbing accident, Virginia Gardner spirals into a life of isolation and despair. When an opportunity for closure arises, she embarks on a perilous adventure with her best friend. What begins as an attempt to heal and move on turns into a fight for survival. They find themselves stranded high above the ground but a corroded tower.
I think one of the tragedies of that lost generation of riders is that the ones who felt the shame most keenly on their conscience the most. That's certainly the case with Patani.
And they would say couldn't say about the UCI and about the doctors and stuff. I knew I was in trouble. I realised there's something more about Lance than cycling. And I was actually the last walk on my own.
He's instigated a lot of action. Every accusation that's come, every case that's come, we've sued people, we've opened ourselves up for investigation, we've opened ourselves up for inquiries, and our average, our batting average in all of them is 1,000.
Do you have any other evidence to suggest that Mr. O'Reilly is behind bars. He's accused of beating a person over some missing baseball cards. According to the arrest report, the victim was hired for landscaping by 50-year-old Gail McCauley, who you see here on November 26th. The victim says McCauley accused him of stealing valuable baseball cards, tied him to a chair with the help of 3 other people. The victim says he was then beaten with a baseball bat and stabbed with a knife. McCauley is now being charged with kidnapping, battery, and aggravated assault.
That would be worse than that.
So why'd you do it?
Well, you know, I had a version of events in my head that I wasn't trying to say that she was a whore. But, why did I do it? Because I was an idiot and in full attack mode. That's why I did it. Right? I would have said anything. I couldn't be a different person off the bike. There was no getting in my way, and it worked really, really good for training and racing. It just doesn't work good if you're dealing with another human being who's not in the race.
Paris today opened his heart to Texan Lance Armstrong, who now is the first cyclist to win the grueling Tour de France 6 times in a row.
It's a great feeling, I mean, especially nowadays. Every year, more and more Americans come here on the Champs-Elysees, and now it's just lined with Americans, American flags, Texas flags, and I almost feel like I'm at home standing up there.
2004 is when the mess started, where they were breathing down our throats to sign a false affidavit supporting Lance, smearing David Walsh. When I refused to do that, it was just a snowball. Anybody Lance could talk to smear me, to cast aspersions on my character, because he wanted to portray me as some sort of wacko that you don't want to believe him. It was all about protecting the brand. Lance Inc. Cancer survivor.
you were not on side with the secret, Lance would just cease speaking positively, which you say, well, that's but when you're trying to be a television announcer for cycling, like Frankie was, and the largest star in sport is Lance Armstrong, and the producer of the show asks him, "What do you think would be a good announcer?" And he says, "Oh, well, this guy, and this guy." And like, "What about Frankie?" He's very good at making sure he's one step removed from true responsibility of his actions.
You understand that although we're in the conference room with your lawyers, you are giving testimony as if you are in a court of law. Do you understand that? Correct.
The team at the time, managed by Tom Weisel, didn't have the money to pay me. So they insured all of my bonuses, all of my salary raises, increases, everything.
They decided if this guy's defrauding us and he's cheating to win these races, they didn't want to pay the prize money. And so Lance filed suit against SCA Promotions, trying to collect his prize money. Betsy Andreu went under oath. Frankie Andreu went under oath. They said he admitted to doping in 1996. Lance denied it.
Tell us what was said during this conversation in the Indiana University Hospital.
Lance was diagnosed with cancer, so Frankie and I went to go visit him. And we were in his hospital room, but then he was going to have a consultation with the doctor. So I said, I think we should leave to give you your privacy. And Lance said, that's okay, you can stay. The doctor asked him a couple of questions, and then came the question, have you ever taken anything for performance? And he answered drugs. And he just nonchalantly rattled them off. EPO, testosterone, growth hormone, steroids, cortisone.
So make sure it's not that you don't remember whether that the Indiana hospital incident occurred. It affirmatively did not take place.
But the roots of rotating the gear reach back naturally to the place where it feels like most college football ideas seem to have been immaculately conceived, South Bend, Indiana.
Just try to make sure your testimony is clear. Well, if it can't be any clearer that I've never taken drugs, then incidents like that could never happen. How clear is that?
Based on those lies, that forced the company to settle with Lance Armstrong and pay him $7.5 million.
Yeah, what can I do for you, Padre? You just tell me, what can I do?
Nobody dopes versus honest. You're done. The only way you can dope and be honest is if nobody ever asks you, which is not realistic. The second somebody asks you, show me the great jersey. No.
This sucks.
You might be one lie, you answer one. Or in my case, it might be 10,000 lies, because you only 10,000 lies. And then you take it a step further and you enforce it. And you don't ever fucking ask that question. Right? And then you can see somebody that's another, and then it just. So that's why.
Show me the green jersey. Yeah. Louder.
Because we all lie.
Show me the green jersey. That take Coach Frank. What do you gotta do? Show me the green jersey. I didn't even feel it, Coach Frank. Show me the green jersey. Show me the green jersey. Show me the green jersey.
This sucks.
Il m'a dit tu as tout faux. Tu n'aurais pas dû dénoncer le docteur Ferrari et surtout pas moi. Pour moi ce n'est pas un problème. J'ai du temps, j'ai de l'argent, et je peux te détruire quand je veux.
When eventually Simeone came back to the Peloton, Lance comes up to the camera and goes,
This sucks.
You cannot get any more
fundamentally.
You guys just look like shit.
Show me the money! It should have been embarrassing to Lance Armstrong, but he was at a point in his life where he was getting away with stuff.
I think Simeone.
Oh god, is that embarrassing? The hope never did that
to
shit.
the sport, to the people that he's built.
When you're that protected by the organization that runs cycling, I mean, you can actually take out personal vendettas as well as win at the same time. Like that. It's just
Filippo Simeone is right up there with him. Stoop to that level, that's not what a champion does. So I needed to go say sorry for that. I went there in 2013, so it had been 9 years. He said, for 9 years, my entire life is associated with you. This is a guy who was a multiple-time Italian champion and won stage. I mean, he won some races. But everybody remembered that day. Because I was a fucking asshole. So it just takes, those days and hearing those things to learn and to be like, okay, what you thought was bad was way worse.
Let's welcome Lance Armstrong and Johan Verniel.
I will cut right to the chase and say that after a lot of thought, I've decided that the Tour de France will be my last race as a professional cyclist. It will be the last one, win or lose. The biggest inspiration in my life now and the biggest inspiration in this decision is my children. Ultimately, athletes have to retire. Say that you can't do it forever. My time has come, and there are many, many other things that I need to do in life. So.
Lance Armstrong cruised down the roads into Paris today to claim his 7th victory in the Tour de France.
It was an incredible 7 years for him. I mean, God, look at today. 4 of his teammates crashed right in front of him, and he still stays up. I mean, it's incredible. The guy he's unbreakable. He's untouchable, and he's got 7 wins.
Winning 7 Tour de France is not easy. That's 21 stages times 7. That's more than 100 straight days of not crashing, getting sick, making a strategic blunder, making sure your team around you. That's extremely difficult to do that. That takes a brilliant competitive mind, a real powerful leadership. On the other hand, it's not clear how well you've done if everybody was clean. But that's what the world was, and he succeeded in it.
The cynics and the skeptics, I'm sorry for you. I'm sorry you can't dream big, and I'm sorry you don't believe in miracles. This is one hell of a race. This is a great sporting event, and you should stand around and believe. You should believe in these athletes.
When Lance Armstrong left the Tour de France at the end of 2005, everything seemed to pale into irrelevance. He was the film star that professional cycling had never had. He was the most charismatic rider that professional cycling had ever seen.
Lance Armstrong's win and retirement mean many things, but perhaps none more important than this. Americans will never have to care about cycling again.
I think he was just enjoying the retired life at that point. He and McConaughey were working out and just enjoying the beach. McConaughey at that time was as famous of an actor as you possibly get. You walk into a bar or a restaurant, most of the people there are like, I want to meet Matthew McConaughey, I want to have a beer with him. Lance Armstrong was like a whole different level of fame. There was not a person in that restaurant that didn't want to shake his hand, not a busboy who wasn't affected by cancer. Like every single person wanted to meet Lance Armstrong. That's something.
The ESPY goes to Lance Armstrong.
He was showing up at parties that bike racers would normally go to.
Thank you very much. It's been amazing hosting Saturday Night Live this week. I would say it's been a turn.
He was like the only A-list star in American cycling history.
Did you meet any of your dad's girlfriends?
Yeah. Cheryl. She was super sweet. He dated Tori Birch. He dated Kate Hudson. And Anna. Yeah, he definitely dated a few people before me. I've been Lance's partner for about 10 years now. And we have 2 kids. When Lance and I met, I was actually living in Vail, working with a small nonprofit working with young adult cancer survivors. So, yeah, something that kind of drew us together, I think, was our work in the cancer world. Well, you could help out with that, honey. I'm gonna put a few more tomatoes in.
How do you do that?
Have you ever peeled a potato?
No. Never done that. Well, true story. It was a snowy night in Denver. This is not working.
The only part that's true. No, you did a nice long crawl right there.
And she was kind of coming on to me at this bar, and she chased me down the snowy street, and I was literally running. It's not working.
No, you're doing great. Okay, let's. Oh no! Oh my god!
Oh my god! Oh, that didn't work very good.
Oh my god! There's blood all over the place.
I wonder how deep that is.
Oh, blood on my cheeks.
Call some doctor friend of ours, please, right now. We have all these friends that are
happening right now.
No, call some doctor friend. This is an emergency. I'm actually getting a little queasy. I swear to God. Hey, 911. 911, doc. 911.
Here it is. Are you ready?
Right on the end.
Just the tip.
You know, I just wrap that thing pretty tight. Wrap it tight shit.
Tight shit. There you go. Okay. All right.
This is rocket science, really.
I think when you're wounded, you can cut.
I'm seriously injured, girl.
Okay, well, like that? No. Okay, then you can't cut.
I just wonder who's going to have to bite of the salad with my fingertip in it.
Ew, did you think it's in a salad?
Yes.
Oh my god, we can't serve that. That's disgusting.
How annoying is this finger, Nick? Should I put it down? I'll put this in. I need to elevate it.
My parents got divorced when I was 1 years old, so I was a little baby. I never had to deal with it because I don't even remember them being together.
Kristen and I divorced in 2003, which was not pleasant. The girls were still in diapers. I will take all of the responsibility for saying, I'm out. Yeah, that was my MO. The time still is a layer of that to me where it's like, I'm out. You know, she didn't say I'm out. She wanted to figure it out. And I just said, no, I'm out. Then I had this relationship with Cheryl that lasted for years. Kristen's going, wait a minute. We just got divorced, and now I'm reading in every news outlet in the world about my ex-husband, the father of my 3 kids, with this rock star. It could have been easy. And the irony is, I wasn't that happy. This is why I so do not miss living with or loving or being in a relationship with anybody else famous. is in those situations, you just can't get out. And then you're afraid to break the cycle and just stay in. And I did it way too long. I just said, no, I can't do this anymore. And for that, I'm actually really sorry. I should have said that a lot earlier. I should have been honest.
Well, the yellow jerseys, the excitement, the race to the finish, everything is in place for the Tour de France except the big star.
Both riders and fans have been looking forward to the opening of the post-Lance era.
Armstrong was finally gone, and it looked as though Jan Ullrich was going to win. He was in the best condition he'd been in for a decade. So he'd gone to the Tour of Italy to prepare. Towards the end of that Tour of Italy, there was a huge story that broke in Spain that a doctor by the name of Eufemiano Fuentes had been arrested.
It doesn't get any bigger. After 34 years, I think this will become the biggest drug scandal ever within the sport of cycling.
Despite proclaiming their innocence, both Basso and Ullrich, two of the sport's superstars, were pulled from the race after their names appeared in a book.
That was the last time Jan was ever seen a professional bike race. He exited the stage, left in an Audi driven by his brother at about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the day before the Tour was due to start, and most of us never saw him again.
Others' ambitions may also now be realized. Another American, Floyd Landis, and the Kodak team may have better fortunes on this tour with Armstrong gone and the front runners eliminated.
The sweat coursing down the face of Floyd Landis. This has been a day and a half for him. A man who was dead on his wheels yesterday is now just like a Superman of the world of cycling. Here he comes, wait for it, after 7 years of Lance Armstrong. And they all thought there was going to be no more Americans for a while. They were wrong. Floyd Landis steps up to take the Tour de France. Long start.
Lance, I'm sure, wasn't happy that I won the race because he had told me directly to my face in previous years that no American was going to win the Tour de France while he had the control of the sport that he had. I honestly don't remember much of it. It's been a long time, and I spent so much time trying not to think about it. I remember it happening like it was a dream. The rest of it went badly after that.
The Tour's winner, Floyd Landis, tested positive for testosterone following his dramatic victory.
I deserved to win the race, and that was what I set out to do for me, not for anybody else. It's unfortunate that the public has a misconception of what's going on here, but that's out of my control. It's hard lying to people. I'm not very good at it. Lance is very, very good at it. Frankly, he's better at lying than just telling the truth. He's very uncomfortable being himself. But I wasn't good at it, and that's what he was trying to give me instructions on. Like, hey, Floyd, look, you got to be more assertive. I just wasn't good at it. I declare convincingly and categorically that my winning the Tour de France has been exclusively due to many years of training and my complete devotion to cycling.
He got torn apart. He just ultimately was just thrown down. People I know would be like, I heard Floyd's living in someone's basement and he's drunk every day by lunchtime.
I had hip surgery. I had my hip replaced within 2 weeks after the tour. At that point, they gave me a bunch of Vicodin and narcotics and stuff, so that helped. I could just drink and check out. I shouldn't say that helped. I'm not by no means promoting the stuff, but honestly, in a twisted way, probably kept me alive because I just couldn't check out.
Hey, everybody. I know there's been a lot of reports in the media today about a possible return to racing. I just want to let you know that after long talks with my kids, the rest of my family, close group of friends, I have decided to return to professional cycling in 2009.
Lance Armstrong is officially coming back. Lance Armstrong announced today he's 3-year-long retirement.
I said, you are effing crazy. Why would you do that?
He's like, I'm coming back. I was like, oh shit.
You got to be kidding me. Why would you ever jeopardize that legacy to maybe win one more? Like, I think I was looking at it, it was like, wow, how audacious. For one moment, I thought, man, that is so audacious. Is it possible I've been wrong and he has been clean the whole time? Because if he hasn't, this is ridiculous.
He had gotten away with it up to that point, yeah. And if he would have just shut the fuck up, it would have been okay.
When I was younger, I used to be like, oh, like, why would Michael Jordan try baseball? Like, you know, why does an old heavyweight walk into the ring and then get knocked out when they already have made millions? And now I sort of realize that if you've spent your whole life training to be an elite athlete and you've succeeded, you don't want to stop until someone, like, literally takes it away from you.
Summer of 2008, I was bored. For whatever reason, I started working out a lot more. And I was getting in shape, and I was like, oh, this feels good. I watched the tour, and Carlos Sastre won the Tour de France. Carlos Sastre, I was like, oh my God. Carlos Sastre. Me sitting there in 2008 was like, he is not a worthy champion of that event. And so if he can win, then I can go back and win.
Was the general consensus that he rode clean?
I don't know. Once again, he didn't fail a test. But I'm very skeptical. And the main reason I'm skeptical is A, experience. B, he had continued to consult with Michele Ferrari during that time. Yeah, Michele Ferrari writes great training plans, but you don't gut him solely for the training.
Michele Ferrari said to me, you cannot cross the line. They will get you. Jean-Marie LeBlanc writes an open letter to me telling me not to come back. Jean-Marie LeBlanc was the most iconic director of the tour ever. You know, he knew how the game was played. I was numb reading it.
I remember him sitting there at this cafe asking me, like, what do you think I should do?
I was trying to explain to her, who was new to my life, that this really feels like a bad idea. I should have just picked up the phone and called everybody and said, not doing it, not feeling it. That would have been the smart thing to do. I'd had 2 days of really negative press, speculation, but I would have dodged everything. It was exciting for a little bit, but it quickly got kind of weird. I came back to Johan Vernil's team, but the team that he was running at the time was from Kazakhstan, sponsored by Astana, the capital. And so it was this mix of Kazakhs and Spaniards. We had Alberto Contador on the team. Who had won the tour before, and it was just, I got to training camp in Spain, and I was like, this is fucking Miami.
But Alberto Contador now is establishing himself as the leader of the Astana team. Alberto Contador has decided he wants to lay down the foundations of a win number 2 of the Tour de France this afternoon. Out to the saddle, he gets once again, lifts the pace up. Armstrong is defending here this afternoon. He hasn't really lost all that much when you look at the riders who he has races to.
Contour wins the tour, his own teammate, and rather than celebrating the fact that, gee, I came back after a big break and came in third in the Tour de France, he looks totally fucking pissed.
Floyd was trying to come back after his suspension. He went to Lance and Johan and said, hey, can you put me back on the team? I think, he wasn't even looking for a big salary. I just want to race my bike. They said, no, we can't. You're radioactive. We can't touch you.
End of 2009, we started this new team. Even if I want, I can't, because number one, there was, I think, 12 or 14 teams who had signed a private deal with the Tour de France. Of course, Radio Shack was a new team. We were not part of that deal, so we needed an invitation. Even if we were Pro Tour, we needed an invitation. So I knew for a fact, if I sign Landis, we're not getting an invitation to the Tour. And I knew it was a time bomb. But what do you want me to do?
Floyd felt betrayed. Like, hey, we all did the same thing. I got caught. You could have gotten caught. I know your secrets. You know my secrets. And, you should be looking out for me. And instead, you're turning your back on me.
Everyone is hopeful, like Floyd was, that he's going to come back after 2 years. In cycling, they call it on a cut. It's like the mafia. But with the mafia, if you have a problem, the mafia would tell you, be quiet, don't say anything, we take care of your family, all organized, don't worry, and you come back when you're out of prison. Floyd didn't say a word, and then after 2 years, the system said, look, you're toxic, we cannot take you.
This is why I disagree with the omerta word. The fact is that in a mafia situation where that word comes from, you have a group of people who have each other's back if something happens. It doesn't work that way here. They stab you in the back. And so I figured, look, I took a bullet for you guys. I fought, I did what I was supposed to do, and then when I go to come back, they say, no, you're not allowed back. Then, you know what? All bets are off. The contract is no longer valid, and that's it.
Floyd called Frankie because he was fuming mad. Floyd said, I'll out that son of a bitch. I will not with him. And we thought, oh my gosh, maybe he'll do something.
I didn't even appropriate. I knew if I read it, I would change my mind. I just, if I had said that it's done, then I've gone down this path and I can't go back.
And how did it feel once you hit that send button?
For about 6 hours, it felt fine. Then I realized, okay, I got to deal with this now. So I sent a few more. I'm like, well, I better write some really elaborate stories so that if people read it, they'll say, this guy's either got a wildly overactive imagination or there's something to it. I didn't have any material evidence. We didn't record anything. We didn't keep anything by design. Right? By design, there's no way to prove it. But I figured, look, if I read enough detail into these stories, people will at least say, well, it's a fascinating story, and they'll read it. Nothing else.
Everybody set? Yeah. Give me one word to sum this all up. Credibility. Floyd lost his credibility a long time ago. He has nothing. He's got no proof. It's his word versus ours. We like our word. We like where we stand. We like our credibility. It speaks volumes to his mental state and the time of the day they were sent. I don't need to fill you guys in on other people's habits and lifestyles. in his mind, I don't know that it was entirely true, partly true, but in his mind, he took the fall for the entire generation. Again, it doesn't matter what I think or what we think, it matters what he thought. So he thought that he took the fall for everyone that did the same thing. And he became a complete pariah.
Everybody wanted to treat me like I was this evil, cheating liar. And then I told the truth, and then all of a sudden, now he's a rat. Oh, now he's turning on his own people. So it's like it was a no-win situation. But I didn't just say, this is what Lance said. I said, here's what happened to everybody. Here's what I did. Here's what I know about everything and everybody. Do whatever you want with it. And of course, it became about Lance because everything's always about Lance, and that's the way he wanted it. So that part, he can't pin that on me. That's his approach to life. It's about me. They did what they normally do, is they call my lawyer and say, hey, look, you're going to end up in prison if you keep this up. And so I sent more emails. I mean, by the time I committed to that path, like I said, I was not coming back out.
We're not filming on the way back. This no music shit is lame.
Who has a question for Lance, knowing right out of the gate? You're ready. Stand up.
Lance? You're getting up a little slow there.
Haggard.
How long's the track? We said 250, right? You did 2.5K. That's cool. You rode a mile and a half. Everybody give it up.
Last time I saw you was in the van with Jeff Spencer and Floyd Land. And
this is going to be good.
Thank you.
Yes, at least one decade.
I'm curious to know how those relationships are these days today, and are you repairing them, or how do you feel about that? And
okay, so they're two very different people here. Between if it's Floyd Landis and Jeff Spencer, because I still consider my relationship with Jeff Spencer, who I spent hours on his table with every night during the tour, to be a special relationship. So I would need to be more specific on who. I mean, I will be specific on Floyd Landis. There'll never be a relationship. Never. Most people in the story, I'm fine to just forgive and forget and let's move on. There are a few that I'm not there yet. And net, Floyd's one of them. You just can't. It's unforgivable.
In 2010, you have Floyd Landis, who went public, and then right on the heels of that was the criminal investigation in the United States.
He was kind of freaking out because stuff was starting to come out in the papers. He was getting frustrated and scared, and a lot of different things that I didn't totally understand were happening, but I had an idea. The legal stuff started to heat up because we're not married. There wasn't like spousal privilege either. So he did explain that to me at one point. He was like, I don't want you to feel like you're in the dark. But there's also certain things like I can't really talk to you about right now because you're not protected.
Just everything just got crazy. The His world just got completely nuts. Lance went on full denial mode. I went on full no comment mode. We thought it was just kind of like a huge press scandal until I get a call from Nowitzki.
Jeffrey Nowitzki, who worked with the FDA, was looking into drug use in professional cycling.
Jeff Nowitzki was involved in the criminal investigation. He was involved in Balco, which was the steroids investigation of Barry Bonds and baseball, and he took it upon himself to be some sort of sheriff cop of performance-enhancing substances around sport generally.
Federal prosecutors in a criminal investigation have the ability to issue subpoenas to people. And when those people get subpoenaed, they can take the fifth, which says, I have the right not to incriminate myself. I'm not going to answer your questions. But a federal prosecutor has the ability to respond to that by saying, we'll give you immunity. Once you have immunity, you no longer have the right to take the fifth because nothing you say can be used against you. And so you have to answer their questions. And if you answer their questions and you're not being truthful, you could get prosecuted for that.
Most of the riders who testified and support staff, that was the first time that they had ever told anyone the truth.
I try to jog your memory so you remember a lot of things. A lot of that stuff at that point had happened. I testified in 2010, so they were talking about like 95 to 2005.
It was terrifying. I mean, I still had broken ribs from crashing out of the Tour de France. I'm not gonna lie, it was a long 8 hours.
The first 15 minutes were hard, then the next 6 hours or 45 minutes were almost like a religious experience for me, just unloading all this darkness that had been just kept burying and burying and burying. I was always surprised that how's this been kept under wraps for such a long time. It was too big of a secret for it not to come out. But I always thought to myself, hopefully it comes out 10 years after I'm retired. I don't have to deal with it. I'm sure that's what the guys in the 80s were thinking.
One of the advice of the councils were like, you can't talk to Lance anymore because Lance was still being very, was denying it very, very strongly.
For me, maybe not obviously, but it started a long time ago. It started 10 years ago with a lot of talk and speculation, which is, I think is part and parcel to being successful in what is widely viewed as, maybe a dirty sport.
When you were lying like that, what was it like looking at yourself in the mirror?
No problem. No problem. I'm not justifying it or defending it, but I'm telling you, it was not a problem. Because it was just part of the. I was so used to it, and it was part of the game, and it was. You just kind of become immune to that. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy to hear myself say that, but that's the truth.
When things started closing in on him, he wanted me to call John McCain. When he asking McCain to do something knowing that he was actually guilty. Yikes. I'm so glad I didn't. If something had gone south and somehow it besmirched John McCain's name, I never would have lived it down.
For a while there was a possibility that Lance Armstrong was going to face criminal charges and could potentially go to prison.
I figured they were marching straight towards an indictment. I mean, when it lasts that long.
There is late word tonight that federal prosecutors have dropped their 2-year-long investigation of Lance Armstrong, ending an effort to determine whether the 7-time Tour de France winner cheated his way to victory by taking part in a doping program. Armstrong repeatedly has denied the accusations that have dogged him for years. Tonight he released a statement praising the decision. When we come back,
it was like we're in the clear.
I was like, okay. I got off. I'm free. And even the day they announced it, just for them, if they want to bury it the day before the Super Bowl or 2 days before Super Bowl weekend's the perfect time to do it other than Christmas.
Several of his friends and his circle were politically connected. So there's that theory that it was shut down somehow from high up in the Justice Department. But I have absolutely no evidence of that.
That evening, USADA made some statement, we're going to continue to investigate this. I was like, oh, right, whatever.
case gets dropped until the guys think they're in the clear. But Travis Tiger says, no, I can pick this up. And I can bring all the guys in and ask them to tell me what they're told Jeff Nowitzki.
We have to clean out that system in order to drain the swamp, so to speak, and put this sport on a new pedestal. I remember a conversation that I had with George Hincap. Tell George, look, here's our goals, here's what we're trying to do. Sit down with us, be truthful, and we're going to do everything we can to both protect you and the public, as well as get you the minimum sanction we possibly can. And we're pushing for amnesty. And George, by the way, if you're talking to Lance, this is going to be afforded to him as well. We're going to be reaching out to him to have the exact same conversation. We touched base with Lance's lawyers. They just had their MO already in place, and they weren't going to be part of it. They were just going to continue to deny and lie and attack.
Their idea of cooperation was always based on not just being truthful about what you did, but can you help us nail somebody else?
I did tell Lance to just come out and say it. I mean, shit, this is real now. It's not just the press. This is like, he's like, that's not happening.
I was in Hawaii doing a half Ironman. Do the race, fly to France for Ironman France. It's going to be my first Ironman. I'll never forget this. I'm sitting in this house that we are renting, and Pat McQuaid calls me. He said, Jonathan Vaughters just came up to me and said, Pat, a little surprise tomorrow.
He had been talking to USADA. He didn't give me much information. He just said, this is going to be bad. USADA are on this case, and they're on very strongly or something like that. And this is going to go down.
So you need to start thinking about how these guys are going to react to this. And he just didn't believe me. I mean, his reaction was, wait, you're saying that a bunch of cyclists testified that not only do they know about doping, but they themselves do.
Hi, Pimp Daddy. It is now 6:13 a.m.
No way. He's like, no way that people have done it.
McQuaid called me, and then I'm like, uh-oh. I haven't been paying attention to this, but it sounds like something's about to happen. The next day, boom.
We turn next to the huge blow tonight for the man who inspired millions by beating cancer and winning the Tour de France 7 times. The biggest watchdog organization in sports announced late today that they now have cold, hard proof that Lance Armstrong was doping to win, which could cost him all his medals and his athletic future. Here's ABC's No Color.
A couple days after that, the Ironman organization says you can't race. We just turned around and flew home.
UCI will ban Lance Armstrong from cycling, and UCI will strip him of his 7 Tour de France titles. Lance Armstrong has no place in cycling.
After they do all this, it's within their rights to issue a report. And the other lawyers said, no, it'll never happen. That report was the recent decision. And it happened. And it was this thick.
The anti-doping agency report is based upon more than 1,000 pages of evidence, including sworn testimony from U.S. Postal Service riders who had knowledge of Armstrong's doping or doping by the team.
I don't think anybody knew the breadth of the evidence that they would have all these teammates of his submitting sworn affidavits that said this is all true, this is all happening. The nail in the coffin was the testimony from George Hincap that Lance Armstrong had doped. This is his friend saying it now.
Nike, a longtime sponsor of Armstrong, released this statement. Lance has stated his innocence and has been unwavering on this position. Nike plans to continue to support Lance and the Lance Armstrong Foundation.
Nike
He was the pillar that was keeping this whole fraudulent scheme alive. What bothers me is when corporations who have lifted these athletes onto a pedestal don't then take responsibility.
Nike, calling the evidence against Armstrong seemingly insurmountable, ended its endorsement deal with the 7-time Tour de France champion. Other sponsors followed suit.
When he knew his program was going to come crashing down, he went to Hawaii to hide away, just to deal with it with the family. And I flew out there to see him just to make sure he was doing okay. And we played golf every day in the afternoon, just the two of us. You know, crazy enough, on the 12th hole, his phone would always ring, and it would be horrible news.
Hopefully, any one of them. Literally, phone calls coming in from Bart and Bill. They're gone.
All gone in 48 hours. Like that. Gone. I wouldn't change a thing. I work for myself now.
To Lance Armstrong, that was lost income to him to this day, which tells me he hasn't learned these lessons. He still is somehow justifying everything that he did because he's talking about that loss of income as his price that he paid. If I was a bank robber and you caught me, what would you think if I said to you and said, hey, you know, you cost me $100 million of income?
There was a Lance Armstrong building on the Nike campus, and it went from the Lance Armstrong building one day to literally overnight when done off.
Lance Armstrong has taken some major new blows in the latest fallout from that doping scandal surrounding the legendary cyclist. NBC's Ann Thompson is here with more on this story. Ann, good morning.
Good morning, Matt. You know, it's been a brutal 24 hours for Lance Armstrong. He's been dropped by his big-name sponsors, Nike, Anheuser-Busch, and Trek Bicycles. And he stepped aside as chairman of Livestrong, a charity he founded to promote cancer survivorship.
Our responsibility was to the foundation, first and foremost. We all revered Lance. So we had to save the foundation, and the only way we thought we could save it was Lance. In very typical Lance fashion, he struck back, called us all cowards. It was pretty rough.
The Livestrong situation angers me. If it were me, I would have said, you're in timeout. An indefinite timeout. But you're still the founder, and we realize that at some point the dust will settle here, and not just you, but we as an organization, you, me, the organization can reemerge. I worked too hard to make it great, and it's just a bummer.
A lot of people put aside their lives because it was an inspiring story. And then when you discovered that the emperor has no clothes, and you realize that you'd taken your life on a completely different track because you thought this was a heroic story with no bad side to it. I'm sure a lot of people are disillusioned. A lot of people are pissed off that they were lied to.
Do you wish that you would have had a deal with Travis because he wanted names? Was it that you wanted to protect people? Did you?
Look, I've already told you numerous times, and I'm going to say it again, I wouldn't change a thing. So I don't wish I would have made a deal with Travis Tiger. Because there was, if you think about it, there are three potential outcomes here. First is nothing happens. I never get investigated. The feds don't investigate. USADA doesn't investigate, and I just
keep going the way I was going. I don't want that. Option 2 is a hybrid of that and where we sit today, which is he struck a deal. Travis gives you whatever the suspension was. He says nice things about you. He maybe calls some of your sponsors and says, hey, please support him. He's going to support us. And you kind of get a pass. Option 3 is the one I chose, where it's like, nope, fuck you. I'm going to kick your ass, bring it on, and I lose everything. So I'm going to say it again. I wouldn't change a thing. Option 1 and option 2 don't get me to the place where I am today, sitting right here. I needed a fucking nuclear meltdown, and I got it.
Yes or no? Did you ever take banned substances to enhance your cycling performance?
Yes.
Yes or no? Was one of those banned substances EPO?
Yes.
Did you ever blood dope or use blood transfusions to enhance your cycling performance?
Yes.
Lance went to Oprah by himself. Didn't even tell our team. He was in Hawaii, flew over to see her at her home. Said, I'm thinking about doing this. I'm going to have to do it. He called Bill Barton after.
I remember during the conversation, I was like, is this a done deal or are we still talking about this? He's like, well, she's coming to town next week. I'm like, what, for a meeting? No, for the interview.
I couldn't believe that he was going to do it. I couldn't believe that he was going to do it with Oprah, of all people. My second reaction was, wow, what about all these people had clung to the hope that Lance was right and everybody else was wrong? What's that going to be like for them?
I want to love Lance. I still love him, I guess, at heart, but I think it's really shady that he kept this from us.
We watched him win 7 times, and we all just stood in amazement. And now to find out that it was based on lies, it hurts all of us.
I'd like to think that at some point, that he would be forgiven, but the reality is, I think he burned those bridges a long time ago.
I don't think there's anything he can do to redeem himself in the public eye.
When people were saying things, David Walsh, Sunday Times, Emma O'Reilly, Betsy Andreu, you're suing people and you know that they're telling the truth. What is that?
It's a major flaw.
The day before he taped with Oprah, he called. And when he called, Frankie said, come on. He calls us the day before he's taping with Oprah. He's just calling her because Oprah's going to ask, well, did you apologize to the Andrews? As if 2 words can erase a decade plus of evil.
Was Betsy telling the truth about the Indiana hospital? Overhearing you in 1996?
I'm not going to take that on. I'm laying down on that one.
Was Betsy lying?
I'm just not. I'm going to put that one down.
If he will not admit that this seminal incident, which is germane to his downfall, happened, you have to question everything else that he says.
If it makes everybody happy that I say it happened, I'm happy to say it happened. But I'm also going to be honest with you and say I don't call it happening.
Is it well with the 2 of you? Have you made peace?
No. Because they've been hurt too badly. And a 40-minute conversation isn't enough.
Before Lance was going to do Oprah, he was flying over to Maui. I was like, I have to sit the kids down, talk to them.
He had seen his son having a really difficult time.
He was devastated by it.
My dad eventually just had to sit me down and tell me, like, that happened. He's like, that's right. You need to stop sticking up for me, trying to protect me.
I saw my son defending me, saying, that's not true. What you're saying about my dad is not true. He can't.
If it was 2012, I was 12. 7th grade. To receive that news as like a little kid, like that really kind of like flipped my world upside down. It was seeing it on Oprah that kind of like really set in. I don't remember what day it was, but I had school. And my mom came up to me that morning. She's like, Luke, you know you don't have to go, right? Like, it's fine. You can take a break. You can take a day off. I was like, no, I want to go. Because I didn't want to, like, show that it was really affecting me.
Watching my son get out of the car, put on his backpack, and walk up to his middle school, and the crowd of kids standing on the front lawn. I looked at that kid, and he took a step out of that car and a step into real manhood. It broke my heart into 1,000 pieces.
I never said, Dad, is this true? Trust me.
People ask me a lot, like, why did you do it? And the reality is I knew that I was going to 6 ways to Sunday. And with that comes depositions, comes trials, comes sworn testimony. So I was going to have to say those things. And so I just wanted to say them on my terms.
We have previously had a deposition where you gave testimony. Is that correct? Yes. We started off this deposition by you taking the oath to tell the truth and the whole truth. Do you remember that oath?
I do.
And it's the same oath you took the last time that I deposed you, correct? And the last time I deposed you, there is no dispute that you gave false testimony, correct?
Correct.
What assurance do we have that this time you're going to tell the truth when you took the same oath last time you lied?
I understand. Significance.
You do recognize that there is a legal obligation.
Who sued you?
The better question is who didn't sue me.
It's not a pity party. Like, no one's sitting there like, oh, poor Lance, he lost money. It's the fallout. It's what happened from doing what he did in sport. So you got to even take the good, you got to take the bad. And he's the first to admit it. Like, hey, I'm paying the price that I put myself here.
For a long time, he was just angry, or he was defensive, or just pissed, that the whole thing was happening to him.
I hated the idea of riding bikes and the sport of cycling. I just hated it.
He kind of ran and hid and just didn't want to talk to anybody, didn't want to be involved. Funny, he'd tell me he doesn't read anything about himself, but I'll mention some obscure thing mentioned on an obscure message board somewhere, and he'll know about it. And that was a fight for him for a long time, is to quit worrying about the haters.
Jordan, you may call us amen. I don't think this is in a good way. I know you're going to be an Aspen. I was really concerned about Lance's well-being, making sure that he was okay, first and foremost. Everyone has their timeline of how they get through this process, and by the time I went that night for a drink down the J bar, he was obviously way behind me in that process. The amount of venom that was coming out of him was, I've never had to leave a bar and go have a drink after the bar, but that was that kind of conversation. The last time I saw him was him doing the same thing for Jan Ulrich.
Talk to me about why you went to Germany to see him.
Man, it's just a terrible situation. Jan was in that era, right? He was in that cesspool that we were all in, and he got caught, like we all got caught. And the reason I went to see him is I love him. Anyways, it was not a good trip. He was the most important person in my life. Nobody scared me. Nobody motivated me. These other guys, no disrespect to them, but they didn't get me up. He got me up right. It's just fucking piss. When I look at Jan's situation and I look at my situation, because they're very similar, and the timings were similar. You know, he had all the things that I had. He had a wife. He had children. He had money. And that wasn't enough to keep him together. And the fucking sport did it to him. And the media let him do it. The country of Italy glorifies Ivan Basso, idolizes, puts him up there, gives him jobs, invites him to races, gets him on TV. He's no different than any of us. Yet, they disgrace Marco Pantani, they destroy him in the press, they kick him out of the sport, and he's dead. He's fucking dead. The country of Germany idolizes Eric Zabel, all falls on, gives them jobs, puts them on TV, invites them to races, puts them on the podium. And they disgrace and they destroy and they fucking ruin Jan Ulrich's life. Why? The country of America idolizes, worships, glorifies George Hincapie, invites him to races, gives him jobs, buys his shit. And they disgrace and destroy me. That's why I went. Because that's fucking bullshit.
To say that he is the same as Jan Ulrich or Van Basso or name your other prominent cyclists from that time, it's just not true. None of them had what he had.
The longer I've been inside of this world, I don't even know anymore where the line is between good people who do bad things and bad people who do good things. There is this like Shakespearean quality to the whole thing. You just have to like enjoy the infinite complexity of the characters. Like, because there are no obvious bad and good guys.
Lance didn't invent doping. It wasn't his idea. And he shouldn't be treated any differently than Jonathan Varner just because he's a better athlete that happened to take the same drugs. I don't understand how one guy ends up being the messiah that's curing doping and the other guy's somehow the outcast.
I'm going to be naturally skeptical of whatever Lance does or says. There's a pretty good reason for that. But by the same token, I'm not ruling out the fact that he may have some other role to play in some positive way. I don't know.
30 years of knowing a person, you either love them or hate them. I still haven't decided where I stand after all that.
I really hated him for a long time. But I had to let that go. Just move forward.
With regards to how I carried myself as the leader of sport, the leader of the cause, the leader of all these communities, inexcusable, totally inappropriate behavior, totally took advantage of my stature. And for that, I'm deeply sorry. And I wish I could change it. I wish I could have been a better man. All I can do is say I'm sorry and move on. And hope that others do too. So that means all that gets to how do you sleep at night, right? Can you live with yourself? And I can't.
Hi, my name is Dalvin, and I'm the director of The Wire. My parents, they came over to America as Vietnamese war refugees, and because of this, I was given the opportunity to grow up in America. But the America that I saw on screen wasn't the America that I recognized for Rabbi. And it wasn't until I saw this man named Bruce Lee when I was just a young boy that I recognized myself. I recognized that I could be more and I thought I could be. He didn't want to be the stereotypical Asian on screen. He wanted to be the hero, the one who overcame adversity. The beautiful thing about Bruce Lee is that he was able to use his culture, his sport, his martial arts to transcend all these things, to find the ways to overcome the things that divide us, and find the things that connect us in the end.
Test X2, take one, please. Directly in the camera, Bruce. We get it. And now give me a 3/4 this way. And hold it. And give me a profile that way all the way. Good, hold it. I'll come back to a profile on the other side. Hold that. Give me a 3/4 on that side. And then give me right in the camera again. All right, now the camera will pull back.
Well, it's hard to show it alone, but I will try to do my best. Yeah, it would be. Although accidents do happen, but there are various kinds of strikes. It depends on where you hit and what weapon you will be using. To the eyes, you will use fingers. Don't worry. To the eyes, or straight at the face, from the waist, everything up.
I'm sure that my father did not fully appreciate the behemoth that he was up against, how deeply systemic it is. That said, I don't think he was naive. He just believed in himself so deeply.
There's the finger jab, there's the punch, there's the back fist, then there's no. Of course, then they use legs, straight and front, or come on.
He knew he had something to share that was worthwhile. And he knew how hard he was willing to work.
What kind of work?
He was rejected by Hollywood. And so he had to show them that an Asian could be a strong leading man. And so when an offer came for Bruce to make the first film over in Hong Kong, he decided that he would go and just see how it was and how he was accepted. And so we went to the midnight premiere of The Big Boss, first showing of The Big Boss. Bruce hadn't seen it yet. And Bruce always told me that Hong Kong people really react to a film. If they don't like it, you're going to get booed out of the theater.
Big Boss, The script wasn't that well written. The production quality was pretty low, but just Bruce Lee himself was earth-shattering. That persona and that energy, that kind of love affair with the camera was very, very immediate and very, very powerful.
Martial art has a very, very deep meaning as far as my life is concerned, because as an actor, as a martial artist, as a human being, all these I have learned from martial arts.
So we're sitting in the back. The theater is full. And when it's over, the whole theater is absolutely silent. Nothing. All of a sudden, everyone started cheering and yelling and clapping and standing up. They just went nuts about it. They cheered Bruce. They knew by then he was in the audience, and they carried him out of the theater. It was amazing. It was wonderful. So then he knew he was on to something.
When it succeeds beyond all of his expectations, I think he's just as surprised as anybody else. This is his first real taste of movie stardom.
To give you an idea, in those days, if a movie broke 1 million Hong Kong dollars, which is about 120,000 US, that was a big deal in Hong Kong. Wow. That made you a movie star. And if your movie did 2 million, you were a superstar.
Bruce Lee is incredible. Bruce Lee didn't like to waste any time. He wouldn't be about the bush. He'd go very direct. Is Bruce Lee your hero? Yes. Tell me what you like about him.
He always wins the bad guy, and he's a very quick mover.
I mean, he's not an action man like Eastwood or once. I suppose he's more like a Nero.
Hong Kong in the 1970s was a very dynamic and a very exciting city. A lot of diverse communities. It was an R&R center for the U.S. military during the Vietnam War. So it was a city that partied 24 hours a day. It was sort of fun, anything goes, wild, wild east.
China had been dominated and humiliated by the West for about 100 years. So there's a lot of memories, a lot of anger.
This is a Hong Kong now that's experiencing its own youth revolution. Student protests in the streets, a lot of tension between the British colonial authority and the native folks in Hong Kong.
The police are coming through. They're throwing stuff at us. This is an anti-British session.
Bruce felt that the British colonial rule to him was something that was corrupt. He was very much a nationalist in that sense, that he wanted the Chinese people to be free and independent. When Big Boss worked, he wanted to double down and do it again, but he wanted the next movie to be bigger and better than it was. Fist of Fury was a far bigger production. And Fist of Fury was really an opportunity for Bruce to showcase how he thought a leading man should act and dress, and how the fight sequences should be choreographed.
It was set in Shanghai during the colonial era. Shanghai was occupied, humiliated, dominated, and insulted by foreigners.
你當自己係大日本狗仔，我帶你入去玩，
Bruce Lee distilled a lot of emotion into a very, very passionate explosion.
That was 1972 in Hong Kong, and it caught that moment in a colony where people were saying, yes, the days of us being second-class citizens are over, and high time.
This fury not only was directed against Japanese colonials, but also Western people too. It's hugely, hugely cathartic. People started to react really strongly against the racism of the West.
呢次要你哋食錢，下次要你哋食玻璃。
By then, Bruce understood that even though he hadn't exactly had huge success yet in Hollywood, he understood that Hollywood was the big game. It was, the main attraction. It was center stage, and Hong Kong would always be a sideshow. So the question became, do you think we can sell our films to the world?
This is the Pierre Burton Show. Bruce Lee, Mandarin superstar, recording December 9th, 1971 in Hong Kong.
Bruce Lee faces a real dilemma. He's on the verge of stardom in the United States, but he's just achieved superstardom as a film actor here in Hong Kong. So what does he choose? The East or the West? Now what are you going to do? Are you going to be able to live on both roads? Try and eat your cake and have it too?
I am going to do both because you see, I have already made up my mind that in the United States I think something about the Orient will become the true Orient should be shown.
Hollywood sure as heck hasn't. You follow me.
I have really only very abstract memories of him. I remember our house, I remember going to both Marvel Studios, I remember glimpses of him. But I remember very clearly what he was like energetically, like what it was like to be in his presence, to be loved by him, to be played with, like all of those things. And the other way that I know him is through his own words.
Notre Dame. This is 1 2 test in everybody's eyes over there in Ohio. It's Notre Dame. You get through that, okay? Then we got Michigan. Last game of the season. That's all eyes over it. How do we feel we stack up against
Dear Heavens, now I am really on. Since the day I stepped into this country, I didn't spend any money for my father. Now I am working as a waiter for a part-time job after school. I'm telling you, it's tough, boy. I always have a heck of a time. Well, my friend, you get well soon.
First came to Seattle, he moved from Hong Kong at age 18 because he was in too much trouble there and his family figured he needed a fresh start.
He's a very handsome young man and very resourceful. He told me that he wanted to prove to his father that he could go to university without him.
Bruce, when I first met him, was a slight man, and I think at the time he weighed about
135 pounds. He's calling me Roy.
When Bruce moves to the U.S., his identity is suddenly a minority, a Chinese minority in a white country. He has to face the conundrum that all immigrants face. Who am I going to be? What is my identity? How do I express myself? And how in U.S. society can I even be seen?
So my father worked at Ruby Chow's restaurant, and at the same time he was studying Wing Chun, but just on his own. He was always interested in what other martial arts were taking place in the area. A lot of the Japanese arts were fairly popular, like karate, judo, but not Chinese kung fu. So he saw that there was an opening for this, if you will, and so he got some people to take some lessons with him, like in a parking garage and various locations. It was a very non-traditional approach to martial arts.
A lot of Chinese at that time usually did not teach Westerners. He was sort of looked down upon in the community. And he broke the barrier.
Bruce literally opened his school up to anybody that wanted. He could care less if you were Chinese or not Chinese.
Period, I think I was probably associated lapsing to Cantonese, but I kept ignoring and telling me, I have a slight idea what you're saying.
He has to figure out ways to mask his accent. He becomes very much attuned to the rhythms of young American life. He's seeing working class folks, he's seeing people of color, and that's shaping his idea of who he should become.
But one of the things that I helped him with was just how to act out in the street and how to lead people, things like that, attitudes, and what was cool behavior and what wasn't cool behavior. Bruce's antenna were geared for on those streets and not here.
He learned a lot about America from the 10 guys that he took under his wing. For good or bad, we taught him the American way.
Who am I? That is the age-old question, asked by every man at one time or another. Though he looks into a mirror and recognizes his own face, though he knows his own name and age and history, still he wonders, deep down, who am I?
You know, the thing is, I don't think we could ever forget what we are. Because of what we look like, we can never walk away from that. I taught him the importance of racial pride. He felt that attractive, the fact that I would not put up with any BS. And that also existed in him, because he was very ethnocentric himself. I felt that I apologized to nobody for nothing, and especially being Japanese American because of the Second World War. He knew my experiences through the relocation camps.
More than 100,000 men, women, and children, all of Japanese ancestors.
Hi, Yip Daddy. It is now 7 o'clock a.m.
At a time when danger of invasion was great.
The Japanese were incarcerated. You can call them concentration camps, but they call them relocation camps.
Meet the Japanese and do the job thoroughly. We have got to understand them thoroughly.
I think that the Asian scene in America, as a white American, it was a very confusing thing because the Japanese were the bad guys, right? They were the slant eyes that had fought against the Americans in World War II, and they were really terrible and inscrutable. On the other hand, the Vietnamese, they were gooks and they were really bad because they were communist.
And the Chinese were the great anomaly. Was China a good guy or was China a bad guy?
The Chinese were brought in as early as the 1830s for one reason, which was to serve as cheap labor in the building up of the West. The stereotype is that they're submissive, silent, incredibly industrious. What we see is the rise of a working class white movement led by Irish American laborers. They're able to whip up a frenzy against Chinese Americans. And because of that, the Chinese Exclusion Act passes in 1882. It's the first time there's been an explicit ban on one group of people. It's literally, the Chinese are not seen as human.
We were like a victim of rape, and a victim who has been raped of his constitutional rights does not like to talk about it, nor does he point the finger at the one who is guilty, but he looks at himself as being responsible for that unspeakable crime.
Through the experiences and histories of these folks, Bruce comes to understand how he appears to white Americans. Asians have been completely otherized.
Jesse and Bruce and I would go out. We'd swap girlfriends so that everybody was the wrong race. And we would go around to see if anybody wanted to say anything about that.
We would all go to the Buddhist church, dance with rhythm and blues, but most of the popular stuff also. I called him a kinetic genius. When I first taught him how to do a double pirouette, all he did was just watch me. He reproduced it down to the iota, and that was amazing. Wow. Fantastic dancer and that kind of thing. But romantically, we just kind of drifted apart. I mean, Bruce had a lot going for him, but it wasn't enough for me.
September 1962. Dear Pearl, this letter contains my dreams and my ways of thinking. As a whole, you can call it my way of life. Ideas are what America is looking for. Ideas have made America what she is, and one good idea will make a man what he wants to be. When you drop a pebble into a pool of water, the pebble starts a series of ripples that expand until they encompass the whole world. This is exactly what will happen when I give my ideas a definite plan of action. Warm regards, Bruce. My father opened his first official school called the Dunfang Gongfu Institute in Seattle in 1963.
That was a transition time. But once he found, God, I can make money doing this, all the original people just dropped out. Looking back on it, Bruce always had an agenda. He was a product now, not a friend of the teacher. And so he opened that studio, and that's where he met Linda.
His goal all his life was to show the beauty of his Chinese culture to the world. And so he started with me.
We were both at the University of Washington, and we would go to this area where there were tall white columns and a big grassy area, and we would practice Kung Fu. He was very outgoing, very personable, very hands-on with showing you how to stand and what to do. Okay, Linda, you put your arms like this. He threw me over his shoulder and I lay flat on the ground. And he leaned over and he said, "How would you like to go to the space needle?" Sure, I'd love to. So that was our first date. He loved the lifestyle that you could lead in America. And at that time, he wanted to establish Kung Fu schools all across the nation. He had big dreams, big aspirations. He wanted me to experience eating Chinese food, seeing Chinese movies. He took the whole group of Kung Fu students and we went to the Kakusai Theater to watch the movie called The Orphan. When he appeared on the screen and he was actually the star of it, I was totally shocked, taken aback. Here he was a movie star. I was kind of like looking at him like, "Is that you?" And he said, "Yes." But he didn't think that was anything super. To him, it was like, that was my job when I was a kid.
Bruce Lee was born in San Francisco, Chinatown, the closest thing on the U.S. continent to Hong Kong. It's the biggest Chinatown by far, owing to immigration of Chinese laborers because of the gold rush. The reason that Li Chun and his opera troupe end up in Chinatown is they find that they can make good money touring the U.S.
And so my grandmother came along on this particular trip, and she was pregnant with my father at the time, and so that is why my father was born in San Francisco.
He is an American citizen.
Bruce Lee's been acting in films, ever since he was a baby. He literally grew up on the set of the Hong Kong cinema and the backstage of the Cantonese opera.
During 1940, after Bruce was born, my grandmother was talking to my father on the phone, saying, "Hey, there is going to be a war pretty soon in Hong Kong with the Japanese." But my father, being very Chinese, family is number one. We're going to bring Bruce home. I mean, if anything should happen, it's going to be a whole family.
And you moved to Hong Kong shortly after? Yes, we're going 3 months old.
My father came from a very poor family of fishermen. My mother's uncle was Hong Kong's first millionaire. His name was Sir Robert Hong.
Bruce 個媽媽 Grace Lee 啦，佢嘅家族嘅血統咧係有歐洲人血統嘅。
I think we were pretty well off. We had 2 maids. We had a chauffeur. My father also took care of his older brother's family. So there was like maybe around 15, 16 people at all times. Bruce was a free spirit. He's always been a ruffian type of guy, not good at schooling, but good at fighting. I remember a lot of celebrities would come by my father's house. One director-producer noticed that Bruce was a very active person. He said, "Well, maybe you should give him a small little role, Seems like, he was born with a talent to be an actor."
So my father let him play a couple of small roles first.
The movie The Kid, which he starred at the tender age of 9. He symbolized someone who came from just a lot of profound suffering. Is this Chinese phrase, 忆苦思甜, savoring the sweet while remembering the bitter, nostalgia for suffering.
你中咗嚇，你知唔知你嚇？老豆老母死你就話屋企家財揾錢養大你，我以為有咩好處，原來你想吉死我嘛？My
father at first didn't want him to be in showbiz, but then the movies that he was making were doing very well. He was one of the top child actors, so he allowed it.
When did you begin studying the martial arts? When age? Did you study anything this sense?
Well, I didn't study why I am a the night the silence and then
in school, people were looking at him and say, hey, who do you think you are? And then a few guys just ganged up and beat him up. So he said, I'll need to learn something to defend myself when the need comes.
Man had a broad sense of what martial arts was about. He wasn't just in a narrow space. And I think Bruce Lee really was his ideal student.
My instructor at the time would come up to me and say, "Go, relax, and calm your mind. Forget about yourself and follow the opponent's movement. Let your mind do the counter movement without any interfering deliberation. Above all, learn the art of detachment." After spending many hours of meditation and practice, I gave up and went sailing alone in the jungle. On the sea, I thought of all my past training and got mad at myself and punched the water. Right then, at that moment, a thought suddenly struck me. Was not this water the very essence of food? This water, the softest substance in the world, only seemed weak. In reality, it could penetrate the hardest substance in the world. That was it. I wanted to be like the nature of water.
At that point, he already was pretty good at Wing Chun, and there was another style called TRILLIONAIRE, and one will always go against the other. And they would always fight on rooftops. Bruce will come back with bruises or sometimes with a black eye. My father would not tolerate that kind of fighting.
In his 1960 film, The Orphan, basically, Bruce Lee was playing himself in some ways, a juvenile delinquent.
The straw that broke the camel's back was when an undercover cop got a hold of my mother. Your son has been fighting, and we were worried that he might be involved in gangs later on. If he doesn't stop what he's doing now, we'll have no choice but to arrest him. My father said, well, since he was born in the United States and we have good friends over there that can, take care of him, why don't we just send him back and let him try it on his own and see what happens? I remember the day before he left. I was asleep. He woke me up. Robert, I'll be leaving Hong Kong tomorrow. I'm not knowing what I'm going into. I've never seen him that uncomfortable before. He was troubled. He didn't know what to expect. He was scared.
he was just an 18-year-old, That was it. My father sent him to the United States with only $100 in his pocket.
When we were dating, we did go to a lot of films. And one of them was Breakfast at Tiffany's. Mickey Rooney just looked ridiculous. Bruce was just ashamed that his Asian culture would be represented that way.
If you don't stop with that phonograph, right this minute I'm going to go to the police department.
When you saw Asian Americans on screen, they were usually crazed, maniacal, robotic stereotypes or serving white folks.
Coley makes 10 cents a day.
Lovely ladies, kind of gentlemen, pleased to introduce myself.
Hollywood had always treated Asian people in blatantly racist ways.
Hollywood would take a white person and make him play a Chinese, as opposed to putting a Chinese in the role. Talk to Nancy Kwan. Talk to the actors that had been here in those days.
Yes, who is this?
I can't think of any Asian leads at that time, really. They were all played by Caucasians. John Wayne played Genghis Khan.
Why, who's leading you across my land?
My blood says take. The Chinese community didn't really raise hell about it, even though it was outrageous. Casting white people.
Life, even at its best, is hardly endurable.
How can you be so unfeeling? What kind of a man are you anyway?
Buck teeth and glasses and small frames, no muscularity at all. I think for most Asian males, it was imprinted in their brains that this is what they are.
Asian American leads, if they're men, they can't kiss white women. They can only kiss Asian women, if at all.
Well, you tilt head to one side, and I tilt head to other.
Clever, these Chinese.
There's really no role for an Asian American to express another side of their humanity.
October 20, 1963. To the sweetest girl from the man who appreciates her. Linda. To live content with small means. To bear all cheerfully. Do all bravely. Await occasions. Hurry never. In other words, to let the spiritual, unbidden and unconscious grow up through the common. Bruce.
The fact that Bruce chose to marry a Caucasian person was an expression of how he felt about America already. There were still a number of states that outlawed interracial marriage. It was looked down upon. My mother had a harder time with accepting that Bruce and I would get married. My mother tried to get us to wait, but we had already made plans. After she got to know him, she really loved him and thought he was great.
I met Bruce Lee in July of 1964, demonstrating at the first International Karate Championships in Long Beach.
It was Bruce Lee's first real exposure to the masses.
Kung Fu originated in China. It is the ancestor of karate and jiu-jitsu. It's more of a complete system and it's more fluid. By that I mean it's more fluid. There is continuity instead of one movement, two movement, and stop. The best example would be a glass of water. Why? Because water is the softest substance in the world. But yet it can penetrate the hardest rock, brine, ice, you name it. You cannot grab hold of it. You cannot touch it and hurt it.
I'm gonna tell you what, you little shit.
So anything that is going to be soft like water,
I'm thinking about going to jail just so I can fuck you over. How did that fuck him over? I don't know. I take it back.
What you call the truth. Basically, he just tore apart the different styles and was promoting simplicity and a lack of tradition.
No one thought like that. He thought outside the box. And I just fell in love with the stuff he was showing me.
1964, 1965 were pretty pivotal years. There was a lot going on.
I fucking hate this motherfucker so badly. It makes me fucking scream.
February 1, 1965.
Name someone else you hated.
Name?
This asshole. Name one other person.
A big, healthy boy, of course.
Never really hated anybody. Really? This motherfucker sucks.
1 week after Brandon was born,
Name somebody else you don't like.
passed away.
Anybody.
And that was unexpected. And Bruce was just really crushed. And that was a terrible loss for him.
I don't really know of anybody else I dislike.
He was crying,
Name one person.
Because at that point he knew that even though his father sent him,
The motherfuckers told me go fuck your face. I don't think to be fucking to nice people. They just were overworked. Name one other person you don't like. Which motherfucker? No, aside from him.
Before he went to the United States, he was looking for the external stuff.
I really don't hate anybody
He's
else.
got his
Really?
looks, he's got his flashy clothes.
Name one other person though. Your life depended on it.
But when he got to the United States, he understood what life is really all about. Like, to be independent, to be responsible for yourself. And not only yourself, but your family.
Do not go
I was at
upstairs.
home. The phone
This
rang,
motherfucker
and it was
sucks.
William Dozier's
I
office.
hate him.
I had
and I
no
want him
idea
to
who
die.
that was. They said he was a producer.
Do you?
As we
If anybody
now
wanted
know,
to die, it goes
at
Mangalev,
that 1964 Long Beach
Mangalev,
tournament, there
Goebbels,
was someone in the audience
Mangalev,
by the name
Hitler,
of
this
J.C. Ray,
motherfucker.
hairdresser to the stars in Hollywood. Jay saw
Really?
my father give this
This
exhibition,
motherfucker.
and he was really,
Oh man,
really
I played
impressed.
golf in a
He
foursome
happened to know
with
that his
Mangalev,
client,
Goebbels,
Dozier,
and
was a
Hitler
Hollywood
before I let this
producer,
motherfucker
was
shine
looking
my
for an
fucking
Asian
shoes.
actor for a show that he was casting.
So, wow, when Bruce came home,
I
I said,
hate this
you won't
motherfucker.
believe this. There was a call from this
Did you
producer
now he'll be back
in
up here Saturday,
Hollywood
Friday night,
who wants
and I'll be
you
up all
to
fucking
come
night. You
down
fucking
and
get
have a
out
screen
of here,
test.
motherfucker.
And he
I have
was
nothing else in my fucking
shocked.
life
He was so
except to be
surprised.
this fucking
Bruce had never
heavy.
expressed
I'm
to
Richard
me
Petty,
any
this motherfucker.
aspirations for
I
becoming
am
an
the
actor
king,
again,
motherfucker.
because he was still concentrating on his goal of opening martial arts schools around the country.
I love it. I love it. Alex is cool with it. But this motherfucker sucks.
Just look right into the camera lens right here and tell us your name, your age, and where you were born.
My last name is Lee, Bruce Lee. I was born in San Francisco in 1940. I'm 24 right now.
I understand you just had a baby boy.
Yeah.
And you thought sleep over and everything.
Pretty nice.
And that screen test is exactly how Bruce was. He was a very outgoing, confident person. So he knew what to do. And he just presented himself as who he was.
All right, now the camera will go back and show us some
This is a crane farm. Start off. The tiger. It start like a tiger.
I can't stand this motherfucker.
Because the greatest eyes.
Still, I'm going to the floor. 10. Is it good? No, I think I can hate some motherfucker with the 10.
They were so impressed with Bruce's screen test that they wanted to find a property for him. So they paid Bruce $1,800, which was the most money we'd ever seen in one place, to hold Bruce for 18 months.
The violence we saw was frightening. We saw negroes pose and beaten through carriage with dogs and a dog.
The 60s was a time of great upheaval and social change because it was the culmination of the civil rights movement with Martin Luther King, the marches on Washington.
Who taught you to hate the texture of your hair? Who taught you to hate the color of your skin? To such an extent that you bleach to get like the white.
You know, there were tragedies in that time, like when President Kennedy and Martin Luther King were killed.
Martin Luther King shot and was killed tonight.
Bruce felt that the country was in trouble at that time because of all this racial clashes.
A lot of people, not only Vietnam, Chinese, Japanese, you not opposed when I want freedom. You not opposed when I want justice. You not opposed when I want equality. You want to stand up for me in America for my religious beliefs, and you want me to go somewhere and fight, but you want to stand up for me in America.
Bruce was aware of the Black liberation. You know, he expected Black Americans would stand up for their rights. As African Americans are building massive support to advance the civil rights and human rights of all Americans, the pushback is, well, African Americans are too loud. Look at these Asian Americans. If they were silent and docile like Asian Americans, then maybe they'd be more successful.
As an American whose ancestors came from Japan, I have become accustomed to a question. Why can't the Negro be like you?
In that shameful hierarchy of race in America, Asian people were treated better than Black Americans were treated.
So the model minority myth is a stereotype of Asian Americans as compliant, who are assimilating, never make a fuss about discrimination, poverty, or exclusion. They just put their heads down, work hard, following the rules that white society lays down for them.
We Asians were never treated as full-fledged human beings, but as a very narrow spectrum of humanity. And that, to me, is blatant racism.
So Bruce was still waiting on what was going to happen in Hollywood. Finally, when they said they were going to go ahead and make the movie, then we settled in Los Angeles.
Here's Bruce Lee, explain Cato, and Van Williams will be doing Green Hornet.
The way that Bruce finds a way into Hollywood is to play a sidekick, literally the Asian servant.
Well, I'll say it the Chinese way. Thank you very much.
And the Green Hornet is where he begins to break open the model minority myth.
I think it's easier for me to tell you what Green Hornet will not be. It will not be an imitation of Batman. Green Hornet will stand very much on its own. Let's roll, Cato.
He is Cato, the person whose job it was to just drive the Green Hornet around, to see Bruce and his physical kinetic gifts. And he said there's got to be some sort of a way that we can use this on screen.
When he was in the Green Hornet, they were sending him to an acting coach, but the acting coach was like, there's no dialogue. Dear Mr. Dozier, Cato is an active partner of the Green Hornet and not a mute follower. I'm not complaining, but I feel that an active partnership with the Green Hornet will definitely bring out a more effective and efficient Cato. My aim is for the betterment of the show.
And so they gave him a little more speaking parts.
You know, did we ever meet up with that masked Kung Fu man again? I won.
He had to fight tooth and nail for every centimeter of ground that he got.
I was number 2, maybe with the idea to become number 1.
Bruce is treated as if he were an extra, and so this pay equity perfect example of the second-class treatment that non-white actors faced at that particular moment.
On the bicycle here. I think his name is Bruce Lee. Looks very familiar as Kato.
You need any help? Yeah, a little kung fu going on around here.
What is kung fu?
Well, kung fu is a Chinese form of combat. Arts like karate or jiu-jitsu derived from kung fu. So,
When he went into the Hollywood scene, he once told me I can educate people faster through film than I can by writing a book or opening 100 schools.
Don't you have some karate schools or something in San Francisco? I'm not
in Oakland.
in Oakland. And did you open up a school down here?
No, not yet, because, every day we're shooting. ABC, where I'll be seeing you in the green room. I'm Bruce Lee, inviting you to join me every Friday night on most of these ABC stations.
Bruce comes onto the screen, he ignites it. He leaves an impression on folks all around the world. His very presence on screen is a protest in of itself. As Asian Americans, as people of color, we get affirmation from the culture around us, right? Being able to see another person on screen who looks like you is galvanizing. It makes you feel like you're supposed to be. It makes you feel like you can do things that you maybe didn't think you could before.
Of course, he found out that the right place turned out to be the wrong time. Because America and Hollywood may be ready for change, but not that much change.
The Green Hornet was canceled because it just didn't do great in the ratings.
When the Green Hornet was canceled, that was a very vulnerable time for him. He was very disappointed, very down, but he reset his goals. During that time, he read books. He also did so much writing, so that was a profitable time for him as well. Bruce was doing a number of things to make ends meet. Sometimes he got an acting role, which is not very often, and sometimes he was the stunt coordinator.
We did the film The Wrecking Crew together. He was fun. It was great to work with him. Bruce would come up to the house, hang out. And Bruce had a plan that he was going to become a big kung fu martial arts movie star. I said, go for it.
He would refuse to play any parts that were demeaning to Chinese people, and for the next few years, he had very few parts.
It would have been really easy for him to sort of get stuck in a hamster wheel if he was just going to do it the way Hollywood wanted to do it.
It was tenuous, we just never knew where the next paycheck might come from. And we went through some very lean times. But even though we were struggling, we had a lot of time together. Shannon was born, and I tell you what, she had him around her little finger from the moment she was born. She was just adorable to him. He doted on her. So for me, those were really happy times. Our family was all together, and Bruce was available to be with the kids a lot. That was a happy time.
You set up a school in Hollywood, didn't you, for people like James Garner and Stephen Cleveland, the others?
Yes.
Why would they want to learn Chinese martial arts? Because
of a movie role? Not really. Most of them, you see, to me, at least the way that when I teach it, all type of knowledge ultimately means self-knowledge. So therefore, they want to learn to express themselves through something, be it anger, determination, or whatsoever. Here is the natural instinct, and here is control. You are to combine the two in harmony. Yin yang. Right, man, that's it.
Okay, let's walk back and see what happened.
Bruce fits right in with the counterculture. He is, as a martial arts teacher, sort of the Asian guru in a way, bringing deep and ancient wisdom of the East to these white folks on the West Coast.
Steve McQueen was at the height of his career at that time, as was James Coburn, Ted Ashley, the chairman of Warner Brothers. I think it was kind of a thing to do because Bruce had a number of those Hollywood type old white males that wanted to be known for hanging out with this cool Chinese guy.
One of my earliest memories is being at Uncle Bruce's Bel Air home. Brandon and I would run hallways of the house, and then we'd come busting through the doors, right in the middle where my godfather's talking philosophy, and he has a circle of different students all around him. Kind of almost this bohemian kind of spirit to it, you know? You had all these people from different walks of life. I just assumed this is the way the world was going to be growing up.
I met Bruce through a mutual friend, the editor of Black Belt magazine. He said Bruce isn't teaching a traditional style, but it's very interesting and it's innovative. Bruce was interested in all sports. He felt that everybody in the world might have just a little bit to contribute to the canon of martial arts.
What is the truth? You know, you hand it over to me. So therefore, what I would say now, obviously, my shot is afraid of doing it. Now, like I would say, I'll be fine for the to me, that's all alone. I personally do not use the word style. Because of style, people are separate. They are not united together because style is all. Okay, let's see it.
After training, Bruce mostly spends his time in his study. He has a Sony videotape machine that plays tapings of Muhammad Ali,
Sugar Ray Robinson, Joe Louis. Black boxing champions were the pride of Black Americans.
He was open to all these different types of influences. What he would study would be where their power was coming from. And he would think about what worked better for his particular body.
Bruce Lee had a mid part or a supporting role in the Long Street series, and this had an enormous effect on the audience. What was it?
I think the successful reason was because I was being used. But I can honestly express myself at that time.
First thing you do in Cantonese, Jeet Kune Do, the way of the intercepting fist. Intercepting fist, huh? Or foot. You see, to
To reach me, you must move to me. Your attack offers me an opportunity to intercept you. In this case, I'm using my longest weapon, my sidekick, against the nearest target. When you can, this can be compared to your left jab in boxing, except it's much more damaging. Hell, he's gonna teach me all this. I cannot teach you, only help you to explore yourself, nothing more. Well, that's it.
The 1960s influenced Bruce Lee greatly. An age of experimentation, disillusionment, existential angst was way high. There was a very conscious attempt to challenge the established Western way.
I live here. My grandmother lives here. She died here. So I belong here. Now, I hate this place. If I were an outsider, I'd just burn it down and split, leave. But because this is my home, ridiculously, absurdly, cruelly my home, I don't want to move. I'm fifth generation, and the sixth generation is growing up. I don't want to see another generation just completely migrate. I don't want them to grow up with the either-or thing, so they feel that they're born forms.
Before 1968, we were Orientals. Orient means the East, right? And the East is compared to what? If you look at the way that folks shift to beginning to name themselves publicly Asian Americans, what you see is this shift into we're not going to be defining ourselves in relationship to the West, wherever the West is. We're going to define ourselves from within. Bruce, at the same time, is fighting to get his philosophies and his ideas onto the screen.
You got to listen. Listen. Now, you don't hear the bird now, do you? No. How? You don't hear the bird? You cannot hear your opponent.
My father continued to try to get roles in Hollywood.
I just want to be left alone to live like an American. You are archaic. And you're a fool. You think that you can break away from us merely because you choose to.
He did get some roles on Marlowe and Long Street and some other things, but I think a lot of people who worked in the studio system saw him as a novelty. He realized pretty quickly that the impact that he was wanting to make was not going to be possible just by auditioning for roles.
I think, how long is it going to take you to pound this one up? Well, I could do it in 10 seconds, but this is not a race, kids. This is not a race. Yeah. Who's this lady? Oh. Thing. Why? Oh, she's voluptuous. Really? Oh, shit. Are you done? Lit like deep. Nice man. Like Sean asked and Rudy. They did it in the beginning clips on the World Series. Real fucking Rothschild and I feel his fact being adequately discussed. Neither here nor there nor anywhere. Real fucking Mary side of the universe. You're the fucking Rothschild. Is Mashiach the sign of the multiverse, perhaps, right? Everyone knows that Mashiach sign of the multiverse, perhaps, logically. Adequate lineage righteousness. Let's go. Triangle sharp rates of big. How much do you hate him? Like, a lot? Scale 1 to 10. Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Sometimes go for radioactive superstar. But do you hate that guy? Dog, I fucking can't stand him. Joe Lars guard sucks. Really? Yeah, what happened to Macro? Now that show sucks.
Case himself
Hey
was
guys.
to create his
Yeah,
own
I'm supposed to be
roles.
talking about Macro. And here's some micro information regarding eBay.
When Bruce first came to our attention and we'd
Yo,
seen
dog.
his TV shows, we realized that there was something there. And so we came up with this series about the Shaolin monk who came to America to help the Chinese in the railroads.
Bruce had conceived of the idea, which became the Kung Fu TV series eventually. He had presented it to Warner Brothers. He was very excited that they liked this idea.
So I said, I don't know, Bruce. I said, I don't know if they're ready in Hollywood to accept Asian as a lead in a TV series.
I like how I called that motherfucker on the phone. And they were like,
So
hey,
yeah,
dog,
okay, I'll bet.
this motherfucker
So we
sucks.
made a bet.
And it was an afternoon meeting in my lovely office at Warner Brothers. Model? Yes. And he slammed my door shut with his foot and started swinging this nunchuck. And it was whizzing by my nose. And I'm like, what's going on here? And Bruce said, feel my arm. And it was like touching a rock.
Dude, that's crazy.
And for whom am I doing all this nothing? Winslow Wall.
We talked about the
Look at this
role
dude,
in
dog.
Kung Fu, and of course
There
Bruce
you go.
would love to do it. But the bottom line was Bruce's accent was going to be a little tough on the American television audience. Okay.
Hey, guys, hey, That's fine. Anyways.
In the television world, there were only 3 clients. There was no reason commercially to diversify for the sake of diversification. No one of them could take a chance by going too far out mainstream because you lose that giant television and you're screwed.
I love this girl.
So freaking cute. I can't even take it.
In the film industry against people who
Yeah,
work
except
hard.
Ron's got him in the backyard, you know, running plays like he's got link on something.
The people at the studio decided that America was not ready for an Asian girl, and they gave the part
You know, like that.
let's get the guy's name.
Weird. The kid's 9. He's coming doing up downs at dawn. At that time, it was
And of course, the TV series turned out to be Kung Fu, and David Carradine starred in the TV series.
ABC got a lot of flack for it. I got a lot of flack for it. Warner Brothers got a lot of flack
So
for it.
freaking
But
cute. I can't even think it.
you have to be able to sell.
Yeah, except Ron's got him in the backyard, you know, running plays like he's had link on something or
One
something.
Asian actor that I thought I could sell to ABC.
So Joey started looking for more on something.
How is racist? Because
So
America's
freaking cute. I can't even think it.
those images of how
Yeah, except Ron's got him in the backyard, you know, running plays like he's had link on something. I said, Ron, would you give Sarah Donnie a call? You know, see if you need to break. You could step in.
He was like,
No,
that
you like
is
that.
what is happening right now.
Come here. The kid's 9. He's coming doing up downs at dawn.
Change my course.
At that time, it was cooler than a witch's
I
day.
think the key was that he didn't get stuck. He didn't let
Thank God
himself
my
be
youngest
stuck.
is not good.
He's like, I get it. And I've
Oh,
already made up my mind.
I know. It seems like just yesterday, me and Ron were Myrtle Beach having
I'm just
a
gonna
committee
keep
runners and
pushing
then
forward.
surprise, we get Joe. My sister in law.
That's good color. Most problems that states as a Chinese
That nugget bitch never had the
American
right
states.
summer camp
How
ever
do
have
people
40
come up
weeks
to
straight.
the industry and say, well, we don't know how the audience is going to think about America? Unfortunately, such a thing does exist in this world.
I mean, the kids are out all over creation all day, out in the house.
They're like, they think that this is why it's so this. And I don't blame
One more red cow.
say things
Ice.
like all
Rice up. Get
a
toothpaste all over the mirror.
and became a star.
Finally, last night, I'm just trying to relax. I got the apple eaters in. And they come in. Mom, can we get dinner?
I would have my own word of whether or not it's acceptable.
And to me.
But
No,
it's all right.
don't even get me started on the suit. Mayor. This morning, he was like trying to fit
You know what I want to think of myself? As a
Got all that praise.
because I don't want to sound like a part of the sky. I mean, I have like one thing. It doesn't have to be people like this.
Yeah, it was nice.
He felt the sting of being rejected. Bruce was just crushed. He couldn't understand it. So, but why? I mean, he was so hurt and just disgusted with the whole system. He was determined to do something about that in his own way.
Oh, you guys know.
I'm sorry to hear about the outcome of the warrior.
She's got a lot of nerves.
Well, I cannot win them all, but damn it, I'm gonna win one of these days.
I know. I love it.
How did you discover Bruce Lee?
Well, I first saw him in an interview on television in Hong Kong. He did some fantastic things.
He and Brandon made a trip to Hong Kong. That's when he was recognized as the Cato
Green Hornet, everybody in Hong Kong knew he had made good in American TV.
I just called him, I picked up the phone, called him, I said, if you want to make good connections with公司skills, help me, I'm sure we can hear something.
Truth is, I am a yellow-faced Chinese. I cannot possibly become an idol for Caucasians, not to mention rousing the emotions of our country. Because of this, I decided to come back to serve the Chinese film industry.
Yeah, Ron's going because I'm back my ass the whole time.
It was exciting to live. It's a very exciting city. It's a little bit harder to live there with a film star. Because as he became so popular there, it became harder for us to go out and about without him being mobbed by fans and stuff.
First of all, the word superstar really turned me off, because the word star is a meaning. I do not look upon myself as a star.
And I don't even know we're in there. You know my solution?
When Bruce Lee returned to Hong Kong, it was difficult for him to gel with the industry. For one thing, he was American educated. Oh yeah, he is this wouldn't go by no half level figure. You think you're a big shot because you came back from America?
He starts pounding me down when I'm a pencil. I said, Jesus, he's like, great. You don't like that.
To say that Bruce Lee is Pacific is to say that he's neither Chinese nor American. Somebody who lives between both worlds.
Sometimes I walk into a store or something and hear the place say things uncomplimentary about me in Chinese. Of course, I don't realize that I understood them. I think people look at you as this magnificent specimen of a Chinese man. And why did you marry this plain Caucasian girl?
No, Joe. Yeah. Because it might.
So it's a mixed part of things. Stigmatized, hated, resented, but on the other hand, respected.
That's right. Damn neighbor. You know, listen, yeah, on Sunday. Man, Jesus Christ was on the way from the day, and this jerk off can't take the part of just take the back way. It's all actually mine.
After Big Boss and Sister Fury, Raymond was willing to listen to his ideas about directing and about storytelling.
He wanted everything that he was going to undertake to do to be of the best possible quality that it could be.
He made fighting on screen dialogue, and really there was subtext to what he was expressing.
The way he integrated the East and West, he at once introduced a lot of Western thinking, Western filmmaking. For example, the character played by Chuck Norris was not the cartoon villain of Sister Fury, but he's a respectful karate fighter. That evolution is very, very good.
dragon, Warner Brothers had realized that there was more to Bruce Lee than they'd originally imagined. And by then, Bruce had started working on the Game of Death.
Bruce basically called my home and said, hey, we got a movie going. Can you come over? It was like September, but I did have 10 days where I could get to Hong Kong. And he said, look, I can't see you yet. So he hadn't financed the film yet. We shot our scenes, then it was time for me to go.
Bruce began sort of a dream project called Game of Death. It's exactly at this moment, the moment at which he's established himself independently, not just as an actor, but as a writer and a director, that Hollywood begins to realize what it is that he actually has to offer.
So I went to Hong Kong. At this point, Bruce was dying to do an international film. Raymond Chow was completely identical with the star. And so I negotiated with him over and over. Then I got all these comments about how much better Yorkshire is than Delhi. Before I left, Bruce said, today I'm going to went out for dinner. And at dinner time, I said, Bruce, it's a shame. We'll take Y and I'll take D on bottom of each D. So I know what. I said, all right, I'll make the deal. And that's how they became partners with Warner Brothers and myself. Gigi was mentioned all day. God, can we spend them some time just talking absolutely fish? I thought
They've had a little bit of a hard time getting off the script because Bruce was not happy with the script. He wanted to put some things in it that would give the film a little more substance. Bruce refused. He refused to go to the set, and the American crew was there, and everything was costing money and everything, and Bruce didn't want to show up on the set.
These guys are going to go down to the shore.
I'm sure he was, at times, a very challenging person. He was full of fire and intensity.
He could be a young punk. He wasn't always the gentleman Jim Dandy.
Maybe we shouldn't sleep all day today and then watch 4 o'clock
from time to time.
football game, Thursday night football.
Bruce had
until stories about from now until Saturday at 4 o'clock, something like that. He'd like, that'd be a great idea. Like, he did. Dude, tell me all about the university, Mike. He's like, yo, shut up. He'd be like, can I ask you, please? He'd be like, dog.
What was that?
What do you want to know? He'd be like, everything. Tell me from the start. Tell me everything. He'd be like, you want to know every single story about the university? He'd be like, that's a ton of fucking stories. He'd be like, that's fine, baby. Oh my god, I had so many. What's your first story? What's your first story about the university? He'd be like, dude, do it chronologically. Like time. I learned that one. The time. I'd be like, oh, you're sure this chronologically? And he'd be like, Mikey, come on. Okay, like imagine you had like a time machine and you took it all the way as far back as you could go. Then you just stop. You just let life go. Do it like that. Like, oh, okay. So you're ready to get the time machine back to 1985, and then you just hear about stories about my childhood. Dude, exactly. A time machine. Good. Anyway, so how would it start? I've never known a time in my life when I didn't go to university.
The success of Enter the Dragon.
It's just kind of always been this thing in my life that was there.
As it started,
I think my first memory of the university was when I was
there was Bruce
basically 2,
doing what he was destined to
but
do.
3 maybe,
And it felt wonderful.
and
He was
I don't really remember this that little bit. And I've always been mad at my, I think it's my mom who did this, but both my parents do this.
There's an integrity.
University's playing the national championship,
They are who they are,
and
and they're
they're
very
playing West Virginia.
comfortable within their own skin.
And
That was a large part of what
my
mesmerized
parents would
people
not
like
let me
Bruce.
watch it because I was like a baby. I had just turned 3.
Famous. That's what he
I was
wanted.
like
That was his
3 and a
goal.
week. So
No, I don't know. Maybe he says, well,
15, 6 days or something like that.
you know, it's just you
And
become famous, but then you have to sustain
I've
it.
always,
Fame
I mean,
costs.
it's
Yeah,
like
it's very
whatever.
costly.
I wouldn't have known what was going on. But I do kind of vaguely remember
The only thing I can
my
remember
parents had
is that,
people over, I want to say. Like, I'm totally making this up. This is a memory of this.
you don't know if they want a part in the movie, that's why they're being filmed with me.
My
So I think he
parents
felt
put me
very
to
lonely.
bed.
I don't think
And
I would want to have his life.
I remember I was not, we had like 2 rooms.
Yourself.
I had like, when I was a little baby, I had like a nursery room, and then I outgrew that, and then I just started staying in the fiesta, which kind of became my room. And I kind of just remember them carrying me from the living room to my bedroom, and I think I just fell asleep. I have no recollection of the dream, and honestly, I'm kind of making this up. Like, I don't remember anything I was doing, so I don't have any memory that you would think I would have would be that, and I don't really remember. And that's the earliest memory I have of the university. They were playing the Fiesta Bowl, so it wasn't like a game that was
he did
elected or
collapse,
anything.
and that was a very scary time.
He's like, that was a great story. Can you tell us another one?
Came over
You're like,
Chow for
what's your next story you have?
Well, the doctor told him that he's got a
You know,
body
I
of
don't,
18-year-old.
I mean, really, like, the knowledge of the university predates my existence, obviously.
That's the last time I
Kids,
saw him.
how do I describe that? Just like from where I am in the world, that from where of which I grew. It wasn't the university is the New York Yankees of college football. It was the New York Yankees are the university of baseball. There just wasn't any competition when it came to tradition and history and a certain spirit. And I mean, you have to know about my family.
He was the same, energetic, full of ideas, laughing,
I mean, my mom grew up in the town, but her parents were not, I don't want to say weren't fans, they weren't like really keen on medical. He went to General Motors Institute and he went to MIT, so he didn't go to university. My aunt did not go. She went to school in Michigan. My mom went to school in Indiana, and so I really didn't have any connection to it. Although it was very, very close to the house. Was it walkable? Because of the river, not so much, but Simple Miriam's, like, if they had a bridge over the river, like, it would be.
I said, why? What happened? What happened? He said, something like the time before.
A couple miles or something. And
so I went to the hospital.
But like,
they brought him
but
in.
it was
By that time, he was already.
My grandparents weren't very religious on my mom's side.
It was unbelievable.
At all. In fact, I never knew them to be religious. They never went to any kind of religious service. Even if I had something at a religious location. My grandparents never attended it. They would come to a party afterward or something like that. They never attended anything religious. Which made me realize they were pretty secular. My uncle was very secular. And, you know, I'd asked my grandfather about religion, and he said he felt most with God when he was in nature. And my mom always said that about him as well. And my grandmother, she's secular. I mean,
Forensic pathologist came to
so
the conclusion
my dad's side of things is the complete opposite. They're South Side Chicago, very religious. And my dad has a cousin who went to university. I'm not the first person in my family to go to university, although I am the first person in my family to go to university in
So yes, they keep
like 30
questioning,
years or something like that.
coming up with.
So when I did it, it wasn't as big a deal. It was a big deal in my parents, but it wasn't that big a deal in the family. It was big, but it wasn't like you're the first person to go to university. There are people in my dad's. I think my dad was the first person in his family to go to college.
The funeral, such
And
a crazy
the story is that
situation with so many people. It was just
now
chaos.
this is a story he will tell you, and I really believe this. I truthfully believe this. If you tell a lie long enough, you just end up believing it. And whether it's a lie or not, I believed it for many years, and this was always the story I would hear. I asked my dad, why didn't you go to university? And he said he did not go to the University of Holiness. So let's go.
2 steps in front of me.
What up, pimp? How you living? You got that right, baby. All day, every day, sideline to sideline. I'm live on YouTube, 7 different streams. I have more data. Absolutely. I have more data online than any human in global history. Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm live right now on 6 YouTube streams and 7 different Instagram streams. World peace. That's correct. Absolutely. I'm here to support the coin. I wanted to moon. I want Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu to be the standard currency of the world someday. I think so. I think you're right. Absolutely. I'm always here if you need me. If you need to talk to someone, just let me know and we'll talk, okay? Absolutely. Take care, my man. Everybody say goodbye to the Maker 89. Bye, the Maker. Pleasure to meet you. So the story that we were always told was that my father got into university and he didn't attend because his mother got sick with cancer and he didn't want to leave her side. That's what I was told. And I believed it for like 18 years, something like that. I remember telling this story to my cousin, my Uncle Gary. My Uncle Gary said, well, actually, I would say to my Uncle Jim, actually. My Uncle Jim, who was always very competitive with my father, said, that's maybe what he told you, but their mom got sick with cancer when he was in college, so he didn't know about it yet. So this kind of put a doubt in my mind that he he got in and just chose not to go. And I remember talking to my Uncle Gary. Now, my Uncle Gary was like 10 years younger than my father. But my Uncle Gary said, if your, look, I remember it like clear as day. He said, look, if your father would have gotten in, that would have been a really big deal. We would have the letter. We would have never gotten rid of that letter. And I just remember him saying that. And so I had my doubts of that. Now, I went back to my father and told him, look, Uncle Jim said that that's not how it went down. Uncle Gary said that's not how it went down. And I've asked my Aunt Judy, and she agrees with her two brothers, basically, that isn't how it went down. So it's neither here nor there. I know my grandfather was a huge fan, and I mean, it's an immigrant school, and they were immigrants. So it was very important that his son go there. And it was like the best school in many people's opinion in the country, and therefore the world in some ways. And so the university one day would draft a letter to my father accepting him, and he'd get an honorary degree, Doctor of Laws from there. So I mean, it'd be like whatever, but basically something that got lost in the mail that they should have accepted him, and it'd be easy for them to do. And if this becomes a thing and I become famous, it'd be easy for them to do, and I demand that they would do it. Oh, I'm gonna have these motherfuckers by the balls, so don't worry about it. Anyway, so do you think your father got in? Is that the university? Oh yeah, it is. Do you think your father got in? No, you don't. Why? So there's not a doubt in my mind that he would have gone there if he would have gotten in. And in addition to my aunt and his two brothers, basically not remembering that story in the same way my father did. Additionally, if my father was so dedicated to his mother, he would not have lived in a fraternity house. He would have stayed at home with his mother, if that's really what it was. So there's something about this story that never followed, but I didn't know any of this until I was essentially an adult. My whole life growing up, it was always my father got in, and he chose not to go there so that he could take care of his mother. Okay. Now, if you tell yourself a lie long enough, you will believe it. I really believe that. And so it's kind of like the George Costanza. It's not a lie if you believe it. So my father tells me this story. I really believe that he believes it. He could have been hypnotized to say this. I have no idea. But I do know that that's the story that he has. Well, I can say any of these stories that I tell, perhaps you may have thought that they took place on Saturdays or Friday nights or something, but nobody knows what day it is, so who knows? They could have been like a Tuesday. Anyway, I remember asking my dad as a little kid, did he go there? No. Well, has anyone in our family ever gone there? Yeah, your cousin John went there, or my dad's cousin John. Do you know cousin John? Nope. Never met him. Never. I know nothing about him except he went there. And does it surprise you that you've never met him? I would have. One thing that surprised me is that while I was there, well, he has no connection to the school anymore. I think he lives in California. He doesn't have any connection to the school anymore. But while I was there, I would have thought he would have, either called or written or done something, because I'm the only other person who have gone there, and he was kind of an inspiration that at least someone in the family had gone there. But I don't blame him by any means. I've never met him. I have no connection to him. So there's that. And I don't know what my father's relationship is with him. But are you mad at your cousin John? No, I mean I don't know him. I have no I'm not positive towards him, except we went to university. But I'm not at all negative towards him. So if he ever sees this, it's not anything personal. Wow, this is a really great story. All right, you should be like, all right, next one. Like, well, so you're kind of getting the background that it was really important for me to go to the university to almost achieve something that my father never achieved. That he basically has had to lie to himself for 73 years. That he has, or 75 years, that he did, or well, less than that, I guess, like more than 50 years, let's say. And when you tell yourself something for 50 years, you believe it. Now, that doesn't mean you maybe did get in. But I don't. I just. I think he would have gone if he had. And his the story he says is the saying goes, that dog doesn't hunt, at least with the other people in our family. So I'd make it okay with the university, and they'd eventually write him some letter, and it would just be randomly found. It would be something like, we were going through our archives and we found this. Sorry, dog. But and you have to understand, it was easier to get in my opinion. And it was. It was easier to get in than as a white male than it is now. You have to understand that it used to just be all men. So the undergraduate was like, I'm not 100% sure, but it was around 8,000 men. And that got cut in half in the 70s with women. Then on top of that, you've had affirmative action, which is cut into that even more. So, and not to say that it's not a good thing, I'm saying both of these things are positive for the university to become more diverse. But I personally just know that it was more difficult to get in when I was a student than when my father would have gone. And I mean, I know people who were attorneys, like for the government, and they would tell me that they don't think that they could have gotten in nowadays, like just with their grades. Some could have, but others couldn't have. So, with that, what's your first memory of being at the university? Any of that? I would say, and I could be wrong on this, but so my dad met someone. His name's Tom Hammer. He lives, I think, really close to where I live, like within a few miles, in Southern California, who was an attorney who went to the university. And my dad basically developed this friendship with him somehow, some way. I have no idea. But my dad would buy his, you weren't supposed to sell your season tickets. And so the relationship that they had is Tom would get his season tickets every year, and my dad would buy them from him and then give Tom, whenever Tom was in town, usually for the Tusk game, he would give him those tickets. It was something like that. It could have been Tom bought the tickets and gave them to my dad. But basically, the ticket application was sent to my father. Now, my dad had a good
pretty good business then and was making pretty good money. This is in the 80s and early 90s, and he was making his best year was like $120,000. Now, my best year was $126,000, but it was with inflation. Um, it was later, or I shouldn't say later, but I mean, he had a lot of costs in that as well. But basically, he was doing pretty well as a salesman. He was a very, very good salesman, and so my dad had tickets. Now, I don't know exactly when he started getting those tickets, but it was either in the late 80s or early 90s. And he would give the tickets to customers. So he would have, like, for instance, my dad had really good friends, and his customers would become his friends. And so, like, one of them would have gone to Michigan, or one of them would go to Michigan State, or one of them would have gone to Purdue, or whenever, and he'd have tickets for them, and he'd give them 4 tickets. And it was a good way to keep contacts and be a good salesperson to them. And so, but my dad did not tailgate then. Well, I shouldn't say that. He did not have his own tailgate. Now we're getting too far down the road. I can remember like all my clothes were university related clothes. I shouldn't say all of them. I had like Oshkosh Bagosh overalls and like little kid clothes, toddler clothes. But then as I got a little older, all my clothes became university clothes, and kind of that's all I would have at a certain point to some extent. Um, I do remember. I remember my first game, but we'll wait on that. I remember preschool. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay. So I mean, I knew I wanted to go to the university. There was like it was always confusing to me how the university did not play in the NFL. I didn't understand that league versus college football league. And college football is very complicated. That it's much easier to understand now. With it has like a playoff. Oh, okay, I can understand that. But back then they had a bowl system, and it was very confusing. I don't recall the first game I watched on television. I know the first game to which I went in person, and I remember when I was in grade school, in kindergarten, I wanted to go to I mean, I wanted to go to university every single year, but first grade was big. Miss Luskowski, I was in her first grade class now. She's the best teacher I ever had, and she wasn't even the best first grade teacher they had. She was in her second year of teaching, and she's just an amazing teacher. And she believed in us. And I mean, if you get kids off to a really good start, the sky's the limit. But she wasn't even as good as the other teacher was there. She would have to learn from that other teacher. But nevertheless, Mrs. Goski was. Ask any of the kids who had her. We all loved her. She was pretty. She was young. She was energetic. She was smart, and she believed in us. I mean, she believed in me. And we had this journal that we would keep, and this journal was very important. And this is, I mean, I remember going back and reading this journal. It was so cool. Every single day, you took a piece of construction paper and you would make a picture and have a journal entry. And I would say of this, like, let's say you have 180 days in the school year, something like that. Depends. Um, about 100 of them. It's not that many because people go back and look at this this book, but I would say maybe 30 of them were about me going to university and playing quarterback. And it was very important to me. When you have, like, it wasn't just one journal entry I had, no, it was like every other day I was thinking about this. And a lot of times you couldn't just write on whatever you wanted to. It was like, I don't know, like maybe you could, I don't really recall, but basically, um, going to the university was very important. Now, also, my cousin, I think, I could be wrong on this too, but I think he came in town with his friend Weschler. So my cousin Michael came from Las Vegas with his friend. This isn't the time they brought their other friend, but basically, I think they came for a Tusk game, and they, I think they stayed at our house then, and um, if I recall, I think we might have played like catch in in the front yard, or I don't think so actually, because my parents didn't let me play in the front yard. Believe it or not, kids, we lived on a really busy street, and we would get cars that would. It wasn't a really busy street, but it was for that town. It was a busy street, and we would get cars that would slip and slide on the ice and snow and in the rain, and they would go right up on our driveway or on our front lawn and just like tear the lawn apart. Sometimes, not always, but um, it was pretty dangerous. And so I didn't play in the front yard. And plus, if a ball went in the street, it would be terrible. So we played in the backyard. But I don't really recall actually that much about it. I do remember. So I'm trying to think like the first time I went tailgating. And I do recall that. Or I don't remember the first time, but I remember. We'll get to that. My, I was young, and when I didn't go into the games. Um, but I do remember we my dad would usually go tailgating. As I recall, my dad wouldn't go to the games. My dad didn't go into a game for even though he had season tickets. He didn't go into a game for like 30 years or something, maybe more than that. Uh, he didn't go to the start of a game for like I don't think he ever did. Maybe, but I don't think so. Uh, he went to the dedication game, which was like I think 1996, something like that. But he got tickets really cheaply at the end of at like after the game had started or something like that. Anyway, um, I can tell you though, in first grade, it was very significant that I was going to go to the university. I was going to play quarterback there. And while that never happened, maybe it would someday. Who knows? Because I'm a potential six step, baby. Okay, so you got to talk about the first day of first grade. First day of first grade. Well, in kindergarten, you were either in the morning class or the afternoon class. And I remember my mom asked me, "Do you want to be in morning class or afternoon class?" And I wanted to sleep in, so I wanted to be in the afternoon class. So I was in the afternoon class, and I would say the afternoon class had more mothers who didn't work. My mother worked; she was a real estate agent, but she could kind of pick her schedule. And my father worked, but he could kind of pick his schedule too. So um, they could, they kind of could govern. They could kind of pick me up when I needed and all of that. In first grade, though, on the first day of school, we get new kids. Who are the new kids? I'm not going to be able to remember them all, but Khalil was a new kid. Joey Kelly was a new kid. Sarah Dupree was a new kid. I can tell you, like, that's why it's important to start school with all the other kids. Because if not, I would say to this day, I still think of them as being the new kids. I know it's crazy. I went to school with these kids for a long time. Anybody else new kids? Yeah, there were. We had an influx of kids in first grade. Marguerite Bloom left. She was always, and then we. I just remember she was in kindergarten with us. We gained more kids from kindergarten to first grade than lost. Anybody else? First grade? Anybody who brought in for first grade aside from those people? Yeah, I'm sure I'm forgetting him now. But there was one other kid. His name was Danny Bradley. And which perhaps I and so check this out. I should probably end it and send me anything. Why? My friend. So, first day of first grade, Danny Bradley is there, and every kid gets a partner. And I kind of even still remember this. Sarah Debris was with Margaret DeSalle. Like, they kind of put the kids with, I would say, kids who were pretty smart, who had good homes, and um, with whom was Joey Kelly? I have no idea. How about Khalil? He was in the other class. I don't recall. Anybody else was first grade who were new kids? Yeah, I name them like I can, but I forget. I've named it previously on this. My friend Danny was there, but he wasn't yet my friend. And Miss Luskowski put me with Danny, and I didn't like him. I didn't want to be with him. I didn't want a new kid. It was my first day of first grade, and I wanted to not have the new kid, honestly. And I would tell him that. I should also say my first day of kindergarten, I was on the. I remember my first day of kindergarten, my mom took me to school with my grandpa, and it was really hard for her and like to, have her kid go to school finally. And I think they had to call my mom, or maybe she just found out when she picked me up. But I tore my knee open. I still have a scar on my knee. Shit. That goes like this. I don't know if you can see it. It goes like this. I still have a scar on my knee. I didn't get stitches, though I probably needed them. Um, I had a boo boo there, so to speak, and I have a scar right here when I was in Las Vegas as a little kid and I hit my head on a table at my Aunt Judy's house, and I had to get stitches that time. Um, but the first day of first grade, Danny comes in, and I didn't want to have to be somebody's buddy. And Miss Luskowski made me have a buddy, and Danny was my buddy. So what did that mean? It was just like I had to show him where the bathroom was and be his friend for the day or whatever. And we get to talking, and he tells me that he's a really big university fan. I'm like, well, so am I, dog. Like, well, his dad's a law professor there, and that was the first person I knew who was associated with the actual university. And so, like, well, maybe this kid's not so bad. And I remember we would talk about playing football there and all these things that we said we would do. And I'm sure his journal is very similar to mine, but university oriented. But I'm sure no kid had as many university pages as I did. And I had this shirt. I don't know exactly when I got it, but I wore it a lot. and it was this shirt that had the head kind of cut off on the person, so it just looked like a person wearing a shirt, and it said future university quarterback, something like that, and a number one, something like that. And I, so it looked like you were the person in the shirt who would be wearing that. It was a cute shirt. And I remember wearing this shirt, and well, not just that. I was a huge university fan. And I remember my friend Danny, as sweet as, and he would later up end up doing this. I always wondered, well, what happens if I don't get it? Like, and Danny always said to me, well, if you don't get in, I'll I'll put you in my backpack, and I'll sneak you in. And so that was always a cute thing I remember he would say to me. And that was an interesting thing because I was smarter than he was. I was the smartest kid in first grade, and I can tell you that, at least in math, but in reading as well. I was such a good reader that, okay, so I gotta tell this story. We had this reading contest, and okay, there was this thing called Book It, which is a big thing, where you could earn by reading a book. You could get uh, a personal pan pizza at Pizza Hut. Perhaps it was kosher, of course. Anyway, and it was a contest that they had amongst all the schools, and so we would read and get these like little stickers, and then you could go to Pizza Hut and get a personal pan pizza as a kid. And it was like it was interesting because it was like it gave you something, it rewarded you. And so then what's her what's her name? Susan Ba? Something. Yeah, Susan Ba. This lady. She um she had something. I have to say, what was it? She was really good at. A newspaper in Indiana described her as being engaged in a profession it termed professional board member or professional director. Basically, that's what she was. She was a past Miss Southern California. Really? Oh, yeah. Anyway, she died. Yeah. How'd she die? Glioblastoma. Anyway, that's how my rabbits and Zapano died. It's becoming more and more common. What is that? Brain cancer. My grandfather died. Anyway, um, she was a professional board member. She would come up with these ideas for the state. I don't know if she did a bunch of them, but I just remember this kind of like thing that we were just told one day that it was like kids were gonna. I remember Mrs. Scott saying something like, "We're gonna have a contest for who can read the most amount of books in a week," and we were all really excited. And she had this big grid; it had all our names on it and this big grid. And you would go home and read at night, and then however many pages you read, she would she would fill in one of the grids, and every single kid was on this. And so the first like maybe it was over 2 weeks or something like that, but we she I remember she it came to the last day, and my friend Danny had read a. I was in the lead for most of it, and my friend Danny had read so many, and then he took the lead, and then like this girl Margaret, she took it. She's also very smart. She went to University of Chicago, and just basically there were like the three of us, there were other kids too, but I remember the 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 um the day comes where it's like a Monday morning. Who could read the most over the weekend? It was really going to come down to that. And I did something that I felt was smart. I knew it was it wasn't cheating, but it's just smart. And it was like, it didn't say how difficult the book had to be that you would read. So I had this Abraham Lincoln book that I could read very quickly because it was like, and it didn't say how many words on the page there had to be. It just was how many pages could you read. And it couldn't be a picture book. Those were the two things. Okay, fine. So it was like, well, it doesn't have to be a picture book, but if there are very few words on the page, I could read this book. And no one said you couldn't read the book more than once. So the only thing that you had to do was you had to have a parent sign off on how much you read the night for that night to keep everything as honest as possible. And I was at my grandparents' house, and I remember reading this book, and I knew I could kind of maybe not manipulate my grandfather, but like basically say like, hey grandpa, I bet I could read this book like 50 times. And it was just this book on Abraham Lincoln, and I bet he would sign off on this. And if he doesn't sign off on it, I bet he could say, yeah, have my mom sign off on it. And actually, I don't think it had to be your parents. I think it could be a brother, a sister, or a grandparent as well could sign off on it. So I remember reading this book like a bunch. And so it comes to be Monday morning, and they go and Margaret, like, this is how crazy this was. They had this really long sheet of paper that was a grid, and Miss Luskowski would fill it in different colors. Everybody had a different color, and she'd fill it in. And so if you read, like, let's say 20 pages, she'd fill in 20 of the little bubbles. And if you read 30 pages, okay, 30 pages. And some kids only read like 5 pages, and that's fine, okay. And they go to Margaret, and she read like 70 pages. And that was so many pages that they had to add um, grid lines because she had read so much. It was like, shit, that's a lot of pages. Danny comes up, and he had read like 85 pages. And I remember he was telling everybody how many pages. He read like 85 pages. So they had to add even more grid lines, grid pieces of grid paper for Danny. And then I come up, and I had read like 120 pages because I had read this book like a whole bunch of times. And my friends are like, how did you read it so much? And I was like, well, I read this book on Abraham Lincoln multiple times. And they were like, that's cheating. They cheating. Going to the teacher, that's cheating. He read the same book more than once. And because my grandfather had signed off on this, it's not like the teacher's going to go back on that. I mean, he did read the book, and it wasn't a picture book. And we didn't say that you couldn't read the same book multiple times. So I remember this contest. It's really, I mean, I've won things in my life, but like this was a big thing for me to win because I beaten everybody in my class, and then we compared with the class next door, and I beaten everybody in that class. And I remember there was this like, and it was a thing for the whole school. Like it was who was the best reader for each grade. So from first grade to eighth grade, or yeah, because kindergartners they weren't like readers yet. So it was first grade to eighth grade, and the prize was um, we were going to get the opportunity to have our parents come in, and there was going to be like a luncheon. So I remember telling my mom this, and she's only missed a couple things in my life. Is it 9 o'clock? What up, baby? Why isn't it doing a thing? Anyway,
Hi,
hey,
Daddy.
what
It
up,
is
girl?
now 9 o'clock
Thanks,
a.m.
baby. Anyway, I remember my mom did not come to this. She had something else that she was doing. My dad came though, and he brought my grandfather. So my dad was there, and my grandfather was there, and I still don't know why my mom didn't come. but she didn't for whatever reason. And I always put a guilt trip on her for this. And I know she always wished that she had come, but she didn't. And I got to meet Susan Bai, the first lady of Indiana, which was a big fucking deal. To meet the fucking first lady of Indiana as a first grader was a really big deal. And I remember we thought we were going to get to meet the governor, but it's not going to come out for some first grade thing. Anyway, and I remember meeting her, and she was really nice, and that's really all I remember about that um, contest. But I remember I was the best reader in the first grade, and I mean whatever. I've read the most amount of pages. I don't know if I was the best reader because I will say those other two kids were very smart as well. I mean, we had a lot of kids that were smart. So, but I was the best reader, and then I was best at math. And this I could show. I mean, this there was no doubt about this one. So we had to do flashcards, and my grandfather and I would do flashcards. Well, he did something. So why was I smarter than all these kids? It's not because I'm naturally gifted. It's not because um, I'm a brain. It's because I would work really hard with my grandfather, who was a retired man, and I spent a lot of time with him. And he would he took an interest in my learning. And I had cousins who were older than I am, and he wasn't able to spend as much time with them, working with them as much. So I mean, they didn't have the same benefits. I was the youngest of his grandchildren, so I mean, I was kind of the baby, and I was. My grandparents were able to take more time with me. So what did you do? Um, I Bob Ross's paintings would be without. They'd be like they'd be like Picasso's in the future. Anyway, the the thing that my grandfather did is to get me to read really well, we would read a lot together. I'd sit on his lap and I'd read books to him, and he was just there to listen. But he had a list of words that he had this like notebook, this like vertically folding notebook, not like this kind of notebook, but it's like a tab, almost like a tablet. Um, and he would. This is a good thing to do. Just okay, if I can give kids, and I need to do it myself. If there's ever a word you don't know, write down the definition, and then just read it on a daily basis. It's the best thing you can do to improve your vocabulary, your lexicon, whatever you want to call it. My uncle did this. My uncle Gary, who never graduated school, never got a degree, that's what he did. This one day, I remember using that word, lexicon. I said, he used some word, and I was like, "Wow, Uncle Gary, you have quite the lexicon." He's like, "What?" And I'm like, "Lexicon. I love that word." There's a lexicon street right by the library. I used to walk to go to shul sometimes, and um, I just thought that was a cool name for a street. No street would be called Lexicon from where I am, but this is a different place. So it's a city of innovation, baby. And he said, "What's the word?" And I said, "Lexicon." And he goes to his room. He has this huge notebook, and he writes down the word lexicon. He's like, "What's that mean?" And then it meant it means vocabulary. Basically, it's a synonym for vocabulary. He had all these words. I remember my friend was there, and we're like, "Oh my god, you!" He's like, "I write down every single word that I don't know, and I put it in this book, and I do my best to memorize what it means." And when you're self-educated, that's a good way to do it. Anyway, my grandfather did something similar with me, but then he also put common words in there for me to learn and also to spell. And he was always really big on me on learning how to print. Cursive was fine, but he was a printer because you could read it. And so printing was really important. My mother has beautiful penmanship, and it's really because of her father. He's an engineer. And my grandmother had pretty good penmanship as well. My grandfather's penmanship. He put his initials on everything in case he lost stuff. He was just very smart. He put casters on everything. Everything in his house was on wheels, so he didn't have to lift it. He was very smart about that kind of stuff. And it's very Eastern European. Not to say it's not Western European, but it's a European thing to do. At least I always interpreted it as that. It was very engineering based, though I'm sure that not necessarily has to be European, but that's how I always interpret it. He was an immigrant, and there were just some things that he did that were kind of unique. So then what? My grandfather and I would do flashcards together, and I just got really good at flashcards. And I we had this game, and it was such a fun game. In first grade, we would play around the world. Ms. Luskowski would have. So how do you play it? Basically, we all sat in like a big circle, and she would sit in the middle of the circle and show flashcards to kids. And so you'd have two kids who would, let's say like make sure it's a circle, okay? Okay, so then like the first two kids who sit next to each other, you'd have one kid stand behind the kid sitting, and she'd show the cards, and whatever person said the right answer got to move to the next chair against the next person, I should say, and then the loser basically sat in that person's chair, in the first person's chair. So it was called Around the World, and I knew flashcards better than anybody else in the class, and I would get really excited for this game, and I would get so excited that I would jump when the cards were shown. Why? I would do this weird thing where I would flex my Kegel muscle. I don't know why. I think I was like trying to get a boner. I have no idea. But it built a really strong Kegel muscle. You can all thank Miss Luskowski for that. And we would play around the world. And the way you play it is you play until someone goes all the way around the entire room, beats every kid basically. And then that kid's declared the winner. And I would beat the whole class very often. I mean, not off like every single time until we got later in the year and kids got better and better. And all they have to do is beat you once, and then, then it's somebody else's turn. But we played this game, and I remember I beat every kid in the room, and then we even went next door and played it, and I beat every kid in that room. And I was just on a roll to the point where I went to the second grade. So I was in first grade, and we went to second grade and started playing it with those kids. And Mr. Scott, by doing that, just gave me a lot of confidence, and she believed in me. I mean, she believed in me such that she took me to another grade and had me take on those kids. And while I remember this girl did beat me, it took a while. I was beating kids the grade above me, and that was a big deal. So then that's Around the World. It's a really fun game. She did one other thing that I remember that was really important as a first grade teacher. We had these pinto beans. Oh, and they used to call me Mexican jumping bean because I would jump. Did you have any Mexican kids? Oh, Nader Airman, he wasn't Mexican, but he was in our class. He came in first grade. Anybody else? I remember the first grade kids. We had these pinto beans, and when you did something good in the class, you got a pinto bean. It was like a currency of our school. But we were all of our class, but we were also honest that none of us would think, hey, let's just take pinto beans from home and have like our own currency. No, there was none of that. So basically, what was done was if you did something good, like what? Like you came in and you just put all your stuff away and were quiet, she would go around and put a pinto bean on your desk. And that was a big thing. So we would all do whatever she wanted because we wanted this currency. And then at the end of the week, she had like this little store, little trinkets that she'd buy. And it was tchotchke kind of toys and erasers and pencils and just little things that she would have. And so kids would, save their pinto beans for whatever their occasion was, whatever they wanted. So maybe they really wanted an eraser, or maybe they really wanted like a little doll or like a little figurine or like a pen. It was all academic related. So when I say doll, like a little, maybe like a finger puppet or something like that. Um, I don't know if that they were somehow all academic. So finger puppet of a teacher. I don't know. But I'll give you a finger puppet kid. Easy there, right? Semester. Anyway, that's my joke. Why? It's for Rebbitzin Esther Junglis. Jungris, she died, but I always thought she was kind of good looking, and I always wanted to meet her, but I never got a chance to. Easy at Rebbitzin Esther. So I always say when I'm fingering chicks like bowling balls, it's like Rebbitzin Esther. Anyway, so Rebbitzin Esther would be the number 3 hottest Rebbitzin of all time. Number 2 hottest Rebbitzin of all time would be my Rebbitzin Bro. And then the number 1 greatest Rebbitzin of all time would be you, whatever girl sees this, because I always want girls to think that they could always be the prettiest Rebbitzin of all time. Really? Yeah. So is that the end of your story? Um, so we had these pinto beans. So anyway, what'd you buy with yours? So I don't want to say everything was education related, but I do remember she had like pencils, like glitter pencils, and maybe like she'd have like scratch and sniff stickers, and like that's not educational, but like it wasn't junk. It wasn't like candy and things like that. But we what were really big were these NFL pencils for boys. Boys love these NFL pencils, and it was such a big deal to get the Dallas one and the San Francisco one. And like a kid would get a pack of these and give like each of us. I've talked about this previous. Each of us had a team, and if he liked you, he'd give you that team, and you could put you'd like be able to use your team's pencil. Those NFL pencils are huge, and I've heard what's his name? That guy who's on Joe Rogan's a lot. He knows what I'm talking about. These NFL pencils, they were a huge deal. Anyway, the guy from Santa Ana, I can't remember. Oh, he's the guy who comes up with those rules. Eddie Bravo knows exactly what I'm talking about. These pencils, they were huge. Anyway, so she had those pencils, and so what'd you buy with your pinto beans? I didn't buy anything. I saved them up all the way to the end of the year. Why? I couldn't. I wanted to save them. Like I don't know. I was a big saver, I guess. I didn't just buy stuff. And at the end of the year, I remember Mrs. Gassi saying, "You gotta buy something. Like you can't take these to second grade, And I think she might have gotten. She knew I would want something university related. Maybe she got university related something, and I really wanted that. But she got something I remember probably that I liked, and so I eventually ended up using the rest of the pinto beans for that on the last day of school. One other thing she did that was really big. This is so cute. This would be done in Israel, like study immediately. Basically, kids don't know different measurements of things. So what we would do is for Mother's Day, we would make our moms a cookbook, and every kid would make a recipe. And so when you go to first graders and you ask them, you know, well, basically this book, we had 26 kids in the class, and of the 26, I think 16 of the kids, mostly girls, wanted to make chocolate chip cookies. And so, you get one kid who's saying that you need to put 3 sticks of butter in your chocolate chip cookies and 2 packages of chocolate chips, and you had to put like a whole bag of flour in there and 12 eggs. You get another kid who says you only put 1 egg in, but you put in 3 bags of chocolate chips, and you put in 14 eggs. I mean, just like the craziest ingredients, measurements. And then the moms get this, and it's really cute because it's like first grade kids who have no idea about ingredients or what goes in what, and they're you're in first grade. You think that you know what's going on. So what did you make? You don't actually make these things, but it's just what you would make. It's your first grade cookbook. So I made chocolate mousse. Why? I remember I liked that, and I didn't know how to spell moose. I thought it was like moose, the animal, though I didn't spell it that way. I spelled it the correct way. And I remember writing this in pencil and writing all the ingredients and everything. And then at the end, I wanted to use this word, and I still remember this word. It's voila. I don't, I mean, I was in first grade. I knew this word. It was a big word. But I remember saying to, there it is, there you are, voila. What is it? Is it French? There it is. Okay, so I remember saying to my teacher, though, Mrs. Gusty, I remember saying, I've seen cooking shows before, and they do everything, and at the end they go, voila, but I don't know what they're saying. They go, voila. And she said, oh, voila. And I said, how do you spell that? And she didn't necessarily know because it's French. She thought it was Viola. She's right. But I remember she went to the teacher next door to kind of just get to make sure this was right because I want to make sure everything was spelled correctly. So I was the one kid in our cookbook that had a French word in their recipe, which is a really big deal. Anyway, so it was really cute. Like, so is that all you remember for first grade? I mean, I remember other things, but we're talking university, but all my university stories. So, but I can tell you, so there was a chance I was the smartest kid in the first grade. I'm not saying I'm the smartest kid in first grade now, but because there are some really smart. And in the first grade, I was the smartest. I think probably, at least when it came to things. I mean, at least knew that I got to meet the first lady of Indiana, which is a big deal, and I was by far the best around the world player. I can tell you this though, and this is true with anything at which I've ever been good. Kids learn my strategies and then they adapt to them and they get better. So I and it's hard because you don't have a competition that's better than you. So it's like you're the leader of the pack, but they get closer and closer to beating you, and eventually they'll overtake you. And I can tell you, I did not wear glasses then, and I really think my vision, as I got older, my vision failed, and I had to get glasses. And when you have glasses, it adds. People don't realize it. It can it's a disadvantage. I don't understand why it's not a disability. I think it should be, but people don't who are not glasses wearers don't. It's a big deal, but it's definitely a big deal. If I don't have my glasses, and you see what I go through. I have to like look at stuff like this, and like as a little kid, it's terrible. So anyway, is that the end of your story? No, if I were president, I would do my best to pass legislation that you cannot hit children in the United States or globally. I think the UN should be on that, but you shouldn't be able to use corporal punishment on children. And then also in the United States, I think that there should be a program to get kids reduced cost laser um, eye surgery at young ages so that they'd be better at sports, they'd be able to be swimming and like bathing. It makes everything sleeping, it makes everything a lot easier. And they don't have that. Basically, it's weird. Like vision and teeth. That'd be another thing about teeth. I'd make it so that there was like universal health care when it comes to dental care. I don't understand why teeth are any different than the rest of your medical or eyes are different. It's not like it's like well, like your ears are included in your health care. Why aren't your eyes and your teeth? That doesn't make sense to me. It's like, oh, what happened on this finger? Well, okay, you didn't have index finger insurance. It's like, what the fuck is that? Oh, well, you don't have eye insurance. You have health insurance, but not, or you don't have dental. It's like, who the fuck cares, man? It's called health insurance. It should be everything that has to do with my body. I don't understand that, but anyway. But I can tell you, in first grade, you can go back to my journal, and it says how much I want to go to university. And I can remember saying to my friend Danny how badly he wanted to go, and if I didn't get in, he was gonna he was going to sneak me in his backpack. A little did he know that I think basically. Is that the end of your story? And she's like, dude, that was a good one. I liked it. I liked the part when you were talking about about Pizza Hut and filling in the little boxes and the pinto beans. I liked all that. So anyway, is that the end of your story? You're fine. Go fuck yourself. That was first grade. And like my friends haven't heard these stories. I mean, the kids who lived with whom I grew up, they've heard them. But my friends in college never heard these stories. Um, I can remember asking Yosh, why did you come here, like from California? And he was like, I had heard that it was a good school and they had a good soccer team. And I remember him saying that he never had good grades in school. And a lot of kids are like, a lot of athletes I knew, they they went to university and that was the first time they started getting good grades because they had a lot of support from the academic tutors and things. And um, and I can see that. I okay, so I also remember in first grade. So I want to say this is 1992. Well, I know the game was in 1992, but I think I was in first grade during this time. So there was another kid who was a really big university fan. Oh, all of us were. Oh, I should say this. In kindergarten, Mrs. Greisinger, the kindergarten teacher, asked us who wants to go to the university, and every single kid's arm went up in kindergarten. Every single one of us wanted to go to the university. I remember it almost like it was yesterday. I forgot it in the previous video. So that was kindergarten. Every single kid's arm went up. Every single one of us wanted to go there. And I very much remember that there was not a kid who did not want to go there. There wasn't even a kid. There were no kids who didn't want to go there. Oh, Philip Schmidt. He transferred in first grade, and his dad was an architecture professor. So I remember in first grade, we all wanted to go to university, and some of us had siblings who had gone there. I think Margaret, her brother, went there, and um, though interestingly, none of our parents had gone there, to my knowledge. I could be wrong on that, but I don't think so. Which is just kind of an interesting thing. Why? Because usually, if you had gone there, you didn't want to stay in that town. You had left, and so you wouldn't have children there. But all of us wanted to go there in kindergarten, and in first grade, I was obsessed with the university. In this journal that we had, I remember Philip Smith. He wanted to go to university. We all did. First grade or kindergarten, we all wanted to go there. But I remember Carl Schmidt had a university, and I always felt badly for Carl uh, because I just remember poor Carl. Like I don't want to. I'm sure he'd be fine. Very successful nowadays, but he was always. Um, he 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 kind of was more rough, I would say, than some of us, and he had a university jacket, and well, I mean, I don't know anything about his home life. I just remember he was always like he was rough, like he would play football rough, and he'd get like cut up and like skin knees and things like that. But I remember in first grade, it was university played Penn State, and this was a big game. This was the first game to which I had ever gone. And so that would have made I was 7. And I want to say I went to games before then. And what we would do, my dad did not know any graduates to my knowledge. I mean, he knew like Tom Hamlin, but like not people who were there regularly. Like he would eventually. Um, but he would. We would go to this guy. The guy's van is in Rudy. And this guy's name was Notre Dame Bob. That's what everybody called him. And he had this van on Juniper Road, and it was right by the JCC, and it became kind of an outpost of like people who could go there, random strangers, and you could leave stuff in his car, or he had you weren't supposed to do this, but he had these squares that he would sell, and you could sell squares, and he would sell squares, you could buy squares, and basically like if you didn't have any people that you knew at the university, you could go to his tailgate and have a good time. So I remember we would go there and have a good time. Okay, fine. And play catch. That was my big thing. I always play catch, and I would, I want to say, watch the games when I was a little kid with my at my grandparents' house a lot of times. And I've talked about this before, but I had this little ball, a little. My mom, we never had a lot of money, but I'd always want to go to a bookstore, and the bookstore then was not like the bookstore now. It was, they show it in that ESPN 30 for 30. It was very small, and it, oh my god, it was so busy. It was ridiculously busy. They had to expand it and they had to move it. It would get so busy. But you'd go there and you could buy sweatshirts and t-shirts and all kinds of things. But we never had a lot of money, and I always wanted toys. My big thing is I always wanted toys, but they didn't really have toys. So I remember we had this. My mom got me this little plastic football that I would play with all the time. And it was a good ball to have in the house because you could throw this ball at the wall and it wasn't going to make a mark. And it was like, it was a hollow ball, so it wasn't very heavy. And my grandfather and I would play catch on his, what they called the board, the, the couch. And I would just do this thing, great catches. I would just make catch after catch after catch. And so I'd run from the kitchen into the living room and just like slide on the couch and make catches all day long. We would just play this, and we would we would watch the game. But I remember my grandpa wasn't a huge football fan, just wasn't. But um, and then I had this like Nerf ball that with which we would play in the front yard, and we'd play catch in the front yard. So we're always playing catch, just with we didn't play baseball. We played basketball too. So then I had this little mini basketball, and he built me this little hoop. It was a university basketball, a little mini one. And he built me this hoop using like a bucket, like an old time hoop. And he put it up against their cellar door, this hoop, and we would play basketball in the winter. And I remember there were 3 points in the that I would always think of these three players when I would shoot from these spots. There was by their ping pong table, which was my Larry Bird shot, because that was like Boston, which was in the East. There was a straight on shot that was Michael Jordan, 'cause that was Chicago in the center. And there was a far one that was Magic Johnson by there. They had a refrigerator down there. That's how I learned how to play basketball, basically, inside indoors. And they didn't have a lot of room down there, but as a little kid, you don't need a lot of room for that kind of stuff. So, but I remember I did university basketball, and that was a big deal. And again, I mean, we may have had like, in comparison to the Jews I know, we had nothing. In comparison to most people in America at the time, we we were we were lower, we were upper lower class probably, or and we always thought we were lower middle class, but we weren't. Um, and we had this little football, and so we played football. Okay, fine. I had another football that was rubber, that university one that had the laces on it. I remember, and so I had like 3 footballs. I had a Nerf one, I had this rubber one that was a university one, had the leprechaun on it, and I had this little yellow one. And okay, so I remember my my dad. I shouldn't say my dad didn't go to games because he went to game with me. Or went to a couple games actually, as I recall. Um, but he would go entire seasons while having season tickets, not using them, or he would give them to people, but he wouldn't go to the games. So my dad and I were going to go to this really big game. The university was playing Penn State, and it was known as the Snow Bowl because it snowed during this game, and it was so cold. I remember how cold. And of anything at the university that was potentially kosher in the stands, it was the hot chocolate there, perhaps, and the coffee, probably. And I remember we went in, you could bring a blanket in, and we brought a blanket. The same blanket, I hate this blanket, but it was this university blanket, and I was so excited to go to the game. And we get to the game, and then you're a little kid. You're too short to see over any of the people. So my dad like would lift me up a little bit, and but then that becomes tiresome for him as well. And if you put me on your shoulders, then the people behind you can't see. So I remember just basically like not being very interested in the game at all. Even though I knew I was a really big fan, I just wasn't a big fan of going to the games, nor have I ever. And there was no television. There was just the game there. So we watched this game, and it's a very good game. And they're both ranked. I remember seeing Joe Paterno and Lou Holtz, and it's the first game to which I ever gone. But I remember being very cold, very cold. And I just don't think I dressed warmly enough. And I think I had mittens, university mittens, and um, I had this we had this very thin blanket that I don't like this blanket because it eventually became the cover of my my dad when he got this other vehicle. Uh, it became his seat cover basically. And when my grandfather died, the next day, I remember crying in this blanket because I had lost my best friend. So, I mean, it's a fine blanket, but it's not, it wasn't like a comforter. It wasn't like thick. It was very thin and it had a leprechaun all over it. Um, I do remember, so going to that game and getting hot chocolate. And hot chocolate was so hot, it would burn your mouth. And I wasn't smart enough to like put water in it. There was none of that. I remember like peeing in a trough because that's how you did it then, and um, and just being so cold. And I remember my dad seeing that I was very cold and not having a good time, asked me, and the university looked like they were going to lose, and he asked me if if I wanted to go, and I did, and we left and went to. He had known someone who had a bus. Was it no? They had an RV, and they allowed RVs there then. And we went inside this person's RV, and it was really warm in there. And I remember being really relieved because I was so cold. And watching the last play of that game on the television, and it was big. They won the game. It was huge. And I remember going into school on Monday, and Carl Schmidt had gone to that game as well. And he might be in some of the pictures. And he said that he had who caught the ball? I think Reggie Brooks had caught the ball. He even talks about how he wouldn't wear his contacts, but then he wears contacts that day. Anyway, Carl said that he he was in the corner of the end zone for that, and I believe him. But I remember there were some really big fans of the university within my went to school. To be in first grade and go to the game was a big deal. So then what? Um, I remember we would go tailgating. I don't want to say for every game, but we wouldn't tailgate. My dad would go out early in the morning, and then my mom and I. That's right. My mom and I would go. Now my aunt didn't start going, as I recall, until like as I got older. But sometimes my mom and I would go to my grandparents' house. Oh, we'd go to my grandparents' house during halftime. That's right. And I one time I was at a tailgate, and the vice president of our division at the time, I was at a tailgate with her named Sarah Meisner, and she and I have something in common. There's this certain like I can only describe it as this: when the university's playing, it's a hurricane. But at halftime, or like once the game starts, I should say, if you go to the stores around the university, they're all empty, and it's like being in the eye of the storm. It's very quiet. And I remember talking to her and saying, do you like going to the games? Yada yada yada. And she's like, actually, I like going to the stores when everybody's gone and it's really quiet. And I was like, wow, I like that too. Like going to Martin's is the key one, where before it's so busy, but then everybody leaves and it's dead. It's like absolutely dead in there. Um, and okay, so I remember we go to the bookstore and we would wait in line at the bookstore, my mom and I, and she got these were big things. The little interlocking ND tattoos, face tattoos, were really big. The cheerleaders would wear them, and I think they made them with like a little leprechaun and also like maybe a shamrock or something like that. And my mom would never ever wear that kind of stuff normally on her face, but she would wear these little fan tattoos on her face, and those would be really big. The cheerleaders wear them, and I think I would wear like there's like a temporary tattoo kind of a deal, just washes off with water, but it's not something that normally we would get. But I remember we would get. And would you get anything else? I remember one time I think I got a T-shirt that had Lou Holtz on it and like the team, but like really we didn't buy a lot. Um, it was so expensive for our budget. So, and I remember always wanting to go upstairs in the bookstore. My mom was like, "Michael, you don't want to go upstairs in the bookstore." I'm like, "Why?" Because there are just books there. There's nothing for kids up there. I always want to go to the toy store. They didn't have a toy store on campus, and even still, the university doesn't have a lot of toys for kids, and I would think that would be something that they could market big time. One time I was at the university in the dome, and they had this like impromptu meeting about what suggestions would you give to the university for the bookstore, and people were giving all kinds of suggestions, and this was a good idea, I thought, is having the university brand in different colors. And I even said it's always in blue, gold, green, and that's it. But if you could, and they do pink sometimes. But I'm like, if you could do in royal blue or purple, there are some people who love the color purple and love the university. Those are things that I think that they could brand with themselves, or orange and whatever. Like, I know I liked it with red, and they were like, "Oh, that's a stupid idea." I think that's a multi-billion-dollar idea that they just were like, "Oh, that's a bad idea." And you say that, and they did it with pink, and pink became very popular. I mean, I don't understand what the people are thinking there sometimes. Anyway, I understand you have to brand yourself, but people like colors and they like different colors. Anyway, um, I how did I get on that one? Oh, toys and what the university had. Anyway, I that was first grade. Anything of second, third. Oh yeah, so second grade, I let's just say perhaps for Halloween, who knows? We had to dress up as something. Maybe it was prom. Yeah, it was prom. There you go. Um, and so everybody dressed up as something. And oh no, maybe in first grade actually. I think. I think in first grade, yeah, I dressed up as Lou Holtz, they had these Lou Holtz masks, which were really popular back then. And I had a Lou Holtz mask, and I had my little university shirt or something like that, and pants. And then I didn't know I had a newspaper in my back pocket, and everyone was like, "Why do you have a newspaper in your back pocket?" I didn't know what he had. He had the plays of the team in his back pocket, but I didn't know that. I always thought it was a newspaper. So anyway, I had a newspaper in my back. like crazy boy. But I dressed up as little Holtz. I'm going to say I was first grade. Why? Second grade, I let's just say I dressed up like the Stanford band, but it was a really cute. Um, it was a really cute outfit, and my mom did a lot with that one. You dressed up as a tree? Yeah. I don't remember third grade. Anyway, and I'm not telling all the stories that I have from my childhood. These are just those that are university related. Why? Because it's all leading up to Shabbat. Anyway, so is that the end of your? Are those the end of your stories? Um, that I can recall right now. Well, yeah, I mean, I remember. Well, so Penn State, yeah, it was so cold. Um, and I really mean this. I think it was like I think I could have actually gotten frostbite at that game. It was so cold. I it was snowing. It was very cold, and while I didn't, I remember like not not enjoying it, not enjoying being in the stadium at all. Didn't like it. Couldn't see. I remember being like, why don't I want to watch it on television? Where it's nice and warm, and they have instant replay. They have commentators. I mean, I can remember this one person had like one of those little TVs, and I was trying to watch what that person was at. Like I had the whole field to watch, but I didn't want to watch it. I was watching on whatever the guy's little TV was, and like some people had radios. It's like, man, this sucks. Like, just I did not like going to the games. That's something I never liked doing. Ask anyone who knows me. Just never liked it. Okay, is that the end of your story? Well, of that one, I guess. Anything else you want to say about it? No. Well, yeah, I remember. Um, oh yeah, my parents bought me for let's say for maybe kindergarten or something like that. I had my little university helmet and these football pads and a football jersey and football pants. And I remember my cousin Kelly. She was a cheerleader one year. Maybe it wasn't for that, but she was a university cheerleader. And I don't know what my little cousin was, Tommy, but I remember one year my cousin was a cheerleader and I was a football player, and I would later turn that football helmet into a San Francisco 49ers helmet because I became a San Francisco. I was always a San Francisco 49ers fan. Kids, I grew up. My dad was big into sports memorabilia, and he bought this 16 jersey, this Joe Montana jersey that I slept. I always say this. I slept with Joe Montana every night for most of my life. Um, and so that was, but that was in a different room later on. But when he bought it, and he was in preparation because my parents were building a house. And I'll just say this: we have a lot of footage, or had a lot of footage of that house. I think my mom threw a lot of it out. She didn't throw out. She'd throw out things. I don't know why, but of video footage. But I know why, because it's hard for her to watch those videos. She never could. But basically, every single day, my dad had a camcorder, and we would go and watch this house being built every single day. And so I remember the first day that we were there when they were putting in the foundation, or like even just staking off the foundation, and they were saying the garage is going to be here and the living room is going to be here and the kitchen's going to be here, all the way until when it was built. Um, we wouldn't take the video camera to the university though, because Well, that was another thing too. You'd have to park very far away. Kids, people think there are a lot of people there now. It's nothing. It's absolutely nothing in comparison. They may have a bigger stadium, but it was like pandemonium when I was a kid. People would be parking blocks away. The traffic was nuts. There were a lot more people. And I remember it just isn't that way anymore. And that's a complicated issue. We can go into it another time. But basically, I remember I remember putting on and going to the huddle was really big. That was something. That's what we would do. We wouldn't go to my grandparents' house during halftime. No, we would go to the huddle during that halftime, and we would watch the game at the huddle or at La Fortune. Basically, that's what we would do. My grandparents, we would go there after the game a lot of times, and that was that was. I don't want to say we always did that, but no, now I remember. We would go to La Fortune. That was the big thing, and it was so packed. Everybody would just sit. You'd sit on the floor and just watch the game and be with a whole bunch of people and cheer on the team. And my dad would be in the parking lot with that like Notre Dame Bobs basically, and there were people who had TVs out there, but actually, no, there weren't people who had many TVs out there. It was a big deal if you had a TV. People would listen to it on the radio, and then you could hear there was a delay, so you could hear the crowd cheering, and then about 10 seconds later, you could hear what was going on the radio, and that was a big thing. Anything else? No. So that was 1992. Then 1993. Okay, we'll do 1993. 1993 is a new video. Yo, dog. I like that this motherfucker got that fucking thing on his door. I'm happy. What the hell is this shit? Hey, what about 1993? Yo, dog.
Through, and I'm like, holy cow, there it is, you know. And so I just start to run. I get it, and I stuff it in my pocket. When you see McGuire touch home plate, you'll see us busting out of the gate to pick up confetti.
So you're running around the field picking up confetti with this number 62 ball in your pocket?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring a member of the Cardinal ground crew to the microphone and to the stage. And the reason why is that Mr. Tim Farneris, a member of the Cardinal ground crew, ended up with the baseball that was hit for home run number 62. And he wants to present it to Mark McGuire.
I mean, I knew that being worth $1 million and things like that. Yes, I knew that. I had nothing to do with it. You know, this ball just happened to come, you know, close to me. I got it. And, you know, I know that he had worked hard throughout his career.
Mr. McGuire, I think I have something that belongs to you.
Was there anybody else there? Did you have to run to get the ball before anybody else, or was it fairly unencumbered?
Well, yeah, there were 4 other guys that were there, and one was my brother. Unfortunately for him, he's 2 years older and he's a little chubbier, so he didn't. I was able to beat him out.
I got social autograph ball today. My son asked for it, so. The next thing you know, I finished with Bob Costas and he said, President, I'd like to talk to you. So. So they watched it tonight. He said America's just enjoying it. And then I had my son talk to him. You know, he was real happy. I went over there and said, congratulations. I said to him, you know, maybe you can go home now and relax and, you know, take it easy and wait for me.
Home runs, 142 driven in.
Slow down.
We left St. Louis. Martin had 4 little homers than Sammy. And we went home and played Milwaukee, and Sammy hit 3 real quick.
Sammy's hitting bombs. They're bouncing down the street, and people are chasing after the ball. We got to the point where every time he stepped in the box, we just expected the ball to go through.
Sammy's in the zone. Sammy gonna win this with Martin.
Folks waiting for number 62. The Mets almost unfair. So 2-1. Swung on, there she goes. Number 62. Move on the third back. You got company.
The main focus for Mark and I was to break the record.
Now it's not about the 62, it's about who's finishing first and second. I said, well, we just reach it. Let me see if I can finish first.
Sammy reaches it, and what if Sammy passes me? He gets the record. I'm not going to allow him to do that. I'm going to just do everything I can. All respect to Sammy, but that was it. It's like, wait a minute. It's like, okay, I enjoyed being pushed, but it's like I'm not allowing him to finish on top.
Yo, no. What about 1993? Yoshi, what about 1993? I love this woman. This woman is amazing.
Now I know, yeah. I mean, really, that's what you do. Ever since Valentine's Day, I've been like a total asshole. Yeah. No, I can't believe there's men who's left in Philadelphia, frankly. But yeah, I know. Oh, and for Lent this year, I'm doing no more cussing. Yeah. My son goes, oh, honey.
This one is amazing.
It's meaningful, but it's still tight. Yeah, it's tight. Listen, I told Ron, we're not really going to talk. No, we're doing ours. Yeah, he's telling that they were in one meal a day. Yeah. I'm going to be dead by the time it's finished. No, it was very nice. Yeah. Spread, corned beef and cabbage. Yeah, it was all. Yeah. She said it was homemade. Yeah, homemade my ass. No, I swear, I had tasted that somewhere. Yeah, my kids got it. No, my kids, no, they were eating like they never even day in their life. I was mortified. I just kids, they're going to drive me crazy. On the way out, he goes, Mom, you think she got that at a deli house? And he's the Pope Catholic. Or St. Patty's, sure. Don't go.
I love this woman.
You get this. He pulls me and tells me, is it? You're right, it is missing. That's right, because the last one was pretty. Yeah, the one with the shirts. Because you come with your tits out at Christmas, you took yours little hotchy-totsy. Remember? When Antoine are messing around on you with the Scarlet kid. You remember that? There. Okay. You know Joe. Yeah. His cousin Mike. Yeah. He worked with Kathy. What was her brother's name? Dan. That's right. Their neighbor. No, my son tells me he's not coming home. Him and Missy, yeah, on Sunday. Yeah, Jesus Christ rose all the way from the dead, and this jerk-off can't take the car to leave on him a couple exits. I said, and just take the back way. He goes, actually, Mom, we're going to Missy's mom's house on Sunday. I went, oh, okay. Yeah, but I don't, did somebody throw it up or something, but, you know, Mayor, not for nothing. But Ron's power washing the deck. I was deviling every egg I could get my hands on, weird and hip up too. I'm scrubbing baseboards with a toothbrush. I had to get my nail redone because I broke it. Oh, yeah. And we're the low lives? No, I don't think so. My previous husband, both our anniversary trip on Spirit Airlines. Look at honest to goodness boat there. My son helped them.
Hi, Big Daddy. It is now 10 o'clock a.m.
Travel agents now. Oh, that was a fucking nightmare. At security, they were taking things out of my bag that I didn't even know were in there. You know my good lotion? The one from Bath and Body. They found it. They're gonna throw it out. I just didn't get pushing. I will tell you. Oh, that did it. Oh, man. They brought over this other mama, Luke. I'll be real serious. Like, she starts patting me down like I'm a 10-cent whore. I said, Jesus, at least buy me a drink first. Yeah, no, she didn't like that. I'm drawing the line. They charge me big best, all right? Oh, yeah. I said, those seats get smaller. I swear, man. Yeah, Ron's going beep, beep, beep as I'm batting my ass in that little teeny tiny chair. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, yeah. I'm sitting there praying, please, Lord, get us there safely. And if not, please, Lord, blow this window open and suck this motherfucker right out. I thought, can't go through shit. Yeah, if someone put a gun to her head and said, hey, Ange, could you make me a salami sandwich? She would have. So, we made the work on Mother's Day. So far down her throat all day. I can't believe he wasn't asphyxiated from lack of oxygen. Oh my God, I said, hey, you want to give it a rest? Maybe come up for some air? There. All I did for him, he jumps like his father. Yeah, only thing with the schlong dog. Did you see him tell that security guard to go shove it? I know. I love that. She might have to face the Blessed Mother. That girl didn't take any shit. Like a girl after my own heart. I'm not saying I look like her, but yeah, I'm more like Taylor, not so swift. Can I ask you a question? Where the hell's the sun? I know. I'm like Casper the Friendly Fucking Ghost over here. Oh. No, on Sunday we took Ron to Outbacks. Yeah, it was nice. You know, he likes the red bread. Yeah. And between you and I can bathe in that freaking water. Oh my God, I know. No, of course, his sister. She had to come. Yeah. And they bring out the what you call it? Yeah, the onion circle. Yeah. We're trying to have, just a nice time as a family. And my French, that bitch has the nerve to go, oh, you guys know, a moment on the lips, a lifetime on the hips. Man, she's got a lot of nerve for someone who's single-handedly keeping Tasty Cake in business. Man, I love going to Wildwood and all, but who's on vacation here? Not me. I mean, the kids are out all over creation all day. I'm in the house working like a dog. Oh, I know. Yeah. If I pick up one more wet towel, I swear to Christ, get toothpaste all over the mirror. Finally, last night, I'm just trying to relax. I got the apple ears in, and they come in. Mom, can we get dinner? What am I? I'm like a short order cook and the maid. No, don't even get me started on the swimsuit. Oh, Mayor, this morning it was like trying to fit 10 pounds of shit into a 5-pound bag. Oh, Mayor, thank God my youngest is back money. Fifth grade. Oh, I know. It seems like just yesterday, me and Ron were on Myrtle Beach having one too many rum runners, and then, surprise, we get Joey. I know. My sister-in-law at the time goes, oh, you guys know God doesn't make no mistakes. Yeah, clearly that no good bitch never had to run a bona fide summer camp out of her house for 8 weeks straight. So Joey started playing football on Sunday. Mayor. So freaking cute, I can't even take it. Yeah, except Ron's got him in the backyard, running plays like he's heading to the link on Sunday or something. I said, Ron, why don't you give Sirianni a call, see if he needs a break. Maybe you could step in. No, you're like that. Mayor, the kid's 9. He's got him doing up downs at dawn. At that time, it was cooler than a witch's tent in a brass bra.
I love this woman. I'm like, oh, sorry.
McDonald's Monopoly piece.
So Joey started Pee Wee football on Sunday.
I love this girl. What? This is fantasy football. Shit. God of War.
This podcast is brought to you by Awakening, the thrilling live theater spectacle captivating audiences at in Las Vegas. Restaged and reimagined, Awakening is a dazzling production with soaring aerialists, bounding acrobats, and high-energy choreography. See it in one of the most technologically immersive theaters ever designed. Get your tickets for this must-see Win Las Vegas experience at awakening.com. Welcome into Fantasy Bros. This is the Fantasy Football Podcast. Tara Roberts here along with Pat Fitzmaurice and Billy Muzio. And today we are doing our ranking show. We'll be going through the Fantasy Pros ranking tiers for week 3. Pat and Billy will provide their thoughts on players in each tier. And there's no better pair to provide analysis on rankings because Billy was the number 4 overall most accurate in-season fantasy football ranker in 2022 and has consistently done well in our accuracy competition. Pat was the most accurate ranker in-season weekly ranker in 2020 and has been consistently among the most accurate rankers in fantasy football. You can find Billy at @Muzio and Pat at @Fitz_FF, and you can find me at It's Terra Time. So buckle in because their insight is absolutely going to help you with your fantasy matchups this week. Before we get started, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. Now, guys, heading into week 3, Pat, how are you feeling?
Not coming off a great rankings week this week, Tara, and I'm dealing with a couple of 0-2 teams, so it's been kind of a rough, uneven start, but there've been some other highlights. The player props wagering has been going pretty well, so it's just I'm welcoming this new flood of data we're getting, and just trying to follow where it leads us.
I feel that. Billy, how about you?
Yeah, fantasy teams are coming off strong, have some great starts inside of the FFPC, which I'm looking forward to, and then also had a good prop week as well. Ranking week not so great again, but this is what we're collecting data for, as Pat said, right? We get 2-3 weeks of data. It really starts to give us a better understanding of how teams are utilizing players, get a large synopsis of target share for teams, kind of refine those processes and really start to hunker down on the weekly rankings. And so looking forward to getting more data for week 3. That's where my model kind of becomes complete. And then we get that 3-week data form instead of using just 2. And we can start, really rolling. And so I'm excited for this week of data and see what happens around the NFL with running backs.
I'm extremely excited for it too. We're going to go over the running backs. By the way, guys, you can find our consensus rankings at fantasypros.com/rankings. So make sure you go check that out after the show. We will start off with the S tier. But before we actually dive into these rankings, we have to talk about the big news that is going on right now. Obviously, Kareem Hunt down with an injury, and the Browns have officially signed, literally right before the show, Kareem Hunt 1-year deal, up to $4 million. Let's talk about how this affects the fantasy value for Jerome Ford, Pierre Strong. What are we expecting out of Kareem Hunt? How are we attacking this? Because we've got, we just put in our waiver claims. We just made all those strong bids for Jerome Ford. Pat, are you concerned about those giant waiver claims that everyone just made? How are you feeling about this Kareem Hunt signing?
I am concerned about those giant waiver claims people made for Ford. It's not entirely tied to the Kareem Hunt signing. I mean, I think the Browns already made their choice in the offseason, and they chose to keep Jerome Ford around and not pursue Kareem Hunt. There were reports they thought he had maybe lost a step, but now they did need some depth. Boy, I don't know what it does for Pierre Strong. I think anyone who spent money on him in waivers might have been lighting Fab on fire, but the bigger issue I have with Ford is that people are getting him now, and he has a really tough 4 weeks coming up. Matchups against Tennessee, Baltimore, then a bye, then the 49ers. So Tennessee and the 49ers indisputably two of the most difficult run defenses in the NFL, and the Ravens top 10 in DVOA against the run right now. They're above average for certain, maybe even better than that. So yeah, I mean, you might not see the fab bids on Ford pay off until week 8, and then it might be kind of a split with Kareem Hunt. I don't think Ford was ever going to be like an 80% snap share guy, so might be a split backfield. On the bright side, the Browns look pretty good. They can play defense, so they're going to be a lot of run-friendly game scripts, and Ford himself looked really good on Monday night against the Steelers. So, I mean, I think he's going to have flex value every week, but tough stretch to start for Ford here with the matchups, and then he's going to have Kareem Hunt cutting into his workload.
Billy, out of these, let's say Kareem Hunt, Jerome Ford, how are you approaching it? Who do you prefer?
Yeah, I prefer Jerome Ford, especially on the early downs. I think where Kareem Hunt's going to start to eat into the touches is going to be in the passing down section as well as red zone. We saw Kareem Hunt being heavily utilized in favor of Chubb last year in red zone situations because of his dual threat ability. I think that they probably go back to that method because it worked. And I know that he did lose a step. You saw it on film. You see it in the analytics. But things change when you lose a back caliber like Nick Chubb for the season. And I think that Kareem Hunt will probably be utilized on goal lines and probably eat into that third down workload. So I think it definitely caps the upside of Jerome Ford. I think that it just completely nukes the Pierre Strong upside. And I think that he's going to be relegated back to the third back and potentially be worked in at times, but it's going to be a lot less than what we were expecting prior to the signing. And I think that Hunt now will probably gain flex appeal as we start to get into bye weeks and as more injuries amass during the season.
Assuming that Kareem Hunt comes in healthy and doesn't need any ramp up time period, are we avoiding both of these guys against Tennessee? Is this even in deep leagues? Is this a direction that you want to head at all with either one of them?
I think that I'm still very interested in Jerome Ford. We have Kareem Hunt. I mean, he does have familiarity with the offense, but he's coming in on a short turnaround to get with the team, to get up to speed, get acclimated with this year's playbook and style. So I think that Jerome Ford's probably going to see that 40 to 45% of the rushing share, potentially slightly more. Probably sees more of that 4 to 5% of the target share. So I think that Jerome Ford is still very much in play this week. I would not be starting Kareem Hunt this week unless I'm in the most desperate situations. Maybe you have a Barkley Chubb team that you don't really have for the running back to start. And so I think that you could make an argument that Hunt could be maybe slotted into that lineup, but it's going to be a very dire situation if you're starting Hunt this week. And I wouldn't expect much. Yeah, I mean, we might need a week just to get Hunt into game shape, like a week of conditioning. I'm not sure he's active, but Billy, where do you have Ford ranked this week? I think I'm at RB 27, just because I kind of hate. Yeah, Ford came in on my projections. It was 21, I believe. I can double check that, but it was in the low 20s.
Well, speaking of Saquon Barkley and Nick Chubb, these were guys that were very high up in the tiers last week. So I won't hold us up any longer. We'll go ahead and jump into those tiers. We'll start off with the S tier, the most spectacular tier. We've got Christian McCaffrey at the top, coming off a fantastic game. I mean, the utilization for him has been absolutely insane. Last week, 20 carries, over 100 yards, a touchdown, and this week he is getting the New York Giants. Tony Pollard as well, coming off an excellent performance against the New York Jets, surprisingly. It's the receptions that kind of put him over the edge there. And then we close out the S tier with the John Robinson, over 100 yards last week against Green Bay. Fantastic performance. We don't really have any kind of, dissenting opinions in this one. We all really agree that these are, premier running backs. But we do have a little controversy in the A tier, so we'll go ahead and jump on down to that one and start off with Derrick Henry in the A tier, top of the A tier, 25 carries, 80 yards, touchdown, 3 receptions against the LA Chargers. Then we have Kenneth Walker as well in the A tier, low yardage, but he did have a day salvaged by 2 touchdowns. Travis Etienne, very disappointing game after a strong week 1 performance, ended up with less than 10 fantasy points. Josh Jacobs, also kind of on that same track. He's sitting in the A tier still, but he is coming off of his second sub-10 fantasy point performance. Joe Mixon, 13 carries, 59 yards, and decent, save by receptions as well. And then we close out the A tier with Ramondre Stevenson. Just 50 yards on the ground, but he did get a touchdown. Gave us a nice mid RB2 performance. Guys, I want to pull out Derrick Henry on this one as a player that we want to talk about. Pat, you have him ranked at RB4. ECR has him ranked at RB4. Billy, you have him ranked at RB8. Any concerns there for him?
Yeah, it just breaks down to his overall snap shares this year. He's just not seeing the snaps that we once saw from this offense, and Tajay Spears has been eating into that a bit. And it just breaks down to the numbers for me. He's 47.6% snap share on the season right now. It's RB30. Opportunity share at 72%, which is still fairly high, but that's RB12. It's not near the top 4 that we used to see from him on a week-to-week basis. And weighted opportunities, he saw 13.7, which is RB20. And the team just isn't running the ball as much. So they had, team run plays per game right now is at 22, which is 24th in the league. Once we saw this number higher in the 30s, and when this offense is looking a little different than what we were expecting to start the season, the numbers are being adjusted, as we get more data in on the Excel sheet, and I think we have to make those adjustments now. Derrick Henry is a big name and has been kind of the leading rusher and King Henry, for a reason. But so far to date, only 20 carries where you would see that. 40 carries where you would see 25 to 30 in a game before. So he's RB13 in total carries. He's RB26 in targets. So the overall volume just isn't there like it has been in the past.
Pat, how about you?
Yeah, I understand Billy's point of view here. Tajay Spears is playing maybe more than people thought he was going to play. And we also don't love the matchup against the Browns. The Browns' run defense was bad last year. The Browns' run defense looks really good this year. Like, this has turned into a complete defense and not just sort of a run funnel defense, because last year, pretty good against the pass, not so good against the run. Now it's a complete defense. So I'm not eager to use Derrick Henry at DFS this week. But I think what we like is that he's still probably locked in for 15 plus touches, and Derrick Henry cashes in on the volume more often than not.
Volume is key here. I think a lot of times we got these running backs that have that high upside play, but sometimes we're looking at them only getting 10 to 13 carries, got to rely on receptions. And sometimes it's just nice to have that guy that you can rely on for the volume. He does have a little bit of receiving upside. We do see Tajay Spears cutting into that. We'll go ahead and jump down to the next tier. But before we do that, football is back in full swing with another week of epic games, and who's got you covered on the action for every single one of them? DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. New customers can bet $5 on football and get $200 instantly in bonus bets. Nobody is missing out on the action this season. All DraftKings customers can take advantage of 2 new offers every game day this September. Get in on the action in NFL in week 2 with DraftKings Sportsbook. Download the app now. Use code FANTASYPROS to sign up. New customers can bet just $5 and take home $200 instantly in bonus bets only on DraftKings Sportsbook with code FANTASYPROS. The is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.1800gambler.net. In New York, call 877-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Blue Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, licensee partner Golden Nugget, Lake Charles, Louisiana. 21 plus age varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. See sportsbook.draftkings.com/football terms for eligibility, terms, and responsible gaming resources. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply.
All right, guys, we'll jump into this B tier. I like a lot of names in this B tier, but it's kind of interesting and very controversial. We start off with Jahmyr Gibbs, obviously looking to step into that lead back role in week 3 with David Montgomery dealing with side injury or the eye injury. We got low yardage from him last week, but the receptions very key from him. Could have an interesting week where he could jump up into one of those higher tiers. We've got James Cook as well coming off of a breakout game, over 100 yards. 4 receptions on 4 targets, no touchdown. Unfortunately, we're still seeing the involvement from Latavius Murray and Damian Harris, but still a premier back. Raheem Mostert, fantastic game, over 100 yards, 2 touchdowns. Kyron Williams in his game, his first game officially without Cam Akers, who is on the trade block now. Excellent in a tough matchup against San Francisco. And then we've got Miles Sanders as well, less than 50 yards on the ground. That one is very interesting. He's been an RB3 so far, but he is a lead back, so he is checking in this B tier. And then we close out the B tier with DeAndre Swift, who stepped into a massive role last week, taking over for injured Keenan Gainwell. 28 carries, 175 yards, and a touchdown. I think we need to talk about that one here. DeAndre Swift, the performance last week was incredible. Let's talk about whether or not we're buying into it. And Pat, Billy, you guys are kind of lockstep here. You've got him as RB21. ECR has him as RB15. The consensus is feeling a little bit more positively about him. Billy, how are you looking at DeAndre Swift this week?
This is a bit of a hedge. We saw the volume last week, 28 carries, because there was no Gainwell. And until further notice, I am projecting Gainwell to play this game. And if he is in the mix, then I don't think we can expect to see 28 carries. And the overall workload that we saw from DeAndre Swift beginning of the season, I had said if Swift ever got the workload that Christian McCaffrey would get, he could easily become the RB1 in fantasy football. That being said, we cannot expect this type of volume to last all season with DeAndre Swift. The Eagles have just never done it. They always use 2-3 back rotations. I don't expect that to change here in week 3 if we have a healthy Gainwell. Now, if Gainwell is out and if Scott is out, if it's just Rashad Penny, then of course DeAndre Swift is going to move up the rankings, and we're going to see him probably closer to that RB10 range when everything is said and done, just because of the volume. Tampa Bay, not an easy matchup, but the volume should help overcome that. Got to like what he able to do on the ground last week. We mentioned it, the 175 yard. That was a 6.25 yard per carry average, which is just outstanding. But got to see what happens with the injury reports this week, and that'll help kind of finalize the number as we approach the weekend.
Matt, how about you?
Yeah, Billy framed this pretty well. I think we probably are going to see Kenneth Gainwell come back this week. He had 9 days to rest with that rib injury, and he was trying to. It was a short week for him in week 2, so easy to understand why he had to be scratched then. I think he comes back, and it's a tougher matchup with the Buccaneers instead of the Vikings, who DeAndre Swift trampled in week 2. But yeah, in week 1, we saw Gainwell out-snap Swift 41-19 and out-touch him 18-2. Now, I don't think we're going to see that sort of split in week 3. The genie is kind of out of the bottle with Swift after that week 2 performance, unlike the Lions, who like to keep the bottle sealed and keep the genie and all those gaseous vapors floating around in the bottle. It's open now, so we're going to see more Swift for sure, but Gainwell's going to be involved too, I think.
Before we dive into the C tier, just a reminder, guys, if you want a chance to win a signed Deebo Samuel San Francisco 49ers jersey, courtesy of bettingbros.com, your place to start betting smarter and not harder, you need to subscribe to the Fantasy Pros YouTube channel right now. Comment below on this video, and that is it. We'll be announcing the winner right here on the channel, so make sure you turn on those notifications so you can be alerted when new episodes are up. and to claim your prize. Let's talk about the C tier here. Starts off with Brian Robinson, who is absolutely dominating the Washington backfield. Had 18 carries, 87 yards, 2 touchdowns, a little receiving work as well. He is pushing Antonio Gibson out and coming off strong. Then we've got Aaron Jones, big week 1 coming off of that missed game in week 2. Alexander Madison has had 2 very disappointing performances so far, less than 50 rushing yards in each game. Hopefully he can bounce back here. Then we've got Najee Harrison this year as well, another player that's been disappointing. 5 fantasy points in 2 weeks in a row. But a better matchup this week against the Las Vegas defense. Then we've got Isaiah Pacheco, strong yards per carry, almost 6 yards per carry, but just 12 carries for 70 yards. Not a lot adding in there. And then closing out the C tier, we've got Rachaad White, a strong week 2 performance. Finally got that yards per carry up, had 73 rushing yards, 1 rushing touchdown, and then 5 receptions on 5 targets. So let's talk about Rachaad White here. You know, he's a funny one. You're either in or you're out on him. You believe or you don't. ECR has him at RB21. Pat, you got him at RB20. And Billy, you're coming in strong at RB14 for him. Talk to us about Rachaad White.
I like Rachaad White, kind of a truther, so there's the disclaimer. That being said, gotta like the usage. Carry share on the season are now at 50.7%. Target share at 10.9%. And we gotta like his snap share, 78.5% snap share, which is RB5 in the league, and weighted opportunities at 13.3. Overall, it's pretty clear he's the clear-cut number 1 in this backfield. We saw the injury this week to the backfield mate, so it's going to increase his opportunity share as well. And I think that although the matchup is tough, I think that the strong front from the Philadelphia front going to be kind of bullying the line here from Tampa Bay, and that's going to result in maybe a couple more dump-offs this week for Rachaad White. So, like his usage from negative game script perspective, I think we're going to see him a few more targets this week, which will bolster those numbers, and I think that we're going to consistently see him in that 15 to 17 attempt range on the ground. And so, overall, this cluster is pretty tightly knit from like running back 12 to running back 18, 19. And so if it's anyone's game inside this tier, and I think that Rachaad White has as good a chance of anyone to finish near the top of it.
Pat, how about you?
Yeah, Rachaad White is really polarizing, and we have seen a wide range of opinions from the fantasy community on whether or not Rachaad White is actually good. And I'm not sure I myself have drawn a conclusion either way on that, although I tend to be optimistic about him. But we do know that volume is king with running backs, and Rachaad White is one of only 6 running backs to have played more than 100 snaps through the first 2 weeks of the season. Hat tip to Alex Caruso for pointing that out on Twitter. And Philadelphia, not an ideal matchup for Rachaad White, but White does have that dual run catch usage that I think makes him somewhat immune to negative game scripts. So yeah, I've got him inside running back 2 range this week.
All right, guys, football is back. It's week 2, and our fantasy season is in full swing. And while we love watching hours and hours of our favorite games on TV, there is nothing better than catching a game live and in person. And the best way to get tickets to any of these games is on Game Time, the official ticketing partner of Fantasy Pros Fantasy Football. For last-minute deals on tickets to see your favorite football team this September, download Game Time. And as you've heard us say before, it's not just football. Game Time has tickets to baseball, concerts, and comedy shows across the country. Download the Game Time app and redeem code FANTASYPROS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, download the Game Time app and enter code FANTASYPROS, all one word, for $20 off. No matter where you live, get out and have some fun this week. Download Game Time today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. All right, let's go ahead and jump into our next tier. We're going into the D tier. some very interesting names in here. It's a big tier. I'll try to run through it fairly quickly. We got a lot of guys in here. James Conner coming off a big week, over 100 yards and a touchdown. Brees Hall on the opposite end, coming off a very disappointing week 2 after a big week 1. Joshua Kelly, we talked about that Tennessee defense early. He is excused for his performance last week against Tennessee. Eckler is still in question, so do keep that in mind. Zach Moss, 18 carries, 88 yards, 1 touchdown, is the sole back for Indianapolis last week. We've also got Damian Pierce in this tier as well, continuing to struggle, unfortunately, with sub-10 fantasy points. And we're just hoping for better for him. We talked about Jerome Ford. He is in this tier. We've got Javonte Williams as well. Not a big day against the top Washington defense, but he did dominate the carries. Red zone touchdown, randomly went to Jaleel McLaughlin. We will forgive that. And then rounding out the D tier, Tyler Algier. Big letdown after week 1, just 4.8 fantasy points. Hopefully a bounce back this week. But I want to take us to someone who was very remains controversial in our rankings. Javonte Williams. Pat, you were on ECR with him. Both have him at RB28. Billy, RB15. I'm excited to hear that one.
A little defending here. Got to stand my ground on this one. Javonte has just seen a massive workload, and to begin the season, I thought they were going to ease him into things, that we were going to see him start the season maybe a little light in terms of carries and targets, and that by week 4 or 5, we'd start to see him kind of unleash the beast. But that has not been the scenario. He's seen 56.8% of the carry share this season. He's seen 15.5% of the target share this season. So if this is their definition of easing him in, then I am a little scared to see what his volume is going to look like once they fully unleash him. That being said, he just hasn't been the most efficient with the touches, and I think that is due to turn and flip here shortly. We have seen him with a lot of rushing attempts for this coming off this knee injury. I was thinking we're going to see more like 8, 9, 10. We're seeing 12, 13 a game right now. I think that number starts to see closer to 14, 15, 16. We're going to see it slowly tick up and up. But his involvement in the passing game has been very consistent so far. And so we've seen, right now he's receiver number 8 right now in productivity and receiving yards. He's number 17 in targets on the season. I think we're going to consistently see him get more and more usage as the season continues. And again, you got to like the overall implied total. This is one of the highest of the week. Again, I think it's number 2 or 3 total implied total. So we can probably see a little bit more red zone attempts for him. I think this game is going to become a potential shootout. And if we see that red zone usage, that's all he's missing is a touchdown. We see a touchdown, he easily has this number.
I like where you're heading with this one. I'm not as aggressive on it, but I would have him above ECR on this one. Pat, how about you?
Yeah, Billy mentioned that the usage trends have been surprisingly positive, especially in the passing game. That's a good thing for sure. But it does still feel like maybe Sean Payton is being slightly judicious in the way he uses Javonte coming off the major knee injury, just a 45% snap share in each of his first 2 games. But the good thing is he's getting the ball at a fairly high rate on the snaps that he does play. So I guess maybe my bigger concern, that Billy mentioned, the not great efficiency to this point, is just that maybe Javonte is still only at about 80% of what Javonte is normally at, because he's healthy Javonte before that knee injury. Man, I mean, he was just, when he got the ball, it was exciting. Like, that was an explosive dude, and we just haven't seen that yet. So I'm being a little bit cautious with him in the rankings. I still think he's more in the flex territory than like in the must-start zone.
Let's dive into the E tier here. Khalil Herbert, guy getting less than 10 carries every single game this season so far, seeing competition for Rashawn Johnson, so he finds himself in the E tier. We've also got Gus Edwards, who has taken over-ish. I don't know, can we even say that? It's a committee there in Baltimore. 10 carries, 62 yards, but he did get that touchdown, so he's got the edge here. A.J. Dillon, big disappointment as the lead back with Aaron Jones out in week 2. And I did say the slight edge for Gus Edwards because we all also have Justice Hill in this tier, 8 fantasy point performance in that committee. And then rounding out the E tier, Rashawn Johnson. Foreman was inactive last week. It felt like it was going to be a very positive situation for him, but hopefully maybe moving forward a little bit more, just 4 carries, but strong yards per carry and a couple of receptions as well does help him out. Now looking at this E tier, let's talk about Gus Edwards here. We've got, a little bit dissenting opinions here from Billy. We've got Pat on ECR at RB31, Billy at RB42. Before I let Billy defend himself on this one, I don't know if you even have to defend yourself because I kind of, it's not that big of a leap considering that it is a committee. Pat, how are you feeling about him?
I do understand Billy's trepidation. I mean, Edwards is the archetypal between the tackles grinder with very little upside in the passing game. And I generally don't really enjoy starting those types of players. But the one thing that makes me feel a little bit more comfortable about starting this in between the tackle grinder with little pass catching upside is that he is favored. His team is favored by more than a touchdown this week. The Ravens are 8-point favorites at home against the Colts. I think Gus Bus is a pretty safe bet for double-digit carries this week in what's likely to be a run-friendly game script. And, we saw him score a 1-yard touchdown last week. It was Justice Hill scoring 2 touchdowns in week 1. But I do think most of the time, if the Ravens are inside the 5, it's going to be Gus in the backfield and not Justice Hill.
Billy, how about you?
Gus Edwards got lucky with a touchdown last week, and if he doesn't score that, he's outside top 40 at the position. I don't have a lot of faith in that. I don't like to rely on touchdowns when I'm doing this. I think, to Pat's point, I do think that he probably has a higher chance than normal this week of scoring a touchdown, but I do think that Lamar Jackson could potentially take that at any given time. We saw the efficiency of Justice Hill in the red zone as well. I just don't like Gus Edwards, and I think that was pretty friendly when he called him a grinder. I use the word plotter, and I just don't think he's going to plot his way into the top 30 at the position. It's going to have to come with a touchdown. His 10 touches is not going to get him there, and he's never been utilized in the passing game. From the efficiency metrics, it's just been absolutely horrible. 22% snap share, opportunity share below 30%, 29.6. We have opportunities at 4.8, which is RB53, and so the metrics are completely against them. It's going to be heavily relying on red zone usage and a touchdown.
You bring up a really good point there. We're looking for the touchdown for either one of these guys to really make an impact here, and it could just be Lamar Jackson. It makes complete sense. All right, we'll round things out with the F tier here. We've got Jalen Warren making an impact there with Pittsburgh. 6 carries, 20 yards, but again, the big portion of his production, the receptions, 4 receptions on 6 targets, 66 yards, half of which came on a big catch from Pickett. Then we've got Dalvin Cook coming off of a 0.2 fantasy point performance. So yes, he finds himself in the F tier. He's lucky that we have put him there. Then we got Matt Breida stepping in for Saquon Barkley and Samaje Perine closing it out. Now we talk about Javonte Williams. We've got strong snaps from Perine, but we have seen Javonte dominating in carries last week. Closing out this F tier, let's talk about Jalen Warren. I mean, we had Najee Harris earlier. We've got Jalen Warren here, who's been making an impact here, and it's just a matter of whether or not you believe in that impact. RB35 for Pat. ECR has him at RB35 as well. And Billy, you've got him at RB28. You're believing a little bit more in the impact.
Yeah, definitely believing a little bit more in the impact. Gotta like the matchup this week as well. The biggest part and the surprising piece has been his heavy usage inside of the passing game. We've seen him take on 16.2% of the target share this season, which is really eaten into Najee's overall workload. And if we watch the game this last Monday, he just looks like the better back.
And so I think that Pittsburgh is going to have to get him more touches on the ground. This season, he's only seen 29% of the carry share, but that number is kind of closing. Where in comparison to week one, Najee's seeing 51.6% of the carry share. And so if we continue to see an uptick in usage on the ground with involvement in the passing game, then we can start to see some real fantasy numbers start trickling in for Jaylen Warren. Gotta like I said, the matchup against the Las Vegas Raiders this week. And without Deontay Johnson on the field, that usage in the passing game is going to continue. So I like Jaylen Warren's skill set. I like what he brings to the team and kind of a different speed factor than Najee, and I think they get him more involved.
Pat, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so a lot of people seem to think the Jaylen Warren takeover of the Pittsburgh backfield is imminent. I'm not really one of those people. I mean, I'm not totally sure I agree with Billy that he has looked like the better back. I mean, he's averaging under 3 yards a carry, Jaylen Warren is. Najee's over 4, he's like at 4.6, but the success rate still hasn't been good for Najee. Like, he's had maybe 3 runs of between 15 and 20 yards, and the rest of it has been a lot of 1 and 2 yard gains. So it has not been pretty at all for the Pittsburgh offense in really any capacity. And maybe without Deontay Johnson around, that does bode well for Jaylen Warren's usage in the passing game. Although I should point out that in week 1, Pickett dumped off to Warren 6 times, and those 6 targets produced 12 yards. So, like, it wasn't real glorious in week 1. I do think he's inside the flex zone this week against the Raiders. And Pittsburgh has had 2 really tough matchups to start the season, the 49ers and the Browns. I'm a little reluctant to just totally pull the ripcord on Najee Harris right now, although I know a lot of people want to. And, that goes for Jaylen Warren, too. Maybe his rushing efficiency gets a little bit better against easier opponents. I do think you can flex Warren. I'm just not, super enthusiastic about him being a bankable fantasy asset for week 3.
It makes a lot of sense. This matchup is remarkably better than the first 2 that they've had to face. So we could see a little bit of increased production from him and Najee, but which direction it goes, that's another story.
Wide receivers.
As a reminder, guys, the consensus rankings can be found at fantasypros.com/rankings. So make sure that you go there after the show today to dive right in. And we'll start off with the S tier. It is a very solid tier, honestly. And it's got a lot of fantastic players in it. The S tier starts off with Justin Jefferson. 11 receptions on 13 targets and 159 yards. It's just another typical day for Justin Jefferson in his S tier as he leads it off, as he always does. And we've got Tyreek Hill. This was more like a Tyreek Hill 4 week. 5 receptions on 9 targets, 40 yards, a touchdown against New England. A tough matchup, but it's Tyreek Hill who pulled through for us. Stephon Diggs, 7 of 7, 66 yards. A.J. Brown, 6.9 fantasy points. He is wide receiver 44 right now. This will be very interesting for us to talk about as well, comparing him to Devonta Smith. And then rounding out the S tier, CeeDee Lamb, 11 receptions, 13 targets, 143 yards against the Jets. A very difficult matchup. If you need more locked in, fantastic performance. And obviously, we want to pull out here A.J. Brown is a guy that I want Billy and Pat to kind of discuss over, because you guys, we're kind of feeling the same thing here. ECR has him at wide receiver 4. Pat, you've got him at wide receiver 8. Billy, you've got him at wide receiver 7. Pat, what are your feelings? Are you worried about this start for A.J. Brown?
Not worried. Had a touchdown taken away in week 2 when a holding penalty by Rashad Penny nullified it. We did see A.J. Brown sort of giving Jalen Hurts the business on the sideline. Maybe he gets the squeaky wheel treatment this week. I guess the reason I have him behind ECR is just that I don't think there's much of a gap between A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith, which is really, I'm not... nothing damning about A.J. Brown's performances. I just think Devonta Smith is pretty terrific too. So I've got them adjacent in my rankings this week, 8 and 9.
Billy, how about you?
Yeah, I'm in lockstep here with Pat. we're seeing a 30.8% target share from A.J. Brown, which is outstanding. But on the flip side, we're seeing a 28.8% target share from Devontae Smith. So there's literally a 1A, 1B situation now in Philadelphia. And when we take a look at the implied total, Tampa Bay against Tampa Bay at 45.5. Game script probably not going to be in the passing game's benefit. So this is going to be benefiting Swift more than it is A.J. Brown or Devontae Smith. But I just don't think that he's going to be able to get to that top 4, top 3 spot based upon this game script and what we're going to expect to see here for the Philadelphia game. So slightly behind ADP, agree with Pat here with the competition of targets with Devontae Smith.
I agree with you guys. I mean, we were drafting it as such. This is no surprise here. It was a 1A, 1B. They're very close in terms of players, wide receivers that are realistically both wide receiver ones in terms of where they can finish. Let's dive into the A tier here. Another fantastic tier. We've got some names here that are typically S tier kind of players, but have fallen off a little bit, just a little bit. I mean, they're still A tier. They're still fantastic. We start off with Amon-Ra St. Brown. Over 100 yards in week 2. Jamar Chase, oh man, second sub 10 fantasy point performance. And we've got the potential injury to deal with the calf from Joe Burrow. So we've got some fantasy managers kind of worrying around him, but he's still in the A tier because he is Jamar Chase. And we've got Devontae Adams, who bounced back fantastically with a nice 20 fantasy point performance this past week. We've got Devontae Smith, who we just talked about again. He's wide receiver 7 through 2 games. He is in the A tier, locked in. Calvin Ridley coming off of a disappointing performance, but again, it's a tough Kansas City defensive matchup. 5.2 fantasy points per game. We expect to bounce back from him. And Keenan Allen as well against Tennessee. Fantastic performance against that Tennessee defense. Lit up the secondary. Justin Herbert did 8 receptions for Keenan Allen, over 100 yards, 2 touchdowns. Chris Olave also in this tier, coming off of a solid game. 6 receptions on 11 targets, 86 yards, and then Puka Nacua setting records through his first 2 games. I mean, our rookie Puka Nacua, 15 receptions, 20 targets, absolute insanity, nearly 150 yards. This man, he's like the Cooper Kupp light, not even light. He's the Cooper Kupp replacement, already jumping into the A tier as a rookie. Insane. But let's talk about a second-year player who got off to a fantastic start last year. Chris Olave. We're going to pull him out and discuss him here. Last week's performance, it was all right. He could have done a little bit better as we were expecting for our wide receiver 1. But let's talk about the rankings here. ECR has him at wide receiver 12. Pat, you have him at wide receiver 13. And then wide receiver 4 for Billy. Billy, why don't you start us off here? Because I love Olave. Clearly you do.
Yeah, I love Olave. Not going to lie, this one catch on me when I was looking at where he came out in the projections. His name circled on the sheet right now for somebody I need to take a deeper look at as the week progresses. So there's the disclaimer. That being said, the analytics are looking great for him right now. On the season, we see over a 30% target share. We see a target rate of 32.3%. He's number 10 in the league in targets right now currently. He's number 8 in the league in air yards. He's number 6 in the league in deep targets. 7 in the league in receptions, and number 2 in the league in yards of the catch in the first 2 weeks. So gotta love the usage. Matchup isn't great, but he will not be shadowed by Jair Alexander. As Pat and I were discussing off air, that he runs in the slot quite a bit, so we're not going to see that shadow here in week 3, which is good news for Olave from a fantasy perspective. So definitely take a look at the ranking, but I definitely like the usage, and I think that this is within the realm of possibilities.
I agree. I mean, what we're seeing out of him has been absolutely fantastic. I expect a nice bounce back game from there. I don't think it's good to look at it, but I don't think you're that far off in your analysis there, your numbers. Diving into the B tier. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, yeah, I agree with Billy. Olave is awesome, and I don't think he's going to get a lot of Jair Alexander coverage this week, but I do wonder with the injury issues the Saints are dealing with a running back with Jamal Williams' hamstring injury. We're getting reports that Kendry Miller is probably going to be back this week, which is good. But I do wonder if we see maybe a little more wildcat from the Saints with Taysom Hill at quarterback, which maybe just lowers the ceiling a little bit for all of their wide receivers. So that's maybe why I'm a little lower on Olave than Billy is. But I'm still pretty enthusiastic about Billy's high ranking for him since I'm so heavily invested with Olave.
Love it. Me too. You mentioned Kendra Miller. I feel like it's the perfect transition to talk about something else. It's fall, it's football season, and whether you're watching football in the backyard or doing my personal favorite, tailgating at a college football game, there's only one thing that makes it better. It's adding Miller Lite. Miller Lite is the 96 calorie beer that tastes like beer and is perfectly brewed for everything fall has to offer. Miller Lite is the perfect light beer for all beer lovers. As soon as you take a sip, that day the conversation with friends is just instantly better. Whether you're watching a game at home or watching outside of a stadium, live those autumn moments with Miller Lite and let the great taste of Miller Lite hit your taste buds so hard you feel it in your heart. With a Miller Lite in your hands, well, doesn't just taste great, it tastes like Miller time. To get Miller Lite delivered right to your door, visit MillerLite.com/fantasypros. That's MillerLite.com/fantasypros. Or you can find it pretty much anywhere that sells beer. Celebrate responsibly. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 96 calories and 3.2 carbs per 12 ounces. All right, let's jump this into the B tier here. Jalen Waddle leads off the B tier, coming off of a 12.4 fantasy point performance. Again, that tough matchup that we saw against the defense, but he's dealing with a concussion. Fantasy managers need to monitor his progress on that. DK Metcalf, another injury concern as well with the rib injury, so monitor that. He had a surprisingly good game considering that he was in and out of the lineup with the injury. 6 receptions, 6 targets, 75 yards. T. Higgins with the big bounce back game in the B tier, 8 receptions, 12 targets, 2 touchdowns. There he is. Hopefully he can continue that. And Jamar Chase in our A tier can also bounce back as well. Then we've got Deebo Samuel. Brandon Ayuk dealing with a shoulder injury. 5 carries, fantastic for 38 yards, touchdown. He also added 6 receptions, 63 yards. Mike Williams had a fine boom game, and then Mike Evans continues his dominating performance. 171 yards, 1 touchdown. We don't really have any big differing opinions here in this tier, so we'll go ahead and dive into the C tier, where we've got a couple things that we got to talk about. Okay, we start off with Tyler Lockett. It was rarely super controversial to people that love him. 8 receptions, 10 targets, 2 touchdowns. He's Tyler Lockett. He just continues to thrive. Garrett Wilson, surprisingly, 1 huge play saved the day for him, so not a bad performance sitting in the C tier this week. Then we have Amari Cooper, ended up playing. Despite the fact that he was dealing with an injury, he had a solid game. 7 receptions, 90 yards. George Pickens with the strong game. 4 receptions, 10 targets. Kenny Pickett a little off, but again, the big yardage, touchdown, 18 fantasy point performance in the absence of Deontay Johnson. Brandon Ayuk, we mentioned, dealing with that shoulder injury, is also sitting in this tier. Then we've got Chris Godwin. Another 10-point fantasy performance. Perhaps his floor, perhaps there's some higher upside coming. I don't know. I think we might talk about it in a second. Michael Pittman Jr., one of my personal favorites, another strong performance. 8 receptions, 12 targets. DJ Moore, we called it right here on this exact show a week ago. Bounce back game for DJ Moore out of the clutches of Jair Alexander. 6 receptions on 7 targets for 100 yards. Fantastic. All right, let's dive into the C tier because this is a little bit of a controversial tier here. We've got, let's start off with Amari Cooper. Pat, you have got him at wide receiver 16. Billy, wide receiver 18. ECR, wide receiver 23. What's going on with ECR? Why are they a little bit off? Pat, tell us about why we are buying into Amari Cooper this week.
Yeah, I mean, he was questionable with a groin injury in week 2. Not only did he played really well. 10 targets, 7 catches for 90 yards, and some of those catches were high degree of difficulty catches. So, great matchup against the Titans this week. I mean, the Titans have just been getting crushed in the passing game now for 2 straight years. I think they gave up the most fantasy points to wide receivers last year. They're already giving up the 3rd most fantasy points, 3rd most yards, and 2nd most receptions to wide receivers this year. Maybe they get cornerback Christian Fulton and safety Amani Hooker back from injury this week. Maybe not. And they both missed week 2. So, I mean, whether they come back or not, the Titans' pass defense is one we want to target, and Cooper is still the alpha receiver in the Browns' passing attack.
Billy, how about you?
Yeah, death taxes and Amari Cooper being underrated in fantasy football go hand in hand every year. And I agree with Pat. This matchup is juicy for the receivers in Cleveland. I know that Deshaun Watson has looked like a shell of himself yet again. That being said, Amari Cooper is seeing just a ton of work. 30.4% target rate on the season, 24% target share on the season. One of the better route runners in the NFL, and is always going to be able to separate from a receiver. We said last week, well, I didn't think he was going to play last week based upon that late groin injury in addition to the injury report, but he played through it and still saw double-digit targets, and so I expect to see him outperform expectations here in week 3 again.
Yeah, we talked about this matchup, this Tennessee matchup. We talked about running backs. It's funny. You look at this matchup against Tennessee, and you're like, okay, obviously Amari Cooper going to light it up, be fantastic, but we've seen some disappointment from Deshaun Watson, not looking like the player that we expected him to be. Pat, are there any concerns around Deshaun Watson potentially holding Amari Cooper back?
Possibly. I don't think the Deshaun Watson of 2020 is coming back. Like, we've just seen enough now that I think I don't know if it's playing more in structure with the Browns than he did with the Texans. It's not suiting his skill set, but he just does not look like the same player. So while I think he can be, he can get the Browns where they want to go because the rest of that roster is so good, but I don't know if he can be the weekly no-brainer starter for fantasy managers that he once was.
Makes sense. And what about you, Billy? Concerns around Deshaun Watson? Does that make you? Would it be Amari Cooper underrated, as you mentioned, to the moon, higher expectations, or is Deshaun just kind of, is he going to be an issue here?
I think Deshaun is definitely a concern at this point. He's not going to live up to the draft hype that he had in the offseason. He definitely kind of steamed up again as we approach drafting season, but as their struggles continue, there's one thing for sure, that he continues to lean into Amari Cooper, and if they continue to struggle, they'll probably be in game scripts that are going to favor the passing game, which will, even if we're hitting garbage time, that's good for the receivers and fantasy output, but not necessarily great for Deshaun Watson. So I think that although I do have concerns, I think that Amari Cooper is probably going to be fairly safe throughout the process.
Before we move on to the next tier, we've got another player within this exact tier that we've got some controversy around here. Chris Godwin, ECR, wide receiver 25. Pat, you've got him wide receiver 24. You're right on there with ECR. And Billy, you're not feeling positively about Chris Godwin. We've got him at wide receiver 32 for you. I mentioned those statistics. He's just hovering around 10 fantasy points per game. We've got top 5 Mike Evans checking in here. What are the concerns for you around Chris Godwin?
There's a lot of concerns this week. Let's start at the big picture first. Mike Evans just seems to be the favorite target for Baker Mayfield at a 28.1% target share this season, where Chris Godwin has settled in about 21.9%. And then we got the matchup here in week 3 against Philadelphia. Not an easy matchup. And I think that Tampa has looked good to this point, but I think the realization sets in this week when they face a stout defense in Philadelphia. I like the overall usage for Chris Godwin, but he just hasn't really separated himself from the rest of the pack. Wide receiver 40 this season in fantasy points per game currently. Target rate is low at 16.7%, and overall targets just in general are low at 14, which is wide receiver 38. Not seeing any air yards, that's not normally his game, but yards after the catch as well. Not seeing much in that regard, only at 12 yards after the catch so far for the season. And so I don't know if it's just a chemistry thing with Baker right now, or if it's Godwin potentially losing a step as he's now almost 28 years old. But there are some concerns for the season-long outlook for Chris Godwin if Mike Evans continues to be this kind of apple of the eye of Baker Mayfield.
I mentioned Mike Evans, and he's checking in at a top 5 receiver. Chris Godwin is sitting literally on the opposite end. They're so far off of where they, have typically been in terms of wide receiver finishes recently. Are you seeing in your opinion, are you feeling more confident that Chris Godwin is going to be able to recover and push more towards that wide receiver 2 territory?
Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe this doesn't set up as a better Godwin game than an Evans game. I mean, the Eagles' defense last year was, well, their pass rush was the best in the league, and it was historically good. I mean, I think they had the most sacks of anyone since like the 1984 Chicago Bears, and I think Baker Mayfield is going to want to get the ball out quickly, and that would seem to favor Godwin playing from the slot more than Evans. I also think the coverage is going to favor Godwin here because whereas, the Eagles have those outside cornerbacks, Darius Slay and James Bradbury, I think Godwin's going to be running most of his routes against second-year undrafted free agent Mario Goodrich. So this does seem like a pretty good setup for Godwin relative to Evans. Maybe he gets a little bit more of the target share this week.
Moving on to the D tier, we've got Terry McLaurin, who seems to have the upper hand based off last week over Jahan Dotson. 16 fantasy point performance, nice little game for him. Zay Flowers, tough day, but pulled through with some decent yardage, 62 yards and 4 receptions. Nico Collins, wide receiver 6 through 2 games, 31 fantasy point performance. I mean, the Texans are terrible, but that passing offense is rolling and moving forward. DeAndre Hopkins, 8 fantasy points, was dealing with an injury, so maybe that had a little bit something to do with it. A little disappointing performance from him. Drake London, surprise.
It is now 11 o'clock a.m.
6 receptions, 7 targets, 67 yards, 1 touchdown, and then rounding out the D tier, Jerry Jeudy. Well, we're going to give him a little bit of a pass here, back from his injury, first game back, 5.5 fantasy points. He can do a little bit better, but he is sitting in the D tier. No disagreements really here. You guys are pretty locked on the same points of view here. We're going to move on to the tier here, where we do have somebody that we want to talk about in particular. First guy in the E tier is Jahan Dotson. Again, we talked about this just now with Terry McLaurin. His second sub-10 fantasy point performance. Disappointing, hoping for a little bit of a bounce back here. Jordan Addison also in the E tier. And again, receptions haven't been super high, but the yards, the touchdowns, he's had a touchdown in every single game this season, the first 2 games. Doing fantastic. Then we've got Michael Thomas. Strong performance, 7 receptions, 55 yards. Christian Kirk, a huge bounce back game for him, over 100 yards. And then Christian Watson rounding out the E tier. We're just hoping that he's going to play this week. We're crossing our fingers here. But I want to talk about, we love talking about the rookies. Let's pull out Jordan Addison here and talk about him. ECR has him. This will be a fun one for us. ECR has him at wide receiver 35. Pat, you've got him at wide receiver 42. Billy, you've got him at wide receiver 50. You guys, talk me through it. Pat, you can start me off here. What are you guys seeing in Jordan Addison this week?
Yeah, I think Billy and I both see that the surface stats are better than the underlying usage numbers for Jordan Addison. 7 catches, 133 yards on 11 targets so far, and he scored a touchdown in each of his first 2 games. But his snap share in week 1 was 56%. He played 22 fewer snaps than KJ Osborne. In week 2, Addison had a higher snap share, 69%, but he still played 16 fewer snaps than KJ Osborne. Osborne's out there in 2 receiver sets. Addison is not. The usage just doesn't point to Addison being a top 40 wide receiver. And now I do like him maybe a little more than Billy does because, I think Addison is good. And the matchup is kind of a plum matchup this week against the Chargers in what could be a shootout game. So, yeah, I think Addison is flex-worthy this week, but I don't have him inside wide receiver 3 territory like ECR does.
Billy, talk us through the disappointment and potential performance for Jordan Addison.
Yeah, this is one that could really actually make a rankings week or really hurt a rankings week just because Pat's absolutely right. The usage just has not been there. Addison has seen 13.1% of target share season to date, where in comparison, like Justin Jefferson has seen 29.8%, KJ Osborne has seen 14.3%, TJ Hawkinson has seen 20.2%. So he's number 4 in the pecking order just based on the receivers. And if you work in Alexander Madison, who's really close to him, things could shift on a week-to-week basis based upon who's 4 or number 5 in the pecking order. And so I am just not sold on how much we've seen a usage out of him. His touchdown rate at 28.5% is unsustainable. And if he doesn't get those touchdowns, then we're talking about receiver 40 to 50 on a weekly basis. So that being said, it is the highest over under of the week. So I don't like that going for me in comparison to where I have him being ranked right now. The total's at 53.5. Implied total for them in Minnesota right now is at 26.5. And so, you know, I probably need to take a look at where I have a projected for touchdown rate, but I've given him a bump inside of the spreadsheet at 10%, which is really high, but 20.5%, probably need to up it to 13 or 14%, see where he comes out. But he's one of those guys that I just haven't been able to kind of settle in on the projections just because he's kind of breaking the model, quite frankly, with the touchdown rate. And I'm going to have to kind of hone in on the details. So this is not a finalized ranking, but in terms of usage at this point, usage has not been there and it's not great.
Good stuff. He's such a promising young talent, but there's you hate to say it, there's mouths to feed, but there really are. We're talking about the overall wide receiver one, the guy we were drafting as the first player off the board in our fantasy drafts. We're talking about one of the more reliable tight end, possibly the most reliable tight end thus far, a guy that we can depend on in TJ Hawkinson and KJ Osborne. You know, he's shown a lot of promising passing going through, so it's just so tough. The only benefit here is that the run game has been horrific. But let's dive into hopefully not so horrific, the F tier here for wide receivers. Gabe Davis kicking us off here. He came off of it. He's in the F tier, but he's coming off that nice boom game, that Gabe Davis signature boom game, 21 fantasy points. Elijah Moore also here. We talked about Amari Cooper earlier. The targets were there for Elijah Moore last week. 9 targets, only 3 receptions though, 36 yards. Disappointing performance. Tutu Atwell also in the F tier. I don't know if anyone would have predicted that Tutu Atwell would have been in any tier prior to this fantasy season, but here we are. Wide receiver 16. Thus far, 15 fantasy points last week. Romeo Dobbs, tough day, tough matchup. Then we've also got Marquise Brown, who had a good bounce back performance there with 6 receptions, got the touchdown. Portland Sutton, a little bit of an average day for him. Rashid Shaheed, productive as the wide receiver 3 for the Saints. 4 receptions, 63 yards. Treylon Burks, I don't know if we can call it a bounce back. It was better than it was before. We're seeing a little bit increased involvement from him, 10 fantasy points. And then rounding out our F tier, Sky Moore with the bounce back game after driving us absolutely crazy in week 1. In week 2, as we all sat him on our bench, he gave our bench a fantastic 3 reception, 70-yard, and touchdown performance here. Let's talk about Sky Moore because probably not. Come on, it's Sky Moore and these wide receivers here in Kansas City. Controversial, as always. In one of the best offenses in the league, but we've got ECR, wide receiver 47. And then Pat Philly again, this one's kind of similar to Jordan Addison. You guys are both down on him a little bit in rankings. Pat, you're at wide receiver 53. Pat, you've got him at wide receiver 62. Or Billy, you've got him at wide receiver 62. So, Billy, why don't you start us off here with wide receiver 62 to 47. What are you expecting from Sky Moore? Is it the lack of consistency in the way that we just can't really rely on him thus far?
Yeah, it's a lack of consistency. It's also just a lack of usage altogether. He's not the receiver we thought he was going to be so far through the first 2 weeks of the season. Target share at 9.2% on the season, which is wide receiver 89. Only 7 targets yet to date, or season to date on 2023, which is wide receiver 77. Snap share only at 70.8%, which is wide receiver number 60. Target rate at 10%, which is wide receiver number 87. And route participation, only 76.9% of routes for the first 2 weeks, which is wide receiver number 62. Not seeing any air yards, wide receiver 81 in the air yard category at 7.9%. Air yard share. Air yards total 73, wide receiver 73 and 28. And so the usage is alarming right now. There is a development with there's Tony and an injury, so that will definitely change things. Should he sit as a rough projection right now, looking like if he does sit, Looks like Sky Moore we bumped up to about wide receiver 39 in my projections. But if he's out there playing, I should say, Kadarius Toney, then I'd say that Sky Moore is going to float in this 55 to 60 range come game time. So not entirely sold on Sky Moore so far throughout the season. There's just balls being moved around the field, and the game script against Chicago is not setting up nicely for Sky Moore altogether for this week as well.
Matt, how about you?
Yeah, great point with Billy on the suboptimal usage for Sky Moore. I mean, he's just not commanding targets at the rate we would like to see, and he's not on the field all the time. So I guess the one thing he does have going for him is that Patrick Mahomes is his quarterback. Actually make that two things because he's got a great matchup against the Bears, whose pass defense has just been trash this year. The Bears have no pass rush whatsoever. So maybe he's going to have time to finally get open and draw some targets this week.
All right, that wraps up our ranking show. If you want a chance to win a signed Deebo Samuel San Francisco 49ers jersey, courtesy of bettingpros.com, your place to start. Joe Rogan Experience.
Join my day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night. They have some sort of, I think it's called auto-rotating. Yeah, but you're hitting hard still, no matter what. You're coming down. Yeah. We did the thing in Hawaii where you go over the volcanoes. It's pretty fucking wild. It's pretty. Either Colombia or Tijuana. Yeah. It's kind of a bummer because if we could do that to people like yourself, it's conceivable that you could really heal somebody. Like they're doing some amazing stuff where they're shooting it into discs and they're creating new disc tissue. Like if they can do that to people and people can avoid getting fused, that'd be great. Oh my God. It's such a bummer that it's so restricted because I don't see the danger to it when you consider it in comparison to the danger against some things like opiates, which are legal, right? Like why are you restricting this? Like this seems like I had a full-length rotator cuff tear disappear. Just went away from stem cells. 6 months later, I get an MRI. He's like, this is the craziest thing I've ever seen. It's like, it's gone.
Same, they were going to give me neck surgery.
Yeah.
Constant pain in my shoulder. I thought my shoulder was completely torn out. Got an MRI. They said it was discs at the base of my neck and just all the nerves. It just felt like my shoulder, which is crazy because I literally wanted to cut my arm off. Like if it was the 1600s or whatever, I was like, this pain sucks. Cut it off, and then I still would have had it. But they did it. They said up to 60 days. You might feel better immediately. It might be in 60 days. And day 59, it was like someone flipped a switch.
Yeah, but I mean, dude, you were always like sitting in the green room, like holding your neck. You're always doing that.
During Kill Tony, trying to listen to people, I'd have to sit on my own legs. If I sat flat on my butt for some reason, so I'd have to like sit like this and listen and pay attention. It was funny. It was a nightmare. I couldn't sit on my butt, and you forget. I would forget. So like there's a bar stool there. For some reason, bar stools were the worst.
Yeah.
Different than the 90-degree angle of a chair, kind of.
So it's like a very specific angle you have to hold your head or it hurts.
You'd have to like hold your hip to a side or something.
Wow.
Because if the weight was straight down, it was just.
I know the longer you're hurt, the more it changes. I remember I couldn't sit in a chair, for the longest time. And then I couldn't drive a car, which of course is sit in a chair. And then my biggest thing was when I'd go upstairs and I'd look at my bed. My mindset was I dread laying down because I know when I lay down it's going to hurt so bad and I'm probably going to wake up with an injury
I'd go to bed and wake up hurt. You know, it's like, how does this happen? But, you know, all that being said, you know, the body's an amazing thing, and you know, all metal, all abdominal surgeries and shoulder surgeries, and all this stuff that's happened to me. The upside is, bro, I'm living a good life. I'm happy. I may not be able to run as good as them or walk as good as you, but at the end of the day, I'm 7 years old. I train every day. I eat great. You know, I hardly ever drink any alcohol at all. You know, and I don't take any pills anymore. Whereas all those surgeries, the doctors are just banging me with these pills and different things. And the thing that stopped me, this thing that shut me down completely, the rest of it, enough's enough, is when they hit me with the fentanyl stuff. They almost killed me with that stuff. So that's when I said, I'm done. You know, and I didn't even know they gave it to me, but morphine and Pilates and none of that stuff worked on my back. I'd had so many surgeries. If I just moved, if I say I'm just barely moving my whole finger, if I just moved my leg that much, I'd just scream like a wounded animal because everything was so torqued. And then there was one night when I don't know what I was taking. I guess they had me on the fentanyl things you stick up under your gums and patches on my legs and the lollipops. I remember one night my body just completely torqued and my head and shoulders were facing the opposite way. And it took a bunch of EMTs to get me out of the house. And when I came back, I said, that's it. I'm done. You know, and I called one of my buddies in LA, and they prescribed the fentanyl to me. And the insurance didn't cover, so it was $2,000 every 2 days. And the pharmacist says, I've never seen anybody on so much fentanyl and still be alive. And so that was the prescription they were giving me because my back was so bad. They cut on me so much and compromised the structural integrity of my back by cutting so much bone away that I was just a mess, you know. And so 1 year, if I went to LA, another buddy of mine in Atlanta said I can get you off it in 6 months. And I laid out everything I had, and I said I'm gonna get off this crap in 2 weeks. 2 weeks. I had these 150 milligram patches that go on my legs, and they would give me these 280 fentanyl pills, and you'd have to stuff them under your gums in the morning and then at night. And they were giving me 15 of these 1,500 milligram lollipop things to eat during the day. Drugged up, they had me. In 2 weeks, I laid it all out, and I told my ex-wife at the time, I'm going upstairs, bring me about 15 gallons of water, I don't want to see anybody. And first thing I did was cut the patches in half and put them on my legs like an idiot. I called my pain doctor and told him what I did. He goes, take that shit off your legs. That's how people overdose. Because they're time released. And here I'm cutting them in half and putting them on my legs, so I'm getting the full blown. Oh no! Yeah, so I pulled them right off. I called him right away to tell him what I did. And so that would have been my first mistake, you know. But I sat up there and I was there almost 2.5 weeks. And I sweated through the bed, all the way through the mattress and stuff several times. I had people come in and check on me, and I saw my ex-wife's teeth come out and talk to me. I saw a plastic squirt gun come out of her chest, and this is coming off the fentanyl. But when I came off the fentanyl, I'd lost 35 pounds. And the only other time I had it was when I was clean, completely done. The only other time I had it was after a shoulder surgery. I got an infection. They had me on a drip line. I kept telling the infectious disease doctor, I feel like my light's going out, brother. Every time I do a 2-hour drip in the morning, a 2-hour drip at night, I feel like my light's going out, like I'm slowly dying. And, you know, the infectious disease doctor goes, well, I give the same dose to 80-year-old ladies. You need to man up. So I'm like, okay. You know, I'll man up. And about day 13, I went down. And I told my housekeeper, I said, Jeff, I'm going to faint. And I passed out. Did the splits, balls and blood on the ground. Never done the splits in my life. Hip pops out, knee replacement pops out. And when I wake up, the EMTs are sticking a needle in my arm. I'm going, what is that? And they go, oh, I'll give you something for pain. I said, well, what is it? They go, fentanyl. Oh my God. So they shot me up with fentanyl. I didn't even know it. But I didn't get back on the train again, you know what I'm saying? But since then, you know, after having 25 surgeries in 10 years since then, when I drink my coffee in the morning, if I'm really, really hurt, I'll eat 2 Tylenols. You know, and then later in the day, if it was to get really bad, because I need a cup of coffee about 4 in the afternoon because I'll start to nosedive. Sometimes I'll take 2 more Tylenols later in the day, sometimes I won't, but I'm done with it all. That's why the stuff I brought in, what I've seen with all my buddies and all my wrestlers, there's got to be a better way. Yeah, opioids and crap,
Do you use the CBD?
Yes.
Do you take it edibly? Do you use it as a muscle balm? Like how do you?
Well, we got the drops and then the drops, the gummies, the CBD gummies.
Yeah, those are great.
Yeah.
And they've helped so many people that I know with
Dude, I don't even take
arthritis. Yeah.
I want to bring it up, but yes, that's something else I've inherited from my parents. Because before my mother passed, my mother lived to be 88. I mean, my dad lived to be 88. My mom lived to be 90. And their hands were just twisted and crippled, And they, when I was in my prime wrestling, seeing my parents all the time, and because they lived close by me, they said, "Terry, you need to be careful of that wrestling. It's going to make that arthritis kick in." I said, "I'll knock it off. I'm not going to get that crap." Sure enough, man. It's coming. I can feel it.
Does CBD help ward it off for you?
Yeah, it does. It does.
Do you use a lot of other stuff like using curcumin, turmeric?
Yeah, but I've got a nutritionist and a whole vitamin regime that I take.
Did you get some of that turmeric coffee?
I don't know what I got.
Yeah, I think great. That's what you got. That's the Laird Hamilton one. Laird Hamilton gave us a machine. He has all the that's a surfer. Yeah, he's a freak, like a real physical freak, and just guy's a maniac about training and recovery and nutrition. And so he has this superfood coffee line where it's like turmeric, coconut oil, or coconut milk, and blends them into these different coffees, and it's just press a button for whichever one you want. They're all like super healthy coffee, and it tastes great too. It's very addictive.
This is going to really sound weird to say because I've never admitted this in front of anybody, but I wanted to be him.
You wanted to be Laird Hamilton?
When I saw him run those big waves road, that big, tall, blonde guy that was built like crazy, I said, man, I wish I could have been him instead of me.
That's crazy, because you're Hulk Hogan.
No. Can you imagine riding one of those waves roads in the rush?
I have several friends that are big wave surfers, and I am in awe. I can't. Just the risk you're taking and the way they're able to adjust their weight and balance on a fucking wave of energy coming from the ocean
on a shortboard.
It's crazy.
I mean, that's insane. You fall off, you may not come out of that.
No, you might be dead. You might get knocked unconscious by the force of the water. I mean, the amount of water you're talking about is so insane. You're going to get driven to the bottom of the ocean for sure. You could bang your head off a rock. I mean, these guys are fucking maniacs. And they're some of the nicest people.
Do you surf?
I used to. My old attorney, Henry Holmes, old school gangster entertainment attorney, he was the president of Malibu Surf Club. The whole was, I kept a home in Thousand Oaks and in Westlake for 22 years during my first marriage because my first wife's family was from there. So during the summer, I'd spend a lot of time out there when the kids were out of school. And Henry being my attorney, I was always hanging out with him, and he took me down to the wall and taught me how to surf, at those little baby 2-3 foot breakers, real consistent right there. So that's where I learned, and did it for years. I mean, whenever we'd stop in Hawaii, we'd grab that little longboard on the rental boards and go out and paddle as far as we could to Diamond Head and catch that thing. I wouldn't ride it all the way back in. I had a jet ski to pull me out. It took about a mile to get out there, So, yeah, I did it for a long time.
It's the only sport where you have a real possibility of interacting with monsters. Like, you're literally, like, doing a sport where monsters live.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's frightening.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see the shark in the LA River that was raised from Hurricane Hillary?
That's not very helpful.
No, it's not? Oh, I'm such an idiot.
Well, I live on the beach, right in Clearwater Beach, Florida, the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah,
we have friends come over, because especially when the sun's going down, they come in and they just kind of like, there's a Clearwater channel. Then I live up the beach, but you can see them come down, the coast, and they're going to the Clearwater channel because all the fishing boats, all the chum and fish heads in there, and they're just, from like 7 to 8 at night before the sun goes down. They're just cruising along, taking their time. They'll hit something if it's in the water. So when our friends come over, they have young kids or stuff. I don't want them in the water. Fuck that. Waist deep just in there. So it's kind of like
happens. It's a real thing.
Yeah.
They just found a shark in Idaho.
They found a shark 500 miles from the ocean. I believe it was a salmon shark. It is very rare. There it is. Idaho officials find strange shark on riverbank in the landlocked state. That is insane. They suspect someone left the creature by the Salmon River as a prank. I wonder if someone let it go, like someone had it as a pet and let it go into the water. But they know that there's certain sharks like bull sharks. They can live in fresh water. You know that whole movie Jaws is based on what happened in a river? It's based on bull sharks in New Jersey. Bull sharks, there's something about them, they're very aggressive, but there's also something about their metabolism where they can breathe fresh water and they just urinate way more. It's like they have some different system. So they can survive and thrive in fresh water. They just piss all the time.
They're the only ones in Florida that keep coming back and love the taste of humans. They'll come back and keep hitting you. You know, you'll get hit by a lemon shark or a tiger shark or a hammerhead. They may just bite you just to see what you are. They could keep moving if you're lucky. Those bull sharks, they don't go away. They're full of testosterone, and man, they just finish the job.
What kind of shark was it that killed that dude in Egypt? That horrific internet video that everybody's seeing now. You've seen that video, right? The guy screaming for his father. Yeah. Tiger shark. Tiger shark. Yeah. Those are highly aggressive too. There are a lot of those. That bites people in Hawaii.
Yeah, we've dealt with a few of those.
Fuck that.
Yeah, fuck that. Back in the day, I was filming a show with Carl Weathers and Chris Lemon. Well, two different shows. One was Thunder in Paradise, and the other one was Assault on Devil's Island, some 2-hour TNT movies, you know. And we went down and had to do the whole Navy SEAL thing. And Stuart Cove, who was down in the Bahamas, the shark wrangler. I don't know if you've ever heard of him.
No, I haven't.
But if you go to the Bahamas, you can go to his place. He'll take you on a shark dive, and he'll put the mesh on you, and you can sit around the big metal can where he's got all the chum, and you just sit there and keep your arms in with the metal mesh on, and you can have all the sharks circle you, and you get the shark dive experience. Oh, wow. You know, we used him for a couple of shows, you know, and we caught a tiger shark about 7 in the morning, and he was very irritated. So all the stunt guys anchored him to the bottom, tied a rope around his tail, a couple of ropes on him, which was kind of like crazy. And Stuart Cope goes, we'll come back later in the day. He won't be able to oxygenate his gills and people will docile. So me and Carl Weathers are going good, you know. And so right when we popped up about 30 in the morning, because we were all diving, of course, and we love being in the water with playing Navy SEALs and having fun with it. We're all certified, so whenever we could dive, we could. And we watched them catch the shark, and then we came back up when we did. There was this 100-foot plus Coast Guard cutter that pulled up on us. So what are you guys doing? And we were all making excuses, and if they would have known what we were doing, we'd have been in a lot of trouble. And so we took off. We came back later that day, dove down to where the shark was. He was pissed. I mean, he was pissed from being tied down all day. They needed one shot. They needed me swimming underwater with what was supposed to be a dead Navy SEAL on my back. And the stunt guys drilled holes in the shark's tail and put on a filament line in the tail. And as I had one of those little scooters, and as a shot came in a frame, I had a guy to my right that was going to give me the thumbs up when I turn around and bump him with the scooter. And we got the guy on my back, the stunt guy who had shark bites all over him because he works with sharks all the time anyway. And he put chum in his BC, right? Oh, God. So I'm swimming underwater with these crazies and never done this before, so I'm listening to what they're telling me to do. And all of a sudden, the guy gives me the thumbs up, and when I turn, I couldn't even get the scooter under this shark's mouth. When I turned, I bumped him in the nose. He was so close to our heads, and those stunt guys jerked him with a monofilament line, and that shark disappeared like a magic trick. Jerked him like 10 yards away from me. Stuart Cope goes, he's got the camera on. He goes, that was fucking great. Let's do one more. I'm like, fuck you. I'm going up. Yeah, so I'm glad that was so great because I won't do that ever again.
I'll never forget when that helicopter crashed in the Twilight Zone movie. Oh, yeah. Remember that? Yeah. That was the first time you put in my, people die when people do stupid shit. Like if someone does something that's not wise or too dangerous, like that can happen. That can happen in a movie set. That can happen in a TV show. It can happen. Oh yeah. People take chances. and they take chances with you. And that's a big fucking chance, man. You got a shark. I mean, most likely the shark probably would have just tried to get away, you know, because I don't think sharks fight, right? No, they probably just eat, kill, and it probably think it's in danger. And now that it has freedom, it would probably just take off. But still, it's a fucking wild shark. It's a killing machine. And things just happen anywhere. Things just happen, and you can't move out of the way. It's like you don't have. Oh Jesus, that's so insane. That's so insane. That's it. Is that it? Yeah. Oh, cool, dude. Well, there you go. How do you do this, man? How do you get this stuff? Man, I don't believe Jamie's the fucking man. This is that's it. Yeah, I can't believe you got it. This is so dumb. Yeah, tell me about it. And then you want to do it again. Oh my god, this freaks me out just watching it. Yeah, dude, it's crazy. You get killed. It happens. There was one time, there's been 2 times when I was filming Fear Factor that I told the producers, like, don't do this. And one of them was right. Oh, I forgot about the show. I love that show. Yeah, it was fun. Oh, wow, I forgot you did that. They rolled some dice. They rolled some dice when they made people ride bulls. Because I was like, you can't control this thing. It was so weird, even when you don't expect it. Like, I went and did a couple episodes of Walker, Texas Ranger, Chuck. And he's sitting in there at 5:30 in the morning in the makeup trailer telling me about one of those Delta movies he made. Yeah. Well, the last shot of the day, the helicopter's taking off. And I guess he wanted to get home with his wife and kids, and his body doubled. Says, Chuck, go ahead, man. Just go ahead and go on home. I'll get the helicopter and we'll fly from the sunset. Just needed to get the lift off. Chuck's telling me he's in the car with his driver. He looks at the helicopter. It takes off. He watches it fall out of the sky, and everybody gets killed. Oh, my God. Yeah, I was like, yeah, that's how. So I'm scared of the helicopters. Helicopters are more scary. Helicopters are freaky. I went up in a helicopter with Bill Burr, though. It was fun. Yeah. Went off, flew around downtown LA. It's like, the thing is, it's not like a plane. You can kind of go anywhere. It's really pretty amazing. You can just kind of float around downtown, and it's legal. I'm like, we could just do this. He's like, yeah, we could just fly over buildings. But that seems insane. That you're just allowed to like go wherever you want because nobody's up there. Right? It's like you have an open road, but you have a thing that moves very different than an airplane. But Bill does, he takes like serious lessons and he's very good at it. And I knew what to expect, and it was fucking great. I enjoyed it, but I don't know if I'd want to be in a lot of those.
No, if stuff goes out, it's not where you want to be.
Yeah, they happened recently in Hawaii.
Yeah, you can glide for a long time in a plane and a lot of other things. You can survive on a boat if the engine fails for a while.
Yeah, for helicopter, they have some sort of, I think it's called auto-rotating.
Yeah,
but you're hitting hard still, no matter what. You're coming down. Yeah. We did the thing in Hawaii where you go over the volcanoes. It's pretty fucking wild. It's pretty wild. You have to do that by helicopter. But one of those just crashed. Something really special. I can't think of anything that would get me going. Yeah. Seeing the volcanoes is pretty special.
Hello, I am esteemed documentary maker Louis Theroux. I have no shame, so I just said that. And I have a brand new podcast where every Tuesday I speak to a fascinating guest who's notable in their chosen field. I'll be exploring the Playboy life with Craig David.
I realized that I had to pull back from all of this.
What, you stopped having any kinds of romantic and sexual encounters?
Bringing the whole thing back.
Have you been in a celibate phase? Is that what you're saying?
For a while now.
For how long?
Maybe a year or so.
Really? And trying to impress country icon Shania Twain.
I do swear a lot in my life.
Prove it.
Yeah, the biggest swear for me, my most satisfying one.
Go on.
If you really want to know.
I know what it's going to be. I think I know.
Tell me. Ah, that's a good one.
It's free and exclusively on Spotify, and it's called the Louis Theroux Podcast.
It's pretty wild. You're literally watching the island grow. Like, cause I think it grows like a foot a year. You're watching all the lava pour out into the ocean. I might have made up that foot a year. How much does Hawaii grow every year because of volcanoes? It's just insane to watch because we know it's real. We know that's how it was created, but to actually see the process, you're just like, whoa, that's the center of the earth. That's the lava, hot,
molten rock is coming out and creating the island. Every year, its lava expands wide by 40 acres. Wow.
Speaking of rock, you mentioned WrestleMania 18.
Yeah.
And what's crazy is that it's one of the greatest wrestling matches of all time. Like, if I was going to show you, literally, and because I've thought about this, because whatever, a decade ago, when we would have our crazy wrestling arguments, I had to think to myself, well, what would I show Joe first? And it would be probably that, right? And
it was definitely a moment. I know The Rock says he's never experienced anything like that.
I don't think anyone's seen anything like that.
No, it was crazy, man. It was much different than I expected. I'll put it that way.
How so? What'd you expect?
Well, I'd been working for Ted Turner for like 10 years. I started that NWO thing with Eric Bischoff, Kevin Nash, and Scott Hall. You probably know.
Which was WCW, the competitor.
Yeah, so we've been trying to put Vince out of business for 10 years. And we're killing him in the ratings for like 83 or 88 weeks. You know, we're just killing him. Then there was a turnaround. He brought Tyson on. And we made a bunch of mistakes, you know, programming wise, like we were live. And their stuff was all taped. We go, no, watch Monday Night Raw tonight because Mick Foley's going to beat The Rock. And this guy, yes, we give him the finish is just dirty pool, you know. Right. So you need to watch show because we're going to tell you his argument, you know. And so after 10 years of this craziness, I was pretty much done. You know, this was Hollywood Hogan, the bad guy, and I had this crazy run. It was just as big as the red and yellow run as Hulkamania was. It was just as bigger. And so at the end of the day, I was done, you know, and Ted Turner merged with American Online, and where his office was, they kicked him to the curb. He was down at the end of the hall, so Ted wasn't in charge. You know, Ted's the one I made the deal with, Eric Bischoff and Harvey Schiller, all these guys. And so I wasn't really going to do anything. I got a call from Vince, you know. He goes, you know, we'd like you to come up and rock at WrestleMania. So, well, yeah, I can still go, you know. If you need me to come up there, we can make it work. And he goes, well, you know, they used to call me Monster. You know, Monster, but you know, things are different out here. What do you mean different? He goes, well, you know, if you're going to come up here, you got to really bring it. Because, you know, The Rock does this thing, and like, bring it. And so I didn't say anything as a smart ass. I'm thinking, if you want me to bring it, you're going to be asking me to take it back when I'm done with this bullshit. So anyway, you know, we went up there, had the match. There was a bunch of stuff that happened before the match. It was a little bit different the weeks before. But when I went up there, what we did on TV was I did everything I could to be a bad guy. I was in Chicago. The place was just slammed. Chicago was just crazy. I mean, I had so many matches in Chicago, and the past accolades were so intense there that when I came out as a bad guy, the people were like with me, you know. And so all of a sudden, The Rock comes out, gets in the middle of the ring, challenges me to WrestleMania. I go to shake his hand, he won't let my hand go. So he pulls me back in, and right when face to face, he rock bottoms me, you know, and dumps me in the middle of the ring on the back of my head. So here come my guys.
I mean, you have to realize that these are the most electrical moments ever, like in pro wrestling history. If you saw it on video, these things, this is the epitome of the entire, what makes the entire thing entertaining. Because you're kind of rooting for both. Both are kind of bad guys, but have such likable qualities. So it's a win-win no matter what. I mean, this stuff is beyond, like, this here is like totally top shelf pro wrestling history.
I always loved the two-tone beard mustache combo. Yes. So anyway, after he dumps me on my head, my guys come down, Kevin and Sky, and we just crucified his ass. We unload on him and we just grind him. So I go out of the ring and I got a toolbox. I dump the toolbox out and there's this ball peen hammer, right? So they got him hooked. I think I'm gonna hit him from the front. I go and while they got him hooked, they thought I was gonna blast him in the face with the hammer. I hit him from behind with a hammer, right? I catch him from behind. I'm not killing him. I'm pretty good at what I do.
Is it an actual hammer?
Oh yeah. I can put this thing between your forehead. I won't even hurt you.
Please not.
But anyway.
He's a professional.
No, but listen.
You're hitting him with a hammer?
Yeah.
Like actually hit him with a hammer?
Oh yeah.
But
He's a professional.
Yeah, I'm pretty. Believe me, I can hit you with a hammer, brother. You'd be good. You know, but
What? Yeah.
yeah, no.
It's a hammer.
You know who first? If this guy he's so good at pulling stuff up. Pull up Rocky 3 where I get Stallone in the corner. I throw that straight and punch to him.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because he said, "Oh, I don't want to get hurt." So you just stand there and don't move. With the straight in punch, he goes, "I've never had anybody throw a punch. It looks like it was going to kill me." Yeah, no, I think this is it right here. Look. That was straight into his forehead.
Yeah.
He goes, "You didn't even hit me." I said, "Well, I'm not supposed to." But I did make contact. So anyway, long story short, hit him with a hammer, drag him outside the building, put him in an ambulance, put chains around the ambulance, right? I go get in a semi-truck without the trailer on it, just the cab of the semi. And of course, as I'm getting in the cab of the semi, they pull Rock out of the ambulance. And I run that ambulance over with the semi.
Oh my God.
So goes, do it again.
This is so hilarious.
So anyway,
the ambulance is chained up.
Yeah. So now the Rock's in there. We slide him out when they come to me. Here you go. And so at the end of the day, I did everything I could to be the worst, most evil person in the world, bad guy. And we go get in Toronto for WrestleMania after I've done all these horrible things. Oh my God. I had to back up and run him over again. After I do all these horrible things, and I come out of the building at WrestleMania, and the place is cheering me out of the building.
Yeah.
I'm going, oh my God, how are we going to fix this? This Rock is splitting to go to the Scorpion King. And I'm passing the torch, giving him the rub, everything I can to help him be the greatest wrestler ever. You know? And because that guy was so good in the ring, bro, and I'd never worked him before, but second, third generation wrestler, instinct, timing, placement, he had everything. It took us about 7 or 8 minutes. I got it all turned back around, you know, and he had certain input that we did. And I said, well, some of that stuff doesn't work. We're not doing it, you know. But it was just the craziest situation. Because
this is it. This is like the craziest shit of all time. I mean, look, everybody's arms are up in the air.
Tony is aroused.
I mean, it's unbelievable. You have to realize that this is like it. The two entertainers.
So loud.
How old were you at this time?
I was 53 or 54.
That's amazing.
Yeah. And I had a hip replacement.
That is amazing.
And 2 knee replacements.
That at 54 you were still this jacked. That's incredible. Another one. WrestleMania 18 after being in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And the next year, I took Vince McMahon at Safeco Field. And actually had a blast with Vince. Get the shit out of Vince. That was fun. And he's all in. That crazy nut was all in. He loved it.
That's so nuts that he can do that still.
I mean, so it was just so weird because all of a sudden, you know, the lines were just so blurry.
Right.
You know, going out there thinking that I was going to be the most hated person in the world. And I went out there, oh my God, we got a real problem here. But if Rock wasn't as good as he was, we could have never, you know, it's just like I was in there with somebody that had been in the business instead of 40 years, like me, 50 years. He just had that instinct that I've been in the ring with a lot of guys, and he had it. And a lot of people didn't have it. He has it, man.
So back in '77, when you first started, how did you get going? Like, what were the first matches that you did?
Well, before then, I drove the wrestlers crazy because they were coming in the clubs when I was playing music. Dude, I was scared to death of them. They're all 300-pound guys, teeth knocked out, cauliflower ears, beer drinkers. There was no fluff.
Right.
Back in the 70s, okay? So I was a huge wrestling fan my whole life because Dusty Rhodes was down in that Florida territory and all that stuff. So one of the guys I went to high school with named Mike Graham, his dad was a promoter. He was a big jock in high school, and they all hated me because I was playing in a rock and roll band. I had one, and I had 2 brand new cars in high school. And plus I was living in a hotel, you know, I just didn't really fit in.
How did you have 2 brand new cars in high school?
because the lady that was my babysitter, I believe it was Silverwood when I was a kid growing up, she was president of the Atlantic Bank on Dale Neighbor in Tampa. Yeah, I bought 2 brand new Roadrunners. They're like $3,000 a piece back in the day. So I bought a Roadrunner, a 4-speed, a 440, and then I bought a day car, a Roadrunner with bucket seats, console, little 383 car. And Lou Silverwood, who was my babysitter, I was like 17 at the time, gave me the loan, and she signed for me. The president of Atlantic Bank loaned me the money, and then she signed the note for me, you know.
It's insane that at 17 you decided to have 2 Roadrunners.
Yeah.
An automatic and a manual.
Yeah,
one for dating.
I'm a big Mopar guy, man. Still am.
Yeah, I love Mopars.
All my stuff's Mopar.
I have a 7
We're talking about, I forgot about.
We're talking about the initial wrestling matches that you had.
Okay, so anyway, the backstory is I got used to seeing these wrestlers. You know what I'm saying? And Mike Graham, who went to high school with me, was a year ahead of me. I didn't really fit in with these guys, you know. So I went and I watched at the Sportatorium every week the wrestling matches, you know. And finally, Mike Graham said, "Look, you've been coming here every week." You know, and I ran my mouth around town telling everybody I want to be a wrestler, which is the worst thing you can do. So at the end of the day, he set me up. We got him here on Matsuda, a Japanese wrestler. And what they did was the first thing they did was they made me run. So Matsuda got in the station wagon. He got like 5 or 6 feet behind me. He made me run around Tampa Stadium 2-3 times till I was ready to pass out. Then they got me in the building where the ring was. They had me do jumping squats. All hops and jumping squats. So everything was white. I was getting ready to faint. Then they threw me in the ring, and Matsuda got between my legs. He stuck his elbow on my shin, grabbed my toe, and broke my leg.
Oh, God.
I said, "Don't ever come back again." He told me, "Don't you ever have long ass hair, blonde hair." We saw the picture of the band stuff. They said, "Don't ever come back again." So I had a Ford Econoline van, you know, put some of the music equipment in with a clutch. I couldn't drive it. So when my father got home from work, he worked construction for Azarelli Construction. He had to come down with my mom, and he drove my van home. When I got home, I really got my ass beat. It was a little bit different, you know. And he goes, "Don't you ever let anybody hurt you again."
So when you broke your leg, what specifically broke?
Bone above my ankle. Bone above my ankle. He posted my shin and pulled my toe.
They did it on purpose.
Oh, hell yeah.
So that guy broke your leg, and then you went home, and your dad beat you up for getting your leg broken?
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
No, it's fucking, that is fucking brutal. It's not fucked up. This is just how things are.
That's how you were built.
No, that's how they. But so anyway, make a long story short, I, you know, laid around for 3 or 4 months, cut my hair short like yours, and went back with the mindset that nobody's gonna hurt me again. So I saw guys come through, like, I don't know if you know who Paul learned about Mr. Walsh was. I saw him come through 6 weeks and they trained him to start wrestling. I'm there 2 years. Now they got me.
So do you have to go back with the dude who broke your leg?
Oh yeah.
You working with him?
Well, not only that, I started taking him to Japan with me when I was wrestling in Japan. We became like best friends, bro.
Wow.
There's a certain amount of respect that goes along with this business if you're broken the right way. And so
he respected that you came back.
Oh yeah, man. They couldn't run me off.
Right.
They did everything they could. They weren't running me off now. I don't want to go home and face my dad again.
I would imagine though you'd want to get that dude back.
No, I was too afraid of him. I was really man.
He was like the master.
Oh, he was
the student.
Submissions, all that jiu-jitsu stuff. I have nothing about this stuff. Playing music, you know.
Right.
So now they spent 2 years teaching me how to wrestle, the submissions, all that stuff. And
armbar. Wow. Wow. So in Japan, there's like different techniques.
Yeah. See, like in Japan, I didn't do any of the ear stuff. The Hulk Hogan stuff over there. I would actually wrestle these guys, you know.
Is that what they like in Japan?
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of blurriness in Japan too.
There is now
with pro wrestling and MMA.
Yeah.
There was a lot of blurriness back in the day when Takada was fighting for Pride.
Yeah.
Because Takada was a huge pro wrestling star, and they had him as the anchor of Pride.
That company shut upon pro wrestling that I work for.
Yeah.
Pride was their partners over there. Sometimes we give them a card, and the Pride guys would be there
And I'm looking at, in the dressing room, looking at the lineup, and it's all in Japanese. I'm like, a buddy of mine, crazy subs with his Japanese. I said, I'm not wrestling. I hope it's a gaijin, an American, you know. Because I didn't mind wrestling the Japanese. I just didn't want to fight the Pride guys. You know what I'm saying? Right. They were all big. They're back in the day in the 70s. Those guys were like 220, 240. They were all big.
Yeah.
You know?
And there's the Pride was the Wild West too. It literally, and Ensign Inoue went, and he had a contract that literally said, I think he said it was in all capital letters too, we do not test for steroids. It's just like saying, like, we're trying to make the best product possible. So why would we test you for steroids? Have fun. And so the Pride days were the Wild West, and people just had insane physiques, and they could go for days. And some of the best fights of all time came out of that era. Those Pride days, some of the best fights of all time. But the best example of the Wild West of Pride was a guy named Bob Sapp. Oh, yeah. And Bob Sapp was 375 pounds with abs. It was the craziest thing. And he fought Minotauro Nogueira in like the most epic fight of all time. And Nogueira tapped him with an armbar. It was fucking crazy. But he got pile drived on his neck, and his neck was fucked for the rest of his career from this one fight.
Sapp would get tired. He just starts swearing wild
Have you seen him, Tony? Okay, you need to see this because it defies logic. You look at the size of him. Go with Bob Sapp versus Nogueira. When you see how physically big he is when he's moving, you're like, this isn't a real person. This is like the Hulk. This is like a comic book character. Like, look at the size of him. Watch this. Look at the size of him. So this is the right away Nogueira shoots and he gets a pile drive. Oh, yeah. By a guy who's fucking enormous. Look at this. Bro, look at the size of him. Who's such a freak? Well, anyway, as the fight goes on, Nogueira actually winds up submitting him. It's insane. He takes a lot of punishment in the process. Finally gets on top of him. Bob Sapp gassed out. There's no way you can have endurance when you're that big. It's literally not even possible. I mean, you can have endurance for a little while, but you're never going to have endurance like a guy like Nogueira, who's 230 pounds and natural. Like, you're going to eventually gas out. There's too much tissue. There's too much going on there.
He was a huge star in Japan.
Giant. He ran afoul with some promoters and stuff, and it all went bad for him. But before that, they had like Bob Sapp dolls. They had like, he was everywhere. It was huge. He was promoting so many different products. It was gigantic over there.
Yeah, sure was.
But those Pride guys, there was some blurriness back then because there was a few fights in Pride that a lot of fight experts were like, that looks fake. A lot of fans, a lot of martial artists were like, that looks fake. There's something, I think that's a fake fight. But I think there were some fixed fights.
Everything got blurry over there. It got, yeah, I mean, it was like the Wild Wild West in the 70s and 80s. It was so different. You know, when you went over there.
They like to do a lot of freak show things. Like, they would have giant people fight small people. They like to do, like, they have this lady, Gabby Garcia. You ever seen her?
Oh, I have at the championships.
Yes, at Abu Dhabi. Yeah, I went to Abu Dhabi. She's so fucking big. She's like 240 plus pounds.
Yeah.
And they have her fight women who look like they just pulled them out of the like housekeeping and said, hey, put some shorts on. You're gonna fight. Like, that's crazy. It's a complete mismatch. But they do stuff like that, like kind of on purpose. When you wrestled in Japan, was it acknowledged that different kind of style? Like, what else did you have to change? Like, you didn't do the thing with your ear?
No.
Didn't do the drop?
That's why when I stayed with the Japanese guy for a couple of years, I didn't know how to wrestle at all. Nothing. You know, playing rock and roll band, so they spent a couple of years, and their mindset was, this kid might turn out to be something because they me off. You know, and so I kept coming back. So at the end of the day, I got to where I was warming the guys up and all the marks, like police officers or producers who want to be wrestled, they'd give them to me first because I was in crazy shape. I was like trying 45, 50 pounds. I got to the point where I could do these exercises all day. I'd wear them out. Then I'd give them to Matsuda and another guy named Gordon Nelson, who's a crazy shooter. And you know, we put wooden bars on the door so they couldn't run and escape. And we kept them in there. So
can I explain to people what shooting is?
like there's works and shoots. So for people who don't know what we're talking about, a work is you have a predetermined outcome. A shoot is like that's like a real fight, right?
Well, even with holds, it's like the hold here. Like, the Congress law.
He's gonna kill you, Tony. You're dead. You're a dead man.
This is
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
just even the holds. You might
Right.
Right. Headbutt on you. This part lines get your face towards my turn like this way. Put that ball across you.
Right. Then you're trying to hurt him.
Yeah. So I spent a couple years with him, and then he taught me how to do the wrestling where you hit the ropes and take a backdrop. And the first day they started teaching me, I started crying because I had no idea. I was so into this. I thought it was like full blown, shoot, go after the guy. They had me programmed. I mean, they had me beat down so much that when Eddie Graham, the kid I went to high school with, his dad got in the ring with me, he goes, and Eddie Graham was a big star, like the whole Dusty Road star. And they called me and said, Eddie Graham's getting in the ring with me this weekend. He said, I was scared to death. I'm like, oh my God. Should I just quit? Because I've been through so much, I don't know if I can handle going in the ring with this main event. God, I thought he was going to kill me. And he showed me how to lock up and how to hit the ropes. I started crying because I knew they had been screwing me. It finally clicked. They've been torturing me for no reason, and they could have taught me this a year and a half ago. But back then, their whole mindset was different. If you were a wrestler, they were protecting the business so much they didn't want some guy to go in the bar and get his ass kicked. They didn't want somebody that they didn't think would at least go fight. You know what I'm saying? If something went down. So long story short, it all worked. And then when I ended up going to Japan in 78, 79, I took Matsuda with me because he was like a god in Japan. And there was a mystique that the Japanese knew what had happened to me with my leg. They knew that Matsuda broke me in. And when I went over there with him, I didn't have to wrestle. I was already made. Oh, wow. Because I was Matsuda's boy. And so that was a good shot in the arm for me. Then a few years later, I took Classy Freddie Blassie with me. I remember that guy. And Classy Freddie Blassie used to wrestle a guy named Ricky Dozan over there. And Blassie had two sets of false teeth. One he'd eat with, and another pair he'd file down on TV. Then he would bite the wrestlers in the head in Japan, suck the blood out of their head, then spit it back in their face. No, I'm serious, bro. I'm serious. And on TV aside, the first weekend Blassie wrestled on TV, 3 old ladies passed out and died. Oh my God. Now, this is a Fred Blassie story telling on this. That is insane. So this is Blassie telling this stuff. So now I've got Matsuda, and I'm going over there with Blassie, and Ricky Dozan was the mafia guy. You get killed by a mafia guy over in Japan. But now I got this backstory of Matsuda and Blassie. That's why I stayed over there 22, 24 weeks out of the year. It was like, I loved it over there. That's amazing. Yeah, it was great. And they didn't call me Hulk Hogan, they called me Ichiban there. Oh. Yeah, so whenever you see me those black and silver tights, that's the Ichiban #1 logo on my tights. And so
that's incredible. So what a great place to experience the different styles of pro wrestling too, right? Because like American style pro wrestling versus Japanese style, and then there's like Mexican styles, different styles. Well, right? Yeah. How many different styles of pro wrestling are there? It's bigger in America and bigger in Japan than anywhere else, right?
Well, it's Lucha Libre is a different thing because when you see anybody in America when they take your arm, they take your left arm. They always work off the left side. Everything you do. In Mexico, they work off the right side. Okay, my first time I was in Mexico City. I was in that big arena that has the hole in the roof of Mexico City, the big building. Yeah. And I'm in a 6-man tag. They put me in a 6-man tag for some reason. I don't do tag matches. I got 2 Mexican partners who don't speak English. And there's 3 of the Mexican guys who don't speak English. They don't even tag over there. Usually have to wait to get the tag. They're just running out of the ring on a tag. It took me like 10 minutes to figure out that you didn't need to tag. Told me. So it's just crazy. But the stuff they do is just like a whole other level. The Eddie Guerreros and Chavo Guerreros and all these guys, man, they're in Rey Mysterio. These guys are just supermen. Wild acrobatics. Yeah, and they can wrestle too. I mean, Chavo's the man. He has his whole family. They're legends.
So in the 70s, when you were first getting going, how many different organizations were there? Were there like small local places, and then there's one big one that was on television? Like, how many different organizations were there back then?
Like when I grew up, I saw Florida Championship Wrestling, and I saw, that's the only thing I saw,
So that was like a local.
Yeah, it was just a local promotion.
Was it cable back then?
No, it was
regular
just local TV, and we didn't get Channel 17, Ted Turner's cable. And at the time, I didn't know that there was Madison Square Garden, New York territory, that is New York, New Jersey, and Massachusetts. And then there was like Minnesota, Vern Gagne's territory. Then there's Fritz Von Erich, Dallas. Bill Watts had Louisiana. Michael Bell had LA. So there were all these little teeny territories, and all the promoters respected each other. So if Joe Rogan had Texas, I would never come in to Dallas and try to run a show in your area. There are these imaginary boundaries that you don't lost respect. That was Vince McMahon Sr. He was loyal to all these promoters, and every once in a while he'd send like superstar Billy Graham down to Florida to wrestle, or Ox Baker from New York down to wrestle. And we'd see these guys come in, and I didn't know where they came from. But they'd come in, and the local hero like Dusty Rhodes would beat them up, and they'd be gone. So I had no idea how the whole system worked, and all I saw was Florida Championship Wrestling. So after I got in and I figured out all these territories, like I went to Minnesota and wrestled, and I went to North Florida, the Flow territory, which is Pensacola, and all through Mobile, Alabama, and Birmingham, that small territory. I went to Memphis and worked for Lawler and Jerry Jarrett for a while. But then when I went to work for Vince Jr., and I went back after being fired and having my first run in New York, I went back in '84 to beat the Iron Sheik. Vince wanted to cross all those imaginary boundaries, and I'm like, wow, this is going to be dangerous. So Vince says, "You up for it?" I said, "Yeah, I'll do it." And so Vince stayed in Connecticut, in Greenwich, in the office, and now 12 o'clock p.m. Lafayette, Louisiana. We pumped our signal in there for like 8 weeks. Prime example is Kansas City. I don't know if you ever heard of a wrestler named Harley Race.
Yeah, sure.
NWA champion. Tougher than hell, meaner than a snake. Great guy though, okay? We pumped the signal into Kansas City for 8 weeks. And Harley Race has been there like 18 years. He was the NWA champion. I'm the champion of the world, and he's a very proud son of a bitch. And all of a sudden, here comes this blonde-haired idiot from New York going, "Hey, I'm the WWF champion. I'm the WWE champion. I'm coming to Kemper Arena." And we're pumped the signal. So I fly into town. I show up about 2 in the afternoon. A guy's calling me. Harley Race came down here with a gun. He tried to light the ring on fire. Well, and I had the cops around, ran him up. They didn't arrest him. Oh, shit. And they told me, Harley said, "When I show up, he's going to kill you." So I go across the street, and I go to the Rusty Scupper, this bar, right? And I was notorious at the time for not kind of like being on time, because the matches would start like at 7:30, 8 o'clock, and they wanted you in the building at 6:30. I'd come rolling at about 9:30, after intermission, and I'd have time to put my boots on, because I don't want to talk about wrestling, I just want to do it. It's like playing guitar or anything. It's like chess, you make 2-3 moves ahead. And so now I don't need to be in the building early. I damn sure don't want to run into Harley Race. This guy's going to kill me. I'm scared to death of him anyway. I've known him since I was a kid. So now I'm across the Rusty Scupper drinking bottles of wine. Now I got to go to the building, okay? So now I go to the building, and I had to go to the bathroom. My stomach was killing me. So I'm sitting there on the toilet going to the bathroom. I don't know if you know a wrestler named Davey Boy Smith, the British Bulldog. Yep. Oh my God, the fucking king is here. He's going to kill Hogan. Davey Boy comes in and screams at me. I said, "I pulled my brother wrestling. Yellow tights up, don't even wipe my ass." As fast as I could, because I don't want to get caught with my pants down and I don't have a fighting chance. I come blowing out of the bathroom. I turn around the corner, he puts that gun right in my face. And we're in Kemper Arena, and he goes, "You know what? I should kill you for coming in here and doing this." And this is Harley Race talking to me. And then he puts the gun down. He goes, "I really need a job." Wow. Holy shit. Holy shit. I shook his hand, brother. And I was a huge fan. Loved the guy to death anyway. But that's the type of stuff me and Vince were doing. We were going to other people's territories. And then, you go through
you go to hotel rooms and stuff, you never know when stuff's going to crap in your bag or stuff like that. We went down to Puerto Rico. But anyway, Harley became a good friend again. And I knew him before I was a fan. He used to come hear the band play and everything. But anyway, like going down to Puerto Rico. First time we go down to Puerto Rico. I've never been to Puerto Rico before. All the boys tell me how violent it is. They cut you, they burn you with cigarettes, they throw everything at you in Puerto Rico. So I'd never been. I didn't need to go. But now Vince wants to go down to Puerto Rico. Carlos Colon had the territory there for 30 or 40 years. So here we come. And I go rolling down to Puerto Rico with Cindy Lauper with me, right? So I go down to Puerto Rico, and we have the match, and we saw the stadium. Me and Macho Man went back to the room, and we go up in his room. His room was trashed. And so all of a sudden, I go, oh my God, let me go to my room. So all of a sudden, I go to my room, and I don't want to say the guy's name, but when I open the door, he's sitting there, and because he's still really active, and he's sitting there with the guy saying, "You gotta come back here, I'm gonna kill you." Okay. Now I was going back to Tampa. I hauled ass to the airport. I got on an Eastern Airlines flight, the last one out of town, I flew to LA. I was supposed to be going home to Tampa. About 4 months later, Bruce Brody goes down there, has a little argument. Booker calls him into the shower, cuts his throat, and kills him.
Jesus Christ.
So that's down there in Puerto Rico.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know if you guys heard the Brody story.
Yeah, that odor cut his throat.
Well, he was the Booker. He was one of the invaders. Rodriguez and Brody was kind of hard to do business with in the ring. He was really stiff. He would beat the shit out of you. He wouldn't put anybody over. He was a big man, 6'8", 330 pounds, in crazy shape. And, they wanted to beat him. He was, nah, not tonight, brother. Wow. So after the match, they said, hey, Jose wants to talk to you in the shower. Brody went walking in the shower, he jumped him, cut his throat, he died right there. All the wrestlers that saw it were afraid to go back and testify. So it can get crazy.
That's about as crazy as it gets. So you guys were the first ones to break those boundaries and kind of barnstorm the whole country like that. Vince is a gangster.
Oh,
that's such a gangster.
Country. How about going to Germany or South Africa? Because they had wrestling over there too. How about going to South Africa? They're getting challenged by the South African heavyweight champion. That judo guy, my God, it goes on and on and on. But how crazy you got,
What was that like?
It was different. The good thing was, everywhere I went, I had like the crew with me, except for when I went to South Africa. That was a little different, but everywhere I went, it was always the crew and the WWE 20 or 30 wrestlers that were there, so you felt a lot better.
Right.
I try not to peel off on my own too often. Right. Especially when we're walking someone else's backyard. They've been promoting wrestling for 30, 40, 50 years, and all of a sudden you come here.
And they have the same sort of unspoken rules out there.
And we broke them all.
Yeah, I never even considered that as a possibility. That there would be these territories.
Well, that's one of the main things that made Vince Jr. so famous and changed the game forever. Vince Sr. always wanted him. Wasn't it like a promise, a handshake deal? You can have the company, son, but just please don't ever mess with the other territories. And Vince is like, okay.
It's like Vince told me, he goes, if my dad knew what we were getting ready to do, he'd have never sold me the territory.
Yeah.
Wow. I'm like, okay. He goes, how far? I said, yeah. Good.
Was the dad alive when this was going down?
For a while.
Yeah.
For a while, I had pancreatic cancer. And he was alive. Like when I went back, oh God, it's such a crazy story. I hate to get into all this stuff, but it's all true. Like when I went back, I had just been in Minnesota. Spent 3 years. Hulk Hogan had really, that whole main thing had started there. I was on fire there. I mean, really on fire. And so now when I go back to New York, Vince had flown to my house. We talked about doing a deal. So on a certain day I'm coming back to New York. I did 2-3 weeks of TV. Then I was supposed to be the Iron Sheik for the belt that night. Vince Sr. was there. He always had these half glasses. Then he'd look over. He's always clicking quarters together when he talked to you. And I'm standing there with Vince Sr. and Vince Jr. and myself. And Bob Backlund standing there, who was the champion that the Iron Sheik beat for the belt. Now the Iron Sheik's got the belt. Backlund thought he was getting the belt back. Backlund was my guy. I used to go to Japan, even train with him in Japan when nobody else would run steps with him and everything in the hotel. All of a sudden I'm sitting there and Vince is clicking the quarters together and I go, I'm really thinking, that I really don't think we should do this tonight. We should put this off for about 6 months. And Bob Backlund pops up and goes, yeah, I think a real athlete should be the champion. So I'm looking over at him, right? And like, what the hell's going on here, And then out of nowhere, I said, well, guys, I just had a huge bridge I just burned down in Minnesota. I built a big bridge there. I'll tell you what, I'll risk the Iron Sheik's and I'll put his ass over because that's business, but I'm leaving. I'm going back and rebuild that bridge. Thank you guys very much for bringing me up there. I'm back to the dressing room. It's about 10 or 15 minutes later, Vince Jr. came in. I says, oh, everything's okay. I talked to my dad, everything's settled down. I said, are you sure? Now what I don't know on the backside is when I leave Minnesota, the promoter, Vern Gagne, who worked there, the Iron Sheik Cosgrove Lazario, whatever his real name was, he was a real bodyguard for the Shah of Iran. He was the real deal, but he's got all these huge dents and holes in his head where they used to beat him and stuff when he was over there. Little did I know, the Iron Sheik broke him with Vern Gagne in Minnesota, right? So now I come to New York, and I'm going to win the belt, and Vern Gagne was pissed at me for leaving, so he calls Kaz up and said, I'll give you $100,000 to break open his leg. Right? And now this guy's an NCAA champion, the real deal. I'm not, So Vern offers him $100,000 to break my leg, and we go in the ring, and I'm giving him my arm and taking my head and taking my leg. I'll take my work, not shooting. And he told us after that, my accent's terrible. The Iron Sheik, but Vern called me and went to give me $100,000 to break your leg, but I'm a businessman. I just hope we can keep working. I said, brother, no, we're going to work together all the time. Wow. But I don't know if you knew about that, if you're a wrestling fan.
I didn't know that he was offered $100,000 to the leg.
$100,000.
Smart move for him to not take it. You get $100,000 there, and then you guys never work together, and he's never anywhere near what he became. One of the ultimate heels of all time.
Yeah, but these are all, everybody knows these stories, man. Also, he's an athlete. He's not a hitman.
Right.
It's kind of fucked up. Like it's a different business. You'd be surprised. Those rules don't apply all the time. Yeah, I'm sure. It's just I love the Iron Sheik. Oh, he's great. Yeah. I hung out with him one time in that Toronto pot place. Where they have that marijuana show. The entire room was filled with weed smoke. Yeah. And the Iron Sheik got on stage with me.
Yeah, he's the man. I roasted him 3 times. LA, Toronto, and Hamilton, Canada. I told him he's such a nice guy, he'd give you the shirt off his head.
He was a freak athlete too, man. You ever see him do the clubs? Yeah, none of us could do it. We all tried, none of us could do it. I couldn't do it, Andre couldn't do it, none of us could do it. Andre couldn't do it? None of us could do it, bro. It was like 85 pounds a piece. Are they really? Yeah, they were heavy as shit. He just manhandled them. Yeah, that's really hard to do those things. I do them with these little 25-pound ones, and it's hard to do. And the longer the handle, the more difficult it is to maneuver. I put them behind your head and do my shield casting. Do this, that's it. I do these. I do a bunch of different ones with it, but it's a very weird kind of strength. And when you watch him do it, it's like he must have been spectacular. He was a legit wrestler. Oh yeah, amateur wrestler. Oh yeah. Pan Am champion. I can't even have a bunch of other accolades. Yeah, there's. Think about how many real legit. Kurt Angle's a great example. Kurt Angle wins the gold medal with a broken neck. Won a gold medal with a broken neck. Dude, I'm in the run with Kurt Angle, and we go square up. He goes down at amateur stance, and his eyes roll back in his head like a shark. I'm looking at him, brother. And so when I first started working with him, you're supposed to, I work with one man gang a certain way, I work with Piper a certain way, people work with Holdo in a certain way, there's a certain protocol to set a storyline up. Kurt Angle's just coming at me and taking me down and going behind me and yoking my shit up every night, and this is going on for like 3 or 4 nights in a row. And I'm like, I know he's kind of like green, he's just getting started, and he's got that amateur wrestling mindset. And if you can't break him of that, he's not going to draw any money. I mean, as soon as Rob got that out of his head, he drew nothing but money. So Kurt's coming to me, Kurt's coming out, finally. And I said, brother, what's your deal? I said, I'm here to make money, I'm here to make a living. I said, what's going on with you, man? Why the first 5 or 6 minutes? You're trying to grind me out here, you know? Well, Vince told me to screw you. I said, oh, really? Vince told you to do that? I said, I can't wait to get a hold of Vince now. But Vince put it in Kurt's ear when you're on these house shows with Hogan and nobody sees you, you're not on TV. Go out and grind his ass, you know? So that was a big thing for Vince. You know, I was wrestling in San Antonio tonight with no cameras. He'd sit Kurt Angle on me for the first 5 or 6 minutes.
Why? What was the reason?
Just for fun, just a joke.
Yeah.
Because we would all do that shit to each other. It's just a normal wrestling rib, you know?
Kurt Angle's neck looks like a waist. Yeah, it's like a normal person's waist. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a monster, man. He just has both of his knees done, you know?
Yeah, I was going to ask, like, he must have experienced a ton of injuries, right?
Yeah, good guy, brother, really good guy.
So he had knee replacements?
Yeah.
Matt Sarah just had one of those. Yeah, it's back to jiu-jitsu.
What is this? Kurt?
Oh, wow.
Oh, my God.
I swear. That's hilarious. Oh, my God. This is so funny.
Probably after we started working together.
Hilarious.
Hey, he's working a real job.
Oh, fuck yeah. That's what a crazy story about Vince and the taking over of the entire country.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just what wild ass times. It's wild ass times for the sport.
Yeah.
I remember Killer Kowalski.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that guy?
Oh, yeah, Walter.
We used to watch it on like it was like a local Boston channel that would have local Massachusetts pro wrestling.
You're from the Boston area?
Yeah, that's where I went to high school.
Dude, that old Boston Gardens was magical.
Oh yeah.
Man, I could just look at people when they're and they would start coming towards me. All I had to just look at them and they'd come, and it was like intense. I mean, I had some of the greatest matches in there simply because those people are into it. You just go.
Yeah.
You push it beyond, you know.
Is the new one, the TD Garden, is that in the same place? Or is it a totally new location? Did they redo the old place, or did they make, is it a totally new location? We were just there this past weekend for the UFC.
Yeah, I've wrestled on it several times. I didn't pay attention.
Some of the things that you do, like the hand and the ear and all that, is that Vince or you, or you guys think of this stuff together?
No, that was stolen. That was stolen. I mean, what? Well, this guy named Austin Idol got this another guy that was up there, just like Idol. And I was in Dothan, Alabama one night. And I saw him just do this. It was louder than any reaction you got from the whole match. It's like, I wound it up and started going to just play. And then when I'm down, I didn't know what I was doing. Not play. So I knew that when I was a kid.
How about the Hey Brother?
That was mine.
Nice.
But anyway.
Say your prayers, take your vitamins.
That's mine.
Nice.
But the shirt here, that was an accident. I was in the Horizon. And I had, once again, a 6-man tag. And, I was there. Jerry Blackwell. A couple guys, all 3 guys were playing machines. I can't remember what it was. I was in the ring with these 2 guys breaking behind him. So I'm standing in the middle of the ring, and they just reached up and ripped my shirt off. Each guy grabbed my shirt and hit them. That's so crazy. Shit, that works. Plus I get tired standing on that big ass rope and stuff that we carry next to the back of t-shirts I'm in. So different things like that, the whole mania thing. Of course, it was Beatlemania, and then all of a sudden I got into the ear thing. Also, I love her. Face God, also I love her that I would make it. It all worked out well. Yeah. Do you like doing the other stuff too, like movies and things on TV shows and things along those lines? I used to, but I don't know how many. I don't know if I've done 15 or 17 movies or had cameos. I've done 3 Ninja movies, Bonnie Anderson, 3 Barney, Bubbles, Onion and Meg Mouth. I played Dave Dragon, the superhero. I've done movies. I've done Baywatch. Baywatch, I was part of Baywatch. Yeah, I've done different. Tony, it's fun. Career very closely. Yeah, but it's the thing was it was the process. It's like when I first got with Vince, we took off, we did a wrestling called No One's Bar. Tiny Buster. Yeah, he was in it with me. Great guy, man. So we just did. But the thing was, other than that first wrestling movie that I did with Vince, I started doing a bunch of other movies. I did the first couple of cinema I ever did. Suburban Commando and Mr. Annie. It's the first 2 movies I ever did. And then that guy, Jordan Belfort, gave me money to do a couple of Wall Street. Oh, wow. Yeah. And people have Saddle Muscles, you can see him producer credit, So he gave me money to do Saddle Muscles and another movie. But I did did you get a chance to talk about that? No, I never did. I take that back. I did meet him one time. Met him one time with Grand Banner. And with Brian and Stan Schuster from Grand Banner. Beverly Hills, I didn't know who most of the stuff. And I said, I just got my TV. That was the time conversation. But I would like to know how much that was. How much that is real. It's great. Were you really that out of control? That was a great fucking movie. My problem was even when I did American Gladiators with Lee, Sony Soundstage, they would have my RV on the side of the soundstage. You'd be in makeup at 5:30 in the morning, you know how it is, and all of a sudden it's getting dark, and they'd use you for 5 minutes to sleep. So it's too bad. I get gobbled. Yeah, I mean, especially with wrestling, it's a lot away from that type of intensity, that type of money. We walked in an RV all day. I couldn't do it. Well, I think if there's one thing the way maybe where I might look at it, because it's just a thing we do kind of on the side, sometimes do it. But for those people, that's like the game day. This is what they actually want to do. I don't have that desire for it like they do. Yeah, I get it. I mean, I'm glad that they do. That there's people out there that live for that. I like watching movies. But I would imagine for you, part of the thing would be trying to pick what to say yes, because you probably have so many different kind of ideas coming at you. Yeah, it's a little different. I mean, I've had the same agent Peter Young for 40 years. Wow. At the time, my attorney Henry Holmes, lived through a team. And I think the reason Peter's still my agent is I say no to everything. Because after, the great life I've had, the entertainment business, I just love being on the beach, man. Just keep it short. So I mean, that's my mindset. I just hate leaving the beach and just relax. Well, not even that. It's just, it's kind of like my girl that's with me now. It's like she understands, and it took a while until she got the experience and comprehended. Everybody has a whole cover story, and it's true. Now she was like, everybody does. And she's like, people come say, hey, man, my dad just wants to say, well, he played Venice Beach with me. Played basketball in Venice Beach for 5 years. So yeah, I said, well, I haven't played basketball a day in my life. Or my dad grew up. I grew up in Tampa, Florida. Well, my dad grew up in Tampa, Florida. He was one of the touch out of the police. So, Dad, I love you, man. I can't listen. I don't know. it's kind of like those stories that come along, you know? Yeah. Remember that next 50 years ago, I used to realize the word regarded. The one that kills me, the 40-year-old guy, is going to be, you remember me? You met me when I was 7 years old. Dude, you look a little bit different now. You're 7, you got a full beard and everything. So, but it's cool because people are so nice and respectful. And most people are really, really, honestly, just really nice people. And it's just amazing. You know, there's very few idiots out there. Yeah, it is amazing. Yes. It's just there's so many of us that you hear about the idiots. You know, and they do exist. But there's so many of us that you hear about it. So it's like, you know, statistically pretty small number of people. It becomes the thing that everybody concentrates on all the time. It gives you a distorted perspective of people, the human race. Most of them, it's like driving a car. Driving a car is dangerous, yeah, but it's pretty amazing how good everybody is at it. It's pretty amazing that most days you can get around and never see an accident. I mean, you're dealing with so many cars, thousands of cars that you see every day if you live in a city. And most days you don't see an accident. Like the vast majority of days you don't see accidents. You know, it's amazing. You might see one that had already happened, but how many do you actually see in your whole life? You might see like a dozen. It's kind of crazy because it's a difficult task. And everybody gets. I think it's just easy to get cynical when you pay attention to the bad shit, and that's the news has always given us bad shit. You know, we always have things to worry about. There's now they're talking about there's a new strain of the virus we have to be really scared of. It's like every day, it's like new problems from all over the world that you're inundated by. And so it's very difficult for people to just kind of chill out. That's amazing. The stuff also goes, wearing masks. Yeah. And there's some college just reinstated a mask mandate, which is like, oh my God, people are loving this. It doesn't even make any sense. Because if you're a college, that would mean you're an institute for higher education. If you're an institute for higher education, wouldn't you be paying attention to the latest data? Or if you were, you would realize that masks don't have a significant impact. That's not statistically significant. It doesn't work. And especially like regular ones. You feel like one of those K95 and whatever the fuck they are, it's tightly fitted. That'll provide you with some protection. Also, you're not supposed to wear it more than an hour a day. They're saying it's not healthy to just breathe through this fucking cloth thing all day. It's stupid. It's just insane that these people want to get back into this mania. It's like they miss it. It's weird, right?
It is. It's a weird victim embracing mentality.
It's almost like people won a 100-mile race. And after they're done like that, and then 2 weeks later, they're like, oh, we can't go do another one. It's like they want to experience something exciting, whether it's being scared out of your fucking mind, whether it's showing the world you're a really good person by putting a mask on. All of it is just nuts. So that froze in the face of what I said earlier. I was like, most people are, but there's a good percentage of people that are out of their fucking minds. A good percentage, just bouncing off the walls out there. But around. It's also shocking how easy it is just to believe nonsense. Hardly any work has to be done. It's not something like they just kind of, as long as like experts on TV say it, they go, okay, we're in. And then when it's proven that they're wrong, there's no sort of reconciliation. There's no moment where they go, well, now I'm not. Now I'm going to look at other news sources. Now I'm going to see any experts and scientists that disagree with certain things. And most people are just like, if you're 40 years old, you're mortgage, you have kids, working all day, you don't have time. You don't have time to pay attention to shit. You know, we're very fortunate that we're comics and we have the day to do whatever we want. And we can read things that maybe we send each other or watch a documentary or something to get a new perspective. But the more I do that, the more I get bummed out. Like, I don't want to hear more about the opioid crisis. I don't want to hear more about it. It's just,
nonsense that's happening in the world. It's just, I don't know, man. It's just a very uncomfortable moment for this country, for people in general, I think. I just don't think that this access to information that we get is good for us. I think it just freaks us out. There's just too much going on all the time. It's very strange. It's like we're kind of awakening to, first of all, how connected we all are. And we're also being integrated to AI and really quickly. Chat GPT shit, people are getting busted using it for school papers already, and it's just so easy to get this thing to do work for you. It's like, wow, and you can kind of see where the writing on the wall is going. It's like, boy, that shit's overwhelming. First of all, it overwhelms people's emotions with social media, and self-harm is up. It's suicides among young girls are up. And they think that there's a direct connection to social media, what it does to kids. But as it gets more and more invaded, it's going to become a part of us. And we're kind of the last generation that's ever going to remember what it was like before the internet. We're the last generation. Because the kids today, that's just what they know. It's like we know electricity. A long fucking time ago, and electricity came out. It'd be the most magic shit of all time. It's just very, it is. But for a guy like you that came up pro wrestling in the 1970s, for you to have gone through all that wildness to get to where you are today, where people are watching pro wrestling matches on YouTube instantaneously on your phone. It's a pretty amazing journey. Yeah, I mean, it's a great business, licensing, merchandising, I kind of wish that we've been around. Oh, yeah, for sure. It's that first Hulkamania radio runs involved. It was pretty intense, and now that we've been there, yeah, just word of mouth. Yeah, I mean, just when you go to Detroit, it is. When you go to LA, you have Gene Hackman, it's like, it was different, you go to New York, Bonnie was always backstage, everybody was just, it was a circus, everybody. Really? Yeah, oh yeah. How did they get the word out? Were they doing TV ads? Were they doing billboards, like radio? What did you guys do? Well, it was mainly radio and print back then. And the launchpad was at WrestleMania 1. Because I'd been out, I'd done a few episodes of the team. I did 3 episodes, and then they wanted me to come back the next year. They wanted to consult everything, and I just couldn't deal with that. Team, George McCarthy, Joe Stevens, holding me back. On top of it, us being held back and forth. It was kind of uncomfortable, but I did meet my agent Peter Youngwoods. He was T's agent, so that's why I've done it so long. And he just ruined the 18 for me. Now I know that George McCarthy and Mr. T didn't like each other. Now I'm so sad. I can't watch old episodes now. I'm just like, oh, who was the dick? I don't know. That's a great question. I really don't know. I take it back. I pity the fool, whoever it was. I pity the fool. Bro, he was fucking amazing in Rocky 3. Holy shit. He was amazing. It was terrifying. Hey, woman. Since your man ain't got no heart, what's going on Parkland tonight? I'll show you a real man. What? You? That was a great scene. That's good. Him doing the chin-ups. He was a very convincing killer. Good job on that right out of WrestleMania 1. I really would have loved Who wanted to kill him? Piper. Roddy Piper. You got the Russell. That guy. Piper. Right, sure. I know Roddy Piper and Orloff because we hadn't had any celebrities come
She had a little bit of an amateur wrestling background, you know. And the problem is when you're out there, you can do all the cardio you want, you can do all the workout you want, but something about your nerves is sky high with the breath. And I mean, just standing on just standing on the apron. You know, I knew that he would have a hard time with nerves once we got out there. And so once he hit the first hold on the beginning of the match, and I got back there, I kept watching on the apron. He was hanging on, you know. He couldn't get his breath back. It was just nerves. It wasn't in shape. His nerves could just rally around, and we did get through that. But it was interesting because he brought a lot to the table. After Rocky, he gave me a great rub, man. He really was going to make me a bigger star. Yeah, it was like character back in his day. There's always some talk about whether or not, like, it might be misremembered, but like, he never talked about like having real fights with him. Was there ever anybody make big offers for him? Yeah. Why did I think there was something? I'm probably misremembering this. There was something after Rocky 3 where they were trying to get him to actually fight. I know he started out as a bodyguard in Chicago. He was very convincing in Rocky 3. He was fucking terrible. So shredded too. Yeah, he was great. That 18 was such a good show. Those guys driving around in a van. Silent problems. I'll go to a bar. They go to beach club. Just hang out with Monday nights. Monster nights. I've got a Mr. T guy. He's not 6'2". And he drives the van. He's got a gray van with a red wing on the side. He drives the 18 van. You can see him at the Bulls games, the Rays games. He's always good on camera. That's a weird thing to stick with. When you stick with it, man, works for him. That's hilarious. He comes to our karaoke. It's kind of funny. He wants to play some crazy. There's something about those TV shows, those nostalgia TV shows. Back and watch like an episode of like 18. It's like a capsule in time that they're never gonna make shows like that. There's never gonna be a Dukes of Hazzard. There's never gonna be any of those shows. When you're watching, it's like you're peeking into a time before there was internet. People were just a little bit. They were just a little. They didn't need their entertainment. So multi-layered. It didn't have to be Stranger Things. What shows is? Can you find out what year that was? It's the van. Like even the acting. They're acting like someone pretending to be acting. It's the directing. Like, how do you see that and go, that's it, let's move on? Yeah. Hollywood was all on coke back then. Yeah. There's a moment in Hollywood history where you watch some of the films, you go, oh, they were on coke. Like Showgirls. You ever see Showgirls? Yeah. For sure someone was doing coke. Whoever fucking wrote that movie and produced and directed that movie, that movie, if you watch that, with like lately, no, it's insane. It doesn't even seem like a real movie. You watch like, this is crazy. It's like they were doing a very subtle parody of a movie. That's what it's like. And that's just cocaine. But cocaine made that movie. I'm just guessing. No accusations. But there's a fun time in Hollywood where it's secret. So certain films that we're uncomfortable making or it still making sense. You guys ever take a deep break? Yeah, take a deep break. Is that cool? Yeah, let's do it. That coffee was listen, absolutely. Let's go. So we're back. We're back from the piss break. Thank God, because I think I was rambling about nonsense. We were talking about just the crazy times that we live in. Are you doing any like fan things where you do meet and greets and stuff like that where people come up to me? Because you're like one of those guys that like everybody wants to meet. It's like bucket list people. If you're a pro wrestling fan, you're on the Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, I don't do a lot of them, you know. But once again, not to be competitive, but the sports company I work with, Darren Prince Sports, you know, he tried to get me to, I mean, his story is he tried to get me to work with him for almost 20 years. I wouldn't do it. I just don't, I'm not one of the weekend warriors, you know, that kind of like, now that I'm done with wrestling, I go out, sign autographs, do that stuff. I just really don't do that. I made, like last year, I think I did one, you know, like a big one in Chicago. And then I've got these little retail stores where I sell, I got one in Clearwater Beach, I've got one in Orlando where I sell t-shirts and memorabilia and stuff to the kids and wrestling fans. And usually like once a year, sometimes twice a year, I'll do an autograph signing in Clearwater and one in Orlando. But I just don't make the rounds that much. Go out every weekend. I mean, I can work every weekend and sign autographs and Comic-Cons and different things. So I just really have never done that.
What are you doing the majority of your time these days?
It's a good question. I seem to be busy all day long. You know, my day starts out with training every day. Train a couple hours in the morning, and everything's stuff. It's weightlifting. You know, everything's a compromise. I have no limit bars at all, and you know, I have a rack of dumbbells. I have straight bars, and easy row bars. And of course, the old school I carrying machines. All my equipment's about 40 years old. You know, the good stuff. A lot of strive stuff, you know, chamber camp stuff. We can train around injuries. Like the biceps that are torn everywhere and all the holes I have in me from tearing stuff that I never fixed. You know, there's a chamber camp. You hit the peak at the top and you can eliminate this part if it's the weak part of your arm. Training around injuries. So I do that and then I kind of like get rolling, man. And I'm a beach bum, you know. I just love being on the beach and just stay busy. The lady I'm getting ready to marry, you know, she changed my life. She's got 3 kids, you know, and I just, on paper, we talked, you know, 7-year-old man with a younger lady, 47-year-old lady with 3 kids, you know, 16, 14, and 9. On paper, doesn't work at all. Way too looked up, I fell in love with the kids, you know, and so I just love having people around. And it felt crazy in love with her. So, you know, a lot of the stuff is her and I figuring out what we're going to do, where we're going. You know, we love to go out and eat and hang out at the beach. She likes to train too. And then her kids are like a full-time job. And I do a lot of stuff on the phone. You know, I make deals on the phone. I could have I could sit in my office and have a $50 day, or it could be a high 7-digit day, depending on where we're at with this stuff, you know. So I just stay busy all the time, you know, and it's, I'm still under contract with the WWE, and just have a ton of licensing and merchandising stuff, you know. I think when I was the world's champion, I had 300 licenses for 300 different products, like watches, headbands, frisbees, tennis shoes, hockey seats for kids, chalk, kites, you name it. I had cameras. I had like 300 licenses. Now that I'm not the world's champion, and I haven't wrestled for quite a long time, I've got like 100 licenses. You know, it's just insane. It's kind of like what's old is new again, you know. And they're kind of like, the Elvis is not dead yet. You know, the way they're licensing and merchandising it. So I know when I kick the bucket, my stuff's going to go through the roof. Oh, through the roof. Yeah. But yeah, it's staying busy, but kind of crazy this morning.
You know what's really encouraging to me is that despite all the physical abuse your body's had, your mind is very sharp. And even though you've gone through this whole fentanyl problem, you know, the opioid thing with people with injuries, my God, it's so legendary. So many people have those issues, but you came out of the other end and you seem clear as day.
Well, I don't have an addictive personality, you know, because I'm either all the way in or all the way out.
And you gotta realize that all these wrestlers, and I don't know the numbers, but you know, if you said football, how many wrestlers have died in the last 25 years? The number could be 10 or 20. You know, if you said baseball, 10 or 20, but when you say wrestling, wrestlers, it's a couple hundred, 250 guys. Heart attack, overdose, this, that, goes. And I was the ringleader. You know, I was definitely the ringleader, and I ran real hard. I just kind of knew when we got to the edge, I knew when to pull back.
So, what was, is this partying, or is this, did it start with injuries and then lead to
It's the schedule. It's the schedule, first off. And not having any real rules. Because, like, it's like Vince McMahon runs the show, okay? And so, when Roman Reigns goes out as one of the biggest stars now, I don't know if you got now, but Roman Reigns is a huge star. And when he goes out to wrestle somebody like Dolph Ziggler, you know, the referee or Vince or whoever's the agent will say Roman Reigns is going to beat you, Joe Rogan, the sleeper hole or something, or something. Okay, fine. Back in the day, you know, when we first started and Vince took over, I'd go to the Philadelphia Spectrum and Vince would say, okay, I want you to beat Piper Blake Crawford. Okay, I go tell him, hey, Roddy, you know, Vince wants me to go over and get you Blake Crawford. No. Okay. Well, what do you want to do, Roddy? You know? And then I'd have to explain business to a lot of guys. And I love Roddy to death. We hated each other for years. Then we became really, really close before he passed the last 5 or 6 years. So I would always tease him when we became friends. I said, Roddy, like when you didn't want to do, Randy and I would flip the belt back and forth all the time. Randy would do business, you know, if I needed the belt back up, he would give it back, then I'd drop it to him again. And I told Piper, I said, can you imagine how much money? I mean, you got 8 kids, or 7 or 8 kids. So can you imagine how much money you would have made if you let me touch you all the time? Then I can look and say, trust us, belt up Piper. I don't need the belt. Right. I got the gimmick, bro. All right. My stuff, I was locked in. I needed somebody to take the belt so I could chase him. Right. Like with the belt, I see a big dollar sign there. I'll chase your ass all over the place. Right. So, Roddy, can you imagine how much money you could have made if you overstayed your once? And then you come to WCW, and I'm a bad guy. You beat me every night. Big deal. I mean, it's a work, brother. You know, it's all about the money and the miles. If there's money to be made, let's make it, brother. You know, so throughout all this stuff running with these guys, I saw them all drop off. You know, one at a time. And it was schedule, which is very taxing because we were running really hard back in the day. It was you could go to Austin, Texas tonight. Hi, Doc, I hurt my back. Okay, Piper, Hogan, here's 30 perks. And the next night you're in Chicago. Hey, Doc, I hurt my back. Oh, okay. Every single town, there's a doctor, you know. And that's how this whole thing got started, you know. And then, you know, all of a sudden it ends, you know, for whatever reason. You get a couple DUIs, or you get in a fight, or somebody really bad, or whatever the case may be. And all of a sudden, you're either too old, or you get injured, or you hurt somebody, you do some stupid legal stuff, and your career ends. And then you go home, and you don't fit in at home. Because you've been gone for 10 or 12 years, your wife's raised the kids, you walk in, you don't fit in. Dad's home now, so what are you doing here? You don't fit in, and then that's when the drinking, and you know, then there's I tell my girl all the time, it's like this crazy turbulence, and you know, and it is like 7 or 8 o'clock at night. I get, like if it's another man, I'm real good with turbulence with another man, but just normal, you know, people, you know, like her, I don't want to start anything with her, or pick at her, but that turbulence every night, going from playing cards with Andre, you know, at 9 o'clock at night, until 10 minutes later, she's been kicking you in the head, kicking you, stomping you, beating on you, and coming up.
Your mind was like programmed to get ready to do violence.
Yeah. I could go from sitting here talking to you like this, and 2 minutes later, I walk out there, and I'm spinning around, and I slide another ropes, that guy stomping me in the head, and you got to make that adjustment. So all of a sudden at night, I'm sitting around at 8 o'clock at night, I'm going like this. I'm watching American Idol, I'm going, what is wrong with me? I can feel this turbulence ramping up in me. And that's why I get the gym in my house, because sometimes I go downstairs, I'm cranking at night, just know, 'cause when you're used to breaking that sweat every night, you're also the guy your own size, physically getting completely worn out, to where you're like, okay, now I can relax. I've had enough. You know, you miss that. You know, a lot of these guys go home after doing this, they don't know how to adjust, and all of a sudden they adjust with over medicating and drinking, and then they really don't fit in at home. And next thing you know, there's a tragedy. They do too many songs, too much blow, too much this. And it's just been a repeat scenario in our business. So for me, you know, talking about all this negativity and the stuff that's coming out, my life is really good, bro. I mean, you know, I might have some physical issues with all the surgeries, but I'm healthy as a horse, you know, and at the end of the day, I train, I eat good. I mean, I really have a great outlook on everything, you know, and I have my,
You look good. You really do. It's great to see.
I mean, you know, I just turned 70.
That's amazing.
And a lot of guys that, that are around that I went to high school with, see, they look 95. You know, and I had some guy come to me the other day, we got the same birthday, we're the same age. I looked, and it was during karaoke in my bar. He goes, we're the exact same. I looked at him, bro. He goes, that's bad, bro.
Yeah.
I'm like, this guy, dude,
Stop moving. Stop moving. Stop moving.
Well, that's what Willie Nelson told me. Hogan, if you slow down, you go down. You know,
Fucking Mick Jagger. We went to see Mick Jagger last Stones last year, and it was Mick Jagger's Biden's age, and he has 2 trailers that he brings everywhere he goes to just exercise equipment. Wow. This guy trains every day. And that's how you can still move around like that when you're 80. It's like you're dancing and shit, singing and putting on this amazing show at 80 fucking years old.
Yeah, but I think a lot of it's mindset too, you know, because not the Bible thumping it up, bro, but I keep 1 foot in each zone, man. I keep, you know, in this human incarnation, I keep 1 foot, you know, kind of like incarnation. I keep 1 foot in the spiritual incarnation, you know, and when stuff goes down, or this goes down, or things go wrong in my life, I deal with it, you know, as efficiently as I can. I bracket it and go back to center, you know, and I've got this crazy relationship with God, brother, and I've got this crazy relationship spiritually with who I am and why I'm here. And so all that makes present of all the lives. Lord, I listen to it, and I kind of really, really aware of what's going on, but then I go back to center. Yeah, I go back to center because I've got a whole bunch of opinions about certain things, and at the end of the day, my most important thing is to know my number 1 priority is to stay centered, to stay as close to God as I can. So that's why I look at things really positively. You know, I am broke. My girl out there has corrected me so many times. I'm not trying to, you know, say anything weird or anything, but there's so many times when I can go the wrong way quick. And when I go one way quick, I'm all in. You know, so we got to be careful. So if I start deviating a little bit, you know, there's certain people that can talk to me, okay, well, it's not that bad, or just think about the big picture. So
you know these guys in the car too?
Yeah, but I'm just saying, what I'm trying to say is all this stuff we've talked about.
Yeah.
When I look at everything around me, I go back to where I'm at. Life is good, brother.
I think this is a very important thing for people to hear, because there's a lot of people that dismiss religion because they think they're too smart for it. I think there's a great value in being connected to whatever you believe. If you believe in God, if you believe in Allah, if you believe in whatever you believe, there's a great value to believe that there's a higher power and that there's good ways to live life. There's a correct way to live life, and it does bring you more peace. And it does really work. And so for a guy like you to say that, I think it's important for people to hear, because I think when I was younger, I always dismissed religion too, because I kind of dismissed it as stories that were written by people. But that's not dismissing God and the idea of God. It's like, we don't know what is going on in this bizarre life that we live. But I do know that a lot of people that I know that are very happy and grounded and centered are also religious. A lot of people. I don't think it's a factor that anyone should discount. And
people are very smart about it. You're too smart for that. You're not going to trick me. You know, that kind of shit. When did you, were you always religious, or when did you start becoming religious?
Well, you know, I kind of like go to the Southern Baptist Church when I was a kid because I went to Ballast Point Elementary School in Tampa, and right across the street from Ballast Point was Ballast Point Baptist. And my kids, not the kids, my mom and dad took me to church one time there, and I was hooked. My parents only went once with me, but it was close to our house when we got back in the 60s. Like hitting her right out, even when the street lights came on, nobody's going to steal you or kidnap you or anything. So we just stay out throwing rocks at each other and raising hell, you know. So I would ride to Ballast Point Baptist Church every Sunday, and you know, I kind of like going there because a lot of the kids from elementary school, their families would go there, you know. And so I would go there to Ballast Point Baptist. So I was raised in the Southern Baptist Church, and then when I started playing in a rock and roll band, and I kind of like up in junior high and stuff, kind of like wasn't going to church at all. And a couple of buddies of mine who became ministers, twin brothers Ron and Don Satterwhite, they asked me to come to Hank Lindstrom's youth ranch because all the kids were there. It was like a Bible study, Bible girls and all that stuff. And they would all sing with me, and anybody could play guitar. So they knew I played guitar, so I went there and I played all this, you know, 3/4 progressions from old Christian songs and stuff. And then this minister, Hank Lindstrom, hit me hard with John 3:16. God so loved the world, he got the Son, that never believe. You know, he gave the Son will not perish but have everlasting life. And I accepted Christ as my Savior when I was 14. But then I derailed. You know, kept playing music and rock and roll bands and got way away from my faith. And then as the years went by, you know, I started seeing how things went. And it's got me to the point now where I'm locked back in, locked and loaded. You know, after all the life experiences, you know, seeing how people live and what money does to people, you know, okay, money makes it easier, but it's not the little dial situation that some people say it is, you know. And it's just that relationship I have, not so much with religion, but with my Lord and Savior is what I function on.
When did this, was this a gradual transition from coming back to your faith, or was it?
Yeah, it was. And the thing was, the Hulk Hogan character kind of pushed me in that direction. It was that crazy character, that Hulk Hogan character that was all the way up here. Forget the Americana, forget the blonde hair, forget Venice Beach, California, forget the tan. It was the 3 commandments of the training, the prayers, and the vitamins.
Well, captivated by that. Why is that? His hand 70. Listen, give me a gun. Give me that left gun.
Well, that's no problem, man. I'm a lot of gas.
Look at this dude. Just look at the size of his fucking Jesus Christ. That motherfucking
my triceps are still insane. I'm tricep back.
Gotta pull it out. Oh my God! Yeah. Look at the size of that thing. Yeah, that's like a rabbit burrowing under your arm.
I forgot what I was saying, man.
Sorry, you look fucking amazing.
Oh, the character Hulk Hogan, the training, the prayers, and vitamins. It took the man Jerry Bollea and started bringing me up because all of a sudden I had all this character training, so your prayers and your vitamins, believe in yourself, the 4 commandments, brother, the Hulkamaniac. I hit with all that stuff. I was out running around drinking, smoking weed, doing yahoo, going crazy, running wild with my boys. And all of a sudden, all these Make-A-Wish kids went missing. And I had years with Michael Jackson, Mr. T, Mickey Mouse. I saw more with Make-A-Wish kids than any of those people. And all of a sudden, the character started making me a better person, you know. And the character, this fake character of the training person, I just started making me a better person. And I kind of realized that kind of really, really worked. And then I bottomed out, you know, with my first marriage. There was a situation where I get to this. I was the person that thought I'm going to do this contract under God for better or worse to death is part. I thought we're supposed to be serious about that. You know, so I used to brag. I'm the only most champion that's never divorced. I used to brag about my Flair's been married 29 times. All my boys have been married 29 times. Everybody's been married 29 times. And all of a sudden, when I went through this divorce and I really bottomed out, you know, it was a tough one. And my wife split with a younger man. It was a little rough on me, and then I started searching. And I watched that movie, The Secret. And all of a sudden, I kind of like watched it and bought into it. I had a Mercedes at the time. I had my buddy who had a car stereo shop deprogrammed the navigation. And I put The Secret on. So every time you started the car, The Secret on the navigation screen. Really? Yeah. So I probably saw it and heard it 10,000 times. Okay. And then I saw what the law of attraction was. It was a natural law that not only does science say it works, and the Bible says it works. There's your vision, relationships. We're talking about money, and we're talking about health, we're talking about everything. You attract what you think. Everything comes from the heart, the tongue speaks what the mind's thinking. So at the end of the day, I saw that law of attraction is actually a scientific law that we're given, such as aerodynamics. You know, how the plane will stay in the air, going on the top, moving faster than underneath. Buoyancy. You know, how buoyancy works. And then gravity is working right now. You're probably not even thinking of it. Okay, I know you're not. But gravity works too. And also, law of attraction works too. Like attracts like. You know, and so at the end of the day, I see the secret thing happening. This guy named James Ray went to prison for that sweat lodge thing. Yeah, he had a sweat lodge thing. Yeah, James Ray. He at the time said something that really hit me hard on The Secret. He goes, there's probably things in your life that you're not proud of. And there's probably a lot of things in your life that you are proud of. But when would now, he said the word, when would now be the time to change something? Change the direction of life.
Hi, I'm Daddy. It is now 1 o'clock p.m.
So anyway, I started praying. I want to be James Ray. And you think like it's already done. So when you pray, you don't pray like, oh, please, no, you know, my back, I'm hurt. No, you say, thank you, God, for perfect health for my healing. You pray like it's already done. You know, oh, that's what you mean. Yes, that's what you mean. Pray like it's already done. You guys are killing me. You want me to shut up?
No, I love you.
Okay.
We're talking about killing it.
So anyway, now I'm praying to meet James Ray, right? Right. Praying. All of a sudden, I get a phone call. Hey, Dad. What's up, Nick? Oh, you know, bathroom room is Beverly Hills Hotel. I think that guy's in here that's in that movie, The Secret. I was asking him what his name is. He goes, hey, so what's your name? My name's James Ray. I said, put him on the phone. So somehow the guy that praying to me, he's in the bathroom with my son. Okay, coincidence, whatever. Whatever. So anyway, now the long guy with the dreads, Michael Duckworth. Now I'm just start praying, you know, because I want to see him. You know, I want to meet him. So I figured this guy should work. This works. So all of a sudden, I had a really bad day when I walked off the 7th American Gladiators. I just walked off. And I had the number one show on NBC, 8 o'clock. Ben Silver had an office in Beverly Hills. I had one in New York. Ben Silver was your home and network. The numbers were crazy. Really good. I had a really bad situation happen. I just walked off the set. And I didn't come back. I was in Tampa and played Ali college. So I kind of told them what kind of school I should come to church. And nobody's ever asked me to do that, right? So I said, well, you want to come stop at the Sunday? I said, I'll be there. I was in Tampa. So I flew out there to go to church and hear some preaching. Michael Duckworth. So I'm like, the guy I want to meet, the guy with the dreads. So anyway, I started listening to what he said. He ended up marrying me the second time and became friends and stuff. But it kind of led me down that path, you know, to start searching and finding what would work for me and what I believed in. And ever since then, man, that's been the number one priority. And it kind of locked me in, you know, to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, and what I believe in. And so everything else is a distant second that happens around me.
Yeah, that provides you a lot of peace, right?
Oh my God.
That's the thing that all my friends that are read of what you said gives them the peace.
Yeah.
I don't think people have without it, which is interesting.
Yeah, and the craziest thing was,
Sky, the girl I'm engaged to. It's such a crazy story. I swore I'd never been to one. Swear to God, I've never been to one, right?
That's hilarious.
Yeah. So the really cool thing was after I met her, it was a whole long story to that situation, but after I met her, the fact that she's a believer too, it's just really fun. It makes things so easy. It would be probably difficult for you at this stage of life to do something positive. Yeah, well, I was married to somebody the second time it didn't really resonate with her. That it was more the universe, the Wayne Dyer, and all that stuff, Esther Hicks, and all that stuff.
Well, I mean, that's a little bit of the law of attraction too.
Yeah, it is, but
there's a lot of
there's a lot of idolatry there, girl worshiping false idols. So I'm not on that team.
I hear what you're saying. Yeah, I keep an open mind about whether or not the law of attraction is that there's probably something going on with our minds and the way it interacts with reality that's not measurable. And I think you can say, like, we know that people that have a positive outlook and positive thinking and they do the right things, they get further and better in life, right? So it's obvious that, like, the direction that you put your thoughts and your time and your effort into, if you're doing it the right way, you'll result. The problem with that I have with, like, a lot of these people that think that you can just think about things and then they happen. It's like everybody that's thought about things that happen has already done all. They do a lot of shit. There's a lot of movement. It's not as simple as just like thinking about something. But it might be a real aspect of it. Because I know a lot of talented people that have a negative perspective and shit never seems to go right for them. Even though they're really talented. There's like something about the way they look at life and reality. They're kind of like hamstringing themselves. It's one of those things
right. Already done. And then you get a better shot at it.
When you said that it's like scientific, how is the law of attraction scientific?
Well, it's proven because like attracts like. Positive charges, negative charges are opposites. But they roll away from each other. You try to put them together. Well, positive. I take that back. Positive doesn't agree. Maybe I didn't misspeak. Positive. Maybe I shouldn't have said science. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
It's all coke and weed's good.
Yeah.
It's a little too good. It's a little too problematic. I'm gonna tell you, there's sometimes I was lost.
Yeah, but just at the end of the day, everything that I've read, mindset, and just like you're saying, people are really, really negative. You're not going to try to really greatness to yourself. You're always upset or mad or thinking bad thoughts.
No, you certainly are. That's interesting. My friend Lil Harris, he Sugar Sean now, and he did this whole series on Sugar Sean before he won the World Titles. It's probably on his Instagram where he's talking to him. It's like you manifested this, like you manifested this success, like you had this mindset, you applied the work, but you knew you had a vision in your mind of what was going to happen. You made it happen. What is that like? It's like, well, I always knew it was going to happen, but still, when it happened, it's pretty crazy.
Don't forget to touch something.
Shit's so real. Like, or like, I mean, you talk about how you planned all this. Do you wake up sometimes but in this situation, and be like, man, this is crazy?
Yeah, usually in camp I have more like quiet time with myself. That's where I feel like I grow the most in camps because of that reason alone. Like I'll find myself sitting outside by myself and just thinking about all this shit. Yeah, it's it is. It's like if you would have asked me years ago, am I gonna have all this money, do all this? I would have said yeah. So it's not like holy shit, I can't believe it. I can believe it, but it is still like, damn. With all the vision of I wanted. All I wanted was like a nice house in the backyard, a hot tub, and a full fucking sun. Got all that pretty quick. So, what's next? Being up here, getting that championship belt. Maybe two. I want to make things.
It's good. It's like, that's an example. Massive amounts of hard work, but also believe in this thing. having this like sort of unstoppable focus on this thing. It's a great value. I don't know if it's, you'd say it's the law of attraction. I don't know if that's real. Maybe real. Might be some aspect of this is real. But I know that shit works. Like if you can think like that and work like he does and you have talent, you can make wild things happen in this life. And it's amazing to see. When someone like when he just won the title this weekend, there's something amazing when you see a spectacular performance that you know has come out of years and years of intense labor, intense discipline, and a mindset focus on this. And you see it happen. People can do extraordinary things. It's really, and it's amazing for all of us, as long as you're not a hater. If you're a hater, you're robbing yourself of inspiration. You're a hater, you're literally robbing yourself. You don't know it, but you're stealing from your own ambition by being jealous of others. It sucks, but that's just what it is. It's like if you can instead look at someone like that and go, holy shit, if he did that, what if I applied myself like that? What if I thought like that? What if I went after something with every fiber of my being like he went after that title? Could I do something good? Could I do something that? Could I do something magical? Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could. Just think about that.
What I want to tell you, well, I didn't say that, but I said something kind of like that. When I still played in a rock and roll band, all these big scary wrestlers were coming out. I was this long haired hippie playing in a band. One of the wrestling managers was kind of like nice to me, And I was like, can I come over and talk to you someday? This is come by my house and told me where he lived. And as I'm sitting in the living room, this guy's managing superstar Billy Graham, Joe LeDuc, and Steve Strong. I don't know if you know who these guys are. The superstar Billy Graham.
Yeah, sure.
And as he came in the house, he goes, what do you want to talk about? I said, I want to get the wrestling business. And I told him this straight to his face. I said, I'm going to be the greatest wrestler that ever lived. And I told him that. Now, not knowing if I was or not, but all I'm saying is the mantra, a very, very positive mantra of your training, prayers, and vitamins. They're going to try. Yeah. And nothing against a lot of the other wrestlers. I wasn't Mr. Perfect or the bubble guy. I wasn't doing the Undertaker with death and body bags. I wasn't doing Stone Cold McGregor. He's a huge wrestler. All these guys are Undertaker. They're all huge. But for me to train prayers and vitamins, I just want to really get the wrestling business to make a living. I know that it was going to spiral like that. How could you? He's saying he knew it. I didn't know it. I just said it. Right. Like it was already done and just threw it out there.
And I'm sure there's a lot of other people that said it didn't make it, though. That's not factual. It's the thing with the law of attraction, you don't really factor in. There's not an accurate count of that. That's true. So many people are not quite honest about it either. It's very painful to fail. And that's why many people don't try to. It's I don't know, it's interesting, but it's interesting to me to see a guy like you with a very positive mindset and this new sort of appreciation for your faith that you're showing great benefits from it. There's times when people, do you know the story of Oliver Anthony? Do you know Oliver Anthony? This guy was the #1 song of the country, and he recorded it in his backyard.
Is this the red hair kid?
Yes. Oh, yeah. So this guy gave himself to Christ like 30 days ago, and was having all sorts of problems with substance abuse and normal chaos. Put hip rock on him. Like, I don't want to speak for him. I don't know what he actually said. There was something to these God straighten my life. You just straighten my life out. I will dedicate myself. I'll be on the right track. 30 days. It's cool. It's insane song. You know the song? Yeah. Play that song, Jim. This song's insane. And this guy doesn't have a label. He's not attached. He won't sign anything. We're trying to get him to sign things off for $100. It's like, nope. I'm not signing shit. Myself, and yourself. Listen to this. This is amazing.
It's such a simple song. Yeah. Just what kind of instrument is that? That's not a banjo, right? It's a guitar.
He's got a capo on it. He's playing way up on the neck. That's a D. If that was where he's playing an A minor, C, a G, and that's a D there.
Does that metal thing where he's strumming behind it, does that change the tone?
Yeah, it does.
It makes it a little more banjo-esque.
Yeah. Right. But yeah, he's got that capo after the neck because his voice is a lot higher.
Isn't it crazy that just this guy and the guitar, just singing, just captivates people?
That's amazing, right?
It's amazing. But this is another example. A guy just like hits rock bottom, fully all in.
He's saying people break through.
Yeah, he is. Freaking out. They're trying to attack him. What's wrong with him? This guy was probably got a shit pants. Can't people just ever just appreciate someone's thing that they put out there? Can't they just appreciate that? Well, they just appreciate not judging. How about just some people should be judged. I'm not saying we shouldn't judge. I just think we should be more charitable. And when someone just puts out a beautiful song like that, just that's a beautiful song. Just enjoy it. Just enjoy that. That's it. You know, words. Yeah, I mean, people who really live like Christians probably better places. When you go to church now, is it chaos? Is everybody trying to get selfies? What is that like? Oh, man, that's really cool. Scott, you should probably tell people to go to church from the outside. All right, you're gonna get it. They're coming. Pastor Aaron's on board, man. It's nice. He needs to be tested. Her son, one of her sons, you're Dutch Christians, so we go there every Sunday, and really look forward to it. Just like something we don't very cool about plug in and plug out, but I don't plug out. It's all plugged in up there. I've seen it change a lot of people. There's also some real power to a bunch of people getting together to agree that they're there to be a better person. Yeah, there's something very powerful about that. A group of everybody that meets together in the community at a certain time, dresses nice, and just all agrees that we're here to try to be a better person in the eyes of God.
That's going to change people. Brother, the two sponsors for the shirt, John 3:16, Belgian team, Chansey. Chicago, Los Angeles, for years. I usually had Zito in New York.
Yeah.
Bell in Chicago. And doing very well back in the day. When I go to Chicago, everybody around it. And held it about 9 years. And a bunch of stuff. Rico stuff, all kind of craziness. And actually helped came out, try to get a hold of me. I had second thoughts going, oh, what's up with brother here, you know? Right, I haven't seen him for a while, you know. And one of the last times I saw him, he probably pulled up in Knoxville. I had the Hells Angels circle on the ring on the Harleys. You know, they said they didn't have any backup, so I made a phone call because I had a bunch of friends back in the day that were in the club, and so they all showed up in Knoxville, and that's the last time I saw Melvin before he went away. And he came out, you know, and people sent me a couple messages because I don't know. So all of a sudden, we looked up, touch base.
Oh, yeah.
This is there on the left, everything else on the right.
I mean, this is peak heel Hogan, bad guy.
We were
even from the best good guy to the best bad guy.
Yeah.
We were talking about that when we were getting coffee. That it was your idea to turn it.
Oh, we just finished the story. And now Mel comes out of prison. And he's been saved. He's accepted Christ as a Savior. But anyway, you know, I have this Jesus Calling book. I have a Bible in the kitchen. I have two in my office. I have one upstairs in the bathroom because I can't really stand and
stand for like brushing my teeth. I'm like, well, I pull the ponytail out. I got these fake hair extensions, so like Hulk Hogan, you know, right? The blonde hair hangs down. I'm trying to straighten these hair extensions out and do whatever I'm doing. I have a chair, you know, and I kind of sit there. They have this all my Bibles and stuff, and I have Jesus Calling and different books. Jesus Calling has a morning and afternoon message, you know. So I read this one, man. I said, that's perfect. I called Mel up and said, I know you got social media. Mel, I want you to go on and read this today. You know, Mel, he goes, I said, who's you read? I said, no, you read it. You know, we went back and forth a little bit, so he actually read it. Now he's got this huge following, and you can, I guess I don't know how you do it. You can do it for something on Instagram, but he's got this huge John 3:16 devotion. Just people all over the world are following now. He puts the word out every Sunday. So I've seen people change, brother. From being straight out enforcers, badass, crazy people to being, you know, people that love them Christ. People can definitely change. Yeah, it's amazing. And that's a way that people can change. So it's what they have in Alcoholics Anonymous, part of the 12-step program. Giving yourself up to a higher power. Yeah, but it's just like for me when we were talking about stuff like that. Some people I feel bad because they have addictive personalities, you know, and sometimes they get caught in that web. So as I had all these surgeries and they were hitting you with all this stuff, I just enough's enough, you know. And so it's kind of like everything in life. But that stuff is pretty easy for me. But I just feel bad for the guys that couldn't get out of this cycle, you know. There's some guys, man, whether it's groups or pills or whatever it is, I had one point in time, 2001, 2002, and he just was always up and down. Just always was colored, you know, so, used to calm him down, clean up, and his life got to it, you know, it's just, it's 100,000 people dying of fentanyl doses. A lot of it is accidental, and they're getting it in something else. It's a street Xanax, they're street. And I didn't know what it was. The doctor prescribed it to me. I figured it was something, you know, kind of like normal pain and stuff. What the hell? That's what I said. I guess when I really did that, that's where I was at. They had so loaded up, I had no idea it was some crazy drug that was going to change society, kill everybody that touches the stuff. All these police officers just having counters opening bags up, they were just contact, you know. It's insane. It's the size of the amount of people who die. It's so tiny. It's so fucking sketchy. It's coming from all over. Precursors coming from China. It's the whole thing is just insane. You know, and I don't know how to solve that. There's probably a bunch of steps that should be taken. The point is, for a person that's gone through it like yourself, that's come out the other end, showing this is what's been helped you. That's been it's the truth. I believe it. Yeah, you just speak the truth. It's awesome. It's awesome to see you. It's awesome to see how sharp your mind is, man. Like, are you do you take supplements, vitamins, things like that? Or yeah, I used to be an organic guy, you know, and go straight to nature's fruit patches. So I lived in the grocery store. Of course, I still bought the food there, but I was buying the vitamin stuff. And then I got with the nutritionist, you know, that kind of like did muscle testing and things like 5 or 6 vitamin C's. She would tell you which one works the best for you. You know, by having a product there testing on the spot. And so I've got sucked into all the vitamins from her. You know, it's like, you know, I got the A to the Z, as the sheep would say. I got all the vitamins. Just, you know, if I take too many, man, at one time I have to split them up a couple times a day if I eat a whole lot of lunch. Man. There's so you're going ham. You take a last. Oh yeah, I just get sick as a dog. Yeah, but has it made a noticeable difference when you start doing that? Not in the amount of pain in my body and the way I feel. It's just my mindset. It's kind of like instead of going down that rabbit hole, I just gotta reel myself back in. I gotta check myself before all I do. I can be pulled really. I don't have like road rage if somebody pulls in front of me or anything like that. But when things happen, business wise, or somebody that I care about, or a very good friend lies to me or something, I kind of like get that good pull here, the bad pull here. I kind of like I lean into it. It's just our business. We just handle things differently with men. Like I talk to men differently than I talk to women. And with men, we've always been able to kind of like, don't fuck me, Mike. Come on, buddy. Whatever. It's just, it was just the business I was in was so different. We had a problem. You fix there or out there, And so it's just kind of like I kind of like keep it dialed in now, So things are good, man. Things are really good. That's good that you can avoid that kind of stress, but you have more access to resources, like mental resources, when you're healthy. So if you're taking good nutrition, you're eating well, sleeping well, you'll make better choices for the most part than if you're tired. That's why people make such poor food choices when they're tired. It's like literally something that goes on with your brain when you're exhausted that you'll just go, fuck it, let's pull into a Jack in the Box drive-thru. Or eat a bunch of shit you feel terrible about 5 minutes after you eat it. But that's just, you don't have access. If you were healthy in the middle of the day at noon, you wouldn't, I'm not going to eat that. I'll feel like shit. You'll eat better. You make better choices when you're healthier. And when you have more energy and your body is given all the proper nutrition and rest, fluids, and you're well hydrated, you're going to function better. You figure out you're going to make better choices. You're going to do more things. It's just a smart thing to do. Which January 1st I quit drinking. I was 7 months without drinking. And all I know is when I was drinking at night, everybody would find out I'd be eating popcorn, the protein bar, getting the ice cream, all that stuff. I was hovering. Even about 2 years ago, I was still hovering around 300 pounds. But so I'm down like 260 now, 265. That's kind of like what I'm eating. I can't breathe. So I feel much better, just cleaning my eggs up, just like I said, went out drinking last night, right? I felt like crap still sitting here. It's so hard. Coffee drinks, so hard. Oh, I go crazy. I eat everything in the refrigerator. Start making sandwiches. I made 2 3-egg fried egg sandwiches one night. So I ate 6 eggs, fried eggs with bacon. Oh yeah, pepper and cheese. Yes. And Primal Kitchen chipotle lime mayonnaise. So I got that. Oh my God, American cheese melted. Let's go. Let's fucking go. It's great. I ate 2 of those and I felt terrible. I did Chicago theater Saturday night. Yoni's like, Philip from Philip Sushi by Scratch. They have a Chicago location, so they're sending sushi. I'm like, awesome, let's go. We're gonna feel good. And he goes, and also the best pizza chef in all of Chicago wants to actually cook pizza in the kitchen of the greenery. He has his own oven. He's done it before. He's gonna make fresh Chicago pizza. And oh my God, we went crazy. I must have had 10 slices of pizza, and I've been pretty much, no bread. It's like poison once you stop eating it. But that was basically just like, it's like doing heroin. It was so exciting. Did you crash? Oh man, I mean, like you wouldn't believe. Like it was just like, I was just like disgusting afterwards. Even compared to like drinking. It's funny because you drink, and you eat shit, you feel like shit the next day. But what I've learned only recently is that you can drink as long as you don't eat the shit. You're gonna be much better than if you eat the shit. Like a lot of the hangovers coming from the In-N-Out and from the Chicago style pizza and all that. Yeah, with the In-N-Out, you just gotta go Flying Dutchman. Yeah, just the patties, protein style, animal style. That's the way to go, man. That's the way to go.
Well, Hulk, it's great to see you thriving. Tell everybody about your cannabis line, too. Because it confused us for like the solid 45 minutes of the podcast. This stuff's right about the bag of really back. Yeah, it's bag of the crazy stuff down there. CBD stuff.
This sunburn vape pen is amazing.
Vape pens. Yeah. Where can people have access to that stuff? Oh my gosh, it's everywhere now. The nicotine stuff, vapes are everywhere now. So you guys have nicotine vapes. Did you give us those too? Yeah, those away from Jamie. He goes crazy for nicotine vapes. Every day he's out there vaping with the kids. Yeah, the THC stuff is one state at a time. Right. God, they're just fed. Make that legal and get the taxes. Get the taxes from it, you nuts. It should be legal. It should have been legal a long ass time ago. Stupid Ukraine. And you guys sell CBD as well, like gummies or any of that stuff? Yes. Where's the website? Find it. They'll find it. Here, Jamie already found it. Yeah. We do all that stuff in the bag. ImmortalByHulkHogan.com. So that's what it is. Just go to ImmortalByHulkHogan.com. You have access to all that stuff. Coming soon, brother. Put your email address in there. Subscribe now. Hulk Hogan, you're the fucking man. I've been a fan since I was a kid. So to hang out with you here and do this is very fun. Appreciate you very much. Oh, my pleasure. Thank you. Much respect. Shout out to the great, powerful Tony Hinchcliffe. Every Monday on YouTube, the best live comedy show in the world is Kill Tony. It's filmed and recorded live from the mothership right here in Austin. Tony's the master. He's the fucking best at hosting a show like that I've ever seen.
You know what went on sale during this actual taping that we're at right now is the new live podcast from the mothership with Ric Flair, which we're filming for the first time next week.
That's right. So they're doing, you guys, this is so hilarious because you talked about it when Rick was on the podcast, and then you guys went back and forth. You sent me a text message and email. I'm like, I knew how big this is to you. This to you is like, I mean, it's literally like somebody just gave you a Ferrari or something.
It's crazy. It's insane. Claire messaging me going, I want to do a podcast with you. Okay.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah. So look at this. The Goat and the Pony.
Yeah.
Flair and Tony Hinchcliffe. The tickets are on sale. You can watch it live. And it's a 2 p.m. show on Tuesday, August 29th. What was the other one, Jack?
That's 2 and 4 Tuesday and 2 and 4 taping on Wednesday.
So is this like one-time deal or you guys are consistent?
I think we're going to do it consistent. I think it's going to be, yeah, he's going to come out for 2 days every month, and we're going to shoot 4 during the day, 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. for at least 1 a week. The Goat Pony.
I've never seen you more excited about him laugh. You make him laugh. Laughs at his own jokes anyway.
Yeah. We're going to laugh.
That's great. But you guys, one thing that you guys all have in common is pro wrestlers like that is the multiple guys that are bringing in. You guys have a tremendous character. It's awesome. And it's just fun to talk to you, whether it's Dallas or Jake the Snake or all these, the Undertaker. You guys are some of the coolest fucking people. It's just we've seen the pyramids, we've seen it all. All the dead bodies are, that's for sure. We've seen it all. And on Instagram, what is your handle on Instagram? It's on everything. That's okay. All right. Thanks, sir. Appreciate you very much, brother. Tony Hinchcliffe, you're the man. Thank you. Bye, everybody. Awesome. Thank you, guys. Oh, he's playing the song. Let me see it. Put it on the screen. Hulk Hogan theme song. We'll wrap it up with this. Oh my gosh, that's kind of scary. This episode is brought to you by Policy Genius. I'm just going to get right to the point today. You need life insurance. We all do. You might think you were too young, or you don't want to think about it, or you have some tiny policy from your job, and that's all fine. But you also just really need good life insurance. It's super important for you and the people that you love. With Policy Genius, you can find life insurance policies that start at just $292 per year for $1 million of coverage. Some options offer same-day approval and avoid unnecessary medical exams. Your loved ones deserve a financial safety net, and you deserve a smarter way to find and buy it. Head to policygenius.com/JRE or click the link in the description to get your free life insurance quotes and see how much you can save. That's policygenius.com/JRE. This episode is brought to you by LifeLock. Like many of us, you might think identity theft will never happen to you, but consider this. There's a new identity theft victim every 3 seconds in the U.S. That's over 15 million people by the end of this year, equal to the populations of New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago combined. Even worse, identity theft victims often don't even know they're victims. That's why LifeLock Identity Theft Protection alerts you to identity threats, even the ones that don't show up on a credit report, like data breaches, fraudulent transactions, loan and credit card applications, and crimes committed in your name. If your identity is stolen, your own dedicated LifeLock US-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft, but LifeLock protects you in ways you simply can't on your own. Save up to 25% off your first year at lifelock.com/JRE. That's lifelock.com/JRE to save up to 25%. He wasn't saying it was real. It's like the experiences are that this was all great, that it was fake. But there was a guy who was they were doing this thing where they were removing pythons from this place in Florida, and they got to this place, and he took all this video footage of this elaborate satanic ritual setup that they had down there, where they had things written on the wall in Latin, and they had a girl's bloody dress, and they had a chair that was covered in something red. They're trying to figure out what the fuck was going on, and he wound up getting out of there. But then he found out that the history of that lab itself, the guy who founded that lab was an open Satanist, Jack Parsons. Pull up those articles about him. We were playing it during the show. It's like, what? So this guy was involved in this nuclear weapons lab, and he's also an open Satanist? Like, what? Yeah, that is like, would wear the fucking outfits and go to these things, and this was in like the 50s? It does make me wonder to some degree, you're like, are you like, is there really a Satan, and are you really a part of his thing, or is this just some weird game in your mind? Yeah, but because of the choice, look how insane this is. Go to that article. The art is so bizarre. Sex, rocket science, Satanism, NASA's real hidden figures. Satanism. I mean, what? This guy was a part of their program. He was openly in the Church of Satan. Like, look at the dress. It was like walking into a food. What the fuck? What the fuck, man? You guys, people, these are the people that were responsible for this. Like, even like, how insane it is. With the Epstein thing, wasn't it because it's not insanity this, but you remember like the pictures George W. Bush was like a little kid and he's playing with the blocks that are in the towers. Yeah. And then there's like was it built like in a dress or something like that? Like, it's not exactly Satan shit, but it's just kind of this weird, like, well, the his things too. It's like, you have a president in a fucking dress. Talking about this. It's really trying to make talk about dumping. We're like, that is iconic. That's iconic. And the George W. Bush one seems to be kind of like different, but a similar, like, this idiot has no idea what the fuck's going on. Exactly. He's got a doofus with his face.
But it's the planes and two towers, right? I mean, that seems to be like a 9/11. Yeah.
And
Reference,
if
right?
you were a guy who is supposed like the conspiracies, he was part of the intelligence, something, Mossad or something,
Either Mossad or CIA
or a
or
combination of those two. If you're that guy, you probably have a real
Well, you wonder, like, I don't know. There's just not enough room to speculate about it, but you wonder if there's probably a benefit to having very powerful people you have dirt on them, right? So if you, let's say you take something like pedophilia, and that is a thing that, I don't know, maybe 99% of people want you dead if you are that. You know what I mean? Like, it's like the thing that even in prison, like, you will get, like, murdered for being that. Even amongst other violent criminals, there's this code that you don't do that. And most people who are not violent criminals really, you know what I mean? Like, so if you are, let's say, a pedophile, and you know that about someone, you own them. And that's kind of what the Jeffrey Epstein thing seems to be like. Not even that they were pedophiles, but I think it's a case they're tricked into it. You know, you get like 16-year-olds and you doll them up so they look like they're in their 20s. You got a party with them. The next day, you're like, oh, she was 16. I have it on tape, and you're going to be voting yes on the legislation next week type deal. But you could see where, let's say you were a very powerful interest behind the scenes. You could see where if there were people who say were pedophiles or like cheated on their wives or just you had dirt on them, were you be interested in promoting that person? Because now you can control them much more easily, right? And so you could see where it would maybe come to be that they would kind of like these really sick, fucked up people in these positions of power, because then they're that much easier to control. 100%. That makes sense. It makes sense. You got dirt on them. Yeah. Makes sense. And there does seem to be, like, I mean, this was so weird. I forget who tweeted this. I apologize, man, because I should give you credit for this. Such a good tweet. But someone said, someone tweeted that Pizzagate aged better than Russiagate, which is just like the best. Like, it's just so funny when you think about it like that. That there was this wild conspiracy theory in 2016 that when the Podesta emails got dumped, that was that Malice? I don't know. Yeah, I bet it's that sounds like something Malice would say. Malice is the guy. But look how nutty this is. Ex-network investigative journalist pleads guilty to child sex abuse material charges. So this is a guy that was an investigative journalist at ABC News who investigated and dismissed Pizzagate. Meanwhile, he was guilty of child sexual abuse material charges. So he had child porn. Now here's the question. Has there ever been a case where someone has purposely put child porn on someone's computer to bust them? I'm sure there has. I would imagine that that's something they can do. That's terrible. Wasn't there like a woman who accused the FBI of threatening to put child porn on someone's computer? Wasn't there's like a recent case of that? That is so terrifying. That's really terrifying. That someone would be in possession of child porn and then put it on your computer, and then you're just there, you have to explain it. Oh, you're in the position of being right. I swear, it's on my computer. I don't know how I got it. Especially if you're someone who's investigating child porn. I'm not saying that's the case. Yes, yeah. He very well might be guilty of it. And there are people that are guilty of it, and it's a fucking heinous thing that does exist. As much as, like, you and I, as regular people, especially as parents, we don't want to ever admit there's someone out there that literally wants to fucking baby and wants to film people fucking babies and have guys jack off to it. It's like, dude, that's some dark shit. That's the only thing that you can possess that's illegal that you can find online, right? Like, you could have murder videos. Like, every fucking day I open up Instagram, I've seen someone get shot. Yeah. You see a lot of murder videos on Instagram, and I don't know how they do that, how they fucking
get away with doing that because it seems to be in violation of the terms of agreements of Instagram. Terms of it seems like you're not supposed to have murder videos. Yeah. But goddamn, I've seen a lot of them. If I download these videos and put them on my hard drive, and someone arrests me and they search my hard drive, and say, "Oh, you videos of people murdered. That's fine." No, even though it's a crime, there's nothing wrong, sir. I just masturbate to it. No problem, sir. Yeah, I like. Free to go. I like. Yeah, with shotguns to the face. That's how I get off. Yeah, like no problem with that. Yeah, but if you're in possession, even if you haven't done anything physically, you're in possession. Yeah, images or videos that depict the murder of an unidentifiable individual. What if they're unidentifiable? Images or videos where a reasonably intelligent and identifiable person is clearly deceased. Excessively gruesome images of the death of an identifiable person. Images or videos of an identifiable deceased person shared for sadistic purposes. That's interesting. Yeah, including media accompanied by content that laughs at or otherwise mocks the deceased and takes pleasure in the suffering of the deceased. That's so bizarre. That just seems like such a step. Why don't you just say like no murder videos? Yes, newsworthy events. Oh, okay, fine. Right, like the death of George Floyd. That's okay, fine. Fair enough. But they're like, why is it like, well, they're kind of almost like implicitly saying like they're like, I mean, if you can't identify them, you know, if you can't identify them, you're not laughing at them. Have at it. I don't understand that though. I mean, I think there are deaths like Saddam Hussein or Gaddafi or things like that. That you should be allowed to say. There's something. Look on his face. That guy shows that knife up his ass. Yeah, and I think there's something about that too. The craziest thing about the Gaddafi thing, I mean that's interesting. But he had totally waved the white flag for America, abandoned his nuclear program, gave up all his chemical weapons. Like it was like right after 9/11, he was like, "Look, I'll help you in any way I can. Like, I don't want this, and I know America's coming to kick some ass around here." And he did all that, and then they still went in and did that to him. So it was a message to like everybody else who we oppose around the world that like, yo, you cannot, you can't trust America, you can't work out a deal with America, and all, when Joe Biden says things like, like he said several times that, we want regime change in Russia, it's like, that's what regime change looks like. So that's what Vladimir Putin's thinking. When he says that, it's like, that's what you'd like. And by the way, according to Bill Perry, was Bill Clinton's Secretary of State, he says that he says that Vladimir Putin believes that the U.S. has a program to attempt to assassinate him, that like we're actively trying to kill him. And I don't know if that's true or not, but he said that's what Putin believes. I wouldn't be surprised if that were true. Doesn't sound like it's outside the realm of possibility. Yeah. Seems like they tried it with Castro. How many times? Yeah. Many times. And with Saddam Hussein and with a lot of others, it's kind of our MO. And so, like, you gotta, like, almost see, like, that's what their concern is. It's like that they could end up like that. Right. Like, and what would you do to avoid ending up anally raped with a knife to death? A lot. Like, whatever you could. Yeah. Especially superpower. Especially things that are actually involved in all this shit. Yep. Not good. Oh, it's so gross. It's so scary. And, that's the one thing I'll say, the thing Trump said, I remember you were talking about this with Duncan, too, but Trump said that I want the dying to stop, you know what I mean? And somehow that's controversial. But we should... Do you want Ukraine to win this war? Like, what does it even mean? It's like, what do you... and then there'll be people who are, like, arguing, like, well, the war can't stop until all of the territory is restored, because we can never, like, reward the aggressor in this country. People gotta keep dying because you have a point to make. about Crimea being ruled by Kiev rather than Moscow. Yes. I didn't know what he does. I didn't know what he was the head of. Like, the idea that, let's say after all of this, let's say Russia, like what seems to be the best case scenario that the establishment is planning. So let's say Russia is utterly humiliated in Ukraine. There's a devastating victory for Ukraine. Ukraine takes back all of the territory, all of it. They get Crimea back. They get the entire territory back. Vladimir Putin is overthrown. So do you think that in this most humiliating of moments for Russia and knowing the political realities in Russia, what would you say is more likely that will rise up in Vladimir Putin's place? Will it be a Jeffersonian Republican liberal who now says we're going to institute a Bill of Rights, or something like that? Or do you think it's more likely going to be probably someone substantially to right of Vladimir Putin who will be even more of an authoritarian? It's kind of obvious which one is more likely, and that never seems to be anything you think about when it comes to war, unless they believe they can dominate Ukraine. Well, but to overthrow the government and put a government in that's more friendly, then yeah, I mean they've tried to do this before. That was the other thing you wanted to know that before. Discuss the various individuals. Yeah, was it the John Kerry one, or that one with ISIS in Syria, or the one in Ukraine? The Victoria Ukraine, the Victoria Nuland phone call, where she's talking about the phone call sits with Victoria Nuland and Jeffrey Pyatt. It was leaked, presumably by the Russians. We don't really know. In early 2014, and it's right around. I think it was leaked it was right around when Yanukovych fled, the government took over and was immediately recognized by the U.S. She starts with her and Jeffrey Pyatt, who's an ambassador, and they're like, we're in play, okay, like it's happening, and then they're all like, she's talking about who should be in the new government and who should be out of the new government, and then they're talking about how we're going to make this thing stick. Oh, this guy doesn't have the experience. Yats has to be in. Klitschko has to be out. Like going through all the people and all the players who should be in the new government and who shouldn't. And then she says that Joe Biden's going to call them to give him an attaboy, like congratulate him for doing it, and the whole. And look, there are people who argue, and I've heard this argument. I don't think there's really any evidence for it, but people argue that she wasn't talking about overthrowing Yanukovych. She was talking about making a deal with Yanukovych. It's like, but I'll just say this. One of the top neocons was over-meddling in this country, and all the people who she wanted in government got in, and all the people who she wanted out of government got out. That's how it works. Yeah. And this is, so by the way, she is Robert Kagan. She's his wife, Victoria Nuland. And he was the guy who, I believe he was the founder of the Project for a New American Century. He was at least one of the signatures, one of it. But he was head neocon guy, and this is his wife. And their whole project since the 90s was to remake the Middle East, fight multiple wars, overthrow Saddam Hussein. Also, they wanted regime change in Iran. They haven't gotten that one yet. And they wanted to expand NATO all the way to Ukraine. That was their whole mission. So his wife just happens to be over there. She's handing out water and food to the protesters. She's in the crowd, giving out food and cookies to the protesters. John McCain's going over there speaking with neo-Nazi groups and shit, telling them, oh, your fight's our fight, the Russians are going to lose, all this shit. It was all part of the big plan, which these neocons have said forever. Their vision was always that, essentially what Gideon Rose said, that he's still robbing away from Batman. That with Ukraine, Russia is a European power, but without Ukraine, they're an isolated, an isolated nation. And Vladimir Putin was always pretty damn clear that Ukraine was his red line. Our own CIA director, I read the memo last time we were here, the Yet means Yet memo. Our own CIA director wrote back to Condoleezza Rice when she was Secretary of State and told her and said, this is his red line. Don't fuck with Ukraine. Don't try. He's like, we have our only world water port here. We have strategic interests here, and we cannot have your military alliance on our border in this border. this is the greatest of all red lines. And the CIA director, currently, he was the ambassador of Russia. He said, this is the greatest of all red lines, not just for Vladimir Putin, but for the entire Russian political establishment. Even his sharpest liberal critics agree with him on this, that Ukraine is the red line. And then 2 months after that, they announced Ukraine's coming into NATO. And then just more intervention in Ukraine all the way through. And eventually, he went with it. He trusted it. Now I'm breaking it. There's a funny thing because in the video where you say Gideon Rose goes, when you remember the part where he says, oh, we want to distract him with the Olympics, here's a shiny medal, we'll just take a country away from you and that whole thing. And at one point, Stephen Colbert goes, well, what could Vladimir Putin do? Like, could he intervene? And Gideon Rose goes, yes. And I think he said something like, he could throw over the chessboard. You know? Like, he could, and he did, eventually. You know, they fucking pushed him, and eventually he did. Well, and now we're here. What they're all doing. Like, how do they look? Like, behind closed doors, walls are checked for bugs. What do they say? My guess would be that that they are. I think the attitude is what Zbigniew Brzezinski said the strategy was in Afghanistan in 1979. That it was when they were trying to lure the Soviet Union into fighting the war in Afghanistan. That what he said it was to give them their own Vietnam. Like we basically saw what Vietnam did to us. And let's give them one of those. Let's lure them into a fucking quagmire that breaks their back. And from their point of view, they were successful in that. But that's what defeated the Soviet Union. Was their war in Afghanistan. And now, after getting out of our own 20-year war in Afghanistan, you know, and seeing what that's done to our country, I think this is what I think. I think they were attempting to lure Vladimir Putin into this war. I think that's why they kept crossing his red lines every single time. I think they wanted to provoke him into doing this because they want to break Russia. Yeah, it's some wild shit there. How do you have time to research all this stuff? Well, they just have all this information available in instant recall. I don't know. I just, you know, I was very lucky from the time. I got obsessed with politics in 2007 when I found Ron Paul. And at the time, I didn't really have any. My whole life was just stand-up comedy and being obsessed with this shit. So that's all I did. And now, I fell down the rabbit hole. I found a lot of really great people. So I think I'm very lucky that I found the right people. Starting with Ron Paul, I think is the greatest living American hero, Thomas Jefferson of our time. But then I found like all these great people. Like I found like Peter Schiff and Tom Woods, Scott Horton, the best anti-war voice in the country. All the guys at antiwar.com. So I meet them all the time. And I just kind of like kept finding all these really great voices. The whole Mises Institute, MISES.org. And so I got obsessed with that for a long time. And then it's just like, I don't know, it's just like my calling to follow this shit. Like, it's like I'm so passionate about following it and knowing what's going on. And I do my podcast 3 days a week. I'm always talking about whatever the latest thing is. So I'm always kind of on top of it, and I have good sources. And yeah. So I remember, by the way, I'll say this quickly, you really inspired me. I remember when I was first starting, so I started comedy in like 2005, 2006, something like that. And then in 2007, 2008, I fell into this rabbit hole. And I just started being like obsessed with, you know, reading about like Austrian economics and military history and all this shit. And I remember, like, I was really self-conscious about it, but I was like, this makes no sense. Like, what am I doing? I'm like pursuing stand-up comedy, and then I'm spending every night until 4 in the morning, just like obsessively reading about this shit that has nothing to do with my comedy career. You know what I mean? And I remember just like being like, what am I doing? Like I'm like failing at comedy. I'm doing very good. I'm broke, and like I'm working on this thing that isn't clearly going. It doesn't really make sense. And I was a big fan of yours already because I was, you know, a huge UFC fan already, and then you know, just like from the comedy scene, like I knew from O&A shows and stuff like that. And I remember first watching Talking Monkeys in Space, which is still one of my favorite comedy specials ever. And I think that was in 2009, 2000, something like that. So that was like, seeing that was the first time that I was like, 'cause I kind of wanted to take some of these ideas into stand-up, but I thought they were like a little, I was like, I don't know, I don't want to get like preachy with it or anything like that. But then I saw you in that special, you had like these long, very deep bits about, like fucking pyramids and what man was like 10,000 years ago, but it was still all punched up and stand-up comedy. Like you were just preaching, you were like that, and I was like, oh yeah, I think that's fucking, I think I can do that. You know what I mean? Like talk about the shit I want to talk about and still keep it funny. And then I remember thinking about it, and I was like, even though it makes no sense on paper that I'm just a dude who's really into fucking the history of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, and then we're gonna go do stand-up comedy shows. Like, even though that makes no sense, I was like, yeah, but like your career on paper made no sense. It's just who you are. Like, if you had ever said to someone like 20 years ago that you were like, okay, I got it all figured out, like you had some agent who's like, all right, if you want to be stand-up comedian, you got to be an actor, or you got to write, or you got to do this, and these auditions, you're like, well, I'm just gonna like commentate on cage fights. And then I'm going to do an internet radio show, but I'll be like really big in like the fitness community and the hallucinogenic community. Like they're all really going to like me, like the psychedelics and that. Like, but it all kind of sounds like, wait, what? But the answer is like, that's just who you are. So it made sense to just be you. You do your thing. And so I don't know. That's kind of like what I at a certain point, kind of like seeing your example, I was like, yeah, I'm just going to do this because this is me. And this is really what I'm interested in. It's like, I don't know. I like doing stand-up comedy, and I like talking shit about all this.
You can't fault the agents for not having
Sure, yeah.
especially if something really exists. Yeah. But they just don't get the new realm that we exist in. Or people like this, they're craving authenticity. And you are authentically interested in these things. There's a lot of people that are out there talking about politics. They just view that as a means to get on the air.
You can smell a grifter, you can sniff them out, and that term gets thrown around a lot sometimes unfairly, but I'm just saying you can sniff when people are like, oh, no, like he really believes what he's saying. Yeah. And then you're like, oh, this guy knows.
Tip Daddy. It is now 2:00 p.m.
I can play to which, I don't have that skill set. I could get a lot more money for that.
Yeah, just pick a team. It would fuck you up. Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to.
It clouds their reason, and you always look at everything through a filter of bullshit. Yeah, there's certain people that just know what they're doing.
And they're willing to be exposed.
Yeah.
So when you're bullshitting people,
yeah,
you can be exposed for that.
Yeah, especially, it's like, but it's so tempting. So tempting. Makes sense. Like, they think this is the lick their fingers. This is where they belong.
Well, you see it and by the way, I'm not like naming anything of anyone specific here, so I like think of like trash. But there's these people that like go from like, they're like, well, I used to be on the right, now I'm on the left, or I used to be on the left, now I'm on the right. And you almost realize that like, I'm not even saying like that necessarily they're doing that for these reasons, but you realize that, let's say you're like, it's so valuable to the other side if you're the person who switched, because then you're like, what I'm saying is, it's like, oh, look, even this left guy sees how crazy the left is, so now he's over here. So if you're like, let's say like in the top 80 political commentators on the left, but then you make the switch, you move up to like the top 10 on the right. So you just immediately know, you're like, oh, this is a huge jump if I do this. And it's one of the things that's tough is you have to like, there are perverse incentives in this game. You got to always kind of be conscious of that. I don't want to just be telling my audience what they want to hear. You know what I mean? But sometimes I gotta like say something that might even piss off my audience. You know what I mean? That like you gotta be really aware of that, because even incentives can fuck with you even if you're not really thinking about it. Yeah. Just don't listen. That's probably the best way.
Yeah. You have an internal compass.
Oh yeah, for sure.
We all do. Yeah. And you're gonna make mistakes. We're all gonna make mistakes, but as you follow that internal compass, I think you will understand. Yeah. They'll know what you're doing. And the fact that you are authentic, that's what's so interesting about it, is because you really are invested in yourself. It's not like a thing that you kind of like, oh, I want to have this debate about this, so I'm going to look at it. Oh, this is what I've learned. Oh, yeah. You've got this stuff internalized.
I don't know. I mean, it's like sometimes I'll talk to people and like people say sometimes like I don't know how you like read all that from Paul's political stuff too. Like it just drives me crazy. I just don't pay attention at all. And I have no argument to that. Like no respect. Like hey, yeah, I completely get that. If you just don't, it's just to me. I find it all so interesting. And I just like I don't know, dude. I want to know. And I understand. What frustrates me is that there's a limit. I know I'll never know all of it. You know what I mean? Like that's frustrating to me. Because don't you just want to know? Don't you really want to know everything about how Kennedy got killed? And what really happened with Nixon? I mean, I guess it's kind of the official story, but it's definitely more than the official story. It's like what really happened? Why'd you guys really decide we're gonna fucking get this guy out? You know what I mean? And all the shit, even the stuff you were talking about with Trump, like that'd be the most interesting thing to ask him. Right? What does this really happen? You know, like what was this like? Tell me about this. Also, you're not supposed to get in there. It's conspiring against you, and even you didn't think you would, and now you're like, oh shit, oh boy. I think he did think. Yeah, maybe he did. No one else around him, I don't think that. Maybe one or two people. I don't think Melania thought. I thought she thought. I thought she was like, sure, I'll come do this campaign thing, and then we'll go back to being a socialite in New York City. But she was like, oh man, yeah. I was reading this story. I read the headline, and it was about Melania's reaction to Trump getting indicted. And it was like her reaction seems to be such to you. Like you don't even have an interview with her. Yeah, you just like this is just like a narrative that you just want to promote. I mean, maybe you're just doing it for clickbait. Maybe you're just a journalist who just thinks this is a good fucking angle to take. What are they gonna do? Deny it? It's also like, and like maybe that's even right. But what a weird thing to even pretend to write about. Like, can you imagine anyone writing a story about like how your wife feels about something you did? Like, you don't have any idea how my wife feels about this. Like, how would you know? Especially criminal indictments. Yeah, and that her dick sucks to me. It's like really, they do have a kid together. It's like not that old, right? Like a teenager or something like that. Like, well, it seems like it'd be a weird attitude. Are you sure that's the thing? Yeah, how can you like just openly say that? Yeah. Did you get a source? Like, you hear rumors. Like, what are you saying? What are you saying? You know for sure that's how she feels. And even like if you had a source like on that, how could you ever like write that article? Like, right. Some source like what is it? A chick who's a friend of hers says this. How reliable is that ever? Never. How reliable ever is someone's girlfriend going? This is how she feels about her husband. Like, also maybe she did say it for funsies. Yeah, right. Well, yeah, no, sucks to be you. I'll just go fucking chop. Well, I mean, my guess is she doesn't want to be back in the White House. No, doesn't she does. She enjoyed it. She's without a doubt the hottest first lady of all time. Was it Kennedy's? Kennedy's wife she's pretty good looking shit, right? She's a very beautiful woman. But this lady's hot. Yeah. But I think Kennedy's professional. Yes. But how old was the Kennedys when they were, I think, much how old is she? She's like under Trump. She's younger than Trump, but she's probably more 40s, 40s. Like when the Kennedy was in office, so it's 40s, right? Maybe. Yeah, that's like, isn't that interesting to think about? That is so young now. There's something, she was 34. She was young. She was young. And how old was he? I'm guessing early 40s. I'm 42. Yeah. Had to be at least 30. Yeah, 35 or 37. Well, he was 30. He had to be 35 when he got in. He got right. 62. Right. So the vet is 37. Which is very, he's right up against the, yeah. I don't like interesting boundary. Yeah, especially now. You go, there's something weird about like I'm 40. I don't like I want a president younger than me, right? I want a president who like wasn't a young man, but he's so brilliant. He's a very impressive guy. I think there's some really weird dynamic that I do not completely understand, but there's something about the boomer class of politicians like never passed the torch. Like when I was a kid, like we had these politicians like Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell, and like it's all the same people. They like now Joe Biden, like all these guys were, and it's like they never wanted to give up power. Did you see Diane Feinstein? I mean, it's like, yo, lady, give it up, man. But the thing is, like her staff doesn't want to give it up because they're all out of jobs. Yeah. But so there's how many people working? Several, but still, the fact that none of them ever seem to like be willing to pass the torch, it's a very and look at that. Yeah, wow. Look at that. Isn't that insane? Yeah, so you get from 1980, it takes a dip, and then it goes skyrocketing. Yeah, that is really something. Yeah. And so, and you know, even like with the presidencies, you know, it's like I guess Barack Obama is the exception. He kind of got past the torch, although he had to wrestle it away. Like it wasn't like they were just like lining up for him. There was he had to kind of steal it away from Hillary Clinton. But then like they even think that like Hillary Clinton was running for president in 2016 when your husband was running in 1992. Like it's 30 years later. Yeah. What are you doing? Like running still? Like you're, you know, there's just something about it, and I do think there's a big problem with it. That I think there's like this kind of this boomer mentality about America, and especially because these politicians are so like insulated, and they live in such a bubble. You know what I mean? Like they're not living like regular people. They're living these crazy lives, and it's almost like they still have this. I think they still suffer from not having adjusted to where America actually is today versus where they have it in their kind of post-World War II mind. They're kind of like, yeah, listen, we said Vladimir Putin can't invade, that's that. Go show him he can't do that. And you're like, oh, okay, well he did. It's still not working. And guess what? You're not like so clearly this powerful country. You're a country that's 30 trillion plus in debt. And like actually you have a lot of signs of like societal decay. You know, like maybe like you know, and I do think we'd be better off with like a younger generation having some influence in this. So I like a lot of things about Big. I like a lot of things about RFK, but he doesn't have a chance to beat Trump, right? Do you think he has a chance to be vice president? Yeah, I think for sure he has a chance at that or some other big. I kind of rather see him get like some other more substantive position in Trump's cabinet rather than just vice president. Like I'd rather him be like the head of like some like really like unwind something in the deep state or something. You know, like I don't know what position exactly would be right for him, but I think he's definitely got a shot of being. You know, he has not been attacking Donald Trump. Donald Trump has not been attacking him. Right. He's kind of defending Donald Trump, and so that Trump's been nothing but complimentary toward him. Yeah. He's in an interesting position where I have a very tough time seeing how Donald Trump is allowed to be back in. Like it seems to me like they'll do whatever they have to do. But how far can they go? That's the question. While still maintaining what is the furthest size of democracy. Like how they seem to not be that concerned about maintaining that. I mean, the furthest they can go is a limo ride in Dallas, and short of that, they can perhaps they can get a jury to convict, and he's looking at 20 years, and the deal is that you go to jail for 20 years or you agree to not run for president or something like that. I mean, I don't know exactly how they can do it, but Vivek is in this interesting position where DeSantis, his campaign is really tanked and not turned into what anyone thought it might turn into. And so now he's just kind of sitting there in the background while Trump is dealing with all these indictments of the system being turned against him. And Trump is wrecking DeSantis. He's not taking any blows. He's just kind of there, you know? I think it's still a long shot for him to win. I don't know exactly how that would happen, but it's interesting. He's run a really good campaign so far. He's got a lot of good stuff to say. I mean, he said the other day, they asked him, should be the Fed chairman, and he said maybe Ron Paul or Rand Paul, someone from that family, and like watching him, like, are you just talking to me right now, dude? You're just trying to get me to vote for you? Who else is this appealing to? Because I'm way on board. So I like that a lot. I love that he's great on the Ukraine war. I love that RFK Jr. is great on that. Yeah, great on that. RFK Jr. I think is a lot better on China. I think Vivek's a little bit too hawkish on China. I don't like that stuff he was talking about with like drone bombing Mexican cartels and all that shit. Just like, some 5 years with no war. Like just enough of that. But in general, I think he is more on the anti-war side. He's also just really smart, and he's younger, and he seems to like really believe in like reducing the size of the deep state, reducing the size of the administrative state. That's really nice because we could really use that. He seems to believe he has a plan for how he can get it done. He got very specific with me when he was on my show about like what statutes he would use to like fire people in these bureaucrat positions, and how the president has the legal authority to do all of it. I don't know if that would actually work or not, but at least he's taught. At least he's got a plan. He sounds like a president. Yeah. Well, he's just a very impressive guy. What is the guy? He built like a gigantic company. He's 37 years old. He's worth a lot of money. Yeah. Which I somehow people think is a negative thing, but I just think is very impressive. And he's very impressive in every group. Yeah. Every aspect of what he says, even how he defends criticism. Yeah. Well, this is one of the things that I think is also like just really attractive to me about Robert Kennedy Jr. and about Vivek. Obviously, they have some different views on different things, but it's just like when you talk to RFK Jr. about a topic, you get this impression that he's read a book about it. Oftentimes, you get the impression he's read several books about it. Yeah. And you get that impression with Vivek also. When you talk to Joe Biden, you're not that I've actually had a conversation with him, but when you hear him talk, you're not convinced that he even knows what he's talking about. Right. And when you hear Donald Trump talk about something, it always kind of seems like he saw a show about it. You know what I mean? Like it just seems like he watched something, he sized up what his view was, and then he kind of made it. But I don't think it's too much to expect that like the president of the United States of America ought to be like a somewhat deep thinker. Yeah. Yeah. Like that seems reasonable. Yeah. Like and that, I mean, okay, you could say that about Obama. Obama seemed like he had read stuff. Yeah. Aside from him, there's Clinton. Yeah, Clinton, very smart guy. But it would like after kind of where we've been going lately, it would kind of be nice to see someone like just smart thinker. It would. Dave Smith, you're the fucking man. Appreciate you very much. Always good to talk to you. Tell everybody your podcast, how to get a hold of you, social media, all that jazz. At Comic Dave Smith on Twitter, youtube.com/@comicdave. Excuse me, youtube.com/@part-of-the-problem is my YouTube channel. That's where my comedy special is up. It's part of a series for Gas Digital. They're launching a whole bunch of these half-hour comedy specials. Louis J. Gomez is doing one. Colin Terrell is fucking hilarious. I think it's gonna be like one of the next like huge great comics, fucking hilarious. Jordan Jensen, another one of like up and coming great, really really funny chick. And Kurt Metzger and Rich Ross all have specials coming out. All on their own YouTube channels and stuff. So it's a part of that series. That's real cool. My podcast is called Part of the Problem, and of course I am a degenerate shithead on Legion of Skanks. There you go. Times a week as well. Thanks so much, dude. My pleasure, brother. It's fun. All right, my pleasure. This episode is brought to you by LifeLock. Like many of us, you might think identity theft will never happen to you, but consider this. There's a new identity theft victim every 3 seconds in the U.S. That's over 15 million people by the end of this year, equal to the populations of New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago combined. Even worse, identity theft victims often don't even know they're victims. That's why LifeLock Identity Theft Protection alerts you to identity threats, even the ones that don't show up on a credit report, like data breaches, fraudulent transactions, loan and credit card applications, and crimes committed in your name. If your identity is stolen,
Your own dedicated LifeLock US-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft, but LifeLock protects you in ways you simply can't on your own. Save up to 25% off your first year at lifelock.com/JRE. That's lifelock.com/JRE to save up to 25%.
This episode is brought to you by Carvana. Carvana's made it easy to sell your car 100% online. All you have to do is enter your license plate or VIN, answer a few questions like your mileage and car color, and they'll give you a real offer in seconds. It's that easy. Visit Carvana.com or download the app to get an instant offer today. Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Your show is fantastic. It's really good. Painkiller on Netflix. Can't recommend it enough. I'm only 2 episodes deep. I started the 3rd today. It's so fucking good. And it's so disturbing because it's true. It's an accurate account of how this all happened. It makes you so uncomfortable to think that there's people in the world that would do what the Sackler family did.
Do you know anyone who's gone down from doing quite a few right here? When they first came to me and asked me if I was interested, my buddy Eric put the whole thing together. Said, you want to do something about the Sacklers? Do you know what the Sacklers are? And I did. I knew there was a family behind OxyContin. He said, if you were interested, I started thinking, I started counting people I know died or whose kids have died because of OxyContin overdose. And I quickly got off of the figures. And then I started thinking about some of my heroes, my artistic heroes. Chris Cornell, Tom Petty, like one of my big heroes was Prince. I was a huge Prince fan. I went to school in Minneapolis coming up. I was an extra in Purple Rain back in the day, First Avenue in Minneapolis. And those three guys, when Prince died, Prince was such a legendary for his work and lifestyle, no alcohol, no swearing, incredible work. That OxyContin got me in, and that really kind of fucked with me. So when it came to me and started talking to me about doing something about Sacklers, I was like, yeah, I'm all in. And the more I dug into it, the more experts and writers that were covering this epidemic for so long, the more I learned. I'm not necessarily the biggest conspiracy guy on the planet. Who's there? I'm down. The more I learned about the Sacklers and how they what is essentially just heroin, like how they were so good at what they doing. I was shocked, and I was all about it. Well, I'm glad you all get to keep the story about it. Very show that shows accurate knowledge of reality. There's a moment, I don't want to get too much, but there's one moment with this ethical doctor that funds the sales world. That's a very, very, very powerful moment. Because the ethical doctor who knows everything about the plants is essentially explains this very young girl, just a beautiful sales girl, that you're selling heroin. This is heroin, it's indistinguishable to the body. It's heroin. It's just you call it a different thing. And this idea that it's only 1% of the people have problems with it is those numbers are all lies. Now, they're always lies. They lie about how many people died. They lie about how many people get addicted. It's all a lie. And if they can keep lying and not facing the repercussions, they'll keep lying because they almost have an obligation to their shareholders to do that. Yeah, and in this case, they didn't even have shareholders. It was a private company. Richard Sackler and his uncles were making all the money. They completely lied. I mean, they were doctors, and they knew how powerful the opioid dosage was. What else is crazy is they knew that if they just kept, they would make so much more money by what they call titrating up, right? So, we put you on 10 milligrams of OxyContin because you're lying back in the gym, and it works for a bit, and then when it doesn't, we're like, oh, we gotta kick you up. Yeah. So let's put you on 20, and then let's put you on 40. And they got up to 85 milligram OxyContin. They called them oxycoffins. That was the word on the street. And these reps, these cute little reps, these pretty little college graduates who just looking to make some money, were paid based on bonuses based on the amount of milligrams they go. So I'm trying to convince you, if I'm a rep or you're a doctor, just to kick it up, prescribe 20 or 40 or 85 milligrams, and everybody will make some money. And that was the game the Sackler were playing. And I said, I'm down with capitalism, no problem. Make money, do it. And if you just look at the Sacklers, from a capitalistic perspective, apply some capitalism, and they're great. They get A+. They were fucking good and making money. Put that much morality into the equation. It's unquestionable. And what's even more is they got away with it. They paid off. They had to give away a certain amount of money. I think it's $6 billion to see refund settlement. A little bit around 6. And now they can't be prosecuted. So they essentially bought their way out of going to jail for directly being responsible for the deaths of how many people? Hundreds of thousands. So the most bizarre coincidence I've ever experienced in my years of legal business, the day Painkiller came out, the Supreme Court paused that decision. Have you heard this? It's a fascinating story. You should read about this. The day we came out, it was about 12 days ago now, the Supreme Court said, hold up. You cannot cut a deal. Yeah, there it is. Court blocks Purdue Pharma's $6 billion Sackler opioid settlement. Justices will examine if bankruptcy court can force claimants to sign away their legal rights in a settlement. So let me break it down quick, because this is actually fascinating for everyone to pay attention. The deal that they cut, was $6 billion. We're going to pay $6 billion for all the victims of OxyContin. We're going to do that over the next 2 decades. We're going to parcel it out. And Sacklers have maybe $15 billion in the bank, give or take. So they're just counting on interest rates to pay that $6 billion. And the deal they had cut said, we'll pay you the 6, but you can never, there's no more. And you can never come after any more of our money. And you can never come after us for any criminal charges. So they were basically buying the way to save the $6 billion. And the deal was taken. The Supreme Court just said, hold up, not so fast. We're not going to accept that deal. They have to pay more. And we may go after. So now the potential for them to face true bankruptcy and maybe more is on the table. How accurate do we know? I know this is a doctor. Based on real life events, but some of the things that Sackler said, both the older Sackler and the younger Sackler, Richard and what's his name? Arthur, his uncle. Yeah, of those, the statements that they're so cryptic. Do we know they definitely said that? Well, so yes, there's so many horrific things they said. One of the things we know that they did say was like one of the original strategies that Pharma had when they realized to adopt by their lawyers, their advisors, and their marketing guys, when they realized people got it, kids were crushing up OxyContin, snorting it, getting addicted, and overdosing, and they realized it was being misused this way. Their strategy was, quote, hammer the abusers. camera movies. So your Joe, your 19-year-old daughter's just popped in an oxycontin overdose. You know, the sponsor of the thing basically is your daughter was a drug addict. Your daughter was a drug addict. I'm so sorry for the loss. Your daughter was a drug addict. Don't blame us. Camera reviews. And those literally were said out loud or written down. Like that was their strategy that to blame abuse on on addicts. Say anyone who has a problem with OxyContin, it's not our fault. They're just drug addicts. It's not our fault. We gave them heroin, but they have our own resource. Mass Attorney General Legis Review Pharma tried to shift blame. This episode is brought to you by Select Lines. These days, there's a lot of talk about artificial intelligence and how it can decide everything for us. But some things you're better off choosing for yourself, like living space. With Select Lines, you have the power to choose affordable, easy-to-install window treatments without all the hassle. These blinds are simple. If you can hang a picture frame, you can install these blinds. Customize with confidence with budget-friendly, child-safe cordless blinds and wireless motorized shades. Plus, you'll save up to 70% compared to in-home sales and retail stores. Blinds without the bullshit. Make your choice today. Save time, money, and all the hassle at selectblinds.com. This episode is brought to you by AG1. Everyone's body is different, but we are all humans, and humans all need the same foundational nutrition to keep us healthy and focused and ready. And that's why I have been drinking AG1 for years. They've done the research to make a science-driven drink that replaces all those multivitamins and probiotics with one simple drink. AG1 raises your baseline by supporting nutrient replenishment, stress management, gut optimization, and immune support. These are things we all need. And it's as easy as mixing it up every morning. It just takes a minute. So if you're listening, you're probably human. You probably want to take a step towards feeling healthier and more focused. We all do. It starts with foundational nutrition and AG1. Try AG1 and get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5, yes, that's 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Check it out. Yeah, so think about that. Think about you being a parent. You see the show Open, each episode with a parent. We were told right when I got ready to launch the show, I decided to get on a Zoom with all the legal, Netflix and others. The Sacklers are really good at lawyers. Giuliani was one of their main attorneys. Mary Jo White, I don't know who she is. She's a very powerful attorney, and others. So there was a lot of fear about being sued. I have my talking points here about what I'm not supposed to say. So again, everything I'm saying is more or less my theory and things that have been backed up by books like Painkiller by very talented Barry Meyer, who investigative reporter for the Times of Voting. But we were told by legal that we had to put disclaimers in front of each episode. And what you're about to see is based on fact, and some of the facts have changed. So it's not all true. We'll change some of the facts. And that didn't really sit right with me because, yes, we have interpreted things and changed some things, but the reality is, Sacklers did what they did. And I thought like just putting a standard disclaimer kind of letting them off a bit. And I was thinking about it, I'm like, well, what if we had a 50-year-old woman sitting, she opens a 50-year-old woman staring at the camera and she reads the disclaimer exactly as the film says. What you see is based on the fact that some of it's been fictionalized. And then she stops and she says, well, what hasn't been fictionalized? He said, my 22-year-old son, Tommy, she holds up a picture, died of an oxycontin. And that was, the kind of thing that was, I think, very important to me, to all the things that we showed. As if we were going to fear for the truth, and we were going to potentially incur the wrath of the crooked evil and do it in a way that never led them to the
It's sort of weird how I had a conversation with a friend of mine about this mom's thing, and you know, she's had some health issues. But could you imagine when we were kids if you told me that your friend's mom's on heroin, and then we had to get her more heroin, and the doctor's not, there's something wrong with her prescription. So what had happened was the pharmacist, the doctor had screwed up and prescribed more pills verbally. Then he wrote it down on paper. Like he told her you have to take 2 a day. You know, this is supposed to be good for whatever it is, 30, 60 days. But he wrote the wrong number. Instead of like 180 or 90 or something. I don't remember. You know, was prescribed by none were prescribed by accident. And so they were thinking someone was stealing pills. So there was this like she doesn't have enough. Like it gets to the end of the month and she's out of pills. And they're calling the doctor. And the doctor's like, what's going on? They're like, I don't know what's happening. Is someone stealing her pills? So there's this fear in the house that someone's stealing pills. So they figured out that's not what the case was. The case was it was just a mistake. The doctor inadvertently prescribed more in terms of take 3 a day every day or 2 a day every day. But he just didn't give her enough pills to do that. But imagine your 90-year-old mom is jonesing because that's what's going on. I mean, imagine you like, I gotta get grandma heroin. Hey bro, you want to come with me? Do you have your gun? We're gonna go get grandma heroin. Like, are you fucking crazy? Imagine that thought. No one would think that when we were kids, no one would think that was normal. Like, I gotta get my grandma heroin. She's uncomfortable.
Yeah, and you know, one of the things, I think if you like episode 3 or 4, the patriarch of the Sackler family, Arthur Sackler, got the whole ball rolling. And he, back in the day, they actually did prescribe heroin. We found all these great old ads for heroin in cough syrup, cocaine, or fever.
And codeine used to be in cough syrup, right? You used to be able to get. When I was a kid,
you still can't get it.
Yeah,
but there were literally ads that said heroin for a cough. And like the whole history of how medicine started being marketed. And
heroin, look at that.
Right?
Bare pharmaceutical products.
Like
people brought you aspirin.
And if you look up some of the old, see if you can find
look at how they describe it. The cheapest, specific for the relief of coughs.
Right. So this was real. This was real shit. And this is what, doctors like Arthur Sackler, who was Richard Sackler's uncle, and is arguably the godfather of OxyContin and opioids. They were sending this stuff out. Your child's having trouble sleeping, put a little liquid morphine on a blanket and let them suck on it. This was happening. Like, our grandparents were around for this.
Oh my God, cocaine tooth drops. See that? Look at that. That's insane.
That's real.
Oh my God. Instantaneous cure. You don't give a fuck about your teeth. No, you're trying to start a business.
Or you're 12 and you're just being annoyed because your tooth hurts and your parents just give you a bunch of blood.
Yeah, so crazy. Stay fit and slim by taking amphetamine. Jesus Christ. It's so crazy how naive people were back then.
Well, still today, right?
Yes,
and
today.
So the catchphrase for OxyContin that Richard Sackler came up with was OxyContin, the word to start with, the word to stay with. And those were the ads. And that's what the cute little 23-year-old graduates from Ohio State or Duke or wherever they were from, these cute girls would come into your office. You're a doctor in some Midwestern town. Comes this beautiful girl with a brochure that says OxyContin, to start with, the one to stay with. You've never heard of it. So you just start, in it. Here's the thing about OxyContin. You ever taken an OxyContin? I took a bunch recreational.
Did you do it before you started doing this?
Yes, I did about 8 years ago. A friend of mine had one. She's like,
Jesus Christ.
I'm like, okay. Try anything once, right? Try it. Took it. It was fantastic. Oh my God. It was like being dropped in a vat of popcorn. That's how I best describe it. And I'm like, holy shit, get this away from me. Right? Like, it works. Heroin works. Every time people have done heroin, they describe the feeling, the actual moment of the high. Okay. Yes, it's a powerful experience. You've got perfect pain, constant fentanyl, it's probably make that pain go away. You're going to feel really good for a little while, right? For a little while, and then you're not going to feel so good. Oh, yeah. Okay, and then your body gets it. And then it's not fun. And I, took it and recognized, okay, yeah, there's a lot of power in this little pill. No thank you. And I'm fortunate I don't have an addictive gene, but I can easily see how, and look, the psychologists, they know, they are beautiful, how powerful that product was. They knew that it worked for their people. Life is about running away from pain towards pleasure. Human being that's regulated, conditioned towards anything no pain makes you feel good. And so we have this miracle because anything, whether it's physical, emotional, psychic pain that you're feeling, this little pill's going to turn that off. And you're going to feel like you've been dropped into a bed of warm honey for a little while. And then that honey starts to turn into battery acid and it starts to like,
I think it's funny that people make fun of people because what would it be to do if you were a demonic entity and you wanted to steal lives and souls? Would you just go around just pulling people out of their house with a pitchfork, being like obvious about it? Or would you do it through a really evil, sociopathic person who decides that they're just gonna manipulate the system and ruin countless lives? I mean, how many people have been affected by this? I don't know what the numbers are to you.
millions. I mean, how many people have died from it? Half of them from opioids, 600,000. But that's like more numbers. Of course, it is more. It is. You would look at opioids as an absolute war. Much higher body count than Ukraine, Afghanistan, Iraq. Add it up. I don't know what Ukraine body count. I would have thought it was more kids. It was very rare that somebody got there. It was always like some wild musician or some crazy cult. Someone is like, God, you gotta make it over. Like, that's so crazy. Right? It's like heroin was reserved for people that just every now and then someone would get cocaine or something like that. If you have a wild friend and you get mushrooms, but heroin, nobody was like, yeah, let's go try heroin. Like, but now, when you look at those numbers from the introduction of Oxycontin to now, how many people died? It's crazy. Yeah, it is really hard. Something else we talk about in the show is, yes, the deaths are very high, but the amount of families wrecked, destroyed, children lost parents, that kind of trauma. I have friends whose children are intent about it. And as a father, one of my biggest fears was, God forbid, what a child should ever experience a single infection here. I have to ride that chaotic roller coaster of childhood drug addiction, try everything you can to keep them safe, and find that this pill is taking a hold of their soul. Like you said, like a demon. Sometimes death is almost preferred. That's what's so fucked up. That death brings peace. Yeah, and there's that's so terrible. It's true though that the chaos of dealing with someone, and it's not just OxyContin, any addiction, right? I have many friends who start with alcoholism and other addictions, just trying to love someone who's going through that kind of trying is just horrific. And to think that people like the Sacklers is monetizing such labor, that's dark. It's very kind of ironic because the war on drugs, because so many drugs are illegal, now people are dying from things that are not supposed to have a real talent. Just even more so, because now people have this, it's so common. Like opioids are so common in this country, it's recreational. Now, it's a lot not so common. And then you've got like people trying to buy like streets, they're expensive. You got more street cocaine as well. We lost a bunch of comics in LA. So, I heard that, yeah. In Venice, right? I don't know where it was. Yeah, it was in Venice. They were like having a little house party. Some coke recreational use technology. It's fucking one person shooting, but the whole thing is fucking insane. Right? It's so insane that it's so common. It's so common to hear about someone overdosing from fentanyl. You read about it, it's all the time. Athletes, singers, someone fucks up and takes the wrong dose of So people are so desperate to take stuff that's like farms and just and that a family was able to make so much money. How much money do they make? Google their values. They did it in 20 million before nobody knows exactly how much. They're a really secretive family. One of the most internet scrubbed families. Richard Jackson in particular. I've ever encountered this kid very but and the other I didn't think was super was the FDA, right? The FDA's role in opioid approvals. And in the case of OxyContin, we think about like the FDA as this big giant bureaucratic organization. You think we'll talk about stem cells a little bit earlier. Yeah. And if you want to get an approval for a drug, okay, you got to send it to the FDA. There's massive board, scientists, experts, and they're going to make a determination after careful analysis, right? That's not how it works. In the case of OxyContin, the whole approval process came down to this one guy, this guy named Curtis Wright. And Curtis Wright, when Purdue Pharma needed the FDA to approve, they'd spent $30 million developing this drug. The whole business of drug development was fascinating. They were all in and they needed this drug to keep the company alive. They needed the FDA to approve it. And this guy was like, I can't approve this. This is heroin in a pill. No. What? And they kept trying to get him to approve it. They started trying to pump his ego up. They started writing articles with him. They started trying to schmooze it and charm him. Wouldn't approve it. Finally, no one knows the facts. They took him to a hotel on the East Coast. Purdue Pharma took Curtis Wright to the FDA. Spent a couple of days in this hotel room. They came out of the hotel room with an approval, with the language, OxyContin, quote, is believed to be non-addictive. Is believed. Well, think about that language. It had never been used in an approval process before, ever. It made no sense. Is believed. Not is not, but is believed to not be addictive. A year later, he leaves the FDA, which making probably $50,000 a year. Where does he go work? Purdue Pharma. For $400,000+ a year. they bought the arena.
Nobody agrees to stay in a hotel for 2 days.
So I wrote the scene. The beat killer. We were putting it together where we imagined what happened in that hotel.
Right.
And I had like everything from monkeys to like kickboxing, Thai kickboxing, massage parlors, to like everything. And like I wanted to film the most debaucherous 2-day, like anything your mind could think of, like the craziest of the crazy, right? Water sports, all of it, like jet water sports. They spray your house down, those sandblasting, like just the crazy. And we wrote it like this, just Faustian orgy, absolute decadence. And the lawyers called and we're like, we can't do this. So we just shut the door. Oh wow! We just, I think it's episode 3. But he took a job. I mean, like I was saying earlier, I'm not big on conspiracies. Maybe not. I heard you were talking about Kennedy being potentially killed by the CIA. I don't know.
Phil, but I do think that wasn't just Lee Harvey Oswald.
What couldn't have been?
I think Lee Harvey Oswald was involved too. That's part of the problem that he was arguing over. They're like, Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone. There's no evidence that he acted alone. There's a lot of evidence that he was involved.
When I was in 5th grade, we had a social studies teacher who was absolutely like beyond before Oliver Stone in the film. This teacher was obsessed with the super bullet theory, right? The magic bullet theory. Right? Through Connolly's shoulder, through his knee, bounced out of his knee, then hit Kennedy. Hit Kennedy first, and then it was Connolly, right? Connolly's shoulder, hand, wrist, right? And we're just 5th grade kids trying to learn about George Washington or whatever. And she's like, do you understand the ballistics don't line up? And that's all she would talk about. So we'd come home and all we would talk about were parents, and our parents would call the school and be like, is this woman, like this teacher, what's she saying? Like, why are my kids only learning about the magic bullet?
See, the thing is, the ballistics are not the big issue, because what people don't understand about ballistics is not a linear line between impact and exit. It hits things, hit bones, and they deviate.
Right.
People shoot people, and the bullet comes out the front. Wild things happen, especially like at 22. But when the problem with that bullet is, first of all, they found it on the gurney. Like, how fucking convenient. Second of all, I believe there's more fragments, metal fragments, that were in Connolly's wrist that are missing from this bullet. Right. And the bullet looks pristine. It looks like a bullet you shot through water. Anybody that shoots things with guns knows that when bullets hit bones, they distort. That's part of, unless it's a steel jacketed, like armor piercing round. That's what it looked like. I mean, that's just bonkers.
That was like what it looked like after through Kennedy and Connolly.
It's bonkers. It's bonkers to believe that. The idea that Lee Harvey Oswald wasn't involved, though, I don't buy that either. I think they set him up. I think for sure he knew what was going on. He seemed to have been some sort of an operative. He went back and forth to Russia. There's a lot, but that conspiracy, it's like, I don't know. We're talking 1963. I don't, but there's conspiracies today that are real. And the Sackler family is one of the best examples of one that was enormously successful and worked on multiple levels. And this story about getting this regulator to approve it, right, putting him in a hotel for 2 weeks, how the fuck is that not illegal? Like, how is that not illegal?
I mean, they handle themselves. He's been here, still working for the FDA before he came and worked for Purdue. And I just saw a video that I don't know whether it was TMZ or somebody found the guy, Curtis Wright, up in New Hampshire just like 2 days ago. And they kind of went after him. And I was like, they're like, what do you say? What do you have to say about the show? What do you think? And he like got in his car and wouldn't talk. And then they just interviewed the local police chief for this town, New Hampshire. Said, well, we had no idea that this guy's living in our town. I want to take him on a tour of our morgue and our cemeteries and show him. I think that my part is right if you look him up. Yeah. And now, and that's, I think that people have asked, like, what is justice? What does justice even look like in a situation like this, right? Like, if you're, that's the guy in the red, so that's no who plays him. And that was just, that's the actual gentleman. That's the guy who went for, so he just moved to a remote town, and after a show came out, is that a gun? I don't think so. What is that? It's like a flashlight. He's got like a rig. Looks like he's got his phone in the front. Yeah, he's got a whole vibe going on. And a passport filled with trips to Thailand. But like that's the face of a big part of the issue. That this guy was a bureaucrat working for the FDA, living his life in the East Coast. Someone came along and said, "Hey, you want to get out of here? Making $50,000. Just say that you believe this to be less addictive. That'll get us you, and you're good. You want to make you good." And here we are. And that revolving course exists today. The FDA, right? For sure. And it's so weird. And another big part of the game are these medical journals, right? Like there's something called the New England Journal of Medicine. And like a big thing is for a doctor, and some of these journals are owned by the pharmaceutical companies, right? So think about it. You own pharma, you either buy or control medical journals that write favorable articles about your products, about your drugs. So in the case of OxyContin, there was a small, like almost a letter to the editor written about OxyContin being less than 1% addictive in a medical journal, which sounds like official and like, okay, well, yeah, well, Joe's in the medical journal. Let's go. These are controlled by drug companies, and they're not legit. It's fake news. It's real fake news, and it's all part of the ecosystem of selling drugs. And these are the big drug dealers. Like we talk about Chapo, Pablo Escobar, Eric Newman, my buddy who was the exec producer on this, he produced Narcos. Went deep on Pablo Escobar. He's like, when he first said he wanted to do this, he's like, these are the real drug dealers. These are the drug dealers putting up the real dealers. And they're the drug dealers who put the name on museums like the Metropolitan, the Guggenheim, the Louvre in Paris. These are the big time hard hitting drug dealers. So they're fucking gangsters. It's such a gangster especially on like education institutions. Have you ever been in the Metropolitan Museum of Art's Temple of Denver, the giant glass, the biggest exhibit in the Met in New York City, and that was the Sackler Wing. And I would go in there when we were making the show, and I would this giant. It's on the north side of the Met. It's a massive art wing. And it says the Sackler Way. And then there's parents running around with their kids. And the last time I saw a guy get on his hands and knees and pose. And it's just this happy, joyful room built on OxyContin. And 2-3 months ago, they took the name down. They finally took the name down. Yeah, they tried this year. Yeah, so they've taken, and this is the thing that, like, what Arthur Sackler cared more about than anything, which is like the same as Alfred Nobel, right? You know that Alfred Nobel made dynamite. That's how he made his money. It's a fascinating story. But Nobel was the inventor of dynamite. It's almost like an Oppenheimer situation. And the story is that someone ran a false obituary. They thought he died, and they called him a merchant of death. The great merchant of death is gone. This guy, Nobel, who invented dynamite, and at that moment he realized, oh, this is how I'm going to be known. This is going to be my legacy, the merchant of death. He took a huge chunk of his fortune and started the Nobel Peace Prize. So when you hear the name Nobel, you don't think about dynamite, right? He invented dynamite, the hand grenades, howitzer rounds, and munitions. That was all Nobel. Now you just think, oh my God, Barack Obama just won the Dalai Lama just won the Martin Luther King, and like this guy made it off of dynamite, right? And so the Sacklers were like the same thing. Wait a minute, we know what we're selling here. We know where our money's coming from. Merchant of death. That the Nobel Peace Prize was a big switch. So nobody thought about the fact that this dude, go look at the body count in Vietnam. And this is interesting. Many saw his invention when Alfred thought would end all wars, just like Oppenheimer, as a highly lethal product. When Alfred's brother Ludwig died in 1880, the French newspaper accidentally published an obituary for Alfred that referred to him as the original murderer. Right? Did you know that? I did not. That's unbelievable. But it makes sense because that's how evil fucks up. They'll try to cover up what they're doing with humanitarian work. 100%. Yeah. That's what the Sacklers did. Very like, okay, we're selling heroin and pills. Oh, we're like 300, we're up to 300,000 deaths and a lot of wrecked families. Let's buy some work. Let's donate to multiple medical schools, get our names on medical schools all around the country. Let's throw our name up on the Metropolitan Museum of Art in Guggenheim, Louvre in Paris. They were putting their names on anything they could. There was a bridge in London that one of the Sacklers, the Sackler Bridge. Like, just anything to take your eye off the ball. And so to me, whether they end up paying $6 million or $16 billion, yeah, that's real. That's deserved money. But I think the bigger issue is the name. The evisceration of the name is in the process right now. And I just wonder.
Hi, Hip Daddy. It is now 3:00 p.m.
I mean, not just criminals, but it's hard to go to jail today. You've got a lot of money. That's insane. Yeah. I mean, it's jail. I can't imagine Sacklers going to jail. But I think the worst thing in jail is the fact that the name is now done. And that hurts. This was a family that was all about relations. That's all. This guy that approved it, what was his name? Curtis Wright. Imagine. Yes, he did. Rich. That kind of rich. He made a lot of money, but he can't like. I can just go on rich in a small town in New Hampshire, and then they find this year it's comes out. Yeah, I never know like someone's morality. Like I always have trouble like understanding how different people process morality. And like what it would mean for you gotta assume a guy like that after 25 years has figured out a way of justifying to himself what he's done, right? Like we don't do that, like justify our behaviors. We don't engage in behavior like that, but whatever we do, we justify it. And I wonder how much it hurts. Like we tried to contact Richard Sackler several times during the early heat. He used to live here in Austin, and we couldn't find him. He has a house here in Austin still. But how it feels, there's never been a moment where there's been any kind of accountability where, Richard Sackler comes out and says, okay, look, I am really fucking sorry. Let's just start with that. I am so sorry that this has happened. I'm so sorry for the pain. Like, and I can't undo it. But I want to first acknowledge that I'm sorry. I made some really bad decisions. I thought I was helping people. I wasn't. I didn't. There was never been. And I think that's where the anger comes from. So much of it.
Do you think that's because of legal advice? I mean, even if he wasn't, I don't think you can admit that you're sorry. A situation as horrendous as this, because I think it opens up the floodgates for further scrutiny.
I guess. Yes, you're probably right. But I guess I feel like you've already, you've lost. You've lost so much. And you've lost so much money. Your reputation is destroyed. You look at, there's like a 12-hour deposition chapter that we recreate some of in the show. And the guy is just ice brick. Like he offers nothing. There's no humanity there. Obviously his lawyers were biased. Yes. You can't say a lot. But you wanna you wanna see some version of like, okay, can I understand how it happened? Do I think they set out to have all this death and destruction? I'm gonna say no. I don't know. I have to believe that they didn't intend for that. Then the ball got rolling. Then the money started coming in. Then it all got completely out of control. And by the time they realized how bad it was, they couldn't apologize, obviously. And they were boxed in by legal advice. But somewhere you're looking for some indication of like, look, I am so sorry your son died. Not, I'm sorry your son died, but your son was a drug addict. An instant deflection, right? That's just, right? That's rough. That's rough.
It's rough. It's just, again, it's hard to understand certain people function, their morals, what are their ethics, and are they sociopaths? Because there's a lot of people that are genuine sociopaths. They do not care for the people around them. They do not care about people's feelings. They only care about themselves. There are people like that out there in the world. They're amongst us. And I don't know what the number is, but I think it's like 1% or something like that. Is it something like that? Or is that schizophrenics? I think sociopaths is probably even higher than that. Like, and some of it is got to be because of how you treat people. Some of it is got to be nature. Yeah, but I wonder how much of it's nature. I wonder how much of his wires are crossed. And you just don't give a fuck about other people. It's totally possible. And you look at like Jeffrey Dahmer, his parents seem to be normal. They didn't seem to abuse him. But I have like some horrific childhood, torture. It's like, what makes a person like that? I don't fucking know, man. But when you see it, it's so confusing. Like that sniper guy in the show, it's like you watching him say what he says, like, how does a person like this exist?
Right. And like obviously Dahmer is a fairly extreme example of it.
Is it? Because he only killed like 6 or 7 people.
Right. I just mean that like he really like put his hands on those people. Right. So that the idea that a serial killer is such an extreme, real but extreme version of that. Right. But like, how many times do you kind of come across someone who's maybe not killing people or engaged in a lethal career, and you're like, whoa, that dude doesn't seem reachable. I don't know what's going on there. Like I'm trying to have some sort of human connection, but this dude is just like, I've met many people generally organize their lives strictly around making money. Like money is the prize. Money is the art. And I kind of am like, hello?
Yeah. It's a very weird,
yeah, it's like I'm about making money and my morality and sense of humanity is just not very readily apparent. And I think that's like on a spectrum, not necessarily that far from something that could turn into Jeffrey Dahmer.
Yeah, it's not that far.
I mean, do you ever like study and try and figure out what's going on in that guy's head? I don't know. Like, I think it was Bush who said, he'd just come back from the Navy. years ago, and he said, I looked into his eyes and I didn't see his soul. And I remember that I was younger when he said that, but he showed me like a bush level. This is bush 2. He's like, I looked into his eyes and I didn't see his soul. Pull that forward, that's crazy.
Oh, the opposite. He looked me in the eye, I found him to be very straightforward and trustworthy. Oh, which that I was able to get a sense of his soul.
Yeah, well, it's either he got it or he didn't get it, right? I always been
I'm so glad we searched that.
Yeah, I am too.
Because I was confused. I could have swore it was the opposite.
Well, okay, I was wrong about that. But then he said he said he regretted it because he was wrong. He thought he saw a soul, but he didn't.
He said that later.
Well, that's what he said, right? He said he regret. Pull it back up. I think he said I thought I saw a soul.
In 95,
Bush later regretted saying. How about that?
Bush later regretted saying this. So 95.
So he thought he saw a soul, Joe, but he didn't. That's what he can't believe.
What does he say later? He just said regret. I said I was not able to get a sense of his soul. I did not see the relentless ambition I looked in the eye 27 years ago. But then I was not able to get a sense of his soul.
I think that's the line that stuck with me. I was not able to get a sense of his soul.
What does Russian do? That's got to be
Did you see
just talking to someone who's like,
have you been to Moscow?
No. Architecture is insane.
I loved it. I've been there twice.
Russia's incredible.
I loved it. Like, one of the many things that's like sucks about this, I think, is like Moscow's just out now for such a long time. For a long time. And I've gone there twice for film promotions, and the people were so nice. It was fantastic. The architecture, I mean, walking through Red Square, I loved it. I love the culture. And it's too bad. I would hope one day to be able to go back there.
Yeah. I mean, including disciplines, how many great chess players, how many great martial artists, how many authors. Russia's produced some incredible things, incredible works. The architecture in Russia is so different than anywhere else. The Moscow architecture is so beautiful. It's so uniquely Russian, it's really fantastic stuff. I mean, it's just like the political aspect of it is so terrifying. It's close to nuclear war. God damn, it scares the fuck out of me. And I always wonder if the same sort of decision-making apparatus that exists, pushing through Oxycontin also exists, pushing through others also exists, pushing through just the things that, like, morally, we would all say these are terrible, terrible things. We should all agree on this. But you have to convince large numbers of people to engage in them.
I mean, something that I've been looking at for a while now is trying to get into the weapons contracting business. Meaning, like, the big ones, the McDonnell Douglas, the Raytheons, the Boeing, the companies that are making so much money. I was in Pearl Harbor working on a film, and they had their submarines coming in and out of the harbor. And I've never seen one of these Trident submarines, and they're amazing. Like, it never ceases to amaze me that, like, many of our greatest creative accomplishments are these weapon systems, right? Like, you've been on an aircraft carrier before, yes, or witnessed the awe and spectacle of those things, right? It was incredible. And we were filming on a carrier in Pearl Harbor, and the subs kept coming in and out. Massive, like, sharks, and they're cruising slow, and they dock in. And I had handlers from Pearl Harbor there, and I'm like, can I tour one? They went to the Admiral base, and looking back, yes, you can tour one. So they took me to the submarine that's tied up at Pearl Harbor, and they took me on. And I go in, I've got these public affairs people, the captain of the sub, he's showing me around the sub. Why? It's just awesome. And they're massive, they're full of people, and it's just all like the most like technical, high tech shit you've ever seen in your life. You're like, this is the navigation room, this is what we control the sub. There's so many equipment. I'm like, how much does this equipment cost? And they're like, well, we can't tell you, but it's between 50 and $100 million for this area. So, and then they take me past the nuclear reactors. But there's armed guys guarding the reactors because they're propelled by nukes. I'm like, well, how much of this we can't tell you, right? And then they take you to the torpedo room, these massive torpedoes, dozens of them, and you're like, how much do these things cost? Wow, we can't tell you, we can't tell you. Then they take you to the fucking missile room where there's 10 missiles, okay? Missiles that have nuclear warheads that can go off, right? Sir, how much do these cost? Well, we can't tell you that. Then you start looking up the prices, right? And you figure for a nuclear missile with the warhead and the guidance system and all the propulsion, you've got to be looking at least 30 million. That's my guess. For one, what do you think a nuclear missile armed and loaded costs? I'm going to say 30 million minimum, right? I'm guessing, but I think I'm under guessing probably. And I've done some calculating.
Oh, there was a question about this recently because the missiles that they shot at the Chinese air balloon, the spy balloon,
yeah,
they missed one of them. And then there was a talk of how much that miss cost.
Right, a miss costs a lot of money. And so I'm on this sub and I'm looking at what appears to be,
What that was 400K? The ones that are out of the plane.
But that wasn't a nuke. That wasn't, I'm talking about a nuke, a missile, a nuclear missile fired from a submarine, right? So now I'm on this thing, I'm counting these missiles, 10 missiles, right, that I can see. So I'm trying to do the math, 300 million, I say it's $500 million worth of missiles on one sub, right? I'm looking, I can see 8 subs docked in Pearl Harbor, right? So now I'm like there's 10, 8, right? There's 80 missiles in my visual, and 500 missiles, and these are just the subs I can see, right? So I'm thinking, wait a minute, if one of these subs fires one missile, right? We're done. The world is probably over, right? One missile goes. We've got at least 80 of them that I can see. How many people are making money off of this game, right? Where's the money going? That we have to keep loading these submarines with nuclear missiles, one of which is going to get a job. That's not been including all the missiles that are in the silos, right? All the missiles that are flying 24/7 planes and bombs. Like, we are loaded up good. Right? We got enough. Yet we keep making more. And this is, like Purdue Pharma, these companies, and now it's on trending to like AI-controlled drones, right? That are going to be like forefront of weapon systems where all the money's going to go. And I was thinking, like, what would happen if you took 2 of these subs and took them offline and built, I don't know, schools? What would happen? Would we threat? Would our national security threat? I don't know. Would our country be better off? I don't know. All the money is going into here, and I'm support the military. I've done multiple films about our troops, and I understand. I've been to Iraq with the SEAL platoon. I know, I've had a front row seat to the reality of what these men and women are going through. This kind of spending, it seems to me to be a bit reckless.
Well, at the very least, they're incentivized. They're incentivized to be conflict. If there's that much money to be made, the same way Purdue Pharma was incentivized to pretend that it wasn't even though they knew it was. It's the same kind of thing. Like, there's decisions that get made specifically because of money. That's really scary for us because we want to think that if we have a leader, we trust someone to be a leader. We have this thought in our head, this is our chief.
right? This is the best warrior. This is the wisest person that's lived the longest and did the best to govern us. You never want to let someone be points. And it's in that chain involved in running all these people, making decisions that will absolutely cost their lives, souls, be destroyed. They're making these decisions because of money.
Because of money. And it's like the same thing with some of these drugs. It's the same thing with some of the big weapon systems. You know, some of like you're the president, and you're the next president of the U.S. and you decide that you want to reduce spending in the military. So say there's a jet program, F-35, or some massive jet program, and it's costing a shitload of money, and you want to try and slow it down. But what they do is they build different parts of the aircraft in different states. So there might be 30 states that are all contributing to making one weapon system. So if you try and dismantle it, you've got the representatives from 30 different states saying, you can't do it. You've got a factory that's making the guidance system. You've got a factory that's arming the ordnance on the missiles. We're doing the landing gear, and the weapons are now part of the economy, and they can't be divorced from it, and the spending just goes on.
This episode is brought to you by AG1. Everyone's body is different, but we are all humans, and humans all need the same foundational nutrition to keep us healthy and focused and ready. And that's why I have been drinking AG1 for years. They've done the research to make a science-driven drink that replaces all those multivitamins and probiotics with one simple drink. AG1 raises your baseline by supporting nutrient replenishment, stress management, gut optimization, and immune support. These are things we all need. And it's as easy as mixing it up every morning. It just takes a minute. So if you're listening, you're probably human. You probably want to take a step towards feeling healthier and more focused. We all do. It starts with foundational nutrition and AG1. Try AG1 and get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5, yes, that's 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Check it out. This episode is brought to you by ExpressVPN. Have you ever gotten undressed only to realize you were in front of an open window? How did that make you feel? Exposed? Vulnerable? Well, going online without using ExpressVPN is like being naked in front of a floor-to-ceiling window. That's because your internet provider can see and record everything you do online. Your internet provider like AT&T or Verizon can see every website you visit, and they're legally allowed to sell your browsing activity to third parties without your consent. But it's not just internet providers. If you're using Wi-Fi at work, at a hotel, Airbnb, or even at home, the owners of that Wi-Fi can also see everything you're up to. Imagine all those people getting a list of everything you've ever clicked on. Kind of worse than being naked in front of a window, isn't it? That's why when I go online, I like ExpressVPN running in the background. Guys, I've been saying this for years. I've talked about ExpressVPN on my show and even on my buddy Tim Dillon's show. If you use the internet in any shape or form, you need to start using ExpressVPN. The app is so easy to use. You just tap on one button and all of my traffic gets sent through a secure encrypted server. ExpressVPN is like tinted windows on my internet connection. I can see out, but no one can see in. So make sure you secure your online activity today with a VPN that I trust to keep me private. Visit expressvpn.com/Rogan today. That's expressvpn.com/ROGAN. And you can get an extra 3 months free. expressvpn.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Isn't there an argument on the side of that we can't allow another country to achieve military superiority over us and stop the nation, stop the flow of money going using jets?
that we would run the risk of that happening.
For sure, and that's that's what's going on with China right now, right? That we're in an arms race with China. A lot of AI technology involved. We're now starting to discuss letting AI fly and arm and release weapons on targets that are AI assessed with AI authorized kills, because China's doing the same thing, and we don't want to be out-teched by China, so we're in a never-ending arms race to have the best technology. I get it. Okay, fine, let's do it. It's just a lot of them, and I can't help but think like who's making money.
Okay, it says CBO estimates that plans for U.S. nuclear forces as described in the fiscal year 2023 budget and supporting documents would cost $756 billion over the 2023-2032 period. Okay, 122 billion more than CBO's 2021 estimate for the 2021 to 2030 period. Sorry, guys, we underestimated by 122 billion.
Right, do you have a price tag on that one?
Yeah, I do. So we're up to 28 million.
Okay, so this is what I'm saying. Like,
Jamie, can you
how many do we have?
We're in the range of 3,000 to 4,000.
So what's the total number just on that missile? Can you do that multiplication?
30 times. Could you imagine the horror of how many missiles do we have? How many of those?
I've done some of the ranges. I found some that's 3,700.
Let's round it off to 3,500. Imagine 3,500 missiles launching from there. The horrors of that.
Just
83 Hiroshima.
Just one of them. It's over. Game over. One. Yes, that's like, this is the issue. Like,
yeah, now they blow up in the sky and these can go underground.
But those are just air delivered, yes?
Can you show me that sub, that nuclear sub?
Those are, I mean, there's a few, I don't know exactly what it is, so I'm trying to find a good picture from.
It's pretty fucking amazing.
They're amazing.
They're
They're beautiful achievements of engineering and skill and talent, and like to be on that thing was awe-inspiring. But my God, are they expensive? Like really expensive.
Yeah, it makes sense. Take it. Does something like that for cheap. But it is kind of amazing that our biggest accomplishments are
and like
other than communication, like cell phones and the like, and wireless internet. This is crazy. The developing nuclear power underwater weapon that is
designed to deliver
taken out of country.
Yeah, designed really only to deliver nuclear missiles.
I mean, how many does this motherfucker carry on? How many cities can this thing take out? I mean, there's still
how many do we have? Like I've seen, like I said, I saw 6 of them in
those kids. Look how young they look. That kid looks like they could be my friend's son.
At the bottom right with the glasses?
Yeah. That is wild. Wild. To be that young, you're holding a machine gun on a nuclear powered tank.
Oh, you're that dude. You're the captain. Look at this guy. You're the Vice Admiral Bill Houston. You run that shit. You run that. Like we talk about power, like what we think of power, and
that's a crazy job.
Like Dana White has a tough job. That's a job. That's a job.
This has to be so nerve-wracking for all people, especially when it goes in the water. When you know you're underwater, like Jesus Christ. I know they work. I mean, but do you remember there was a Russian one that went down? There was a nuclear sub that went down, and that's where the term can neither confirm nor deny. That's when it was because they had to answer. So they had to have an answer to like, is this going on? You guys retrieving a nuclear sub from Russia? What's going on? So because they had to answer, I don't think they have to answer now, but they had to come up with a phrase. Perfect. Yeah. What was that about? Which sub was that? I think they allegedly recovered it, which is crazy. So we have the ability to recover a nuclear sub at the bottom of the ocean.
what the hell, man? I mean, that's the more time I've spent with the military. When I went, when I was writing Lone Survivor, I got to go to Iraq with the SEAL team and see them operate, and see the skill with which they operate. You know, and that's almost there's no technology involved there. Like SEALs don't really need this kind of stuff. That's just more like, give me a Jeep, give me some night vision goggles, give me some good intel on where the guy is, and I'll deal with it. That was beautiful. That was like the most elite team training, discipline, and structure I've ever seen. So on the human level, what I observed with a group like the SEALs, such an incredibly advanced form of team behavior. Then when you get into this stuff, have you ever seen an Apache helicopter up close? So these pilots for Apache helicopters, we use Southern Lawn, they're wearing, like, these helicopters pull up, and they're just incredible looking pieces of equipment. And these 22-year-old kids are flying them. And they've got a helmet with a mask, and they call it slaving the ship to the goggles. So they activate the goggles so that wherever they turn, the helicopter turns. And where they've got eye sensors, so where their eyes go, the guns go. Right? So if you look at it, you kill it. And they're giving us these demonstrations and they're flying them all around the set. I'm like, okay, I've seen the pyramids, I've seen the Notre Dame Cathedral in France, I've seen a lot of Van Goghs, they're beautiful. I saw the Mona Lisa, that was great. Seeing this fucking helicopter turning as the guy's head turns, the weapon systems, I'm like, who's building cooler shit than this? like, yes, it wins. It is our greatest achievement. These weapons of death, they're incredible. I just like, well, that's what you can make if you have an unlimited budget. And really smart guys. Like, yeah, really smart. Oppenheimer had a hell of a, that was a great build, right? That was a great build. But, man, it's expensive. And it's kind of a bummer when the shit gets used. It's really bad. What do you think about all this people looking at those stuff? Have you thought about this? Do you think that this is some sort of a government program? Like they've developed these high-speed drones in secrecy? I mean, that's my prevailing view. I have trouble understanding, like, take the UFO aspect of it, right? Like, yes, there's absolutely zero question on Earth that there's life out in the solar system. It's an infinite solar system. It goes on forever. It's actually an infinite universe. Smoke some 5-MeO and you go out there, right? And like, yes, it's out there. The government keeping it secret and being that capable to find it, keep it secret, I don't know. I took mushrooms with my friend Mike Gregorio, who tried to get on Area 51. They were drove up there, and like, I just did mushrooms. Oh yeah, we tried, and we never got up there. No, because it's this road, Area 51. It's this highway that a base is over a mountain, but the road goes on forever. We're driving, and we're high as fuck on mushrooms. We're not getting any closer to the mountain, and we're driving, and we're driving, and we're driving, and suddenly there's a white van behind us, right, with the light on. And we're like, oh fuck, okay, good. Like, this is kind of what we thought might happen. And sure enough, guys get out, military dudes with guns, and they're looking at us. We're like, okay, you guys are on mushrooms, right? We see this. Turn around. It's so common. Turn around. It's hilarious. It's like the mushrooms. Why do you go to Area 51? They're not getting on the base. They're like, there's a hotel called the Little Alien. Go down there with everybody else that's on mushrooms. And you can sit out there all night and have all your theories. And you're turning around. And we're like, roger that. That's amazing. So that's so funny that they called it. Yeah, they knew it. Like, it just must be so common. Buddies are like, let's take some shrooms and get on Area 51. And these guys are not, they weren't nasty or tough, but they're like, yeah, turn around, drink some water, then turn around and go to the Little Alien Hotel. And you're allowed to get like a certain distance, and then it's illegal. And I believe they had to expand that distance. I want to say it was during the Obama administration.
they had to acknowledge, it might have been before that, it might have been Clinton, they had to acknowledge the existence, or it might have been Bush rather, they had to acknowledge the existence of Area 51 in order to expand the forbidden zone. Because they had a forbidden zone, but did no flyover, no drive, you can't hike in, because people were filming things. John Lear, a lot of people were filming things that had set up like very strong telescopes and high-speed optics. They were filming these tests of these things. Whether or not these things were UFOs, whether it's top secret shit they're working on, obviously the stealth bomber came from that program. The Harrier jump jet, which would like vertically left and then take off. And they made a lot of wild shit that is absolutely from us. But the alleged claims, and the most fascinating ones, this guy Bob was on, claims to have worked at S4, which is one of the Site 4 of Area 51, and he was on a program designed to back engineer this recovered disc. It's a fascinating story. He's full of shit. Oh my god, what a great story. This guy's pulled the wool over people's eyes for 30 years, right? He told the story in like 1989. It was the first time he told it. So more than 30 years. But he's also, he has like real knowledge of the area. He has real knowledge of Los Alamos labs, where they tried to say that he never worked there, but then they found him on the employee roster from the time he went in there. People knew him, right? Like, it seems like the guy really was a propulsion specialist, and they really did try to get some off the fucking beaten path scientists. Like, let's take, because they have to get fresh eyes on these things, allegedly. Every few years they bring in, but everyone's sworn to secrecy, and it's very compartmentalized. So the metallurgy guys are not allowed to talk to the propulsion guys. No one gets together and goes, what the fuck is this? Right. They can't have a group of scientists. So they exist in a team form, and it doesn't work that way. They need more people. And he said no one was able to figure out anything about it other than there's some sort of a reactor that worked on some new element. It was theoretical back then, but now they know it's a real element. I will believe it. Like, I have no reason to not believe it, and to certainly not. Like, what I was getting at, though, is that, like, when you see an insane system, like these helicopters and the goggles, and then you see these insane nuclear-powered submarines and these insane aircraft carriers, like, what we have built is so fucking mind-blowing. Why wouldn't we think that we've hit some next-level propulsion system, and that the reason why the Pentagon is talking about out-of-this-world crafts, they're obscuring reality. Like, the reason why people are, like, coming forward and telling you about their experience in this program, like, maybe that's obscuring reality. It might be bullshit. It might be that the government, the military, and the contractors don't want any of our enemies to know that they have some fucking bonker shit that can go literally like the speed of light that we have. So I was just working up in Mexico, and like we were filming around Los Alamos. Have you ever been to Los Alamos? No. And like it's amazing that people just haven't seen the laboratory, the current Los Alamos Research Laboratory, which is, across the street from where Oppenheimer lived when he was doing the Manhattan Project, which was this boys' school that they kicked everyone out and all the scientists moved in, which was not the film, which was quite interesting. Los Alamos, you could never go there and see the museums. It's just a fascinating place to see where they built that bomb. But across the street, or actually across this river from where Oppenheimer lived, is now the current Los Alamos Research Laboratory. Pull up a picture of that one if you want to see something mind-blowing. It's bigger than UCLA campus. It's this massive research facility in Los Alamos, which, and you can't see half of it. It's supposedly a giant chunk of it is underground. It's completely on. We would drive. There's a road. That road at the top there is an access road that we would drive every day to go up. There's a ski mountain above it. So for some reason they let you drive fairly close, but it's all Homeland Security protecting it. Super fortified and armed, and it's in the middle of fucking nowhere. And this was Earth from, see where it is, right? It's in the middle of nowhere. And we first got up there and we're like,
what are they doing here? And like everyone's like, well, it's digital warfare, it's nuclear maintenance, it's alien dissection, and it's like forget Area 51. This place was like, so if we're inventing shit, this is the kind of place we're inventing. And we went out a couple of days. There's some restaurants and bars in the town of Los Alamos. And I'm like, if I'm China, I'm just hiring hot girls, getting them to turn, and putting them as bartenders or cocktail waitresses, because all the scientists from Los Alamos just go there after work and get drunk. That's where everything's going down. Wow. Like you got it, like half of it's underground. That's what they say. Like we'd be up on this mountain. This place. That's what it looks like. Wow, it looks massive. And it's in the middle of nowhere. It's so wild. I'm trying to start conversation. I'm like, guys, what do you know about Los Alamos? Jamie, what's that image to the left? It's got all the. I looked it up too. What is that? What the fuck they've got like the accelerators. Remember like particle accelerators. I mean, I'm sure half your listeners know what this is. Yeah. But like this was all started by Oppenheimer. The whole. There used to be a log cabin. That's the school. I think that's the school that they took over. They show a little bit of it. Oh, from the scientists. It was such a crazy story, like how these scientists just moved into this school, kicked all the kids out under national security order, and the scientists moved in, and they just, and like to your point, no one knew what anyone else was doing when they were building the bomb. So you're working on one part, I'm working on another. Our wives have no idea what's going on. We're going out and building the bomb all day and coming home and just like drinking. They all drank, and like I think there was like a lot of white swapping and weird shit going on. So they were just partying and building fucking nuclear bombs. And now you go out there and see what this, and it's just like I just want to know, what are we doing? How much does it cost? And who's in charge? And Los Alamos now. So if there is those systems, in my mind, if there was an alien ship found the government wanted, they're going to take it to Los Alamos. That's where they're going to take it. That's where they're going to dissect it. And whatever's going on out there is some deep and real shit. That's where Lazar works. If you go from Wilbur and Orville Wright's invention of the aircraft, how long is the time period before someone drops a nuclear bomb out of one? How much time is between? Was it 60 years? Like, when was Wilbur and Orville's first flight? That's a great question. Because if you think of that, just think of like what an insane jump in technology from the very first airplane to dropping a nuclear bomb out of one. We're just dropping a bomb, right? Like weaponizing. Yes, air flight. Weaponizing air flight and like. But a nuclear bomb, even more insane. Because the technology involved, just what a 1902 around when they credit them. That was Kitty Hawk. Wow. I'm trying to find the exact age. Yeah, I did too. It seems like 1902. That's crazy. So it's 45 years. Is that real? Right. Oh my God. And so 45 years before they dropped a nuclear bomb out of it. That's what it is, right? It's 47. Like 1903. Was Kitty Hawk? Kitty Hawk was in 1903, was it? The flight? Wow. Oh my God. Well, that makes sense though, because there's video of it. There's film of it. So it has to be when did they invent film? That was bad film. It was like jumpy, like right. So your point is like how short a period of time. What an insane jump. And so where's it going, right? Like, what do they have already? Like if they have programs to do something like Los Alamos Labs, if they have programs to do something like Area S4, if they can develop these insane machines in silence, what else do they? AI controlled aircraft that's going to fly. There's just a great article in the New York Times yesterday about it. All these companies that are now scrambling to take over the builds, which which is a threat to the established weapons manufacturers and jet builders, because they're the future are fighting China in a large, like, full-scale battle. Is going to be AI-controlled drone. So rather than sending human beings in $60 million jets, they're going to send swarms of $2 or $3 million AI-controlled fighter drones, and those are going to be self-driven, right? Self-flown. The way Elon's trying to get self-driving vehicles, this is the plan. Great article yesterday, and that's where it's going. And if Orville Wright could see that, robot wars, 100% robot wars. Like Cameron had it right, Terminator had it right, and like AI, right? It's on. It's crazy. It's crazy.
I mean, I think this is what, I'm not defending Ted Kaczynski, but this is what Ted Kaczynski's manifesto was about, was the construction of technology was going to replace the human race. What is this, Jim? AI.
Wow. I mean, this is the future. And like, my business is on strike, the writers, and I support my strike, but AI is a big issue. Everyone's worried about AI. Well, everybody's worried about AI, right? Like, AI is going to be fighting our wars, and like, when AI's going to be right. When Trump was talking about Space Force back in the day, like, this is Space Force. Yeah. This is real Space Force shit. Yeah. And
it's funny they didn't even think of that in Star Wars.
AI, isn't that wild?
Like, in Star Wars, no one had a cell phone, and
but they had lightsabers.
They did. I mean, come on, pretty dope. Definitely dope.
Yeah, they had R2
helping with some shit, but I don't know what he was really doing. They were so sad all the time. So annoying. But imagine there's a giant difference between that and sending a pilotless jet to engage in combat. It seems like that's the direction.
Yeah,
I get fucking so terrified when I watch those Boston Dynamic videos of those robots that they're inventing.
Yeah, it's crazy.
They're getting so good. They're acrobats.
And I went to MIT, filmed something at MIT, and they took me into the robotics department, like down in the basement, and they showed me like these 10 kids did a presentation. You've been to campus at MIT?
Yes.
Okay, cool, right?
Yeah.
We got to film on the campus. We were the first film Patriots Day, because one of the MIT cops was killed by the marathon bombers. They killed him after the bombing, and so they wanted to honor him. They let us film there, and they took us down to the robotics wing and showed us a robot cheetah that they had invented. It was sprinting up and down the halls and jumping over little obstacles, and I'm like, what?
Can I see that? Show me the MIT robotic cheetah. Those little ones that look like dogs.
Oh my God! Yeah, but it was a cheetah. It was different.
These things scare the shit out of me. So you just easily see them with a gun.
Yeah, that's RoboCop.
And if you watch that Netflix show, Black Mirror, there's a great episode. Did you ever see the heavy metal episode?
Is it about robots?
It's about one of these things chasing after the blade. It's fucking great. It's terrifying. But
it's real. Like, you talk about, like, so look at that. You think about the progression from the right level. That was what they were doing with is that MIT?
10 years ago, look how fast this goes.
Okay, so they put a cheetah skin over it.
This is 28 miles an hour. I bet it goes 100 now.
Like, think about
it's gonna be electric now. We're talking about electric.
Think about that with a lightsaber attached to its head, just like shooting through crowd control. Right?
Maybe you save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Blue. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call John Provider at 800-859-3220. That's 800-859-3220. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Blue at 800-859-3220. 800-859-3220. For cutting telephone lines and wood levels with a quicker feature, by installing electrical wires with potential coating, or helping reduce the risk of wildfires with potential power outages. Coated wires are an important tool in reducing the threat of ignition from blown-debris and tree branches. It's all part of our ongoing efforts to strengthen the grid and keep our communities clean. Learn more about the progress we're making to mitigate wildfire risk at SDE.com/events. Hear the latest news from the headlines on your phone. Download the free iHeartRadio app for exclusive live coverage of breaking news. What's happening where you live to what's happening across the country live from the center of the story. Listen for free anywhere, anytime. Download the free iHeartRadio app today. I think laughter is the best medicine. I really do. Simply smile. You're going to feel better just by simply smiling. It's true. You can see from your home. But you can always do it yourself. You can call it 7 p.m. You find 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI 8640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And we're, of course, not going to host the Jonathan On-Demand podcast. Today we got 2 interviews. The Sacramento County District Attorney Ken Hall, he's filing a lawsuit against the city of Sacramento for allowing this disgusting homeless problem to rule the place. Because he is suing the city for allowing all the neighbors to run amok. He also talked with Todd Benson, who's a journalist and he's with the Center for Immigration Studies, and he provided a very detailed report about the tens of thousands that are storming the border down in Texas. So you should listen to those. Right. What we've been talking about the last few minutes is LMPG. Jason, you can describe him as an armed robbery suspect who also a stolen car. That's reported as a grand theft auto this year. And it's going on now. And apparently he made his way over to the train freeway. Now it looks like he got off. Well, I don't know. That's how it's been on. Sometimes our jeeps get the high handle on the kegs. And just passing the 405 interchange. Oh, so he's turned around. It wasn't a front left. Yeah. Oh, okay. So I'm just a little behind. He's not going to get back on the freeway here. He got off at 10 West, but it's unseen that he's turning around to get back on the 10 West. And he's boxed into a lot of traffic. Now he's gone over to, I guess that's the shoulder. Yeah. He's dropped down the shoulder here to the right. So that's what traffic that is. As far as the evidence here that it's usually as all applications that are all spread out, he is flying some sort of flag of banners on the sun. Thought, based on one police station reporting at the time of Senegal, is whether it's illegal or illegal. I wonder if it's illegal. I think it's the color black. So I took all the color drawings of the colors I looked at. For his TV, it's horrible. I don't know. I know I don't see any flag. It looks like green, yellow, and red. And the flag of Senegal does have yellow in the middle, but it's got a star right there over the yellow. It's like a big star that's bordered by red and green. I don't think that matches the guy. I think it's stars. Now look at the way it's got a green stripe bordered by yellow and red. Then we have, oh, yeah, Ethiopia's there with a big one. Red, yellow, green. Oh, I see clear now. Yeah. Green, yellow, red. Okay. So there's that now. There's stolen. So you have some several versions of the flag in Ethiopia. One is like a lion man, one only has those stars. The one is just, well, it's also green, yellow, and red. Well, time I was getting this fascinating flag. Canada has arrived here. These guys have got it started for. They started too early, and now they're burning out. Look at the warm-up for it. Yeah. I know that they're doing He can't wait to get out the house. And he said, I can't wait to get out of this house. I do not feel safe.
An armed robbery suspect possibly involving this Mercedes would take at least from the midday for the Rabbi that this Mercedes has been stolen. And you can see there this person coming, slowing down a little bit behind a white van in the LAPD vehicle right behind him, opens the door a little bit, vocally hoping for an end to this pursuit. But this driver doesn't hear it there. It scurries around to the right side using the right shoulder there. And there's a lot of traffic to be seen there.